Brand new day, a new chance for these teams to be the newest champion here of the VCT. Closer and closer do we get to Iceland, to Reykjavik, where we will find out who the champions of Masters 2 will be and have a better understanding on how the rest of the world stands in Valorant. But before we get anywhere close to that, we begin our journey here in VCT Philippines. To tell you that story is me, Ilustrado, and the rest of the storytellers on this panel. Joining me as well, let me introduce you to these guys. I'm joined by none other than these amazing talents, Trix, Viminal, and Ling. Trix, I'll start with you. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling really excited. We're seeing some teams that we haven't seen as much of before. So I'm hoping to see how they've grown as players in this past month.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing a lot of teams that we haven't seen during VCT Stage 1. Of course, we're fresh off Masters, and the narrative here is how does the local meta evolve? What has changed since VCT Stage 1?
And I'm quite ecstatic as well to see more to a lot of new faces, new rosters, and a lot more adjustments that teams have come back, especially on the stage 2 of Challenger.
Yeah, speaking of new faces, the newest face on this panel, Ling, welcome. And we're gonna grill and stay on you for a second. We're gonna grill you for a bit. How does it feel to be, joining us here on VCT? This is your first day after all, and to initiate you after all.
Well, first day on the job, I would definitely have to admit that I do still have these jitters, but I still try to make it work for the team, and we'll be taking one as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's an exciting time for all of us, but we're so happy to have you here. Hopefully you'll get that rest cooker soon. But before we talk about any more than that, let's go ahead and talk about the matches itself. We have quite a journey as we begin this show recap. And of course, the pre-show, we're calling it Updraft. So to see what's up, let's take a quick look at what is up today. Before we go into it. So these are the matches that you're going to be seeing first. It's going to be BREN versus Atlas, followed by Empire and Walkure, and we got Kadiliman going up against Pirates. Now I'll start it off with you, Trix, here. I'm going to ask all of you right now, what are the matches you're looking forward to the most?
I'm definitely looking forward to BREN and Atlas because I'm excited to see Atlas again.
Yeah, BREN vs Atlas definitely off to a hot start today. I mean, arguably, this could have been the grand finals in itself. So definitely off to a spicy first match. But I, for one, am looking forward to Empire versus Walkure. We haven't seen a lot of Walkure in recent times. They have been out of action quite some time. This is the first time we're going to be seeing them under the limelight against, of course, a new and improved Empire. So we'll see how they stack up against them.
Well, as for me, I have my eyes locked on for the team here, which is 6045 Pirates. That is basically the only Visayan team that we are going to see.
Brand new day, a new chance for these teams to be the newest champion here of the VCT. Closer and closer do we get to Iceland, to Reykjavik, where we will find out who the champions of Masters 2 will be and have a better understanding on how the rest of the world stands in forward to them. But before we get anywhere, let's not forget tomorrow we have some begin our journey here in VCT Philippines. To tell you that story is me, Ilustrado, and the rest of the storytellers on this panel. That's personally what I'm used to. All these guys, I'm joined by none other. Let's be real here. I think amazing talents, if there's going to be any Viminal and Ling. Trix, I'll start with you. How are you feeling? I think it's going to be that
I'm
one.
feeling
I'm
really
sure we'll see a
excited.
little bit
We're
of
seeing some
surprises
teams
here.
that we
But
haven't
I
seen
feel
as
like
much
Galaxy
of before.
Racers
So I'm hoping to see how they've
versus
grown as
Hashira might
players
be
in
the
this
one
past
to
month.
beat. But before we talk about the
we're
matches today,
seeing
let's
a lot of
linger on and
teams
talk
that we
about
haven't
what
seen
happened
during
before.
VCT Stage
Just came
1.
from the
Of course, we're
Masters,
fresh
hot off the
Masters.
heels
The
of
narrative here
biggest tournament in
is how
SEA
does
for
the local meta
Valorant.
evolve?
Saw
What has
X10
changed
dominate
since
performance,
VCT Stage?
win very cleanly all the way through to the grand finals, taking on a team like SMG, who technically wasn't there, but gave us a 3-2 scoreline in the end anyway. I'll start this off with you, Viminal. I know that you're a fan of X10. Except now they kind of went through a roster change who World Cup getting sort of subbed out. How are you feeling about what happened with X10? How does it feel to be,
One
joining
Tap
us here on
has
VCT?
been
This
a
is your first day
consistent
after all,
performer, arguably one of their best players in the roster, and it was such a surprise to all of us here and throughout the region that One Tap announced his departure from the roster right after their huge success at Valorant Masters.
I mean,
They
it's an
definitely
exciting time
dominated
for
the
all of us,
competition
and we're so
all
happy to
throughout,
have you here.
from their first
Hopefully you'll
match
get that
right
rest
down
super soon. But
to the
before we
grand
talk about
finals
any
against
more than that,
SMG.
let's go ahead and talk
Looking
about
at
the
XN here,
matches
they
themselves. We
came
have
over
quite a
NXL,
journey, as we begin
and then of
this
course
show recap, and of
KPC
course the
to
show,
eventually face
pre-show,
SMG,
before
and it
the
was
top
really
draft.
them
So to see what's up,
being
let's
favored
take a
to
quick look
take it
at
all,
what
and
is
they
up
really
today,
stepped up to the plate
before we
and
go
showed
into it.
everyone
So,
what they were
these
capable
are the
of.
matches that you're going to be seeing first. Is
They
gonna be
were
BREN versus
amazing
Atlas,
throughout. The only
followed
team that
by
actually took a
Empire
map off them
and,
was SMG. And
Walkure.
for a while
We
there,
got
we thought that
Kadiliman
SMG
going
was actually
up
going to
against
take it.
Pirates.
It was
Now, I'll
very,
start
very
off
close
with
in
you,
the end.
Trix,
But
here.
you
I'm gonna
mentioned
ask all of you right
KPC
now,
just a
what are the
second
matches
ago,
you're
Viminal, and I'm going to bring
Yeah.
this one to Trix now.
I'm definitely looking
KPC
forward to BREN and Atlas
2-0 against
because I'm
Archangel,
excited to see Atlas.
and then they lost in the 0-2 against X10 Esports.
Yeah.
You know, Archangel,
BREN
though,
versus Atlas definitely off to a
what
hot start
happened in that
today.
match, Trix? I mean,
This could have
KPC,
been
they just look like a
the
better
grand
team. What on earth was going on? Archangel seemed to just lose their nerve, and you know, now there's a roster swap on top of it. What had gone on in that stage?
Looking at that match, it was quite easy to tell that Archangel was really out of it. It seemed that the players couldn't focus. Possibly they were thinking about other things. But I do think that their form on the finals and challengers in the Philippines was much better than their form in Masters. So I am hoping that with their roster changes, with Josh S and Modesky moving to Sunsparks, and with three of the players, Johan, Ching, and Carl going to GXR to see them perform in more tournaments, so hopefully perform better.
Oh yeah, I think so too. These new roster changes will maybe add some firepower and experience to these already seasoned players. Now, let's go ahead and take a look at what exactly happened right there. This was the roster of Archangel in their final flight before they did sort of disband and change their team completely. They had a really strong lineup, just seemed to sort of fall apart. I don't know. What do you think, Ling? Was it like tournament jitters? Was it because it's one of their first international tournaments? What went on with Archangel there? Why did they struggle so much against a team like KPC, who admittedly seemed like the weakest in the tournament?
Well, you definitely see the intent overall with the roster of Archangel and in terms of like their agent composition. Like they had something in mind, but it just so happens the fact that here what happened here is that KPC was the better team overall in terms of fundamentals, in terms of how well they fully embrace their roles and their agent. And this is where we actually see Archangel Esports fall short completely. They have been looking more into a lot of things, but it just so happens that they did not play the games to their strongest suit. They tried to play it too smart, and I might have to say this is where we actually see
Just
them
leave there.
have their huge downfall and losing out the Master Series.
Yeah, unfortunately, they were not able to recover. Usually, a team like Archangel, they lose the first match, pick up things in the second map. Yeah, unfortunately for them, they just kind of weren't able to pick up the pieces. So let's move on a little bit to the other Filipino team that did kind of well. BREN, they almost took a victory up against Boom Esports. And
Right.
this is a rivalry that goes way back to CS. This is a rivalry that goes way back to other titles, and these guys have known each other for quite a while. So basically, the old guards heading off, fighting head to head in this quarterfinal. Just what exactly went down here? I'll go to you first, and then maybe we can follow it up with Tricks. What happened to BREN, especially in that last map? Because the scoreline was like 13-2, 13-3, and then they just swapped each other's maps, and then just BREN just lost all focus, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, all three games, man, were pretty one-sided. The second map went really well in favor of BREN, but can't say the same for the other two. On the third map, what sealed the deal for BREN, or rather for Boom Esports, is that BREN sort of made a questionable decision in terms of agent composition, going for that triple duelist lineup. And then, of course, during the previous two games, Borkum was relegated to the Sentinel role. Now, of course, they were trying to tweak or perhaps change things up because they haven't had a lot of success on the international stage compared to the local stage. Of course, we know them to be a very dominant force in the Philippine scene. But I guess, I do understand the rationale of them trying to change things up, but it didn't work out how they planned it to.
Contrary to what Vimino is saying, I actually don't quite understand the rationale. I feel like they've worked on something so much in the Philippine scene, it's proven to work for them. So I actually thought it was very questionable that they changed their lineups and their agent picks.
Yeah. Honestly, for me, I genuinely think that BREN they were onto something when they were playing in VCTPH. What you know, if you notice the recurring trend, it was just all the teams in the Masters that played successfully were the teams that played, I'd say, default, that played how they normally did. It's just not something that we saw from a team like BREN. Do you
Yeah.
feel like Ling? I'm gonna go to you for this one, Ling. Do you feel like BREN just tried a little too hard to be creative? Do you think that they were extending themselves too much, trying out the triple duelist setup, which really didn't work for them? And do you think they should have just kept maybe Dispenser back on the Sentinel?
Well, sticking to what they know could be great for the team overall. But what they did so far with Masters is that they tried to experiment more in stuff that they think that might work. But I definitely see this as a really bad decision that they made as a team, because right now, I mean, given the level of competition that there is, I don't think it's going to be the right time for them to introduce some sort of new plays to the roster, which is something that they are obviously not comfortable with. You'd see their performance has been completely thrown off with these tiny adjustments, huge adjustments, I might say. And this is where we see them struggle and eventually crumble down in terms of their structure and in terms of like the expectation that we have set for them.
A little bit of an unfortunate end to what seemed to be quite a brief journey, a brief foray into the Masters by the local Masters themselves, BREN. But let's not linger on that too long. Today is a new day, and we're going to be seeing what exactly the teams are going to be doing, who they're going to be fighting off, the roadmap to the rest of the weekend here today. We're pulling it up the bracket right now. So like we said, it's an interesting day. We're starting it off with BREN versus Atlas, and then following up with Empire versus Walkure. And then we got Kadiliman versus Pirates, and Hashira versus Galaxy Racer. Now, this is a week of redemption arcs. Everybody here is out to prove something, and we said this before. We said these guys, every single team right here, they're looking to prove that they can do better. I mean, the only team I think that's really expected to do the best right now is BREN. Everybody else has something to prove, whether it's Atlas finding their stride against BREN, whether it's Empire, who recently lost version and actually recently lost to Hashira in the Zotac Cup the other day. And Kadiliman as well, whether they can be are they just a stream team or not, or whether they can actually overcome that and be, I'd say, a really legitimate competitive team here. Now, I'm gonna pass this off right now to Trick. So, we're gonna start with the first series of the day. But before we talk about the first series of the day, how are you feeling coming into tomorrow here? What do you think? Oh, yeah, it's okay. It happens. But so tomorrow is going to be Galaxy Racer versus Hashira. I didn't get any of your opinions on that. I'll just ask you real quick, Tricks. What do you think about the Galaxy Racer Hashira tomorrow? Because I know you wanted to talk about Hashira a little bit.
I'm excited to see how Hashira is going to perform. I know they've been working a lot, but from their past performances in VCT, we've seen that they have so much potential. There's a lot of creativity in that team. So I'm excited to see how they've honed it, how they've polished it, and made it less easy to read them as a team. And I think Galaxy Racer has a lot to prove for themselves as well with a roster change, three in Archangel, two from Dreamfire, and to see if they're really a good fit for each other.
Oh yeah. I think it's going to be an interesting match, especially with the new players that are coming in from the Dreamfire squad. You got Emma and you got, Georgie. Uh, I'd say the duelist fight tomorrow definitely going to be an interesting one because a lot of heavy aim starts tomorrow. But let's talk about that later on. I got your impressions now. We'll move on to the viewers. You guys, can you be lucky winners today as well? The answer is yes. And all you got to do is do the following. We're doing some giveaways here today on stream. And the instructions are as follows. Easy as 1, 2, 3, 4. Like and follow the PPGL Facebook page, Like and share the stream with a caption of which team you're supporting and why, if you'd want to. It's bonus points. I give you brownie points for that one. And make sure the post is public and use the official hashtags, Valorant Challengers, VCTPH, and PPGL Valorant. We'll be selecting 10 winners at the very end of the day who will receive 1,500 plus Valorant points. And we'll be announcing the winners at the end of the stream. So make sure you guys hang on and stay tuned for it. And on top of that, we have if you want to be watching, of course, on other languages, we got you covered. So whether it's in Filipino, whether it's in English, this is the language redirect. You can watch the English stream and the Filipino stream on these following channels. English is on Twitch, and Filipino is on the Facebook page as well as the YouTube and TikTok. So if you want to do some duets maybe with us, check out the TikTok page of PPGL. We got some good stuff in there for you. But yeah, we got you covered because right now, though, the panel session will all be in English. So if you're wondering why we're speaking in English, it's because both streams will have English for the panel. There you go. Now, okay, let's drop this for a second. Talk about the start of the day. This is where we really get down and dirty, down and jiggy with it. BREN versus Atlas, the moment we've all been waiting for. Atlas has been gate kept by BREN for so long, so many times, every single time, whether it's in First Strike, whether it's in VCT Stage 1. It has always been BREN seeming to draw Atlas, and Atlas feeling like it's a Dark Souls game, dying and dying again, only to face the same boss. Viminal, you know a lot about what is going on here in this roster, in this matchup. BREN and Atlas, what is this?
I mean, it's happened time and again. It's not the first time they're going to be facing off, obviously. And throughout the entire history of this sort of rivalry, I guess you could call it, it's that BREN has been defeating Atlas over and over again. And this is a team that has a lot of potential. And one could beg the question that if BREN wasn't there to stop them, perhaps they would have won a lot more championships under their belt. And really, it all boils down to whether or not Atlas has something new to bring to the table to maybe catch BREN off guard, because their previous efforts, while valiant, were not enough to stifle BREN's momentum.
Well,
Yeah.
the only time that we could actually see Atlas been able to shine other than being head to head against BREN was, of course, the last week's, or rather, the previous tournament, the Challengers stage one, week three, where they were able to go up against different, or rather new faces
Right.
to their experience. And this is where we actually see them quite surprisingly still not been able to shine as a team overall. They have, might have to say, possibly prepared a lot of strats, and for this time around I really do hope that whatever they have kept cooking in the back burner is something that they would definitely have to serve for this matchup and finally against Bren once again.
Yeah. Well, BREN, they actually were seeded into this one. They have been directly qualified because they were the champions previously. Archangel, not so much because they're no longer here. But we're talking about BREN right now. So let's take a look at these individual performers and these team performance because they have been so good as a team. Borkham, Dispenser, Dubstep, Jesse Vash, and Humi. The five titans of Philippine esports, the vanguard, the old guard, the people who have been here since the very inception of it. Admittedly, they have been in the FPS scene for the very longest of times, but only transitioning to Valorant, I'd say maybe in the second wave of people transitioning to it. These guys have the stuff. They know what's going on here, but it seems like they have been struggling internationally. Tricks, I want to get your opinion on this. Why are they so dominant locally, but suddenly when it comes to, I don't know, Thai teams or other international teams, they're so 50-50. They're so hit and miss.
I think my recommendation for any team really with this issue is that you have to consider a country's playstyle. We've mentioned this before on panel that some countries just do a lot better on the attacker side, possibly for their lineup, possibly just for the aggression that they have. And when the more that they scrim with international teams, as I'm sure Bren already does, the more they'll notice that there are certain tells in certain countries and certain playstyles that just work a lot better. It's possible that's exactly what Bren did in Masters, but you have to consider also perfecting your craft before you pull it out in a major tournament.
Yeah, definitely. I'm gonna agree with you because it seems like BREN, they inhibit and they exude this Korean sort of play style. The way that they play is very Korea with some bits of NA here and there, and that's what makes it exciting. You get all these teams with different inspired play styles because you got I'd say a team like Atlas. And Atlas, they play a little bit more disciplined, but they're also a little bit out there, kind of like EU, where they're not afraid to rely on their aim, but they're not full NA where they just like run around and shoot people. It not a bad thing. Of course, they don't go full phase clan, but still at the same time, they still make it interesting with a little bit of structure here. So, let's talk about Atlas right now, since we already did just touch on them. So, Atlas, a team that has found form a lot of the times. They've been great, here and there, a lot of good showing, a lot of performances. Ling, I'm going to go to you on this one. Atlas, they have Kakarot, they have Tim, but they have seemed to be relying on Kakarot a lot. The last time Kakarot played Air in VCT, he had to go and get like a 30 plus bomb in order to keep his team alive, and that still wasn't enough. What is the new goal here? Are they going to be another Oasis Gaming? Are they going to be under Chimera relying on Godors? What do you think they got to do to be more than this?
I think so far, looking at their agent comms and basically the performance of the individual players in their matches, is that I still see them performing the same way as how newly formed teams are going to be running at. You see them relying so much on their duelists, and this is where we actually could or a lot of teams that they could go up against could see the crack on what they're trying to do. They solely rely on Kakarot, on Bribe with those race plays, and might have to say is something that has a bit been too overused in their plays, and this is where we should see them evolve around, rather stray away from, because picking the same card every freaking game is not exactly the best suit to go. You really have to offer so much on the table and give other, rather serve different looks, or rather have something else, because it would make your matchups a lot more interesting, and rather the game's a lot more satisfying to watch.
We've definitely seen this kind of player pick in a team like OG, and they've improved on it. They've worked on it. We've seen that they haven't been heavily reliant on the Godor's entry or the Gore's frags. And so I'm hoping that Atlas will also learn from that. If they're looking to have a player shine, figure out how to give room for all of your players to really pop off rather than relying on just one, as we've seen in some international tournaments as well.
They've kind of did that before. The first time we saw them, it was on First Strike, and Tim was on the battle stage, and he was amazing. Yeah. They tried that again fairly recently, just not availing the same success here. Now, Vemil, you look like you have something to say about this. But what's going on here with Atlas?
Yeah, I think I'm just going to echo pretty much your sentiments there. It's pretty much unanimous that a team has to be a concerted, cohesive unit when it comes to their success. You can't just rely on one guy to frag out. What happens if that guy has a bad day? Someone else has to pick up the slack. Someone else has to be relied on. In fact, the whole team has to be able to step up. And as you mentioned earlier, there was one game during the VCT that Kakarot had 30 frags. You got that 30, but just not enough still. And that's a clear indicator of the rest of the team having to step up.
I think it was was it 35?
Yeah.
I'm not 100% sure on the numbers, but it definitely was record breaking. Well, some of the best fraggers on the scene. But let's see who is going head to head in this one. We've got some stats coming up, and two players that we do want to zoom in and zone in on. It's Dispenser versus Yoshi. Now, Dispenser, bit surprised to see him play the Jet. He doesn't play Jet. Sorry, this is a little bit of a error on our part. But Dispenser known to be on that Sentinel, and I'm fairly certain we're going to see him back on that Sentinel after what just happened last time. He did play a great raise on Haven and the Masters, but I think we'll be seeing him go back to the Sentinel as a really strong performer here. He's going up against Yoshi, who was the Sova, who also plays Omen, who flexes a little bit for his team here. And yeah, just a really overall strong player. I think both of these guys, similar play styles. They can flex, they can do whatever, but they can also frag.
Definitely, we've seen Yoshi pop off on the Sova before. Just the amount of information he gets, and with that information, he knows exactly what to do. It's a pleasure watching him play Sova.
Yeah. Him on Sova, just so much information that he gathers, and I think he definitely does a great job of supporting and making plays for Kakarot. But the question is whether, they stop playing this whole protect the VIP game. I think that's something that hinders them. Maybe I think it's something that they can evolve past. And while this is a very strong thing, is it enough to win the VCT? That's the big question here. Now for BREN, what is the next step in their evolution? Viminal, this is a very tough question I'm gonna ask you, and I'm sorry
Sure.
for this, but what is the next step for BREN? How do they break past this, I don't know, plateau that they seem to be having?
Them hitting a plateau, that's kind of debatable. Really, the next step for BREN is not just dominating the local competition. They've already done that. How do they break past the regional barrier against other international teams? And you see them today sort of finding their identity again. You see these players role swapping, Spencer on that Jet, and then Borkham on that Sentinel. Really, are they going to break into a new mold, or are they going to go back to what worked for them in the past? So really, it's more of a identity crisis at this point in time. I think that's what they need to figure out in order to break that plateau.
Really stick with those decisions, I think, is going to be absolutely crucial. But speaking of decisions that have been made, this is where the teams have decided to play today. The battlefield, the journey, where we are going to find ourselves facing off in this first best of 3 series here today. We got the map picks, the map vetoes coming up right now, and we're going to be starting off in a very interesting one. It's going to be Icebox as the first map today, and this was actually selected by BREN. Historically, this is not a BREN map, but they've always been quite great on it. Like we've seen the crazy Jesse Vash, where he was so emphatically dubbed Sovash after this Icebox performance, and then we're following it up with Ascent and Bind.
Yeah, taking
Yeah,
a
I
look
think-
at the first map, Icebox. It's just that BREN featured here a 5 duelist, 5 composition that featured no duelist rather. And that really took us by surprise. Are they going to bring something new to the table here this time around? What do you think, Trix?
It's definitely possible that BREN has changed their lineups again because they noticed that playing without the duelist was a little tough for them in terms of their playstyle.
Yep.
So I'm looking forward to see how they've addressed that issue, whether it be their coaches or the players themselves that have addressed it. And on top of that, I think it is a little surprising though that Atlas decided to start on attacker rather than defender. You see a lot of teams just choosing to go on the defender side. But maybe Atlas as well has tricks up their sleeves that they want to showcase against BREN on Icebox.
I feel like it has to do more about setting the pace, because if you're on the attacking side, you know that BREN's a really good defensive side. At least you can find your own rhythm. You can maybe set the tempo, hopefully. I don't think that the team like BREN is going to let them do that, because BREN is known to play a little bit aggressive on the defensive side, but still, BREN actually lets play on the defensive side. BREN actually plays a little bit passive, so they might want to capitalize on that. It's a pretty toss up kind of situation, I'd say here. But Ling, let's talk about the real quick. I'll go to you. I'll start with you first. Predictions for this one. Then we'll go to Viminal and Trix on how do you think the series is gonna go?
Sure.
Well, in terms of like the map selections, I would definitely say it would still go to a 2-0 fashion. In the side of BREN, regardless of how much Atlas could be prepared for in this matchup, once again, I still see that the BREN is always going to be 3 steps ahead on whatever team that there is here in our country. So, as anticipated, there's no team right now in our country that could definitely been able to catch up on this gap.
So 2-0.
Yep.
Okay.
As for me, I think it's going to be a 2-0. However, I'm welcome to be proven wrong. BREN still the team to beat locally, still probably a league above any other Filipino team right now. But again, welcome to be proven wrong. And, maybe history will be made today.
I echo the exact same sentiment as Vimino right now. I just don't think it's a viable. I don't think it's possible really for Atlas to pick a map off of BREN. I do know that BREN bleeds though, so
Yeah.
if Atlas has really come that prepared, then of course anything is possible. But it just seems really unlikely.
Yeah, the border between reality and fantasy, very, very distinct here. It's a wide border, and I don't know if Atlas can build a bridge to cross that border. But to tell us the story of this entire series here today, we're going to be leaving it up all to the casters. Again, I'm Lestrado, Trix, Viminal, and Ling here on your panel. But for now, we're leaving it up to the casters. So, guys, what you got for us? Oh, we're back. Hello.
Oh, hello.
Hi.
Sorry, we're we are experiencing. We have to do it again because I messed that up. Apparently, no, I just wanted to take two just to get it right here. So again, I'm going to pass it
Surprise.
off to the casters. Maybe we'll get it there. Maybe we'll get it right this time. So again, casters, what's up?
Hey, they look so nice. We got to see them twice. Thank you to the panel for that. But the table is set here, ladies and gentlemen, and we are going to be getting back into the Challengers Philippines action. My name is Dax. I'm joined by Black and Blue. This is stage number 2, and our first series looking to be very exciting. BREN versus SE Atlas. Seems like, two titans looking to face off yet again in the Philippine scene here, Mr. Black and Blue.
And mind you guys, this is actually the second time we've seen them come up against each other here in the VCT. They did so earlier on in stage 1. I forgot what week it was exactly. I would like to say I think it was week 2 that they actually came up against each other. And in that case, well, obviously BREN did win that week, and so SC Atlas were obviously, they were kind of gate kept by BREN Esports, and it might be another situation like that that we're going to see here today. So really the storyline is kind of, as Illustrado was putting it a while ago on the panel, can SE Atlas get past the boss, like the Dark Souls boss, that has been keeping them at bay? And they're going to have to try and do that on Icebox, which is a very curious map to be taking against BREN.
We got Icebox BREN picking this map, that's for sure. And when you look at a map like this, BREN, they've been trying to innovate, trying to isolate, and trying to figure out what they really want to run on a map like this. You're going to be seeing them on the defensive side first. Atlas in the meantime going to be on the attack instead. And the thing is, Mr. Black and Blue, I believe these two have met each other, as you mentioned, but it was week number 1 instead. And
You're right.
It just goes to show that, week 1 then, week 1 now. And here we go with our first matchup. But the panel has mentioned, yes, that Atlas, time and time again, has not been able to get the best of BREN from their inception, from their inauguration, and really their debut in the Philippine scene. The biggest test for them has been BREN Esports, and it still has been the hump they cannot get over. But then again, these guys have really stepped it up time and time again. They've really showed up with many different lethal compositions, and it seems like Tim gonna be back on that battle stage, something they've been really running in the open qualifiers, if I remember my stats correctly.
Something I do want to point out here, Dax, is that you can actually see on the SE Atlas side, they're pulling out Viper. And knowing, all the buffs that they did add to Viper, such as that immediate 50 damage, that decay on your health, if you do try and go towards that toxic screen, immediately removes 50 health from you, and it kind of makes her a bit more respectable here. And just seeing how she's been performing, at least, in ranked games and other competitive matches, it seems a lot more oppressive now, and teams actually have to respect that wall. They can't just push through it anymore and take the minimal 2-3 damage it used to do. Now it's actually going to keep you at bay, and that's something I'm very excited to see here from the side of Atlas, because this just might be the change that they need and that they have to employ to be able to hold back the very aggressive and very, honestly, dominating offense, sometimes the attacking side of BREN Esports.
Yeah, and we're gonna have to verify that a little bit, because we're not too sure yet which patch we're using right now. Is it going to be the Bucky nerf patch with the Viper buffs? Or is it going to be the latest version? So we'll verify that and get back to you guys shortly with it. But the thing is, when you play the Viper on Icebox, it still makes a lot of sense. Toxic Screen really breaking those sight lines. Poison Cloud, very helpful on the defensive end as well. And either way, whether it is going to be that post-patch Viper or the pre-patch Viper, you will expect some great poison play here from the side of SE Atlas. Very excited to see that. Very excited what they will do alongside that Sage. Sage, a very strong pick as well on a map like this. Wall of things like the Tube, wall of things like a site, go for the defaults on B itself, and time again, if you can really cut off those sight lines, cut off a little bit of a slice of heaven, a slice of the site for yourself, then you already know that it is going to be an easier take, an easier defense, and an easier way to go about things. But here we are on Icebox, ladies and gentlemen. Our map will start things off on Icebox. Next map will be Ascent, and then finally we will be going, I do believe, onto Bind, was it, for our final map. But here we have it. Atlas versus BREN going to be coming on in. Atlas right now looking to go for the siege. BREN in the meantime, he's trying to fight back. We'll see how this one is going to work out as immediately we do get the lineup play here. Seems like Atlas already going for a bit of a push so far. And oh, Yoshi and Humi, they get one apiece. Omen there for Humi as per usual. And it does seem like BREN trying to hold the lines as much as possible.
You can see here now the plant will come on in towards the B side. Dre, he's going to find a frag there on the Humi. That brings it now to a 4v3 in the favor of SE Atlas. So a good opening start here on the attacking side for them. But as they try and go for the retake here, BREN Esports, they're going to have to find an opening pick. They are stacked here towards alongside Kakarot playing yellow right there. They're going to try and go for this defuse, maybe a half at most. That blast back is going to kind of knock him away from trying to stick it on. The paint shell is going to further dissuade him from trying to go for that defuse, but Dead Step will find the opening pick here on Dre. That brings it now to a 3v3, and they're doing good to hold on to this. Kakarot's able to find one on Jesse Vash. Will he find more is the question, but Dubstep finds a double kill. Kakarot will get that second frag. Give him a third, why don't you? And they get a good opening start here. SE Atlas starting things off with a double, well, make that a triple kill coming from Kakarot, and they do get a pistol in their way.
And there we have it, SE Atlas with a good start, and really can see the power of the Sage there coming in to fruition. Just goes to show though that Kakarot also looking pretty potent so far. And we've been talking about his huge game the last time they were here in the Challengers Playoff stage, and he is going to be looking to start things off in a good way as well. But yeah, a little bit of a technical pause, just get the kinks, get everything working as per usual. Second round though, and it will be Atlas buying the guns that they need so far. Thing is though, with that Reyna and the Raze together, if Kakarot can really just rampage with that Reyna, time and time again, he's just gonna have a lot of, a lot of value with that pick overall.
Lots of value to be had with, of course, that Reyna and all that.
On the defensive side, seems like they are going to be running that Sage comp as well. Vash, of course, going to be on the So Vash So Good and the So Clean darts that we all know and love. And that's the thing. So we're going to be getting back to us on the caster side. Just make sure everything is fine and dandy. But what do you think here? Reyna's on both sides. We've got Borkum back on the flex role, and he's playing that second duelist. Seems like for BREN, it's back to square one, back to being like, okay, remember your roots, remember where we come from, and try to grow as a team from there yet again.
Very true. They have moved Borkum from, that controller role now into the duelist. And I think it's something that they really should try and explore more. And I love that they're doing that here at the VCT already, because it actually has been, I feel like, sort of a coming back to home for Borkum. I know that he's a type of player that would, of course, play any role that is assigned to him, no matter what, because he's a team player. But I feel like he does work better on the duelist here. They did lose that opening pistol round, and it's a good start, especially here for SE Atlas. That's the start that they do need if they want to be able to take this map away from BREN Esports. And so you saw Kakarot there, of course, with the Reyna being able to sustain himself with the heals, and of course get information as well with the dismiss. And that's exactly why you want a player like Kakarot on the Reyna to be able to enable him to make those kinds of plays. And we can actually see both teams employing that, that style of having a Reyna there. And so Reyna, even with, the nerf that they gave to her maybe a month or two ago, she's still very viable, because in reality, you'd probably just take 2 fights, which is, the amount of heals and dismisses that you get. You take 2 fights and you probably go down after your third, right? If you get a third kill, then that's up to you. But I still think she's very much viable. Teams obviously still think she's in good place, and that's why you can see her here at the VCT still. And I've been liking so far that opening pistol round. I like that they actually were able to get very quick control of the B site before anything else. And maybe something that could be adjusted into is how the Viper wall was placed. They place it there towards mid, which is a good idea. That's to cut off, anybody trying to go walking under the pipes, and of course coming in from boiler in the elbow there. But it's something that, now I'm not sure if the patch, as we said, if we're in the current patch, the Bucky nerf, the Viper buff, as well as the Yoru buff. But yeah, it's something that it's a very curious thing to see how they'll continue to play Viper, because you can expect that Viper pick rate to go up once that patch does come live. And if we are, then that's exactly the effect of it.
Yeah, and really interesting also. I do believe Astra should be enabled by now, so it
Yeah.
just goes to show that there's a lot of options on that control side. But then Viper on Icebox, something that has really been standardized in certain metas in certain regions. And if you do want to play that Viper, then the best place to do it is on a map like this. But it seems like we are back into the action here, ladies and gentlemen. And with Atlas having that 1-0 lead, we are going to be seeing quite the show from them to start things off. There has been that general feeling though that Atlas, this team, they got surprised in week number 3 last time in the last stage because they didn't really get to go against BREN. Sure, there was no BREN in the brackets, so already made it through the Masters, but many of their playstyles, many of the things that we've seen them prepare for does feel like it's an inclination versus BREN Esports. BREN though in the meantime, with Borkum back on that flex role, he's playing the second duelist right now, and usually he does play that flasher indeed. The Reyna, you can kind of do the same thing. Leers, you can go for those flashes. Sure, it doesn't really, or that near side effect rather. Sure, it is going to be effective at really getting the face of the opposition. It doesn't blind your own teammates, but Borkum, he still needs to step up, get those kills, and find ways to use orb after orb after orb coming into this one. Atlas though, what is going to be the plan of action? Phantom there for Kakarot. He's halfway through to the Empress. And one beautiful thing about this beautiful game is because when you have that Empress online, it's not 2 orbs to juggle, Mr. Black and Blue. It's unlimited orb works as much as you'd like. And you can find so many different ways to just go for the 1v5. And if Kakarot feels that in him, then he might be able to make it work.
Yeah, I'm actually feeling really good about the place that Reyna is right now because I feel like, having four, dismisses and heals back then was a bit too much. But now if you're in the ultimate, give her all that she can with that Empress online by all means. We want to see those amazing plays. And so we're just Dax, here we are again with the War Pengus, the Battle Pengus, and the Snowman. But I'm just waiting for the game to go underway. We're actually about to get the round started here now, and no minimap, but we will try and call it as it is. Early mid control trying to be taken here by the side of SE Atlas, but they do give it up right quickly. You can see the push is already here coming towards Zong, and that frag is going to be found on Dispenser. I believe that was Yoshi who was able to find that frag with a Frenzy there. So there's a 3-man push now coming up towards the side of the B site, and you can see a sole defender here is already playing by yellow. That's going to be Jesse Vash on the Sova. He's going to have a lot of work to do to try and hold them off. Or actually, that's Humi. That should be Humi because he commonly plays this yellow spot. Yes, it is. Paranoia will be released as soon as they do push out, but holds back on it. One-way smoke. Try and buy him some space and some concealment to work with, but he is going to get found here from, well, that is going to be the Reyna of Kakarot, and so he's 2 away from this Empress, and they do find another frag here on him, and Kakarot is able to find a double this round already. This is, of course, kind of a bonus round for them, and BREN, well, they do give up the plant. There's nothing that they can really do about it. Atlas are going to take this one. Probably just nothing that Jesse Vash can do in this situation. It's a 1v4, and they're feeling really hot right now. So Atlas, the weight isn't more than they can handle.
Yeah, they can just handle it very, very easily with all the guns they have and more. And from that point on, it was just that yellow control, all about getting the push over to B site. And it just seems like they had such a good handle and what needed to be done. So this is going to be time now for BREN to try and turn things around. It's 2-0 in favor of Atlas Esports, and they do want to make sure that this can be a very effective push for them if ever they can find the picks that they would like. Rifles abound yet again here for the side of Atlas though, because some of them did get some buys on, and what is going to be the plan here? Kakarot, he had that Phantom from round number 2, bring it over to round number 3 now. In the meantime though, Kakarot here on top of green for the side of BREN. Atlas getting a bit of that mid control. Odin though in the hands of Jesse Bash. He's trying to spray it down behind the boiler, waiting for a bit of that push. That's going to be the wall into play, but that Odin can easily bust it down, and now it will just be Dubstep cleaning up house as much as he can before he falls. It's 3 down immediately here for the side of SC Atlas. There's the wall up right now, and surprise, surprise, there's a bit of a catch. It's all up the Dre. What can the Viper even do? Absolutely nothing. It's BREN Esports able to hold, and that Odin out of nowhere, a very good call, because barrier orbs mean nothing to this gun.
Completely just shreds down any semblance of an attack there coming in from SE Atlas to Odin, the all-seeing eye, the godfather of it all, just smacking them down, slapping them in place and telling you, okay, stop with this monkey business. We're taking round number 3, our first gun round here for BREN Esports, and it's already working out. And so as we finally are kind of getting things back here, we do have the minimap back online for you guys to see. We can see early mid control already trying to be contested by both sides. You can see that smoke is going to try and give them some concealment, but Jesse Bash here knows better. He does have the owl drone to try and give them that reconnaissance, and Yoshi's going to find an opening pick on Dispenser. That's a big find to remove the Sage to start things off here for the side of SE Atlas, and so it's a good opening pick once more. They're going to be trying their luck again here towards the B side, where Humi has fallen back here into the site. Not wanting to play from yellow, he knows that there might be a bit too much for him to deal with. That aggressive smoke already tells him that he kind of wants to fall back, and so they're bringing the spike here towards A. Dax, and this might be the right idea considering the fact that you can see the heads of BREN Esports right now are currently concerned for a B site execute.
Yeah, they're already rotating there as they did lose one member on those lanes, and Humi be watching on out. Big fake gameplay here though from SC Atlas. This Viper catching out a lot of attention for now, and as soon as they realize there's going to be no push here from Dre and the rest of the team, it will be BREN Esports only scramble on A side, because Atlas, they've already made the fake play work. The brain is really big here for the side of SC Atlas. It's all about the smarts for them, and the plant is going to be down and out. So spike planted, wall is set up. And look at this, SC Atlas given a lot of time to fortify their position, allow that wall to really build on up to the best degree. And BREN Esports now trying to go for the collapse, trying to go for the cascade, and Dubs up with the kill there onto Yoshi, removing him from the equation. Kakarot in the meantime trying to go for the Empress, but Borkum says this is my crown instead. Dre would kill onto Humi, and for the side of BREN Esports, they will have to keep an eye out because Bry is going to be there on the high ground. 2v2, Dubset though with the Blade Storm. Brian Tim get the cleanup on, and SE Atlas, the work has been done, and they are going to be able to take that 2-round lead against BREN.
A great post plant coming there from SE Atlas. So you play that default plant perfectly. You place it by the ropes, you spike the ropes, and then you have, a player play nest, you have a player play towards pipes, and well, they just may work out. You can see obviously the benefit of playing off site there coming to full effect, and so a third round on the board for SE Atlas. Of course, Icebox is a bit more, attacker favored than other maps, but still, they're doing really good right now to start things off with. 3-1 on the board. And I believe BREN Esports, they shouldn't be fully equipped to be taking these fights right now. You can see them all the way there at the end of B Long. You can see them playing towards yellow. The Sage will fall back. That is going to be Dubstep, further progressing backwards, and so Dubstep on the edge of things here. He is on the jet. Humi to try and support him. They actually have 3 members here focused towards holding his B-side. Jesse Bash on that long roam here towards mid. A good push from him to find Dre. The Viper goes down. That's a lot of the crowd control. And, well, basically, he's a controller, so lots of the crowd control that they could have otherwise had on this attacking side removed already. And Tim, he's going to chime on back, getting the trade on the Jesse Bash. That gives him some opening to work with here towards the mid. But Dispenser, he's playing this close. He might find a free opening pick, but no, the Spectre will not prevail. They will get the res here, Tim, on the Dre, and that brings it down to a 5v3. So SE Atlas, they're looking really good right now. Nothing lost, but nothing gained much either, aside from those 2 frags. They did have to use the res to get them a full 5-man lineup, but they do have full, A-side control here, and that's going to be a lot hard to deal with. But Borkum has something to say about it. Not going to continue on, though, as Bry is going to get the trade off real quick. 42 on the post plant. It'll be Kakarot getting Dubstep, and well, Humi, he's going to chime on in, but Dax, this might be a done deal if he can't get the 1v3.
Yeah, it's very much a 3v1. So difficult right now for Humi. He's needing those angles against the opposition. But look at that Viper on a very aggressive stance. Yoshi gonna be helping on that as well. And as soon as Humi peeks from the side, it's Yoshi getting that chomp, getting that shot, and getting that kill. Support the one right now. And it was a good pick off there from Jesse Vash to play into the mid. Catch out the Viper, looking to go for the line, not looking to go for that control onto B site. But then again, it just seems like for the side of SE Atlas, they use that Sage to the best degree one more time. They wall on up, they find a kill, sure. And then after that, Resurrection comes to get one more takedown in a 5v3 like that, pushing onto A site. It's just clear sightlines here for SE Atlas, all up to them right now if they can keep up this tempo, because BREN Esports, they've been shell-shocked right now.
1-4 on the board, and BREN Esports, you seem shaken, as he said. Are they stirred? Humi playing on top here with a sheriff in hand, looking down, and I think that, yeah, they do get the target hit, so they do have some information that they are kind of waiting outside here towards the spawn, towards A main, but Humi, he does have this one-way smoke to play with. If Yoshi goes and aggressively peeks this, it might be his demise, but I think he's looking to challenge it once it does dissipate. They do have 3 players stacked on here. The Aldron comes out to find information. They do know where Humi is right now. He's going to have to fall back, and he does. Going back to the side, Paranoia does land to buy him some time, so a good counter reaction there coming in from Humi. This is exactly why BREN Esports have been so good on Icebox, because of how he plays the B solo. But now he does have some help with him. Spencer has come on in. He's going to be playing right on top, so they're kind of stacked here to try and hold on, but now the call has been made. SE Atlas, they seem to be pointing their sights towards the A site this time, and once more, they're going to try their luck. They did take the past 2 rounds going for an A site execute. Will it be a third?
Just gonna go for it again. They've been really confident in these 8 takes. They've had such good angles, especially post-plant. But Dubstep, he's still feeling the Bucky, but that boom bot exposes his position, and Bry easily gets that takedown. Borkum, though, in the meantime with a counter. The classic in hand, enough to get that kill. The Spencer also going for that taps and going for that take. Spike planted though, and it's 3 versus 4. Tim though spraying it down, getting a takedown. Jesse Bash making it count. Kakarot though hiding on the side. 2 bullets to the chamber. Unfortunately for him, he only has enough to get healed with the side of Jesse Bash instead, not Borkum. But Dre now with the line as the poison is looking to stack onto the Reyna, but the ticks, it's just not enough. It's at the very edge, and Dre, even though he had an understanding where to throw that snake bite out, it's still not enough, and BREN Esports will be able to defuse it under the nose of SE Atlas.
A good retake this time happening from BREN Esports, even though they had, the economy disadvantage, still able to make it work, and now they're going to be able to fully buy up and really invest into this round. So this is really one of the first few full gun rounds we're going to have here today in this match, and so they have, well, half the deficit up now, 2-4 on the board. They can cut it down to just 1 if they are able to take this round. You can see a smoke on out there coming from Humi already. Good denial on the recon dart, just a single one to deny that recon bolt, and so we're gonna see if he's gonna be able to play off that position. He has been using it a lot, and so by this time SE Atlas should kind of expect that he's gonna be there boosted up on top right at the end of B long, and so he has to be careful with what he's doing right now, especially as this Aldron comes out to confirm that suspicion coming in here from SE Atlas. They know he's falling back, and they know they have a clear path ahead, a smooth road ahead to really try and take control of yellow before they try and go and push for B if they ever do commit to it. But I think it might just be have like an A fake here. The spike is now coming towards the B site. They seem to be committed towards going to B. They still have 50 seconds left on the clock, so they do have time to work with here. Nothing that they really have to really kind of get too eager with, because they still do have time to make a quick rotate if they wanted to. But it seems like the B side commit is going to come on in. Here comes the showstopper. Whose telly will she turn off? Her own dispenser will get her removing off the board, and they will try and go for the spike plant now, but Dax, will they be able to do it? Yes, they will. Toxic Wall, the Viper ultimate comes out. The pit will be released, and Humi has no qualms about just pushing on in. He finds Tim too.
1 HP and the Dream. Kakarot in the meantime with the kill off the Dubstep. And the thing is, this Viper Spit getting in such big ways up the side of BREN. And not only that, there's the Hunter Fear being unleashed as well. Now we see a bit of a push there. Kakarot and kill onto Borkum so far. All eyes on Vash. He doesn't have the shock darts, but he does have the angle against Yoshi. Onto the inside he goes, but Dre, he's keeping an eye out, and enough is enough. The highlights are there for the side of SE Atlas, and they are going to be up by 3. And I love how they just went for plan B there, deciding, okay, Viper Spit, it's time to strike. It's time to really set it up. Go for the wall, go for the kills. But Kakarot, this guy is just looking nigh unstoppable. Performance that we have expected from him on a duelist like this. 10 kills to his name, and really bringing up the banner of SE Atlas.
He is shining, to say the very least, right now here on the Reyna on Icebox. So Kakarot, as he said, double digits already as we're moving into round number 8. You see another A execute coming in from the side of SE Atlas, a fast one this time. They're going to be pushing on in, and Dubstep, he's going to have to retreat, but Bry is going to shut him down and punish him for going a bit too eager there on the ult charge. Borkum's able to find a frag with a classic in hand, and Tim will get the quick trade off on him as well. It's going to be a 4v3 right now in the favor of SE Atlas. You see BREN Esports, they're trying to go for the rotate, but Humi's going to get shut down. Dre will take him off of the board. It's going to be a 2v4 double man deficit now here for BREN Esports. We're going to have to make this retake happen right now, but I don't think it's going to work out in their favor, as Bry is going to find another frag. Jesse Bash will be his victim this time, and in the end, it's going to be all on Dispenser. Who will get taken down? Yoshi will get it. They almost flawless round. They only lose 1 member, and that attack Dax, and well, SE Atlas looking very hot right now on such a cold map.
And that's the thing, they're not gonna fall for it a second time. Not gonna be losing to the pistols, and they're not gonna be relying on the snake bite anymore. They will confirm, and they will secure the side with their own hands. SC Atlas now putting on quite a show. And really does feels like that these guys have prepared against a matchup like this. Retribution is on the plate here for SC Atlas. All they need to do is order it and just serve it up to the best degree. Can they keep this up though? That will be the question. BREN Esports down by 4, but we've seen them come out of holes like this before. Yoshi right now, he's been really the stalwart. He's been the star of the show for many times for the side of SC Atlas, but right now he's really supporting. He's really going for that intel, and he's making sure that everyone knows exactly where BREN is setting on up. Right though, patience is a virtue, and Borku will go down. Atlas right now with the pick off onto the Reyna, really shutting it down. Res is available though for BREN, but that's the thing. It seems like they haven't really been able to use that res as much as they would like. Jesse Bash though with a kill onto Dre, and they're removing the Viper from the equation, but it still stands in a way where SC Atlas can go for that res. And BREN Esports, they're trying to go for it as well, but Atlas looking to contest that corpse and contest that A site very, very soon.
Well, you can see here now that they do have, well, a push coming on in as Bry is able to find Borkum. It's a big pick. Swing things back their way. The res did come up. No more ultimates up on the board for either team to be employing here. And that toxic wall will buy them some concealment, but you can see Humi just walking straight through it. The decay will get him that 50 HP off immediately, and Kakarot's gonna give a clean cap of the head. Jesse Vash will return the favor to Kakarot too for his teammate, and so 3v4 right now. This is still doable for BREN Esports, honestly. They do have the Hunter's Fury here on Jesse Vash to employ, and we know what type of damage he can do with that. They are all stacked here as well towards V-Long, which does favor their situation out here. BREN Esports and Dispenser is going to find a frag on the Bry. There it goes! Jesse Vash, a third frag on him. Yoshi's going to be taking down the opposing Sova, and Dubstep's going to find the last frag. The double kill going his way, and BREN have come back through it. As I said, when they were going for the retake, this is actually favoring them. The fact that they're all towards V-Long, and Jesse Vash does have his Hunter's Fury on means that he can actually line them up quite cleanly, especially with that recon dart coming on in. And there you go, BREN Esports. They are a round away from tying this, getting the deficit here to just 2, which is a lot more palatable and reachable from what they had early on, being down 4 rounds. All they need to do right now, honestly, is get maybe 5 rounds on the board here on this defensive side, and when they come into it, if they get a 5 to 7, that will be enough for them to make the comeback on the second half when they do go on the offense. And so they're looking, I wouldn't be really too worried right now if I'm BREN, because they are on a good pace. SC Atlas are in the lead, yes, but BREN, they do have a chance to make this one come back.
Now the thing is, the Recon Darts to scan the lane, and then the Hunter's Fury to bring the pain. We know already that Jesse Vash, he loves seeing people set up by green because it's just so easy for him to line things up and get those takedowns. Dubstep also with just such style there with that double kill, really keeping it smooth, keeping it calm. And BREN Esports, this team, they know to be adaptable, they know how to adjust, and we're seeing it right now. But SC Atlas have really taken inspiration from other regions, and they're trying to bring in their own flavor of play against the opposition. Borkum though, giving BREN Esports now the advantage. Spike planted here by Atlas on A side, but we'll see what the Empress can do. It's BREN on the outside looking to siege on in. And in the meantime, we got Dispenser. We play the high ground of Ember, but Dre with a kill off the Borkum. Here comes the Paranoia into the kill. Dispenser timing that perfectly alongside Humi. 2v1 though. There's the defuse drop down, gonna be into play. That dark cover getting in the way. There's a reload right now, and we see Yoshi going for the dart. Humi gonna be going for the swing. The headshot connects, but it's not enough firepower. Humi shrugs it off, gets the kill for BREN Esports, but that was just so costly for them. And Atlas, even though they lost that round, they still have a good lead on the economic side and in the points.
A very difficult situation there coming in for the side of SC Atlas. The Sova at the end, that was Yoshi who really had to take that 1v2 in the pocket, and he almost did. He did get the gush, the dink on Humi at the end there with the classic in hand. Maybe if he had the Sheriff, it would have been more deadly, but well, Humi, we know how he can perform in those situations, and they timed that Paranoia perfectly there to be able to confirm the frag as Dispenser was coming in from the rafters. And so good job from BREN Esports so far to make this comeback, start to work out. They do smoke out mid here to try and get them some concealment from Boiler, and so here comes a Hunter's Fury coming in from Yoshi. A bit too early, I might say, to be answering with that to start things off. almost seemed like he wanted to fish for an opening pick with that, but it doesn't typically work out that way. Here comes the flash. This nearsightedness will get them an opening pick, but not too much more aside from a double kill, which is a good start, to be fair, making their way in towards the B side. But Dre is gonna catch Borkum off on the rotate, getting him a bit too eagerly, walking out with his knife, and that's gonna be a planter towards the B side. It'll be a bit difficult now for BREN to make his comeback happen on this round at least to get the post plant off.
Way too aggressive there from BREN. Committing the Sage and the Omen like that, really removing a lot of utility in any kind of situation. And from that point on, Seattle said, hey, B-side, it's free, it's clear, and we can go for it. It's now all eyes on Dubstep and Jesse Bash to do it yet again. They've been clutch so far in this game for this team, but right now, they have to realize that, okay, this is a little too perilous, we'd say, and we're going to be going for the save instead. That Kitchen, though, it's just smoked on out by the Viper Spits. Dre is just keeping the high ground away from BREN Esports. And that's the thing, with the Viper Spit set up here by the Viper like that, as Jesse Bash turns around to get the tap, it really removes such a good angle of the opposition there. There's no way BREN can really push into that one without the Viper seeing them. They have to go through the Snowman or the other side as Yoshi catches that dubstep there. And looks like cleanup is on the menu for SE Atlas 7-4. And this is the last round of the first half, and BREN Esports absolutely broken on the economy by this point.
That is true, and it's going to be quite difficult to get this round, but if they do, as I said earlier on, all they need on this half is to get 5 rounds on the board. If they bring it to 5-7, they can definitely make the comeback happen in the second half because you win that attacking pistol round, which you kind of are favored to. That gives you probably 2 rounds in a row because you're going to have economy advantage afterwards if you play it right. And, well, you can tie things up 7-7 at the 3rd round of the half. And so we're going to see now if that's going to happen exactly. They are low in economy here, but fortunately they are on the defensive side. And so they can make work of the SMGs and shotguns that they do try to employ. But Bry's going to open up on the dubstep here with a frag. The showstopper is going to end his story, and that's going to bring it down to a 5v3. SE Atlas already looking to do cleanup duty here at the last round of this half dax in the post plan. Doesn't seem to be working out here for BREN.
Is so difficult. There we go though with the resurrection and Dispenser bring Dubstep life. Humi Dispenser though are on the roll, and finally the Blade Storm is unleashed here by Dubstep. Can he get more? Catches the head of Dre. Yoshi goes down, and BREN Esports, they don't care about any kind of situation. They'll find a way to clutch. They will find a way to overpower the opponents, and from that point on, the style was there, the groove was there, and the dance of death from the Blades was the way to go for BREN Esports.
They knew what they had to do, and at the end of that order from the menu came a BREN Esports clutch out 4v3, making short work of the remaining defenders on the side of SE Atlas of the spike here. And so here we go. Second half comes in, and as I said, 5-7, this is all they need, really, to make this comeback happen. They win this pistol round, they're able to take the round right after. We're at 7-7, coming to the 3rd round of the second half. And that allows a lot of things to be happening, really, and made by BREN Esports to make the comeback happen. So 5-7, this is a good scoreline to get the half off. It's better than going 4-8 for sure. And so right now, BREN, they are at the cusp of making this comeback happen. And if we know that they can play, if they play their pistol round as well as we know that they can, then this might be a tied game at the 3rd. And so pushing out here towards B very aggressively. Dre's gonna have to fall back on the Viper, even though he's playing on the Viper. Solo Viper realizes he cannot continue to take that fight and re-aggress, and he's gonna wait for his team to try and help him out if they actually do commit towards the B side. But you can see them actually crawling up here all the way towards the A side. Instead, the spike is here as well. Just a very early push towards the B side to try and, pull some response coming in from SE Atlas. But BREN seem to be committing here towards his A side more than anything.
Yeah, BREN looking to go for the push. Thing is, though, the Dispenser is the top frag right now for BREN Esports. And a while ago, there was one point where it feels like Dispenser was just dying a little too early into the fights. Couldn't really get the reses as much as he would like, compared to Tim, who didn't really die too much. But there we have the 1-for-1 trade. And Dispenser, now on the attacking side, if this aggression has been the way to go for him, then he gets some quick kills, and he will be in position to, at the very least, go for a res later on. Right, though, he stepped it up on the second half of that first half, but now he's going to be stepping onto himself because he just pulls there. Yoshi and Tim, though, on the board here for the side of Atlas. Jesse Bash all alone, but Bash able to get on the way. Shock dart right now to Ray. 10 HP versus the Sova, who's quite low as well. One bullet might make a difference. And peekaboo, I see you, says Jesse Bash. Is this a drone? And is this a kill? It's Jesse Bash feeling the clutch yet again here for BREN Esports. And they're one away from tying it up against SC Atlas, who's really been impressive so far in this map.
Man, Jesse Bash is so good on those clutch situations post-plant. He's been doing it time and time again. A great heads-up play for him to let loose that, very slow-moving shock dart, to time it perfectly, honestly, and get that damage to bring his opponent down to just 10 HP. And once again, Jesse Bash just so good on these clutch situations. But as we're coming in here now, as you said, they win the first opening pistol. Will they be able to win the second round? They should be, because they do have economy advantage. And there we go, Dispenser opening up a double kill with Spectre in hand. This is looking like a tied game as we come into the third round of the half, and so it's already looking very well for BREN Esports here to make the comeback happen. Borkum's going to find the frag in Yoshi. It's going to leave 2 members left alive, and Brian's going to chime on in. Classic in hand. Okay. He finds his Spencer, trying to make his mark. He does retrieve the Spectre as well. Going for the wall bang here. Borkum finds another head. Dubstep will get the last. And as we said, 5-7 easily. Could be 7-7 if they win the pistol round. Called it BREN. They have tied things up.
Things looking good here for BREN. Seems like it's just your classic slow start BREN that Atlas was able to capitalize on. But for now, the boys in black and yellow are ready to just bring in the hurt and bring in the pain against the opposition. Thing is, for SC Atlas, they will need that survivability that we saw from Tim a while ago to keep them alive, keep them in this fight, and counteract whatever BREN Esports wants to do. Because on the other side, you have this Spencer basically playing Battle Stage right now. He went in on grade, jot the entries there for the team, and he should be very close to that resurrection. But Kakarot, he doesn't want to be the one who's been stepped on. He wants to step on the opposition instead. And to kill a dubstep like that, it's a great call to order. Thing is, though, BREN Esports given an opportunity to play into the mid instead, and they come for the flank on B side. Borkum right now holding on to the other side of the container. Paranoia here from Humi, and Borkum not throwing the Leer down, but Yoshi does get the kill. Bry, Tim on the board. Jesse Bash, though, from afar, still trying to make this one work, and that's gonna be the takedown there. The bonus round for BREN Esports cannot be capitalized on by the attacking side. SC Atlas gets back into rhythm, gets back with that turnaround on the third round of the second half, and they keep the lead in their hands.
A great response here from SC Atlas, and they have not given up the lead entirely throughout this match, even when tied up with BREN Esports here. SC Atlas are like, yo, nah. We want this match. We want this map. We want to take map number 1, get the good start, because they know if they let BREN heat things up and even lose this map, then BREN are probably, are looking good to take the next few maps afterwards. They still have to respect how, BREN have proven themselves time and time again to be the top dog here in the Philippines. But SC Atlas right now looking to challenge that title. Will they be able to take map number 1? Will they be able to finally, put a stop to kind of like the big endgame raid boss that has been keeping SC Atlas at bay here at the VCT, which has been BREN Esports? And so a site execute coming underway here. It's going to be the solo Reina on the site, but a quick rotation in from the defending Sova there to help him out, Yoshi, if they ever do come his way. So Borkum be the first one to make contact. He and Dubstep will be playing the contact play here, as they're both a duelist. Lear does come out there to try and force him to be nearsighted, and you can see the execute is already coming underway. Recon Dart has been denied very quick and cleanly, coming in from the side of BREN Esports, and here is another one, a flash, to try and get them that plant safely. They're all stacked up here, but a great denial from Yoshi to get the frag on the Humi and deny the plant from happening. That's going to buy them even more time to make this retake happen. That's also going to force out the res coming in from Dispenser here, and there are no more ults aside from the Empress on the side of BREN Esports. SC Atlas, they're dry out of ultimates right now, so they're going to have to make it happen the old-fashioned way, and Yoshi will get a triple kill. Now Tim, he's going to answer back on a dubstep here, Dax. It's all going to be in the hands of Borkum. Can he do it? He finds a frag on the Kakarot, the opposing Reina. Will he find more? He will find the second kill. He does just miss out of it too. It's a 1v2 situation here.
Can we see Borkum do it? He's gotten another one. It's 4 in a row. Yoshi, though, in the meantime, gonna get seed, but the defuse defuse. It has been stuck, and even though you get Borkum with the ace, it's Yoshi with the clutch and the proper decisions at the proper time. That was too close to call, but SE Atlas, they were able to get the defuse anyway. And Yoshi, man, this guy, he has been clutch for the side of SE Atlas time and time again. Really one of the founding fathers of SE Atlas, and with just how he really played that A-side defense was just so sublime. The shock dart to get the connection onto Humi, the kills from top the rafters, and just the decision to go for that stick, go for that defuse. Atlas saying, hey, you yoinked around from us a while ago, we'll take one back. 7-9 right now, and BREN Esports, even though we do have Borkum now feeling it after a pent like that, it still is the SE Atlas with the advantage. And this is so good right now for Atlas, because if they win map number 1, we go into Ascent, and we've seen BREN lose at the local scene on a map like that before. So a lot of work needs to be done by BREN right now just to make this one work.
What a round we just saw on that A site execute there. Definitely one for the Bucks, and so Borkum, even with the clutch, could not get the round going their way, unfortunately. He is seeming very hot right now, though, and so they have to be careful of what he can do, but Bry is going to shut Dispenser down. It's a big find here. And you see the rest of the BREN Esports members, as Borkum does find Bry in return, are actually quite low already in health. Like, 2 of them are at half HP, and so that's going to be big as they try to make their execute here happen, especially since they're on a bit of a low economy. So they do pick up the Vandal here on the Jet. That's going to be Dubstep trying to make things happen, and SE Atlas, they're still being wary of fully rotating here towards the B side. You can still see the Reyna holding things off there towards A, and they're not going to fully commit to this rotate just yet. They're going to play the post plant, and they're going to go for the retake if they go for the spike. They're okay with giving up this B side, as they should be right now, because they could be played for a fiddle if they commit to the wrong site at a wrong timing too. And so here comes the lineup, try and buy them even more concealment, and that's going to push off Humi there from going for denial, and that's a good plant denial coming in already from the side of SE Atlas.
SE Atlas even unleashing that Hunter's Fury, crossing beams, crossing lightning, but it's time for BREN Esports to put that spike down and TP on the way. But speaking of the T's, it's Tim right now getting a little bit of a tip off and getting that takedown. Humi in the meantime trying to hide on the side, but the peek there from the kitchen means Kakarot can get that kill. Team also with the resurrection onto Yoshi, who has fallen in the field of battle. It's now all eyes on Borkum yet again, and can he actually clutch it the same way? Looking for the spray down into the takedown. He has one orb to utilize, and he breaks down the dart already, trying to take cover, gets another spray there, but Kakarot this time, the push comes to a shove, and no, BREN Esports cannot get those back-to-back aces. It's SE Atlas now getting the defuse, and they're the ones first onto the double digits. They're the ones 3 away from this victory, and I just gotta say that these guys have really prepared for a BREN Esports matchup, and they're getting their wish, and they're seeing the seeds that they really planted in terms of practice, in terms of homework, bearing fruit and giving them such a good lead right now.
Very true here, Dax. They're 2 away from match point right now, and this is actually quite a big thing for SE Atlas. You can see that definitely, if there was one team that they had to put the most homework on to try and defeat, it has been BREN Esports, and you can see the fruits of that already being sowed here by the side of SE Atlas, because, well, they've been kept once. They don't want it to happen again. And imagine if they take this map from BREN Esports and are able to take another map afterwards, and they eliminate the team that has been a top dog so far. Well, that's going to be such a big storyline here for SE Atlas to really get going their way, but the push is going to come here right now towards the A side from BREN Esports. A good position already being taken here by Dubstep. It's a very, very difficult one, though. He still has the tailwind to kind of dash his way out of danger if it doesn't go his way. And there it goes, though. A good opening frag from Kakarot once more. And they have taken control of the site here, BREN Esports, but not without giving up their main top fragger.
It's a big pick there, and BREN Esports, sure, they have that plant. They still need to be careful with that Dubstep. That extra ability was so helpful for them, and when he unleashes those blades, it's just another way to find an angle of opportunity. But Showstopper now will be unleashed here by Bry. He's flying on in, sees the corner, and gets the big boom onto Borkum there. Onto the high ground we go. It's Bry right now spraying it down as much as he can on this nest, and the Pain Souls just to add on for good measure. There's the cleanup from SE Atlas, and just the convenience again for Atlas to find another opportunity, to find those angles, to go for the pushes. They've done the work, they've done the angles, and they've really done their job so far. Can they wrap it up to get the win? That'll be the question. BREN running out of chances here in the local scene.
Oh my dear SE Atlas, 2 rounds away from taking map number 1 away from BREN Esports. That's a line I didn't think I was going to be saying today, but I'm very happy to be too, because you always kind of want to see like the underdog, you know, performing here above what you were expecting them to. And let's not joke here. SC Atlas are definitely, you know, the underdogs in this match, and so for them to be doing this well already to start things off, it's a good opening sign for them, and it's a good tale of things to come if they can continue this momentum on. But dubstep, oh, just removes Kakarot by the head, kunai to the face, and that's all he's got to work with right now. And so pushing their way in here, finally returning the favor. Dubstep, he was the first one to go down from the hands of Kakarot during the last round. This time returning the favor, giving him the same order. The refund has been given, and they do get the spike planet down. Once again, post-plant positions have been taken by BREN Esports right now. The Dispenser this time going to find the opposing stage on a Tim. That brings it now to a 5v3. SC Atlas, this retake will be a struggle. The Owl Drone does find some information there on where the Reina is playing, but for the most part, SC Atlas, they're in a very tough position to try and make this happen. Yoshi will get the frag, yes, but the quick trade-off coming from Humi, and Bri will get shut down as well by Borkum. That's a triple kill, I believe, on his side on the Reina, and so BREN Esports not letting this one get too out of hand and too out of reach just yet.
The BREN Esports roster, when the going gets tough, they get even tougher, but they had to commit the blades there. And honestly, from what we've seen so far, the blades, usually it's an ultimate that you can use for an eco round. It's an ultimate that can make your jet just pop off out of nowhere and have that extra mobility to go for those lethal kills. But it does seem like that they are relying on the Blade Storm right now to keep them in this fight. They're relying on dubstep to make the plays work, and we've seen it work out to the side of BREN. That's not enough right now for BREN Esports. They can't just rely on their clutch in this situation. They've got to be adjusted, sure, but you have Atlas right now answering back in a different manner, and it just goes to show how reserved right now Atlas has realized what they want to do. They want to make sure that they know the angles of the opponents first before anything else. That's what Yoshi is for, and that's when they execute. That's when they use their utility to go for the lineups, go for those takedowns, and looking at their composition is just so potent. If they have that intel, they can easily toss any kind of ability to help them out get those wins. And now it has to be BREN Esports playing clutch again, as the Empress now has been popped by Borkum.
Here it comes, though. The execute is coming underway to try and get the sight back in their hands here. SC Atlas. Shock Dart does not land, but does take him up for just a bit of damage. There you can see Yoshi's going to try and back off. He's going to be in for a world of hurt if he goes for another peek here, but he was going to find the frag. Bri will get the trade off of Borkum, and Dispenser and Humi all get the frag apiece. Bri will get the triple kill coming his way. Dispenser, he's going to have to dispense his res to get them back up online. 2v1 situation right now, but Bri's going to shut him down with the fourth kill. There goes the fifth. He almost gets Dispenser at the end of things. It's going to be a 1v1 here, but the spike will go off the black hole, consuming everything. And SC Atlas are going to have to give that round up after a very hard-fought retake. BREN Esports are slowly crawling their way. They're only 2 rounds here from tying things up, Dax.
Oh, that was big, though. That was big from Bri. He gets a showstopper now, which is instrumental for this A defense. And not only that, Dispenser, unfortunately, making a mistake there. He goes for the res onto Jesse Vash, but he isn't going to be able to either use his teammate as bait or cover his resurrection, because he had to reload onto the corner. Easy peek there from Bri to get another takedown. A Penta to wrap it up. Couldn't really wrap up the round with a 6K because of that, because of the stage running on away. Besides that, it just goes to show that SC Atlas, this team is absolutely lethal. Dubstep, though, dashing on in, just disrespecting the opponent, who punishes him accordingly. And it's now Atlas with the advantage. They are going to be trying, though, to find a little bit more. They're going to be looking to go for the push and get those guns away. And Jesse Vash, he's behind the boxes. This is easily wall bagged there by the Sheriffs. Kakarot with a takedown. And now BREN Esports, they played with fire, and they have been burned by the Titan that is Atlas. They have to be careful, though. But Borkum, he says, okay, let's play the flank, let's play a corner, and let's play an angle they might not expect.
Slowly crawling his way up here with the spike. He's giving his position away here, Humi, and so they kind of know the jig is up. Borkum, will he find the frag? Yes, he will. Kakarot not looking the right way. He knows there has to be one more with him, and he times it perfectly, too, for Humi to capitalize on that nearsightedness. As the Leer does come out, the smoke's coming out as well. They do have a chance to get the post plant here, the plant rather, off, and Bri, he's going to find the frag still onto Humi. Spike planter with his Sheriff in hand. Showstopper comes on in. He's going to be trying to soar high and soar fly. Will he be able to get this one going? Showstopper out, not able to catch him, but Borkum has an idea that Bri isn't towards the kitchen. The question is, who is going to be cooked this time? Will Borkum go for the frag here, or will he try and go for the plant in the post? So Borkum seems to be crawling his way towards the A site this time. No information has been found. Bry, I think, hears his footsteps, and he's gonna have to go here in the 1v1. But this time, Borkum, he has lots more going for him. The side here of Bry, all he has is a sheriff in hand to really, try and contest the Vandal that Borkum does have. So it's gonna have to come down to his impeccable aim to really buy them this round here. Will he get it? He knows he's in towards pipes right now. Borkum in the 1v1, crawling up his way here into the nest. He does have the vertical advantage. The high ground is gonna work out in his favor. And just as a Skywalker might say, he does have it in his advantage. Borkum will get them a single round away from tying things up.
Can you be the one to just find those angles? Yes, he can. It's just Borkum making it happen one more time. 24 kills to his name, especially after multiple rounds of multiple kills. Just goes to show that here for the side of BREN Esports, sure, they need the clutch, and they are getting it. Atlas, though, in the meantime, the teamwork has been impeccable. You can really see how they were just hammering on there on the green side. But unfortunately, the firepower just wasn't there, and Bry, misreading the situation, couldn't really find the target with that showstopper, and when he played onto A instead, of course, Borkum had the angle of opportunity. Just goes to show, though, that these two teams, we've been waiting for a matchup like this from Atlas versus BREN, honestly. We know that Atlas is such a strong team into the scene, but they've always, I'd say, fallen flat compared to their other performances when facing off against BREN Esports. But now, we're getting the matchup that we have been promised. We're getting SE Atlas, really bringing BREN Esports to the edge, and they're the ones with that slight advantage now to try and get this win. Gotta say, though, Jesse Bash always effective in getting the intel for the team. Also, 15 assists to his name with the shock darts also adding up to the equation. Atlas, in the meantime, we said it before, get that intel and use the utility they have to really zone out the opposition. See who can win it out now.
Can have another shot at this here, and BREN Esports, they're a single round away, Dax, from tying things up. Here, they're opening up with the Jesse Vash's Hunter's Fury, and this time it works out in their favor. And Kakarot's able to find the frag on the dubstep to trade things off here, but he's gonna get shut down quickly by Borkum, the opposing Reyna, and they will get the spike plan down here. No denial coming in from the side of SE Atlas, and Borkum's able to find another frag, but Tim will shut him down in return. It's a 2v3 right now, with the post-plan situation is very heavily favoring the side of BREN Esports, but Tim has found another opening pick on Ahumi, who's playing a very committed position. But here, Jesse Vash doesn't get the trade-off. It's a 2v1. Make that a quick cleanup as Jesse Vash gets a triple kill this time, starting things off with the Hunter's Fury and getting things done the old-fashioned way. They have tied things up here, BREN Esports, 11-11. Who will take match point?
They made that wish, and they made it count. That post-plant situation there from the BREN Esports squadron was pretty much by the book and what we've seen from them before. And this is huge here, because if BREN Esports can get back to their playstyle, get back to their roots as they've always wanted, then this is going to be such a good sign for them to keep it up and keep it simple. There's been one thing, though, for BREN Esports that has just really kept them in this fight. It is a single player having a big economy in the bank, allowing at least a bit of that sponsorship if need be. A while ago, if I wasn't mistaken, it was Dubstep having that money because he was using the Blade Stars there to get some kills and pick up some guns along the way. This time, it's Dispenser after surviving multiple rounds and getting to save even in a situation of post-plant detonation. So 11-11, BREN Esports gonna get fully kitted for pretty much a good chunk of these rounds. Shouldn't be too surprised that for the whole regulation, BREN is gonna have guns. And that's the thing, when BREN gets this economic advantage against you, they're one of the best teams really to hammer home on that point. Take advantage of that, get kills simply by going for direct combat, and you know these guys are absolutely lethal already. The flank in question here on A side. Bry, though, trying to go for that Savs. He does get it. Dubstep in the meantime with a trade, but Bry cannot get a second. Humi on the board. Tim in the meantime with the kill, and it's Humi getting another one there to make it a 3v1 as now Yoshi gets caught. It's BREN getting the match points.
They have stolen this one away from SE Atlas here, match point. The first lead taken by BREN Esports all game. Now here at match point, and you can see the fact that, as we were talking about, SE Atlas did have an economic disadvantage there, and because of that, they were not able to contest mid more and heavily. They could not peek Boiler because it just was an unfavorable fight if they did, and that allowed BREN Esports to literally walk all their way up into screens and get that opening pick, and there was nothing SE Atlas could have done about it. But now they're gonna have some economy to really work with here, and they're gonna have to make a stop if they want to extend this into overtime.
do or die time here for the side of SC Atlas. If they want to make an overtime happen, they have to do it now. But thing is, though, one of their players on the Spectre still have that slight disadvantage. We'll see, though, what the side of Atlas can do, as the Empress now has been popped by Borkum. As we mentioned before, really, let me, the two duelists have been quite the show here from the side of BREN Esports, and they decide to dash on the way to the other side. Dubstep already taking control of the Raptors and more. But Hunter's Fury here from Yoshi, trying to go for the stall, go for the kill. Drain the meantime with the kill to Dubstep, doesn't care that he's the one on the Spectre, still finds the kill anyway. And here comes Atlas now trying to go for the retake as the Empress has been popped by Kakarot.
SC Atlas, they can make this one happen. They do have the man advantage here, and Dispenser has been found. A good opening pick from Tim. Let's go as he is starting to get the ball rolling for SC Atlas. Will they extend into overtime? Bry will find it with the paint shells too on the Borkum. They're making this happen right now. 5v2 situation. Borkum Humi is going to actually shut Kakarot down in return, and that will give him an opening pick, but Bry is going to return the favor too. They're going to defuse it in his face. Nothing Desi Vatch can do to stop them from happening. No denial is going to be coming on, and SE Atlas have made overtime happen. They did get the opening, lead here in the map, gave it up at the very last round of regulation to BREN Esports, but SE Atlas are going to bring us into overtime, and they have no qualms about making this such a competitive game. 29 frags already here on the Bry Kakarot on 21. You see Borkum on the other edge of things with 27, and well, BREN Esports, the pressure is onto them now to swing things back their way. They needed 5 straight rounds to be able to come back into that one, which they were able to take. But now SE Atlas have put a stop to that. Will they be able to take this first opening round once more, as they're going to be playing on the defensive side, which was their, quite frankly, not as good as they were playing their attacking side.
First game, first match, second challengers, overtime. If this is gonna be the standard of the Philippine scene, then you should expect that these teams can be as close as can be for this amazing bracket that we'll be getting over the next 3 days. Now, Atlas, they're gonna be on the offensive, and one thing I've noticed from the side of Atlas is Tim getting so much value with this Sage. Thing is, he finds these pickoffs, sure, and usually Atlas is in an accessible position for a resurrection. They have found ways to just get that man advantage, especially if the Sage can find the kills and find the targets to get that ultimate online. Wouldn't be surprised if Tim is going to be able to get the orb right now also, as Atlas is really controlling the ultimate orb as much as possible. There's the push on to A side already. Kakarot with the entry there against Borkum. Toxic Screen in the way. SC Atlas taking advantage and taking command of this situation here.
Borkum playing a very do-or-die position there, and he got the latter served to him. Dubstep is going to be taking this fight against Dre. Dre does have a good position here, but he does get tagged up on the shoulder here by Dubsteps, who has quite a bit to work with, honestly. He does spot him out and get the frag going his way. He has to know that Yoshi is around the corner here. Great dash to give him a good position to get the fight going his way, and they will actually make this retake happen, but look at the push here coming in. It's actually a face-to-face kind of fight on the spike. Nobody's left alive here, and they will finally get the defuse off. As SC Atlas not able to take that round. BREN Esports here holding on and taking the lead once more, 13-12.
SC Atlas, they had the right idea to go for that post-plant situation, but BREN Esports doing one better, playing that flank and winning the duels yet again. Even though we got that crossfire there to see the summary execution of both Bash and Humi, it still was that backstab there from BREN, giving them the angle and giving them the round win. Now they're going to be on the attacking side, and from what we've seen here from the side of BREN Esports, does feel like they're a lot more comfy here on the attack, so this can be their chance to wrap this one up. But SC Atlas, if they can play a retake like we saw a while ago, if they can really make that teamwork, making that dream work happen, then it is such a good sign for them, because overall, it has felt like SC Atlas has been playing so well as a team in this series. They've stuck through together to thick through thin, and they've really kept it up as a roster for such a long time already since their debut in the latter part of last year. So Atlas, can they prove it here to tie it up yet again, force double overtime, or will the sheer willpower and strike of BREN Esports be too much to handle again?
Will they assert their might, or will the power of friendship prevail here for SC Atlas? Is a question here, Dax. And so we're coming into what could be the last round of this map. Spike will get planned out. No plant denial coming in from the side here of SC Atlas. But look at that. So many explosions happening on site. A bit too late, perhaps, to get that denial happening. And so you're going to have to make this a full 5-man push. They know that there is at least 2 players here towards yellow, because Umi has made his presence known. And that's going to have to be a position they're going to have to clear out quite well. And there goes a shock dart to kind of soften him up for the main push coming on in. But Bry's gonna find an opening pick on Ahumi. That's a good start. Dre and Bry, that's a second kill now here for Bry. They are bringing it now to a 5v2. They're gonna stick this defuse as well. They do get it at the half, and they finally shut it down as SE Atlas are gonna extend our overtime once more.
We go again, and this game has been the game of defuses. How many times has it been where there's still members of the other side alive and the defuse is finished to completion? I think what, 3, 4 times overall. It's just ridiculous because that time SC Atlas again with a huge retake game. They come together as a squad, use the utility to go for the wall. The shock starts to zone out that yellow start, the yellow start as well. And from that vantage point, being a race for BREN Esports, they had to go around through the middle, tried to go for the flank, but it was just a little too late. Atlas now showing how much they work. They've really put in their roster, put in their maps, and honestly, Bry doing an impeccable job. 32 kills to his name. He's gone that 30, and he's gone further than what has been expected. The Spencer, though, he's gambling right now, hiding on the side, but there's the scan, there's the dart. Immediately a wall is up, but he has no time to escape. Yoshi, again with the intellectual plays. He's just so smart right now. Prodigal really with that Sova. Borgum with this dubstep, though, in the meantime, decides to just go for the bomb rush, go for the kills. And this was what had been working for BREN. Kill everyone in front of them, no matter what. And that simple play is simply gonna be the way to go. It's BREN again on match points.
They locked them up in the kill house there towards Belong. They knew they had a great position to capitalize on in BREN Esports. They just pounced on them like an eagle would a hare trying to run away. And so BREN Esports once again bring this overtime into match point. Will they be able to finally close this map number 1 here? Will they have made the comeback successful and happen to steal map number 1 away from SC Atlas, who are trying to do the same in return? And so BREN Esports want to go here towards the A side once more. A full 5-man push is going to be coming on in. Recon Dart to find some information on what they can work off of. That Cloudburst will get the push here going as well for the side of BREN Esports. Another one to try and support that endeavor. And they will try and go for the spike plant here, but they have to be careful of Yoshi. He's playing towards the rafters. He can do so much here as a Sova, but Tim will be going down. That's a good opening pick from Dubstep, and that signals them to go for the plant right now.
Spike is set up, and here we go. It's BREN with the advantage, and won't be surprised if they can just manhandle competition if they walk into the sidelines that BREN has set up. But here we go again. Recon Ball getting the intel. Yoshi catching out Humi, trying to rappel on up, and Bry with a corner peek as well. Kakato in the meantime on the board. It's Bork now versus the world, but Bry again. He's back in action. He's back into the fight, and we go again, ladies and gentlemen. It's back into another overtime. It just sticks the fact that here for BREN Esports, it's just them deciding, okay, let's fight. That's it. Atlas, in the meantime, the utility has just been so helpful for them. As soon as Yoshi gets the scans, gets that intel, it really puts BREN in such a predicament. And it's not only a bad side for BREN because they have to move, because when they move, they get killed along the way. Yoshi with that punish, Bry with another set of kills, and it just really goes to show for Atlas right now that this team is ready to work as a unit and make it as far as possible in this bracket.
They are so good at making space here in these post-plant situations, and Bry is so great right now at capitalizing on that space made by the rest of his team for him to pop off and find the frags. You can see when they actually had the dart on, I believe it was one of the players playing underneath the rafters there. He knew the information was there. I forget who it was exactly, but Bry knew that the information was there. He knew he can swing Humi and then they can go for the players underneath, and so he's been doing full use and putting to great effect a lot of the space and the information given to him by the early opening pushers from SC Atlas when they do go for the retake here. And I just love how they're playing so much as a team. They're playing their style, and very uncompromisingly so. We know them as a team to be quite willing to give up a site and play the retake. We know them as a team to kind of drain down the time and then push later in the rounds after they have all the information and the set pieces that they can work with. And once more, they're doing it here in Icebox, playing their own style of Valorant, and it has been working to great effect to bring us here into a third overtime once more, Dax, as it seems like A site is once more going to be our battleground.
The big point here is that this is BREN Esports map. You'd expect them to have a little bit more of a hold onto these post-plant situations, but no, it has just been Atlas over and over again, making it work. It's the Viper really helping out in the equation, but it's the Soba being really that pinch play, the pinch hacker, you would say, the side of Atlas. So whenever Yoshi unleashes the bow and arrow, it's been huge, and it's Brian Kakarot executing along the way. Tim also doing a good job. He has been a bit more quiet because he's really just playing this Iron Man gameplay, survive as much as he can. Dispenser though, he's the battle stage and he is just on a rampage yet again, looking for another takedown. Fash gonna be able to get that defuse and get that kill. And for BREN Esports, that's just how it's done. Go for that hard retake by just seeing the opponent, fighting them immediately, and not even giving a chance for SC Atlas to set up the same way they know how. But if this keeps up, we're just gonna be in the same cycle over and over again. One of these two guys needs to really break this chain of events, because honestly, these past few rounds have literally ended in the same way.
It's a never-ending spin cycle here in the laundry of who will prevail and take map number 1. It's been a back and forth. It's been a battle of two titans right now. 1-2 punch, both answering back. Either way, we're getting a great match right now between BREN and SC Atlas. A rematch has certainly lived up to the hype in map number 1 alone. But once more, a site will be happening. Will Spencer there on the Sentinel be like, no way in hell once more when they actually do go for the plant, because he shut that last round down with very good picks. And so it's going to be coming towards the A side once more. Yoshi's going to be playing that Rafters position, now rotating back around towards the boiler, and kind of gives a good opening here for BREN Esports to capitalize on this. Nobody on the A side. So SE Atlas, are very, very confident in giving the site up and playing the retake. They know that that is their strength, and I think they should continue to employ that, because right now, BREN Esports are coming in hot, and they're coming in very heavy-handed towards the push. And Dre will find an opening pick on a dubstep, a bit too overeager on that angle there. It can be one that can catch him off guard if they're not looking for it, but knowing the type of players that SC Atlas are, the work that they've put in, they're going to expect that every single time. And now the post plant is going to come in. They're very, very, very patient here, waiting for the plant to actually come down, but Dispenser is going to find an opening pick in the Kakarot. They've swung it back their way, and that signals the start of the plant here, and here comes the retake as Dispenser finds once more. Borkum's going to get another one. This is seeming to collapse all the way for SC Atlas, and Borkum finds a double kill going his way. It's all going to be in the hands here of Dre, but Humi is going to shut things down, and map number 1 has been taken by BREN Esports.
Finally, BREN Esports able to overpower the competition and execute the way they know how. Dubstep getting punished very early there, but the firing squad, that was SE Atlas. And I was already thinking, these guys might need a bit of that lurk play, might wait for the opportunity. As soon as they put the spike down right, that's when someone can go for the flank and go for the pinch against Atlas, because it really feels like BREN was just showing how mechanically superior they can be against the other team. But in that situation, they waited out patiently. They said, okay, let's try to change it up, and let's just wait for the angles. Dispenser, Borkum taking matters into their own hands as well, and really playing it clutch as per usual. The top dog of the Philippine food chain still is able to get that win. But honestly, I gotta give it to SC Atlas. I've been more impressed for them compared to BREN Esports. BREN Esports, they said that they're gonna be going back to their roots, and from what we saw, sure, there were those old vanilla plays that they know how to do, those good post-plant situations and setups, a great understanding of the crossfire, but it just felt like they were just going for the brawls more often than not for the wins, compared to Atlas Jet. It was just so tactical, and I love what we saw from SE Atlas, and I can't wait for more from them as we get into the next map.
Yeah, I'm very excited for the next map coming up, as I seem to be quite a blur. But guys, we'll be back here for map number 2, BREN Esports versus SE Atlas, in just a hair. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after a short break.
watch me do my thing.
Take it to the next level with Globe's fiber, LTE advanced, and 5G mobile connection. Now you have the power to reinvent your world. Globe.
We just wrapped up triple overtime turmoil there in Icebox, and now we are going to be going into map number 2 of this amazing series so far. Welcome back, guys, to the Valorant Challengers Philippines Stage 2, week number 1, and it's already been off to quite a hot start in such a cold map. I'm Dax, I'm joined by Black and Blue yet again, and what did we just witness there, Black and Blue? It felt like it was just tactics versus raw strength, but in the end, BREN Esports, they found the clutch in them, they found the kills, and they found that final point that they needed to get that win.
To be quite honest with you, I think there were a bit too many mistakes coming in from the side of BREN Esports there. They were able to take the map at the end of things, yes, but I don't think it should have been as close as it might have seemed at the end of things, because there were a lot of rounds that really were thrown away by BREN Esports, and it almost seemed like, I don't want to say one team is more deserving of a win, because at the end of the day, if you win that map, you're the one who deserves to win it, right? But SC Atlas did seem to be performing a lot better than we kind of expected on that map number 1, and BREN Esports were not performing as good. I mean, Icebox is a bit of a pickle when it comes to maps for BREN Esports. They can sometimes be great on it, sometimes not so much. In this case, we saw a bit of the latter, but still, it gave us a very entertaining game, and so I'm excited, and I'm at least thankful that we got that out of it. But really, BREN have to be careful, because these type of performances, it just shows that they are human, they are mortal, and teams, they're catching up to the hijinks sometimes that BREN leaves open. The openings that were given to them by from BREN Esports to SE Atlas. SE Atlas were making good use of really punishing them and capitalizing on those mistakes and openings, and so time is ticking right now for BREN Esports if they cannot clean their game up, because there have been these type of mistakes that really have been, you know, it's not like early 2020 anymore where they are very firmly the top dog here in the Philippines. Teams are catching up to their game, teams are catching on to how they play, and we just saw, you know, SE Atlas already within what, it's been like 2 months since stage 1, week 1, and already they're looking a lot better when it comes into really, you know, making the adjustments and being able to read how BREN play. And I just love to see that from a team like SE Atlas, who are so firmly underdogs in this matchup. They're looking to tie things all up here in their map pick as they look and move to Ascent to bring us up.
This is gonna be big because, you know, BREN Esports, they have been the standard of the Philippine scene, but if they actually fall into the, I'd say, the usual nuances the other teams do, then they can't really rely on the usual things that have really separated them from the rest of the field like they used to. Sure, they're going back to their roots, as they mentioned. This is something that they want to do here in Challengers Philippines stage number 2, week number 1. Get back to what used to work for them, get back to really trying to figure out who they are as a team, and it is going to be a tough time against a team who honestly feels so prepared for them. And guys, we prepared amazing setups for you as well. You are tuning on in right now onto the English broadcast here at Twitch, but then again, if you want to check out the Filipino broadcast, it's over there at Facebook as well. There you go, guys. All the links that you need here for English, you got Twitch, and you have that YouTube backup stream. In the meantime, for Filipino, it's facebook.com/ppglgg. You can also go over to YouTube for another stream there at bit.ly/ppgl-yt, and tiktok.com/@helloppgl. So all the choices for your viewing pleasure. We're just happy to have you as per usual. And that game, though, that game was just such an eye-opener. I used to joke, it wasn't really a big joke. It was just more like a half meant kind of thing. It's like, hey, you know, guys, you know why Atlas didn't really win in week number 3? One was because of the Euro, but 2 was really because they didn't have BREN to deal with. It always felt like that for Atlas, it was never beating anyone else because they can do that on a regular basis. That this team can beat some of the other best teams and just trade blows, trade records with them, but they have never beaten BREN before in a series. So this is them saying, we are prepared, we are ready, and here we are as we are going to be getting into Ascent, and I'm just happy that no more Kakarot Yoru. Thank God. It is just going to be time for the Rays going to be into play instead. Single duelist here for SE Atlas. BREN, in the meantime, looking to play that double duelist comp between Dubstep and Borkum instead.
And that is something we'd love to see. Dubstep and Borkum once more trying to assert their dominance, and I think Borkum playing on the, you know, as we saw him a while ago on the Reina, him moving that duelist spot is a good decision that they should continue to explore. And I like that they're continuing to doing that here on Ascent, which can be sometimes really decided by a lot of gunfights. Of course, it is going to be a map that is tried and true and tested, and so they're going to have to bring their A game here, SE Atlas. This is their map pick, by the way. They're going to be, well, starting this time on the attacking side, and the defensive side. And so actually no, another thing about it, it's gonna be BREN on the defensive side, it's gonna be SE Atlas on the attacking, and that's gonna switch things up here because last time it was the opposite way. And as it's gonna be SE Atlas's map pick, they were looking to take map number 1 away from BREN, which is their pick, Icebox. Now they're gonna try and return the favor and get their map pick on the board. Hopefully they can take it in bit cleaner fashion than map number 1 seemed to be. But as we're moving in here now into the pistol to start things off, you can see they will be having the Killjoy here playing solo towards B with 2 players inside market to go and help out any B side pushes. Now you can see a deep smoke coming on here from the side of SE Atlas there towards mid pizza. And I like the fact that, BREN Esports are not trying to really wrestle control of mid here, because they realize if we can hold market, if we can hold the spawn, it's all we really need to make things happen. As the A main push is coming underway from SE Atlas, a lot of noise being made here already, and that pulls the defense to try and help out their endeavors. Brian and Yoshi both find a frag apiece.
Yeah, SE Atlas off to a good start. The music's to blame, but anyway, we are going to be getting back into the rhythm of things as a spike has been planted here for BREN Esports. They need to be careful because that paranoia is going to be big from Bright. Him with the cleanup. Sage still here for the side of SE Atlas. They've really been running the Sage-based composition time and time again, and it has been working for them to get the initial round win. But I do just want to mention this fact, Black and Blue. Last time we saw BREN on the Challenger stage on Ascent, they actually lost against Archangel in stage number 2, in stage number 1, week number 2 rather. So this is their chance to prove that they are still good at a map like this. I honestly say to many teams that if you're really facing off against BREN, play Ascent. Not because they're bad at it, but what I've realized in the region especially is so many teams scrim Ascent, so many teams learn Ascent by heart, and it just is the best chance to really bring your A-game against a team like this. And Atlas already proving it with a good pistol round. They have the advantage, but BREN remembering, hey, Bucky's still pretty decent here. Let's whip him out. Dubstep Dispenser having the shotguns in hand.
Here we go, coming on in, and you can see as they start things off here, the damage going in the way of BREN Esports. That's something good coming from Atlas. Bucky still ringing true. Of course, I'm not sure if we're once again playing in the Bucky nerf patch, but for now, we're going to be employing it still, and the B main push is going to come on here. Look at this very committed hold coming in from the side of Dre here towards B main. He's actually going to be Dispenser, because that's a very committed position. That's a do or die position, and right now he's able to find the frag, but the quick trade-off comes in on Dre, and that's kind of what you want to go for at the very least, 1-for-1. When holding such a, commit position like that. We're going to be going for the rotate here, though, SE Atlas to go towards short, and the only player to try and stop them in that endeavor is going to be Humi with the classic in hand. He has to fall back on in. They do close off the door. The paranoia does not land in his face, so he's luckily able to escape from the effects of that just now. And here they come on the A side. Dubstep trying to make the damage that he can. The Bucky a bit too far out range in his hands, and so it's going to be probably it as Humi goes down. The second round on the board. See Atlas able to make work of the bonus round that they were given. Now BREN Esports are going to finally be able to buy up here. Economy is coming their way. They do have the Vandals, rifles on up here, and BREN Esports are looking to make a stop.
Man, Atlas, they just have such a good handle right now of these initial rounds, and they just find such a good way to exploit the fact that we've seen BREN Esports off to a slow start multiple times in multiple series, and they take command of all of that. The rush down here from Atlas, finding ways to go for the kills, go for those targets. But then again, BREN Esports, they're not strangers to those third round turnarounds. They're not strangers to having these full kits. And we know for a fact that this team has that score advantage already, and they're going to be looking to make amends and bring it back. So for now, it's going to be a B push here from the side of SE Atlas, looking to collapse onto Jesse Bash. He avoids the paranoia, and Bash right now with that 6th sense, get rid of Tim. He's looking for a second Kakarot though with his wing and the thing, and now it's going to be up to Borkum to try and get the refrag. Borkum though might get held here by the blast back. If he gets hit by that, it's going to really shrug off his recall, his aim, and make him such an easy target there for Kakarot. In any case though, Bry opening it up, and here we go. Atlas on the B site again.
Retake coming in here from the side of SE Atlas. 3v3 right now. I should make that 4v3. Bry is at 5 HP, and so he is going to have a stick and a half to deal with to try and make this come back with. There's a lot of pressure on him to make something happen. Humi walking on here. Kakarot able to find a frag. He will get traded off though by Borkum quick and cleanly. But Humi's making his way towards the site. Will they know that there is a player here playing on the back of the site in the boat house? Yoshi will find a double kill to get the round on the board once more for SE Atlas. And they're getting a very good start here, Dax. Just like they did on Icebox, SE Atlas are very, very hot coming out of the gates running.
You know, I kind of want to shed a tear real quick, Black and Blue. I just remembered last time that Atlas brought out Yoru here, and just like, that was painful. But no, this is really what this SE Atlas squad is about. It's not just one player doing it. Look at them, everyone 3 kills. It's just complete synergy by this point, and that has been the way to go here for SE Atlas. It really made sure that they've been a top team before. They've always been that top team really, and this is their chance to redeem themselves. Not really something something that they have faltered in before, but something they haven't accomplished yet. And they're doing such a good job at it to really contest BREN Esports as hard as they can. But BREN Esports, never forget, these guys are top of the food chain for good reason. Even if they're at a disadvantage, even if tactically they're getting outmaneuvered, you just let them point and click sometimes, and it just is insane. And even with a loss of Dispenser, this is still doable for BREN no matter what. They have the Sheriffs, they have the Bucky, and they have the Spectre. All of these guns have merits for the side of BREN Esports, and it's time for them to collect their twos. Humi, though, looking to prime out that Paranoia. Avoided, I believe, there by the Killjoy, and Dre with a perfect opportunity to get the kill. But Humi, with the power of the Bucky, still in full command. 2 kills in a row. There we go, the boom bot getting past Bride, though. But Forcom still has a handle and has a quick little idea that someone is there. Peek with the dismiss and vulnerability, really keeping him alive. Now there we go with the spray down though from Yoshi and Tim, setting up a bit of a firing range on, and the Speedway will be the demise there of Dubstep. SE Atlas with the gun advantage, keeping the lead on and on and on, but BREN Esports making that a bit more costly than expected.
It's continuing on. The train is not stopping here for SE Atlas, and once more, they get a 4-round advantage over BREN Esports. And BREN right now, they do have economy to work with. You can see, obviously, Odin coming out here for Jesse Vash, trying to make full use of the amazingly huge magazine capacity that that weapon does have, and the obviously the penetration firepower that it does bring here. So he's gonna go for, I guess, a classic spam here towards B main if he does get some information going on that he can go for that play. Nothing being found just yet, revealing the area right now, and he does find Bright, who has to be very careful right now. Here comes the spam onto him. Luckily though, he's a bit more than 2 walls in between him and certain death, and so Dubstep does get paranoid, quite anxious about this one too. We'll let the Boombot out to try and buy him some space, but A Short is being pushed up here by SC Atlas, so they have to be careful of this tree position. Right around the corner right now is going to be Dre. He's going to make contact with Dubstep, and Dubstep is going to win that fight here to give them the opening pick. And now, SC Atlas, after giving up that pick, they have to slow things down. They cannot go for this repick once more, 1v1 versus Dubstep, because he's going to win that every single time. And Kakarot, well, he learns that lesson the hard way.
And Humi finding another target. Showstopper though has been unleashed, and Dubstep blowing up Tim, taking him down to hell with him. It's 3v1 at the end of all of that. Difficult right now for Dre, but we'll see what he can do. Not gonna work out whatsoever. Borkum now giving BREN Esports that final kill they need to get a point on the board. And overall, a standard cubby hold there from Dubstep. You got the raise, you have every little bit to blow up anyone who comes for those peaks, comes in onto the corners and more. And he just won those duels time and time again. But I do want to tackle the fact that Bash is on the Odin. A while ago, they tried to whip it out on Icebox, because it's really one of those tech plays you can do on maps that you don't see the Odin too much when you have a Sage on the other side. But now, it's compounded by the fact that you're on a set, so he has great angles to go for those wall banks, plus he can break down that barrier or very, very quickly. I wouldn't be too surprised to see BREN keep that Odin as long as they can coming into a matchup like this, especially against the survivalist that is Tim. But still, the score stands. It's Atlas now with 3-round lead.
Here we go as SC Atlas are looking to extend their lead to 4 once more. A main seems to be the first point of contention. One-way smoke there to try and hamper things out, but they know with the Aldrone coming on here, wine is clear. They can actually crawl their way up towards A main, and we're going to see if they're going to really commit to this. They do have the spike very far pushed up already now. Showstopper comes out, and that removes Humi from the equation quick and cleanly. Coming in from Kakarot, Borkum's going to chime on in to return the favor to the opposing Omen this time. So both Omen removed off the board. Dispenser has given his position up away, but he's going to win that fight with the wall bang on the Kakarot. How does he do this? Time and time again. Jesse Vash will find a frag of his own as well. It's going to be a 4v2 situation right now. They're going to be trying to hold on to the side here inside Hell, and the shadows is all he's going to find as Borkum this time closes the round off. SC Atlas, they have given the deficit up now, halved here by BREN Esports. They're going to make this round happen to cut the lead down to just 2.
This is looking a lot better for BREN. That retake was so stellar. Sure, Humi gets blown up to the corner, and my last thought seeing him alive was like, can you try the TP? Is this possible? That would have been so amazing if he is able to avoid the rocket, right? But the thing is, BREN Esports, they still, okay, they have the understanding how Atlas is going to be setting on up. They unleashed shock darts. They got the push onto the corners that they would like, and Atlas couldn't really do anything to stop that push. So great call here from BREN, and this is looking to be a lot better already compared to their Icebox map. Sure, they're down by 2, but they really relied on hard mechanics there to bring them back from the edge. If we see more retakes like that from the side of BREN Esports, then they will be in a good spot to be like, hey, remember, we're BREN Esports. We'll be back into the same vein that we expect. But we're not done. Atlas still in the lead, and they're changing it up here. They're looking to play into the mid. They've left the spike behind because they're not really too sure where they want to go yet. And Dre only has a sheriff, so it's an interesting round right now for Atlas that they've really bought out, even with one of their members not having a gun in tow.
That is certainly the case here, Dax, because even, with having a sheriff on hand, they're going to have to try and play off of their team play to make this comeback happen. 4-2 on the board. And, well, this round, it's not looking too well for them, of course. They don't have the full economy that they want to be playing with, but they still do have lots to work with. So they're going to leave Dre on kind of that, flank watch role right now. You can see that turret is going to dissuade the further aggression coming in from Borkum, rightfully so. They're going to be moving their way now here towards the B site, and they know that Jesse Bash is right around the corner, and so you can see a counter recon ball to try and find the information as Dubstep's going to find an opening pick on him. That leaves it now here with just 30 seconds left. To SC Atlas going to have to hard commit to this right now because they're going to be dry out of time otherwise. Borkum and Jesse Bash find a frag apiece. That's a second down for Jesse Bash, and Dubstep will find one of his own, but the double kill coming here towards the side of Bry. He on this moment is still doing work, even though he's not going to duelist anymore. Still in a 1v3. The time was ticking, the odds were against him, and this time BREN Esports does cut the lead down to a single round war.
One round the gap now between these two teams, and BREN Esports able to hold the way they know how. Teamwork makes the dream work to break that nano swarm on. Great read on the opposition, able to rotate at the right time. And BREN Esports right now doing such a good job in holding these angles, holding these sites, and it has to be also the fact that the Spencer is looking pretty comfy on that Killjoy yet again. Nano swarms are a go, all about making those traps and more. Atlas in the meantime, they cannot afford to play this slow against BREN Esports right now, because if BREN sees that these guys are playing this turtly, it is just like, okay, we'll wait for you. Come to us, we are prepared. And now Atlas is the ones on the eco round. This can be a chance here for BREN to tie things up.
Oh. Jesse Vash, though, a good opening pick once more coming from him, whom he's going to find a second. And this is looking, well, it's an eco round, obviously, for SC Atlas, but still. Trying to make their mark here, and the frag's not going their way. Dubstep's the only one who has been found here by SC Atlas. Now leaves it to Kakarot and Yoshi. We know that these two players can do so many things here from the side of SC Atlas. Right now, isn't looking to be going their way as Jesse Vash. He finds another frag. That's a second now this time. Well, Yoshi, what can you say? 32 HP, sheriff in hand. The law will be laid down, and I don't think it's going to fall his way.
So difficult right now for the side of Atlas, and overall they had a good start there. They took advantage yet again of the wake up period, I'd say, for BREN Esports. But as soon as BREN took command of the mantle of this game, they got the guns that they needed, then just goes to show, right? It just goes to show that BREN can just demolish them as soon as they get into the sidelines. And Atlas, they need to innovate yet again. A while ago, the biggest advantage they had on the attacking side was the survivalism of Tim. Because compared to the Spencer, like, sure, he was crazy on the battle stage, but he would die a little earlier than usual compared to the stage of Tim, who's like, okay, I'm just here in the back line, we get orb control, we get these reses, and I think that's really what the nuance that Atlas was able to use a while ago. That extra ultimate and that extra value out of the abilities allowed them to bridge the gap against BREN and get the anchor onto the sides, get the push that they would like. But compared to now, where BREN is just like, okay, come to us, we are prepared. If Atlas cannot get punishes like this, it's just gonna be BREN holding on to the sites time and time again, and Jesse Bash now looking to line up but Fry with a beautiful punish there at the Borkum. That's a good start here for SE Atlas, but Jesse Bash and Dubstep gets kills from afar, and just look at this, Eagle Eye really. He just has quite an understanding here of how the push is going to work from the side of SE Atlas. The wall in the way, sure, but it's just not enough. Tim has made a cage for himself in the middle. Pizza's ready, and Tim is going to be going down, unable to get a slice because BREN Esports is now up by 1.
They have taken the lead, firmly so here, BREN Esports, as we're moving into round number 9, rather, round number 10. BREN Esports are already looking to do a lot better than they were early on during Icebox, and this is a good sign here right now for BREN Esports. Atlas, who really should be feeling this pressure. You can see only Bry can afford that Vandal in his hands. The rest of them are going to have to once more go on eco here. We're going to see if that's going to be enough for them to really, you know, pull out the head here and maybe get a few frags. But Borkum is looking their way already down towards the main lobby. He's going to fall on back, and that kind of signals a sign here that SE Atlas, maybe they should think about doing the same. There is a solo Jesse Vash once more, the Sova, inside B side here, and Dre right around the corner. He has been spotted already. He did see the barrel out of Dre and doesn't even need to confirm that with a peek of the Aldro. Jesse Vash on to, very funnily enough, 69 HP, but it's going to be more than enough for them to hold back against the Sheriffs here. You can see now SE Atlas have repositioned towards the mid position, wherein they do have very shallow control here of like the pizza position, but nothing really more to be gained by taking that. They do have an option to go for like a mid B split here, but right now with these shares in hand, and of course that alarm bot there, it's going to be very difficult for them to try and aggress onto the angle. And with this, 2 defenders already in the site here for the B side on the side of BREN Esports and SE Atlas. They're pushing their way in. Borkum, Lear out to try and short sight. The player is pushing her towards the speedway, but Tim will find an opening pick on the Jesse Bash. It's a big find, and they find Kakarot's. Borkum doesn't get found rather, and Hormy, he's going to find a triple kill on the back of the site, holding things down like the almost seems like he's playing a sentinel there, just being a tower for the side of BREN Esports, and they shut things down. BREN Esports, a double round lead now here over SE Atlas.
Yeah, BREN Esports just that plan B there from Humi to step it up when the world needed him the most, and he didn't vanish this time. He was there to hold the line and get the kills anyway. That was so dangerous for SE Atlas, and honestly, it was really clutch for them to get rid of Jesse Vash like that. That Odin was ready. It was looking to prime up to just unleash the bullets and go brrr as much as possible, but it just didn't work out for him because Atlas, they still are sure shots at the end of the day. You can really see the pedigree with hitting those as much as possible. And honestly, SC Atlas, this is a team that has such experience also in the tactical FPS shooter. Wouldn't be surprised, you know, Kakarot seeing Brenny on the other side, and he's like, the good old days by his memories. But then again, if BREN is just having not only a plan B, maybe even a plan C along the way, and just having the right raids at the right time, then it allows the defense to hold a lot easier than usual. Because you see where that alarm bot is, guys, on the map? That's basically a line that says, do not cross this, because we are going to be ready to destroy you. And Atlas, they're going to be going for a lockdown in the middle, and BREN's like, okay, we're staying on the sites. It's a bit more control here for Atlas, though. At least they have space to work with, but it isn't as sure as they would like. And Jesse Bash, the lineup gun, is just so good at it. They're going to spray down. Dispenser gets one. Trado with the refrag along the way, but the damage has been done. The lockdown has been used. And BREN right now throwing the paranoia, going for the shots. Humi, though, cannot get connection. Dubstep, can he find the kill on the Killjoy? Yes, he can. Drop down right now. Hunting down Yoshi. Blast back into the shove, into the kill. And BREN Esports again, systematic and automatic to take that round.
A great swing there from Dubstep, using the blast back to give him momentum to further aggress and give momentum to his peak, and BREN Esports shutting down the pusher coming from SE Atlas. And so I kind of want to ask you, what was like the philosophy or the idea there with them placing that lockdown towards mid and trying to kind of give BREN almost like taking away mid control but keeping them guessing? So what is the idea there entirely?
Just the whole fact that they need the space. Sometimes you need to say, I just need to tell you this, that I need space, guys. I need a little bit more
I need time.
Move. I need time. You just need to understand me as, oh, cute. But yeah, that's just really just it. They wanted to play into the cubby and at least try to play a post-plan situation that was a bit more proper than usual. But it's just, well, lockdown being used like that does give a big tell that it is so difficult right now for SC Atlas to get on these sites as a full unit. And not only that, shock dart lineups are just really the answer here for Jesse Bash. Like we always say, like I always say to him, he just make videos on his page and be like, this is how you do what I do. And the Spencer now gonna be getting on the board, showstopper, gonna get unleashed here. The thing is, time is ticking and time is running out as Yoshi and Humi gonna be able to get the kills. There we go with the spray down again. Humi helping out Bash there. Kakarot though blows up the Omen, and now Dubstep unleashing hell as that is gonna be the celebratory showstopper there. We swap on sides with BREN having the advantage, and this just seems like for BREN Esports that they're back. That's just it. That first game wasn't really the A game, they would say. I wouldn't be surprised because we saw their cameras right, and they weren't as happy as you would expect for them to win a triple overtime set. But this is the confidence that they're looking for. This is the playstyle that we expect from them. And it is difficult for SC Atlas because they also were the ones who lost that triple overtime. It's such a big mental boom, I would say, when you lose a long game like that, and it does lead to suffering into the next map as we're seeing right now.
Man, this map already is seeming to be almost like SC Atlas. This is their map pick, by the way, and so it's kind of like they're looking lost on their own map pick. They looked a lot more confident playing on Icebox a while ago, and that's something that is really concerning here for the side of SC Atlas right now. Dre, he's going to have to go big. He's able to find the frag in the dub set, but taking so much damage in return. He's down to 5 HP, and he can get healed up here by Sage. Unfortunately enough, Tim is right around the corner to try and help him out. Spencer walking on in here towards B main, and he does have some information to work with. The thing is, though, will they actually commit towards his B-side push? They do have a crossfire to deal with if he goes and peeks out. Around the corner is going to be Humi there, and so he's going to be able to help him out as well. But Kakarot and Bri have a great crossfire here, and that's going to be a bit too much to deal with, I believe, to actually go for the push. Borkum's going to find a frag in Yoshi, and Dispenser will get his own on the Kakarot. Dry. He's going to try and go from the short side here, but Dispenser is going to find a second heal. It's going to be Bri this time, going down quick and clean. Tim, right around the corner, he's going to cut off Jesse Bash, able to find a frag, and the spike has been dropped, but he's going to be caught out in that position as Dre goes for the wide peak. He's going to get taken down, and BREN Esports take the second pistol round of the half. And, well, that is giving them so much kind of momentum moving into the second half, because now they have economy advantage. They have, what, a 5-round deficit between them and SC Atlas, and they're 3 away from match point, and so this is looking a lot harder for SC Atlas to come back into.
This is a huge opportunity for BREN to just run away with it. They're going to have the gun advantage, and Atlas will have to work with something a little bit different. So Dre going to be on that Bucky right now, and it's a bit unfortunate because Atlas, they had really some of the games of their lives, especially if I remember correctly, Bri just really showing on up on that single duelist. But since they're going to be running a single duelist comp this time, it just goes to show that it might be them lacking a bit of firepower that they would like, or at the very least they can't really execute the same way with BREN able to really show on up their hand in that first half. But now it's all about the gun advantage, and it's all about BREN Esports. We've seen this before from them, even the last map. You give them the guns, you give them the opportunity to go on a rampage, and they will take it. Spike planted, Atlas now really on the back foot, and I think the biggest thing Atlas needs to do here is just go back to what worked for them on Icebox. They're on the defense this time. They have a single duelist comp, and their single duelist is the Raze, as Kakarot is basically being hunted right now, black and blue. But besides that, go for those amazing full stun situations, or go for incredible holds. And okay, I know what patch we're playing on now with a right click like that, but yes sir, it's just BREN Esports, they can outmaneuver Atlas right now. They can out-mechanical Atlas right now, and what we've seen from Atlas though has been superior tactics that really gave them such a good bout in the first map, and right now they have to do it again. They have the comp to do it, they have the players who know how. All they need to do is just remember who they established last time and execute the way they should.
Well, 4-10 on the board in BREN Esports. 2 rounds away from match point here right now. They're looking really good. And as you said, Dax, I think that Bucky kill at the end there kind of tells us which patch we're on. Seeing something just him deleted.
He's
single
dead.
Right click. He's dead.
So I remember in Masters I said the full buy is not 5 rifles. It's 4 rifles plus a Bucky if you have a guy who knows it. It's just it's a gun. It's a gun that kills people.
It is a gun.
Yeah, that's something.
One heckin' thing.
One Heckington. If you go to a place, go to one of those second-hand shops, and you find something you've always been looking for at such a discounted price, that's pretty much what the Bucky is. You get kills for 900 credits, and that's the show, as we are going to be into a pause. But what do you think, Black and Blue? BREN Esports, do you think they're back into the form we expect for them? What are they doing right now?
Well, they aren't giving as too many openings. They're not like, as we saw earlier on Icebox, sometimes they take these 1v1 fights that really wouldn't gain them too much in return if they did win anyways. And in this case, BREN Esports are kind of holding back on that. They're not necessarily, aggressing too much on positions that they realize they shouldn't. They've been playing very, very compact on their attacking side, and now that they're on the defense, it's going to be, I think, a lot more easier for them to really go and extend their lead here, because right now, on this offense, for the side of BREN Esports, their defense is already very compact. Their attacking side looking better too as well. As they're moving into round number 15 here, it seems like while mid control has been taken by SC Atlas, you can see BREN Esports, they have no qualms about giving it up just yet. While it gives them, less space to really work with, Kakarot, oh no. He's actually going to find this. There's no way that Dispenser is going to be able to catch him off guard. And there goes Kakarot finding a good opening pick in their way.
You ain't going there, and Kakarot, sneaky peeky, like, that's a good start there. They need to pick off just like this, as here comes BREN Esports. Thing is, though, this is bonus round for them, so we'll see if they can actually get a few pickups along the way and find a few targets as well. But Atlas, they're ready to pounce, and they're ready to take this site back. The siege of SC Atlas has been remembered through the test of time, and we're gonna be seeing it yet again as Atlas, they write another page to their story, write another chapter to their post-plant gameplay. How to play post-plant retake 101 from SC Atlas. That's how you do it. Sure, it was gun advantage for them, but a flawless win can give the confidence back to a team down by 5.
5 to 10 on the board, and SC Atlas, they're breathing some life back in here as, well, they've half the deficit on up, but they're still 5 rounds away from tying things up, and that's going to be quite a hurdle for them to climb. BREN Esports right now only at 2 rounds from taking this match point. Going their way, they seem like they want to employ another A-site execute. They're going to try and wrestle control of A main quick and early on, but you can see the push here. Actually, Tim going for a quick peek, not finding much. He does let the slow orb down to really hamper the endeavor here of Dispenser, who is playing towards that link position. Yoshi with the owl drone. Luckily here, Dispenser is able to dodge that from finding information. And so, nothing being given away just yet by BREN Esports. They do have Humi here to try and help out Dispenser too. They went for early A main control, but now giving it on up for, seems like they kind of want to go for mid instead. They do have mid position smoked on off, and so being very wary of that, going for the wall bang as well, but nobody's actually playing here in mid. And I like the fact that SC Atlas are giving up this mid pizza position a lot, because they realize, okay, it doesn't really gain too much for us to be holding on here. It's going to be more of a struggle for BREN to take it than really for us to defend it. And so just play the spawn here that you can see the Sova. Yoshi is going to be holding, and well, right now SC Atlas are just waiting for a reaction or any sort of initiation from BREN Esports.
Yeah, I like the setup here for SC Atlas. They have basically the 2 sentinels on a site. They had the Sage wall of that cubby, and this basically puts the timer of BREN to the brink. Half a minute left, and the thing is, they're going to be walking into B side versus Kakarot. This is a duelist who can hold their own with the paint shells and more. And not only that, you basically have your best fragger right now looking to hold the line and fight to get those picks. But the showstopper is unleashed. Upset for a target. Kakarot, though, does capture it now. Here comes the rocket, and here comes the boom. It's Humi getting caught out there, right with the hold. SC Atlas adjusting their playstyle and doing it well, but we're not done. Dre not only to kill onto Borkum, but Jesse Bash. No man is an island, but he's gonna be the only one here. The lone survivor gonna fall eventually. The castaway has gone to the dust, and this is what we were talking about. SC Atlas, use your utility to force BREN in a precarious situation, and with half a minute remaining to execute on the B site, it was just a little too much to handle for BREN. Atlas now back trying to keep control on.
I like the patience that we saw from SC Atlas there. They're really kind of, waiting things to move on forward, letting BREN take mid control. If you want mid control, fine. We'll play it a bit more backwards, we'll play it a bit more conservatively, because we know that it means more for the attacking side to take that mid pizza position than for the defenders to really hold it, because it doesn't really gain you too much in terms of control if you hold pizza anyways, because you're gonna have a hard time going for a mid peak anyways as a defender. So they realize that, let's pull on back and let's let BREN do their thing, because we know we're gonna be ready once they do come for that execute. We're gonna be able to answer back, and we're very, very patient at doing that. And I love that coming from the side of SC Atlas. So a technical rather, sorry, coming in here for, I'm not sure who exactly might have problems, but we'll at least give these teams, a bit of a breather, because it has been a very, especially map number 1, hotly contested series, and the pressure right now is on SE Atlas to make the comeback happen. And so I think the way that they're playing this right now is looking a lot better than earlier on, where maybe they tried to wrestle mid control. This time giving it all up, playing more conservatively, give BREN the space that they seem to want, and then push it back onto them in their face. And well, it does work out quite well for the side of SC Atlas to be playing that style, because they have to realize 1v1s up close and personal, BREN Esports are more favored to win that type of playstyle, right? And so SC Atlas right now, I love the fact that we pull back, but a tactical reassertion of their effort, their utility, and basically a counter attack is how they've been making, their mark here, and it's really what they've been needing to do. And I like the fact that finally they do employ that in that last round to good effect.
And the big thing here is the score is 6-10. Actually, I just wanna get out of the way right now. Score is 6-10. Atlas is only down by 4. I think thing got stuck up there. But besides that, SE Atlas, they had that understanding. Just to add on to your point very quickly, Mr. Black and Blue, they can't win the duels. Honestly, they have to accept that as a reality. And mid, you need the windows if you want to control it. So they play onto the side instead, take the advantage right now with the utility they have. And look at this, it's a fort ready to happen. Dre down in hell, but the turrets, the nano swarms, the alarm bot, all waiting for BREN to walk in and say hello.
Thing is, are BREN gonna knock right now, and what will the response be from Atlas? You can see here a very committed position being played by Dre. It's gonna be a do or die one, where you really have to hold on to things, because there's no way you can back out of a fight once it does come knocking your way. And so here comes that Hunter's Fury. That's gonna remove Dre, and that's kind of like, the cons and the thing you have to be worried about if you're playing a position like that. You're not going to be able to back off. And Jesse Bash, realizing that, pulls out the Hunter's Fury and makes short work of Dre. And so now here it comes, the round coming underway. The Killjoy's lockdown is going to be placed here to buy them even more time. And SC Atlas, they're drained out of the time here right now. Yoshi's able to find the frag in Jesse Bash, and that's a good opening pick to get them some semblance of short control. But still, there's 2 players playing there towards mid and main, rather. And that's going to be a big problem here for the side of SC Atlas as they're trying to make their way into the site. Yoshi and Tim are able to find a double opening pick, though. And Kakarot, he's going to find one dispenser. It's all going to be in the hands of Dubstep, who even with the spike ping could not make it happen. And Yoshi, coming in from mid, finds a triple kill this time towards main. And that gets SC Atlas 7-10, mind you, is the scoreline here right now after winning that round.
And there you have it. SC Atlas is back on the beat, looking for those beatdowns, and they are making it happen in these retakes yet again. Just, well, it worked last time. Let's make it work yet again. SC Atlas not out of this one whatsoever. 3 rounds the gap right now between BREN and Atlas so far. And just how they really play it out is just something to behold. As soon as they get confirmation that, okay, they're here, they're not as quick and keen compared to BREN from what we saw on their defense in terms of the rotations. But that's okay, because here for Atlas, they have so much stall with the utility, and more often than not, they don't want to be giving up the sites that quickly anyway. They want to make sure that they have the cross angles, that they have their utilities in a manner that they're prepared for, and that the players are ready for it, rather than trying to rush them down and end up in fights that can go in BREN's favor. So that patience really very through and blue here for the side of SE Atlas, even though they're color orange honestly in their logo. It's just nothing rhymes with orange, but right now what rhymes with rhyme is time, and it is time for Atlas to step it up even more so. Kakarot and Yoshi, they're looking at each other and they're like, friend, brother, let's go for the crossfire. Let's see if someone walks into our trap.
That's the right idea right now. And once more, I love this positioning coming from SC Atlas. They know that, okay, we can give up mid pizza because as long as we can hold market, as long as we can hold spawn, we have a great crossfire to work with. But that smoke does hamper things a bit. And so Borkum, will he be able to catch him off here? Yes, he's going to find Yoshi. Kakarot letting him walk in. He knows he cannot aggress further. And he's going to catch Borkum off guard too. Returning the favor, but it is a 3v3 right now after Kakarot finds that. As they do tie the man advantage up. Plant will go here towards the A site. Spike will get planted. No denial coming in from the side of SC Atlas. The score line, mind you, once again is 7-10 right now. And so BREN Esports 2 rounds away from match point right now. Will this be the round to claw it into 1?
This is a lot better for BREN. If they don't have to deal with everyone's SE Atlas, they can stand a fighting chance. But eventually, it's now 2v1. All eyes on Dispenser, but there's a quick little peek from Bry. He pushes forward. He has an idea that, hey, this Killjoy might be throwing these nano swarms out, and Atlas will take advantage of that one more time. Even though that was a good chance there for BREN Esports to go for another round, Atlas refuses to budge, and it's now 8-10. Atlas going for their own kind of comeback story, and this is looking quite a series to remember.
There we go. Score has been updated, and yes, only 2 rounds away now, SC Atlas, from tying things up. A technical pause coming in once more. It seems like there's a lot to talk about here and a lot to get fixed so that we can get, you know, the proper match that we all deserve. But right now, Atlas and BREN Esports, these two are certainly showing themselves to be proper champions here right now of the VCT because they're giving us one heckin' match for us all to be proud of. Right now, SC Atlas, well, they are down a map, yes, in the series. I still believe that they are on ascent right now, so they should be able to make this comeback happen because this is their map pick. And will it happen? I'm not sure, but the possibility of it there is very real, especially knowing how hot they were to start this map off and how good they were on Icebox especially. So SC Atlas right now, pressure is on them, but I'm hoping that well, they can bring us into another overtime because that map number 1 was certainly one to behold, and I'd love to see another one here, Max.
This is looking very, very much to be the series of the day by this point. If you think a BREN Esports series is like, you know, just write it off 2-0. Oh, BREN's in the tournament. Let's make a bracket real quick. 2-0, 2-0, 3-0. Okay, we're done, right? No. This landscape has really changed ever since the Challengers program has really been unleashed here in the Philippines scene. We saw it in Stage 2, but it wasn't the easiest route for BREN whatsoever. Masters, they didn't even make it through to past the semifinals, so it just goes to show that there's still work to be done even by the top dog. And in this case now, it's Atlas testing them time and time again. Boomy has gone down. Kakarot, a man on a mission, and this is why you put this guy on a duelist. He's just incredible with the shots. He has the showstopper available, and speaking of the show of BREN, it has been stopped dead in its tracks, cancelled by SC Atlas so far.
More than worth it there for that push. Kakarot getting himself a triple. And now BREN Esports, they're down to just Jesse Vash and Dispenser. They are in the sharps as well, but Jesse Vash, a great one tap to get things going. A recon dart as well. Give him that information. And Bry has to be careful. He's up against Jesse Vash, and we know what this man can do with the Sheriff in hand, but Bry is going to win that fight anyways. And they will close off the round here as SC Atlas are a single round away from tying things up. 9-10 is the score on the board once again, mind you. So BREN Esports, they're gonna have to get the stop now and here.
This is just SC Atlas back on a roll, and it seems like for them, defense is the way to go. They know how to hold them, they know how to keep it up, and with this utility-based composition and having that raise really be the pinch duelist in these clutch tense situations, right? It's just so essential right now for SC Atlas to keep this one up. I have seen multiple teams, as Dubstep has find the entry there, that they play the raise over the Jet now in single duelist competition because you have so much tools at your disposal with the Grenadier. But then again, if BREN Esports can move on to a site like this, then we're back to square one because BREN Esports, they're back on the beat. They're back to doing what they do best. Go in, go ham, go crazy, and go for the kills. Fumi now goes to the plant. Yoshi, he has other plants, and he's able to bring in the lightning, striking twice against Kumi. Dispenser now picking up that spike, but Bash, he's waiting onto the corner, gets exposed by the boom bot, and Kakarot with confidence takes that duel. Spike though planted.
A great swing there by Kakarot to get a main control, and that's a very important position right now for them to mount their aggressive retake on. Borkum is able to get Yoshi. Here comes the lockdown dispenser, and Borkum are going to find one apiece. And Borkum, he gets a triple at the end of things here. BREN Esports, 11-9 is the scoreline, a single round away from taking match point here from Atlas's map pick. You can see now the scoreboard coming up on here. 18 frags apiece for either top fragger on both teams. That's going to be Kakarot and Borkum for SE Atlas and BREN Esports respectively. And so, Dax, we have another close game on our hands. The question is, will we once again go into overtime? I think it's very, very possible here right now, considering the fact that both teams are just answering back left and right.
This is crazy. Like, you have the two clutch players really of each team all the way at the top with those kills. Jesse Bash though, can he get the target to land on? He's saving that last arrow. Doesn't really get much done there. With an 11-9 scoreline, it's BREN 2 away from taking not only this map, but also the series. We'll see though how this is gonna work. Look at that Bash. He's like jiggling with that darts. Like, how many bounces do I want? 1, 2, showstopper though! And Dubstep, he unleashes it. And Kakarot rather, my mistake there. Kakarot unleashing it, Dubstep gets away. And I like that for BREN. They are holding back as the double lineup doesn't really work. They know that Kakarot is feeling the heat right now, and they're gonna be looking to punish him. And that is that Dispenser working together with Dubstep. The D&D connection are there, ready to really slay some dragons and slay Atlas at their feet. Attacking Killjoy now with a lockdown as well. SE Atlas need to respect this and need to back on away from that Dome of Doom as BREN moves over to not execute on a site. They're forcing the rotation. But now they're gonna go. The slow though in the way. Good play there from Tim so far. And Yoshi on the high ground here looking to set things up. Finally, BREN going for the plant. But Atlas seems like they're still prepared.
The Dragon's looking to spit fire right now, but the dungeon seems to want to keep its gates closed, though the spike has been planted right now, and in the 4v4 situation, Atlas here are going to have a lot to work with. They're going to have to clear this A-main position where two defenders are going to be waiting to hold off that spike defuse, but Dre's going to find an opening pick, and Yoshi and Pry as well. It's going to be Yoshi too with a double pick at the end of things, and they just clean it up, sweeping it through like the janitor does on a Tuesday morning. And BREN Esports, they only have one round now here between them and SE Atlas, because SE Atlas are hot on their tails. It seems like BREN right now, while they're the top dog, SE Atlas just slowly chewing away at their tail, and they're not gonna let this one go by too easily. You can see now, for the side here of SE Atlas, Yoshi, a great double pick there to get that post plant in the pocket for the side of SE Atlas. And while the weight of the world might have been on their shoulders, they are certainly prepared to lift all of this up.
This is huge here, and Atlas with a titanic effort indeed. They really showed up, especially on the defensive side, and that time, I do believe the MVP had to be Tim. Sure, didn't really do too much in the kill feed, but it was more or less, okay, Kakarot, we see you, fine, Kakarot the best, there you have it. But besides the fact that Kakarot hits these nutty shots, he got punished a while ago by BREN understanding that Kakarot is feeling so confident, right, that they could go for the double up and get that kill. But when the lockdown came, Tim held the line. Slow ores were thrown, just stalled things as much as possible, and BREN Esports, they couldn't execute the way that they would like, the pace that they would like, and Atlas, they were prepared already after the end of all of that. So it goes to show here for Atlas, it's not all about that scoreboard, it is all about every single member staying on the live. And Tim, like I've been saying, this Sage, he keeps up with everyone else by keeping his life on, on reserve. He has a rest available just in case Atlas needs it. And now they have the man advantage as Dubstep has already gone down a while ago there at top mid.
Him going down is going to be a big pick here for the side of SE Atlas. Of course, they already do not have, a good economy here for the side of BREN, so their bank is looking a lot drier, but Brian's going to find a double pick there with the spray down on the Phantom, making a bunch of ghosts out of the remaining members of BREN Esports. And so, Jesse Vash and Borkum, they both have rifles in hand. They do have, well, honestly, not much utility to really work with either in the post plant here, and so they will go for this. Spike will get placed down. SE Atlas, they do have an advantage here. They can play the trade game as they have the man advantage 3 versus 2. And going for the peak there, Bry will get res. Kakarot will shut down Jesse Vash, and he'll do the same to Borkum. 10-11 on the board, and SE Atlas have made this comeback successful, tying the game all up 11-11.
Is it a day of wishes here, Mr. Black and Blue? Because a while ago, BREN was the one wishing for the 11-11 scoreline to tie it up and make it happen. This time, it's Atlas doing the same thing and doing it the way they know how. Bryce stepping it up, doesn't care about the Naswarm, gets to before his demise. And there you go, Tim. He's like, I'm still alive, I will go for the res, shrugs off the bullets, still is able to keep on up with his life. And it's just crazy how this Sage, even though he isn't the biggest star of the show right now, he's just there to support the team, and you always need a support for your cores in so many different games, right? And this is one of them. You have someone to keep on alive, keep the light on, and Atlas, they can rely on each other time and time again. BREN Esports, though, they've gotten hit by the same bug a while ago that has hurt them so far. Atlas and their defense, Atlas and their post plans have been so stellar, but it's not really BREN not understanding how Atlas plays anymore. It's just that Atlas is using every little bit of the map, every little bit of their utility to give them the advantage the way they know how.
Honestly, even though BREN were leading for most of this map, I think I would say it was SE Atlas who have been playing as a team better. Obviously, you know, the firepower will go in the way of BREN Esports as Dispenser does get found, because they are definitely impeccable when it comes into taking 1v1 fights. But Kakarot, as he shuts dubstep down, trying to go on the chase and trade out there on Yoshi, who did find that opening pick on a Dispenser, we can say the teamwork has been really good right now for SE Atlas. And because of that, 5-3 is on the board right now. BREN Esports at the man disadvantage. We're gonna see if they're gonna be able to make this B-side execute happen.
30 seconds these left. Guys have really been working hard. You can see it here, especially against BREN right now. And with Tim hiding inside the boathouse, Jesse Vash does get a bit of a trade, but this creepy little Sage still keeping it up. And Tim is just getting the tats on, just getting the hits that he needs and holding the line steadfast. But Jesse Vash always reliable in that clutch. Can he get a little bit more done? He's trying to go face off against Kakarot, but Kakarot, he's cracked right now. He's just insane in the membrane with those shots. And Atlas, they're the ones on match point coming into the second map.
Will we go into another overtime map, Dax? Or are SE Atlas gonna finally cement themselves here on their map pick, Ascent, and bring themselves up 1-1 to tie things up here at the series and bring us into map number 3, Bind, to bring us all together? Well, it's got me hyped just talking about it, Mr. Dax, and you would have liked to see the clutch come out from Jesse Vash there, because, you know, clutches are always fun to watch, but at the end of things, Atlas are at match point right now. They're going to go for a very conservative hold here. You can see a single member towards the B site. They're giving up pizza quite cleanly, having that killjoy there on a Dre play towards spawn, but a site stack is what they're going to go with. They obviously do have, well, the showstopper here and the Hunter's Fury to work with, and so SE Atlas have lots to really employ into holding this final round of regulation. Question is, are BREN going to bring us in overtime? They've done it once. They can do it once more.
The stakes are real here. This is just absolute tension right now. Atlas, they need that one round to force map number 3. BREN make it overtime and look to out-endurance the competition yet again. But this has been quite a taxing series already, and it does feel like we are not done whatsoever. Here comes BREN Esports though, and speedily as W goes in, he's going out because Tim will get that takedown. Dre also on the board, and SE Atlas, they're doing it here. They've gotten 3 so far. They're gonna be going for the lockdown. Hobie drops down just to die, and it's now up the Vash with 5 HP. 5 was the number of people who came in there for BREN, but now it's just gonna be the lowly Soba trying to make it work, and a shock dart to add insult to injury. What an ending there from SE Atlas. The defense is the hold, the defense is the way, and we are not done with this series. BREN Esports, they have felt blood drawn from them, and SE Atlas all together, they're doing it, feeling the heat, and honestly, they're making a case here, Mr. Black and Blue. With Archangel gone, disbanded, there is that open slot to see who is the second best team in the Philippines. And SE Atlas, they've always been within that handful, within the elite, and they're just saying, not just for second, let's go for first. Let's see if we can beat BREN.
They want the prize. They want to be at the head of that table. And right now you can see they're totally pumped up, and I certainly don't blame them. So they took a map away now from BREN Esports, and they're a single map away from eliminating them here in VCT Stage 2, Week 1, day one. What a storyline that would be to be able to accomplish it. Of course, they're gonna have to go through that hurdle. Yoshi, of course, also giving Jesse Vash a bit of a taste of his own medicine there with the shock dart. We know that he's definitely, the best Sova in PH, and he's definitely done so much work with those shock darts. Yoshi returning it in the favor. So it's been such an amazing match to see already. Series 1 of today. We're gonna have 3 best of 3s, mind you guys, today. And already our first match of the day is already shaping up to be a tried and true classic. But we're going to be back for more here with map number 3, Bind, to be our decider. Be back in here, guys. Don't go anywhere.
cut the celebrations there, ladies and gentlemen. We are not done. We are gonna be getting into map number 3, and this series has just really propelled us to such great heights here in stage number 2. Dax and Black and Blue, we are back as your casters, and man, oh man, Black and Blue, this is just a series to remember. We have just started back into the rhythm things. It's like, we had Masters, it's pretty cool. We finished Challenger stage number 1, and here's stage 2. No, intense action from the get-go. BREN and Atlas already looking to be a classic in the Philippine scene.
Definitely so. We had our stage 1, week 1, the very first series of the VCTPH here. Started off with these two teams, where BREN was able to win that series 2-0 and remove SE Atlas from week number 1 of stage 1. Now we're here in week number 1 of stage 2, about 2-3 months later, and we're definitely shaping up to have a classic series on our hands. Icebox to start things off, definitely a very cold map to get things going, but SE Atlas and BREN, they brought us into 3 overtimes. 16-14 was the end of that scoreline. Here, coming into our map number 2, Ascend, to bring us up high. Well, we got a match to be remembered, as we saw SE Atlas bring it back, and they tied the series up 1-1, and as we're going to be closed off and really bound together here on map number 3, Bind will be our decider. And all I'm thinking is, what's gonna happen? I have no idea, because BREN Esports right now, they are looking mortal, but they have to be respected because they are the titans in the scene here for the Philippine region. And so as we're moving into things, SE Atlas, the pressure is on them now to make a third map come their way. And we know that BREN, they are confident on Bind. SE Atlas are too, though. There isn't really a team here that is, we can say, is not as experienced on Bind, because both of these teams are quite formidable when playing on Bind. But right now, the teamwork has been working in the way of SE Atlas. It's going to be up to BREN, I also think, to really kind of refine things, because they are looking a lot more mortal now, more than ever, Dax.
When I talk to someone who wants to get into Valorant, first you learn how to walk, and then you learn how to play Bind, and then you learn how to run. While Ascent is the map of scrims, I'd say, for the SA region, Bind is just a map that you end up knowing how to play from ladder, and then you're like, okay, you can quickly rotate with the TPs, you play defaults, and you're good to go. Hold the lines and make it true as well as you can. But thing is, I like how Atlas has been playing their whole run so far. They've been relying on that Sage, and it's gonna be essential here for pretty much the same playstyle that we've seen on Icebox, we've seen on Ascent, and now coming into Bind, you can really wall off the APC area on A site. You can wall off in response that whole area there when you're on the defensive, and on B you can try to get rid of the sightlines on the hookah, get rid of the elbow there, and a myriad of options for Atlas if they are going to be running that same kind of setup. BREN, meantime, I feel like they're going to be going back to their roots, and it does seem like that is going to be the show, because Borkum, he's back. He's had enough of that Reyna. He's onto the Phoenix instead, and his flashes have been pretty much some of the best we've seen in the Philippine scene. You have in things like the Breach, like the Sky, and of course the bread and butter Phoenix into play. Dubs in the meantime on the Raze, double intel between Dispenser and Jesse Fash, Humi the Omen, but in the meantime, it's single duelist yet again here for SE Atlas. They have that Sova for Yoshi, they have Tim on the stage, we got Treyon Killjoy and Brian the Omen as well. Overall though, pretty much comps you fully expect these two teams will bring to the table. It's all about how well they're going to execute that Cypher versus Killjoy difference, how that Sage is going to come into play, and how BREN Esports is going to get the intel, and how Atlas is going to play that post plant. Bind though, going to be our decider. Both teams binded together in a map like this, and I cannot wait, Black and Blue.
I'm so very excited to see how these teams are going to pop off, and right now what's really worrying to me is the just amount of firepower that BREN Esports has with Borkum on that Phoenix, and then they also have the Raze to accompany that. That's going to be a lot to deal with once the execute does come in for the defensive side of SE Atlas, and so they're going to have to really be a fort here, and more importantly, instead of holding down the site, they're going to also have to know when to recognize, okay, this is a losing battle, let's cut our losses, let's play for the retake. Let's play more, let's play a bit more conservatively, fall back, give them what they want, but retaliate even harder, because that has been working, and that is what helped them win Ascent map number 2. They have to remember that, and they cannot forget what got them that far. And so, as we're coming in here, map number 3, ladies and gentlemen, of the first series of the day, BREN versus Atlas. Loser of this map gets eliminated from week number 1 playoffs. Let's kick it off.
It's time to get underway with the get-go, and it will be the side of BREN Esports on the attacking side, Atlas on the defensive, and Dubstep is there to eviscerate Kakarot immediately as we get started. That's basically a heat check here, and especially if they can keep Kakarot in check as much as possible, keep him down below on the scoreboard, things will look good here for BREN because they will try to overpower everyone else. So 5v4 already, BREN with the advantage, but they don't want to commit as of yet. They know that Killjoy is set up here, and they're like, nope, nope, nope. We're not dealing with the turret. That's too strong around number one.
I like the fact that they have good recognition of losing situations here, BREN Esports. They came into showers, got an opening pick, and even with that, they thought to themselves, okay, let's pull them back, even if you have an opening pick. This right now is a bit too much to deal with, and we might just get flipped on our heads if we continue to aggress here. But the B side is going to be under attack once more, this time to start off the match. It's going to be where the action will be going down, and you can see down the spike will be planted. They do have a player in Hookah here, BREN Esports. That's going to be the Cypher on Dispenser, which is a very important thing. I would say in this type of situation, Hookah is your power position. That's the one position that can win you a round right now. Guardians, you can give that up. Elbow, a little bit less so, but Hookah is what you're going to have to hold on to here, and Genesky Bash and Borkham are doing a great job of enabling that effort. As Bry is the only one who's going to find the pick on the dubstep here. It's all going to be him last left alive, pushing towards Elbow. He can get this position up. It doesn't matter, as Bry will find the second frag, but he has too much to deal with. If he walks on out, Jesse Bash capitalizes on that. BREN Esports, great recognition of the situation, going to the B site and getting the first round.
Just never count out Bry. This guy is no joke with the shots. He is strong, whatever agent he's playing, and right now, as he's playing that Omen, he's just like, you know, I got this. I can make the clutch happen. I can get the kills that we need. Sure, it wasn't enough to win the round, but then again, Atlas still, they have that lethality in their roster. Thing is, though, I'm liking this already from BREN, because even though that was pistol round, we see what Borkham can do on that Phoenix. Rush on in, get the takedowns, good zone there with the hot hands molly, basically. Curveballs for days, for the flashes. And one thing BREN Esports loves to do on a map like this especially is play for that orb control and get that running back as quickly as possible. I'm a bit surprised that Atlas isn't really doing those shenanigans where you can like wall off the showers, wall off the long, and try to take the orbs away from BREN Esports, because this is for Reina, for Borkham. He has the gun advantage. He does want to go for one more kill so he can get that running back. Trey, will he be peeking though? That'll be question. Shocked getting a damage done. And look at this, SC Atlas, they say, guys, let's come together, huddle up, and let's try to hold.
Seems like they are in a bit for a bit of a cuddle here right now, because they know that they can just play compact and close to each other. Power of having, you know, those many members in one specific position is that there's gonna be so much to deal with once they come barreling on through to the A site. But you can see here, mid has been actually crawled up by BREN Esports, but they let go of it. They're choosing to go towards A short this time. It seems like A is where things are going to happen, but you can see the push is also coming in. The counter push from SC Atlas, playing very close, but Dispenser, Dubstep, they're all going to shut them down. A flurry of frags as it just waterfalls and pours on through. BREN Esports, a second round on the board. SC Atlas finally moving into a gun round.
Gun round indeed, but this is the BREN Esports way to go, because here we have it. The next step in their success equation is that running back for that third round, because here comes Borkham, and you know that he'll be looking to use that second life to make the entries happen and shut down Atlas as quick as possible. If BREN Esports gets a really good attacking side here, I do feel like Atlas will be on the back foot coming into their attack later on. They're technically running a double sentinel composition, and it will be a bit difficult for them because it really feels like they step it up when they're the ones going for the retakes, when they're the ones going for those post-match situations from the defensive side. And now, BREN Esports, they know the task at hand, and there you have it. Adjustment here from the side of Tim. He does go for the wall, but the thing is, it's not the contest from Atlas. Not the right round to do it, since it is good gun advantage here from the side of Atlas. They stay safe, stay on their lanes, and they will wait for the scout there from BREN instead.
Right here.
They have some information of their own here, SC Atlas, to work with. They know that there has to be presence towards showers right now, and so they also know how to counteract that. They realize that if we play this position right now, where the Sage is playing, and they don't smoke off like the cubby position that's right beside Triple and moving towards Heaven, if they don't smoke that position off, then the Sage will be able to swing and make things a lot more difficult here for the side of BREN Esports. But BREN realizing, okay, too much pressure, we've pulled too much aggro and attention towards the showers area and towards the A site. let's try going towards Fountain and see what we can do towards the B side. We can see here the Cypher here onto Dispenser. He's going to be walking his way up towards mid, and the thing is, right around the corner is going to be Kakarot. He has another great spot here to try and cut him off guard, but he does get found in return. Dispenser, good heads up play to be checking that angle, and he does take control of Hookah.
That's a huge kill there. Kakarot going down, really preventing him from getting the snowball effect that he would like. But we'll see if he is just trying to reheat himself right now. And when will he heat up later on? With Dre, beautiful shot there on Dispenser. It will be a 4v4 situation, as for now, this is just going to be a Spectre in hand here. Can they play close enough? Another kill on the board though here for the side of BREN Esports. Curveball is going to get thrown yet again. It's all about the hold, all about that spray down. Whom you going to take down off the Dre, and BREN Esports, they're prepared for this. They come close enough to make those Spectres absolutely lethal. And 3-0 now the score. Bonus round taken by BREN, and this is going to be a very, very good gap for them if they can keep this up.
As I said during that previous round, one of the most important positions, if not, I would say, is kind of in most situations, the most important power position on the B side is Hookah. And you can see exactly that. They get the plant off, but well, come in for the Hookah push coming from BREN Esports. Nothing SC Atlas can do. The high ground, not a favorable fight. Obviously, being Hookah gives you lots of sightlines too to really cut off of. You can't plant default and hold it safely if you don't have Hookah as well. And the mere fact that Dispenser was able to find Kakarot there towards mid enabled all of that. So a big frag that snowballs into more. Yoshi's able to find a frag here on the Dispenser. It's good opening pick because we have seen, you know, Dispenser's lurk game really pose some problems here for SC Atlas. But the quick push on in, they know they have the weapons advantage. They don't have to hold anything back, really just assert their might and pretty much take this site. And it's a 4v3 right now. Dubstep making his way up here towards the heavens. They have to know that Yoshi's behind the smoke as well, especially after that shot does get rang through. And well, he's going to push on in, not able to win that fight, and in the end, it's going to be Kakarot here with a Bucky once more. Now, we're playing free patch, and so the Bucky is still a bit more viable, but at these ranges that he's trying to really engage in right now, might be a bit too difficult to deal with.
Black and blue, come on, don't lie to the audience. It's not a bit more viable. It's basically the best gun in the game by this point,
Yeah.
right? Like let's be real. This is the Bucky God waiting to happen. But unfortunately, you know, the Bucky, even the Bucky, it has limits, and you can't use it from that range. Jesse Bash with a takedown, 4-0 right now, and BREN Esports is on a roll and more. This is exactly what they need to build in the confidence yet again. And yep, you got the Phoenix there for Borkum. He's just playing the usual Borkum things. This is Borkum time waiting to happen and more, because he just finds the entries. He makes so much tension for himself. It gives the likes of Jesse Bash dubstep to really go for those kills, because Bash, he hasn't died yet, and he's top fragging here for the side of BREN Esports. They work on the intel, they go for the execute, but Atlas now gonna have a guns, another chance of redemption here for the defense.
Tim playing in Hookah to start things off, but he does fall back in through the window after placing an early wall. And so information has been gained here by the Owl drone coming from BREN Esports, but as Borken's trying to make his way in that turret, very perfectly placed to really kind of push him back and not let him aggress too heavily here. He was looking to make a play, but they're able to at least delay the pusher for BREN Esports, keeping them guessing and keeping them kind of less assertive as we otherwise might have seen if not for that presence here. So Dre, great shutdown on the Borkum, a bit too overeager there on that elbow push, I'd like to say. So Dre punishes him very heavily so for that over engagement. So Tim will return the favor as well on Uhumi. Yoshi finding Jesse Vash on the opposing Sova and brings it out to a 2v4 with Dubstep, the only one left alive here for the side of BREN Esports. 1v3, he does not have the spike with him. This looks like a dying situation already for Dubstep, one that he's going to have to try and pull a trick and a half out of his hat if he wants to make it come back. But look at this crossfire, too much to deal with. Kakarot playing the contact, playing that information, jump spotting him. They know as soon as he walks on here, there's no way he's going to win these. The shot in the front, the back, everything, firing squad all lined up. And SC Atlas, they've taken their first round.
You know, it was either the triple kill for him or the triple peak on him, and that was that. Atlas, they make such a big difference when they're all prepared and we're all ready to go for that post-plant situation. I love how Dre played the Matrix there. He's like, I'm gonna avoid your bullets now, and you might actually push into the smoke and I can kill you. And that's exactly what happened. Got the one up against Borkum there with the fact that Atlas was prepared on all the angles that they would like. They got the firing squads, as you mentioned. They got the kills that they needed. And here we have it. Atlas back in the ball game, but we're not done. BREN, they built up a big bang from the 4-round streak that they've had, and they still have guns into play. Bokado gonna get walled on out. Kakarot here, really zoning out the competition in the showers, and this is good here for the side of Atlas. They have to realize that they should contest these orbs as much as possible. Not overcommit, sure, but make it difficult for BREN, or make them commit a lot of time to get these ultimates online, since it's just more time for the timer to tick on away. Atlas gonna have that advantage, and BREN Esports respects this and moves over to B side instead.
Heck, even them forcing utility out of BREN Esports to try and take that ultimate charge is already kind of like a good kind of like token that you can take away from that, because that already makes it a lot more harder for BREN Esports to try and make their executes more successful here, especially as they're coming towards the B site. Dre going to be playing the elbow position once again. He's been doing this very well, but that recon vault will pull his attention away, unfortunately, in this dubstep. He's going to get a good pick here on the Yoshi inside the spawn, and that brings it down to a 4v3. It could very well be another 4v2 if Tim cannot get this frag.
It's gonna be interesting because it's still BREN having the advantage. They've had the setup already. They're rotating over to the hookah as well. But here comes SD Atlas. This is the perfect time for them to go for the push because BREN isn't as prepared as they would like. But now, it's all about position, all about the pings, and all about that spray down. But Bry, he's not getting hit! SD Atlas, they get away with it, didn't they? Oh, Bry gonna be going down, but it's still the defuse that connects, and what happened there to dubstep? It just was a scan into play, but he couldn't hit the shots, and Atlas is like, lucky break for us, I guess. We'll take that.
They stuck it, and at the end, it continues to stick. 4-2 on the board, and they've half this deficit all up, SE Atlas, and so BREN Esports, they're looking to make a stop once more. They are able to continue to reinvest here into the round. Not too many of them did go down in the previous one, so they still do have, some weapons to bring on over here. Bulldog is going to come out on Bry, but we know that he can do work with no matter what weapon he has in his hands. He himself is a true weapon. And so Tim will be holding on to Hookah here. That wall will further delay things, and he does deny that Roomba of Death from finding anything more. Kakarot taking a bit of damage there from the shock dart, but not going to be too shaken by that just yet. Yoshi is going to be droning here with his owl drone, and he does know that there's at least one player there towards short. He has to have some suspicion that Humi is also playing around the corner, but I'm not sure if they fully realize that there's kind of like a 4-man push already mounting its way here towards the A short position. They're crawling in here now towards A. Spencer is going to be the first one to make contact here as Kakarot comes around the corner. He is pied and found by Dispenser. Yoshi trying to hold him on back with that shock dart. He's going to be playing the close corner here, but Borkum able to find a frag. Humi as well. The Phoenix is coming alive, and Jesse Vash will shut them down. It's all going to be on the Dre, and while they might have forgotten about Dre, this time he's going to have more than a story and a beat to tell.
Yeah, this is a feat of strength if you can pull this off. But the thing is, with Dispenser shutting down Kakarot like that, again, it just really tips the balance in favor of BREN. Cypher on the post plant can be even more helpful. Tripwires can be utilized if you can get them back. Camera, so instrumental to confirm positions just like that. And the Paranoia Peak is the way to go. Humi running on in to get that takedown. He wants to get on the board and make it a clean win here for BREN Esports. 5-2 right now. And this is pretty telling. BREN Esports, they understand, they shut down Kakarot. They make things so difficult for Atlas, and you can see right now that this engine of Kakarot needs a refuel because he's not playing the kills that he had last map.
Seems like, yeah, he has kind of lost a bit of steam here between map 1 and 2, moving to the third now that we're on bind, and so yeah, it seems like, steam has kind of cooled off just a hair for Kakarot, but we're going to hope to see him come back alive, because that's what SE Atlas kind of need right now. His fragging, potential to really help get them over this 3-round hurdle, which could be extended to 4, because Dre, he's been found right now by Dispenser. Another good opening pick coming in from him, and they're trying to fight for his long position. He shuts Kakarot down too. It is an eco round, of course, but still not looking too well for SE Atlas. They need to find, a few picks here to try and help their economy get back into things, but Tim will be falling down, untraded, unguarded, and unresponded from SE Atlas. Bry, he is going to be left hanging dry here, classic in hand, but he's He's making a lot of noise, pushing his way into hookah. Dubstep. Let that beat down, and that's going to be a 6th round on the board for BREN Esports, taking the eco away from SE Atlas, but they're going to finally be able to reinvest now and buy up into another gun round. We're moving into round number 9.
Yeah, but the thing is, that was just a lesson of why, honestly, Dispenser was put in duelist all the way in the Masters run. Like, thought the Bren a little bit, they just said, you know, let's try to go for our most comfortable zones. And Dispenser is an absolute no slouch. I still remember his debut in Valorant. All he knew of was to play Reyna, if I remember correctly, and he did an amazing job to pick up the Sentinel role here for BREN Esports, and you can see why that for BREN, they want to put him on that Sentinel. Even though he can be an amazing duelist, he can get kills with any agent that he'd like. And whenever you have Dispenser play Battle Whatever, we saw Battle Stage a while ago in map number 1, the Killjoy was a bit more standard, but now it's Battle Cypher, as that's going to be Yoshi working together with the Omen there to get rid of Fumi, and Kakarot going for the push. Atlas now playing the aggressor here, and Borkum with the punish in return to make it 4v4. After the dust has settled, it really is Dispenser giving us an edge here to BREN, and Dubstep, of course, absolutely lethal as per usual. The D&D connection is back with a vengeance, and they're taking control of B site together.
Good angle being held there by Dubstep, but he does let go of it in favor of taking elbow control. I think that's a good idea. Now, as they don't have to worry about elbow, the safe plant can come in here, and they can play the Guardian's position as well in the post. Yoshi's going to pushing on in. He's going to find Borkum, but Dubstep will find Tim in return. So 1 for 1 here in this engagement. Dubstep, he's going to find the 3rd. He could find a 4th here in the Bri. He's going to be pushing on in, but it's going to be Dispenser. D&D action, as Dax likes to call it, coming on in at the end of things here to give them another round of a lead. 7-2. They're 5 rounds up over Atlas, but mind you, we've seen Atlas down 5 rounds a while ago, same with BREN, and they both made the comeback happen. And so, right now, Atlas, they're gonna have to dig in deep. But I do believe they're really capable of making this comeback happen.
Yeah, it's a lot more difficult for them though, because you can see they rely on those utility takes, those utility holds, and those utility array takes in their playstyle. And they're gonna be on the attacking side later on with Sage and Killjoy together. Yeah, it's a tough cookie, but if Atlas can do it, then they can really prove that they can actually the best of the best on the Philippine scene. If they beat BREN this way, then it might just be them looking to be the top dog, the top favorite for the whole bracket. But BREN Esports, it just feels like for game number 2, okay, they were coming back online, but this is the BREN Esports that we know and love. With a 7-2 scoreline, with Spencer really stepping it up, with Borkum back on that Phoenix, getting some huge flashes, and Kakarot getting shut down by BREN time and time again. It's just them saying, we can out-mechanic you guys on another instance. It's so difficult when you had someone so reliable, map number 2 for Atlas, in this case Kakarot, being shut down, being hunted by BREN Esports. Effectively, target prioritization has been the way to go here for BREN, and it's just working out really well for them.
That's a pickle and a half here for them to really deal with SC Atlas, because they're looking a lot drier. But Tim, a good opening start there with the Sheriff, and Dre is going to find another one. The Sheriff's laying down the law. Marshall's nowhere in sight. Borkum's able to find the frag here, and the Dre and Dubstep's going to do the same. He's going to find the triple kill, though. The Paranoid will get them a bit anxious here. It's going to be Yoshi 1v2. We know what he can do. Sheriff in hand, and they're going to have to play this as a band and stop rhyming, Black and Blue. BREN Esports will get the spike planted down, and things are going to seem to be coming off here as the the showstopper does come out for the side of Dubstep. He's going to let that loose towards elbow. Not yet. They do know he's here towards CT.
No, he's dead already. Borkum found Yoshi. He was just trying to hit Borkum by that point. But yeah, it's just goes to show for BREN. They still find the clutch anyway, but I give that route to Atlas. Sheriffs just tapping away at the oncoming onslaught of BREN Esports, and it really proves that this SE Atlas team deserves to be here. And honestly, I'm just gonna say it out there. This could have been an amazing grand final matchup, but no, yet again, Atlas meeting BREN Esports at the very first round of the Challengers playoffs, making it so difficult for them. They are taking the hardest route of all of the teams so far if they want to go further, and you know, it's such a big task for them to really try to deal with. Their name says for itself, the weight of the world on their shoulders, and they're feeling that weight crashing on down them. BREN is up by 6, but Atlas have always been believers, and just gonna have to believe in them if they want to make this work. They still have 4 ultimates ready as well, as I do believe we're in a bit of a pause right now because Atlas, they need to regroup, recoup, and remember how they played that last map.
And Atlas, they're just not looking to be, to put it simply, as hot as they were on map number 1 and 2. And I really think that, map number 1 is a big, important map for them to take away from BREN because 1, it was their map pick for the side of BREN Esports, and 2, you have to try and steal that map away if you want any hope of really taking a series against BREN. Because if they start slow, BREN Esports, but still take map number 1, that's already not a good sign for anybody here in the Philippine scene who's coming up against them. You really need to steal that away. You need to take that map number 1 away from BREN to make the comeback a lot more possible and really, take the series. But Atlas here right now, 8-2 on the board. This is the largest lead that any team has had so far in this series alone. Map number 1 and map number 2 included. And so SC Atlas are in a bit of a pickle right now. Can they answer back is the question as we're moving into the last few rounds of this half. BREN Esports in a very dominant position right now. Borkum, here comes now the run it back. Dre will find Dubstep, not able to get a trade off here. Borkum, not just yet. He does have information on where Dre is playing right now, and he might just get tagged up by these paint shells, able to dodge it for a second there, Dre. And so right now, the rotation will come on in. They actually are kind of faked here for going towards the A side. You can see the defenders on SC Atlas are going towards A, but the push is still here towards B, and Yoshi's able to make good use of holding down the fort. Jesse Vash will return the favor on the Dre and get the trade off, but Yoshi is here to try and stop that from further progressing on. As Spencer does find Tim. I think this could have been a very huge blunder to go for that rotate too early on, but Kakarot is able to find a frag here. It's on Jesse Vash, who can do some great work, and finally Kakarot comes alive. 8-3 on the board as we're moving into round number 12.
Get the motor running. It's Kakarot ready to pounce and finally getting the kills that he needs to get back on the board. He needed that round, get that confidence back, but I completely agree there, Black and Blue. It was a little perilous, I'd say, for Atlas to rotate just like that. Because BREN Esports, even though they lost the duelist and they lost that run it back, there was one thing they attained from all of that. Just all the utility that Killjoy plays. Traps were gone. It's a free take if you can win those duels. But Yoshi, this guy has really been the star of the show for SC Atlas. For me, ever since their inception, Yoshi has really been their best player. Sure, Kakarot can be explosive. Sure, Tim can be really that stalwart out of nowhere to stay alive, and Bright can pop off in these instances, and Trey, of course, with all the utility he can bring to the table. But Yoshi, Intel wins wars, and then he wins it on his own, and now he's unleashing out his fury and getting the one-up against Jesse Bash. This is a big fight for that Sova title. Yoshi and Jesse Bash are really within my top spots in the Philippine scene for that agent, and you can see why, as Yoshi wins the Hunter's Fury duels and gets rid of Bash on the other side in the last round of this first half.
Very true, sometimes the deadliest wars, and here as Dre finds Spencer, removing the information gathering from the side of BREN Esports, and Bri will chime on 9-2. The deadliest wars are the ones fought over information, and so a cold one can definitely be a very, very interesting and deadly one too for them to try and take. Boomy and Dubstep, the last two remaining members here, take that. Just Dubstep left alone, and Kakarot once more securing the round here for SC Atlas as we move into the second half. There's finally some momentum going their way. While the economy won't transfer over here into the second half, they do have that positive momentum and force and energy to bring in and try and get them more rounds. They need this pistol round so much more than BREN right now. They need it to be able to even get some hope of a comeback, because right now they're down 4 rounds at the half, which isn't huge, but it is something to definitely be concerned of as it's already 8-4.
Those shots though from Kakarot, absolutely intense. When he really shows up, when he is online, he is just so nutty with those kills, and this is really it. He needs that performance again. He needs to bring it back, and luckily for SC Atlas, and just how it works right now for them, they've found their footing with their race in the last 2 rounds of that first half, and they need him. They need him desperately for this attacking side to work out. Because if Kakarot cannot play the N3, it's going to be even harder for Atlas to make a side take work. BREN right now going to be on the defensive, but they will be very happy with their performance so far. 8-4 the scoreline, 17 kills for Dubstep. Dispenser alongside Jesse Bash with 9, working with 8, and Humi with 7. Not a bad day in the office, but Dubstep, of course, doing Dubstep things, and he is just saying, okay, I got the kills, guys. Don't worry about it. Let's show you how it's done.
As they move on over here to the defensive side, BREN Esports are looking to really put their foot down and lay down the hammer. Their might can definitely be felt here throughout the PH scene. They are top dog for a reason. But lots of challengers to that throne and that claim. One of them right now is SE Atlas. 8-4 on the board, and they do have a chance to make this comeback here, but you're going to need the pistol to make that even more so possible. If they do not get this pistol round, quite frankly, I don't know if it's going to be enough for them to, if they're going to have enough even in the tank to make the comeback happen and take the series away from BREN Esports. And so, SE Atlas right now, they're going to have to dig in deep and see if they can find what they need to overcome BREN in this pistol. Now, they're playing very patiently, Dax, and I do like what I'm seeing here, but they're going to have to try and set the pedal on the metal sometime soon.
Yeah, we'll see if the shovels are going to be enough to really keep it up and go as far as they can. It's time to get out of this hole, though. It's time to get out of this rut. It's time for Atlas to prove to us that they can be the better team against BREN Esports. If not, BREN will look to take it. Dubstep holding on to the lamp so far. He will be playing first contact against him. In the meantime, though, no contest onto B whatsoever. You ready to see Jesse Bash rotating and then looking on the ramp, but gets surprised there by Dubstep. Easy headshot to the take on Boomba, gave damage onto 2. Angels even to add 4 to this measure. And this is just so much chip damage being brought out by Dubstep. Now then, Dubstep holding the line. Bridal with 2. Kakarot winning that duel. And it's 2v3 out of nowhere. Bash, though, just using that ghost that he picked up at the cost of the life of his teammate to fruition. And it's all up to Kakarot now. 39 HP and a dream. A tap or 2 might kill him here. 12 seconds left, and he's using the blast backs to get in position to go for the spike plant. But someone is patient, someone is waiting, and his name is Jesse Bash. Triple kill to end it. 9-4, BREN with momentum here for the second half.
Calm, cool, and collected. Jesse Bash, 3 words. Definitely do ring true in that round. You can see that even though the storm was coming, he held the gates down and just, stayed pretty much, kept his cool in all that pressure. Finding the 2 picks and then finding a third to chime things off. Playing towards Shower is a good rotate. Kakarot backing off there even after finding the pick, even after Bry found the double opening pick. He's backing off to maybe go for a B rotate, but then realized time is ticking. I don't have any teammates to support that endeavor, and right now I have to try and help and get this round going on. And in the end, BREN taking that second pistol round, and it's already not looking too well for Atlas. 5 rounds down, could be a 6th, as they do have, the economy not going their way. So they're at a disadvantage right now in terms of the firepower. And quite frankly, BREN Esports, they're looking hot when SE Atlas are seeming to let that steam cool off.
Yeah, and even if Borkum isn't going to get the run back as soon as he would like, Dubstep and Bash are pretty much halfway there for their ult. So that's a good sign here for the side of BREN in terms of that economy. Meantime, Atlas, they proved to themselves a while ago they can make his shares work, and Dre and Bry are going to try it again. So a bit of an upgrade for some, classics for the others, and we'll see what these guys can do when huddling up and going for the push. But 3 kills might be on the menu here, as the tripwire into the takedown is the way to go for Dispenser, but he'll get caught for his own surprise as Kakarot gets in his face. The rush down from SC Atlas, the sacrifice there of 1 to allow them a fighting chance will not pay off because Dubstep shuts down the gun immediately. Here comes Bry, and down he will go. Dubstep with another kill, and Trey and Yoshi left on the table, rotating over to A side, but someone watches that hippity-hoppity bunny that is the Sova. Humi now looking for the cleanup, and wraps up that round for BREN Esports.
BREN Esports, just, putting it in the paper bag and shipping it on the way, letting the rider take it to wherever it may. And so, SE Atlas, 6 rounds down once more here to BREN Esports. This is looking a lot more dire than ever here for the side of SE Atlas. They do have economy finally coming their way. Not a single player on their side at double digits when Dubstep is at 21. Insane numbers already to be had here, and Atlas, they finally have economy in their way. Yes, they finally have rifles, utility to work with, But will their team play be on point, and will their really gun skill also work out in their favor? Because right now, BREN Esports 1v1 fights, it has been falling their way. SC Atlas have had very valiant showings here, though, and they have put up quite a bit of a fight in a few rounds, but they've been struggling to close those rounds off. Even after getting winning situations, BREN Esports have been able to flip it back on its head and turn it into a winning situation for their own side. And that's what SC Atlas right now are kind of struggling with. As they're pushing on here towards Showers, Dubstep is going to have a big, huge role to play. Finds an opening pick. Will he be able to find a second on the Bright? Yes, he does! With the Spectre in that close range engagement. The firepower, just too much to deal with right now for SC Atlas.
You know, Atlas, this is their biggest chance to win a round, but losing two like that, and Dubstep getting the hell away from all of that even, it's such a good sign for BREN to try and take this round and try to take this series along the way for SC Atlas. They are not done. They're stacking up onto the hookah. Humi, though, sneaky peeky, like trying to play in the cyber cage, but that's the back on the way, and this gives time for Dispenser to go for the kill onto Tim. Dre also falls in the hand of Humi this time. Kakarot now one versus the world, but he will get sprayed down by the whole world collapsing on his shoulders. It's BREN getting rid of Atlas with the guns. They will take it away. They will take the bonus. And this is a perfect chance now for BREN to get the match point.
11-4. What is there more to say, really, Dax? 11-4. BREN Esports right now, they're at the cusp of match point. SC Atlas, very low economy on their side. A single Stinger and a bunch of Sheriffs to accompany that. It's looking so hard right now for SC Atlas. And, you know, as I said, if they do not get the second pistol round of this match, the first round of the half, then I don't know if it's going to be enough for them to, you know, there's going to be enough left in the tank to make that comeback happen. And right now, I think the answer is getting clearer and clearer by the day. This will be almost pretty much do or die for SC Atlas if they cannot get a round on the board. And so Dispenser is going to find Tim here. It's a big opening pick. He's going to find Dre as well. Both Sentinels removed off of the board. Kakarot will get the trade off on Dispenser, but that's all he's going to find. That does not even land on Humi. Very unfortunately enough there for Kakarot. His showstopper a bit too far and wide and deep in that shot. And so Bright able to get Dubstep. You can see the frustration already coming out here for SC Atlas, but still winning those fights to bring it to a 2v2. Will they be able to retrieve the rifles? Yes, they do, but in the end here, will it be enough? No, I guess the answer is not. BREN at match point, SC Atlas 8 rounds down over BREN Esports and under BREN Esports rather, and they will have economy here, but I just don't know if it's enough. Dax.
Here we have it. This is really the final bit of rope for SE Atlas. Sure, again, the Sheriff's giving them a bit of fight in that carnage, but then again, Kakarot unable to victimize Humi yet again with that showstopper is a bit telling of how this game has unfolded. Enough is enough, BREN Esports has said, and they have played a lot cleaner in this map compared to the last two that we've seen from them. If BREN wants to be back, to be that top dog still, to be uncontested, they have to make a statement against SC Atlas, who has made them look mortal, and we're seeing a 3v3 now. It's all about carnage and aggression from BREN Esports, and they are taking the fight to SC Atlas. Operator in the hands of Dubstep now. Kakarot fighting back, but the one shot, one kill is the way to go. And Tim, he has been the survivor, but for how long more here for SE Atlas? They have proven themselves today. They have shown how potent this team can really be. But BREN Esports, they have been at the top of the Philippine food chain for way too long, and they're not gonna give it up to SE Atlas. It looked quite believable for SE Atlas, and it seems like it's all up to Tim now. He's 3 away from that res. He can go for the spike plant. If there's an orb to take, he will go for it also. And 1 kill to make it a potential 2v2, but no, he forgoes it. He doesn't want to give up his position as of yet. Moves on to the site. Humi is closest here. And Tim now trying to set things up. Let's go for the plant. And this should be Atlas literally trying to hold the line.
This is going to have to come in perfect here for Tim. It's a 1v3 situation. He does have a wall up. He also is moving his way here towards the APC. And so if he can isolate the fight here on the Humi, that's going to be big. He's able to find the 1v1. Yes, he does take down Humi. Not being sure of where the rest are pushing from, though, but he does have some idea. He's going to go for the swing. And that's going to be it as Borkum shuts him down. BREN Esports take the series 2-1 on the board, 12-4, make that 13-4. And they have taken this one away. Very unfortunate, but very valiant effort coming from SC Atlas, fighting, clawing their way through map number 1. map number 2, they were able to take it as well. But in the end, the champions, the top dogs of the Philippines will continue to bark on, and their bite is certainly formidable. 2-1, BREN Esports win.
Guess who's back? Back again. BREN Esports is back, and you can see the relief, but also the celebration. A well-deserved win by BREN Esports. They knew that that was their game to win. They knew that was them back into the form that they would like. Because you compared to their Icebox reactions, it was just like, we won, but at what cost? And then on Ascent, it's just like, okay, sure, we're trying to get there, but these guys, they understand how well to play on defense, but now they've come together as one, even though this is one of the rare times we see them not in the boot camp due to unforeseen circumstances there. And then it's SE Atlas all together, but BREN Esports able to still make it work, outpower the competition. And really, when the Spencer shows up on that Sentinel, adds in a bit more flavor, then you know it's such a recipe of success. You got the Spencer being lethal, you got Dubstep always being lethal, you got Borkum making the flashes, making the utility work, and finding his own kind of footing as well. Then things just work out so well for BREN Esports.
Yeah, it has been such a amazing series that we did see from these two teams. SE Atlas, a very valiant effort. They almost did it, almost, but showing at the very least that BREN Esports are mortal. This time, though, SE Atlas, they did have a good chance to make it happen, but in the end, well, they're going to be taken out of week number 1. But guys, don't go anywhere. We're going to be back with another series. We have 3 today to be played. After this is going to be coming SV Empire versus Walkure. That is going to be our match, our second match of the day. After that, we're going to have even more. So guys, don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a hair.
Welcome back to VCT Philippines, and we just saw an amazing game right there from none other than BREN. Started off a little bit shaky and with definitely a rocky start for them, but they managed to pull things together and get a couple of wins in overtime in a series that definitely could have went into a 0-2 for either team actually. But let's have a little bit of a chat with one of the players right now, because we do have someone very special on the line to talk with us, and it's going to be none other than the man himself, Sovash, right here. Where you at, man? Hello. Oh, he's frozen on my end. Okay. Okay. So we're experiencing a little bit of technical issues, and I also can't hear anything for some reason. But sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. Just a little bit of a technical hiccup. So one of the interesting things, of course, that did just happen was that amazing comeback from BREN. We thought it was going to be Atlas in map 1. We thought Atlas was, in a very good state to actually take map number 2. And I think when it came to the third map, just ended up seeming like uh running out of steam rather for the side of Atlas though. So before I talk too much, we're experiencing some technical difficulties. I think the best thing to do would be to go straight into the interview right now. I think we're ready for it. Hey, oh hello, Jesse Vascio, what's up? We got Sofash on the line. How are you doing, man? Oh no, I can't hear him or anything at all.
Wait.
Actually, it's so strange, isn't it?
Aww.
Hmm. I can't. Okay. I think we need to sort of take a little bit of a technical pause. We should go into a little bit of a break, I think. Give us like. Oh, okay. But we will be going to our panel right here while we sort these things out. So, welcome back to the panel. What an amazing series we just saw. I got Trix, Viminal, and Ling Ling here. Okay, I'm gonna start it off with you, Trix. BREN looking shaky at the start. What went on? I mean, we had a lot of casters say it kind of looked very, very rough. Did it have
Yeah.
anything to do with them not being in their boot camp? What was going on there?
I honestly am not sure. It just seems so unrefined for a team like BREN, who we've seen so much of recently, and they've shown to have this kind of finesse with their plays. But today, it didn't really shine until the third map.
Yeah.
I mean, building off of what you said, Trix, yeah, they were off to a slow start, slower than usual. I mean, we expect them pretty much to lose the pistol rounds, but they were able to win it out during overtime. The first map, second map, Atlas took it away. And then third map, it was pretty much the BREN experience that we've come to expect. But, they're not in the boot camp right now, so maybe that's a bit of a factor, amongst other things.
Honestly, the all in balance right now is BREN right now currently winning, and seems like the universe is back into the place where it should be. And speaking of places where we should be in the interview right now. So let's bring it back. I think we got Jesse Vash on the line, the legendary Sovash himself. Can I hear him? Hello?
Hello?
Nope.
Hello?
Hi, hello. Say, oh, hello. Nope. Oh man, I
You hear
cannot
me?
hear
Hello?
Jesse Vash right now. I think we're having a technical issue. Apologies,
Lan ayos naman,
guys.
di ba, sa akin?
Let us stall for
Oo,
just a quick
naririnig kita.
while we sort of
Hindi,
sort
sa akin
this
yung sira.
out.
Okay, okay.
Can't exactly hear anyone at all, actually. But here, panel. I'm gonna bring the panel right back here, and let's get your opinions right here. I didn't get to go to you, Ling, right now, but SE Atlas, they played really well. We got amazing performers from almost the entirety of the team. What do you think went down for SE Atlas? They almost actually won this 2-0.
Man, honestly, it's just more of the players such as Bry being able to shine during the first game. But, for this best of three series, I definitely see this as a classic example on teams not fully understanding the strengths of each player, and they might have most likely overlooked that Bry could be more effective as a duelist all throughout the series, like rather than having this quick role swap that they did on Ascent and of course on the last map, which is Bind.
Yeah, Bind proved to be the crucial turning point right there. It seems like the moment we got on, it was just an absolute slugfest. And when BREN kind of stepped up to the plate, they were just able to knock everything out, hit home runs every single turn. I just think that they were able to go back into that place, tap into the zone where at the very start, they kind of did look a bit flustered here. Now, going forward, what does this mean? Let's take this into account here, because that just means that I think later on into the day, people are going to be looking at BREN and be like, okay, we might be able to have a really good chance of beating them right now if Atlas does this well. But yet again, we're going to give it another try because, third time's the charm here. 3 is the magic number after all. So we'll bring back Mr. Jesse Vash. But I seriously, hello? Nope.
Hello?
I'm sorry, Jesse Vash. I
Hello?
cannot hear
Hello?
you. Something must be going
Hello?
on. I might have to restart my browser. Hi, though. Congratulations. I love the headband. Oh, hello? Nope. Okay. Well,
Ay, naririnig ko siya eh, pero
you're
di niya
welcome.
narinig.
I can't mouth read, unfortunately. So sorry about this. We'll get this fixed up real quick. And hi, panel. Welcome back to the show. So pardon us. As we all know, life is a little bit more difficult adjusting to this whole situation where we have to be at home. After all, we do have to keep safe. Now, let's go back and talk about Atlas almost taking that win. Does this mean that other teams are going to be looking at BREN and seeing like, damn, we might have a really good chance at actually winning here? Let's talk about Rix, who's right now in the dark side, the Sith of the current panel. What do you think?
I think that definitely we've all seen
And I
and
can't
know.
hear you.
I think she's
We all see and know that BREN actually does bleed. So I feel like it's definitely a possibility that other teams are going to look at it and realize that they can close that gap that some people feel is too big for them, and that there is this possibility to better yourselves as a team and to aim for the masters that everyone is playing for right now.
Yeah, no stranger to the Masters at all is BREN. And in the third map, we got a glimpse of what they truly play like. But today was definitely a hiccup. I expect them to sort of work out the kinks as we go on through the later days, as we get closer and closer to the grand final. But for a team like Atlas, man, what does it mean? What does it feel like, I wonder, to be in their shoes, to yet again have to go up against BREN again and to lose to BREN again? But this time, it might even be more heartbreaking because they got to overtime twice. It's so close. Viminal. I mean, what does this mean for Atlas?
Yeah, as you said, they were so close, and really went above and beyond our initial expectations. We were expecting a 2-0 in favor of BREN. They brought it to a 2-1. Honestly, it was looking very dicey for BREN, and I was so ready to be proven wrong by this very, very promising team. But in the end, on the third map, just they kind of ran out of steam. But this definitely is a huge, perhaps a milestone for Atlas, taking down BREN in map number 2 and giving them a run for the money overall in this series.
Yeah. But what about you, Ling? Let's go to you real quick here. What do you think it means for the other teams right now? Because BREN showed a lot of weakness in the first map, second map. What does this mean? Do you think people are starting to look, oh, hey, we might have a chance to actually claim this title this first week here in VCT?
Well, for the reason or for witnessing the entire series, I mean, BREN must have been thinking that maybe if they started picking up map picks, they would be ahead of the curve with that ice box and of course that ascent pick. But then again, Atlas might have had the same idea as well, as they try to understand the mentality of a top tier team. And this is where we actually see them try to apply whatever they learned after incurring all those losses against BREN over and over again. And they have to give props to the player here coming up from Atlas, which is Bry, and his willingness to take on fights and challenge angles that allows the team to follow right behind him. And he might actually be a huge X factor that Atlas could have, but it just falls down on the matter on how Atlas as a team would really have to work on a lot of things other than letting their duelist shine.
Right now here we see the highlights of that series. Overall, a really strong performance here from the side of Kakarot and everybody else. Also, let's not forget Bry. How amazing was Bry on that raise, Viminal?
Yeah, Bry, 30 plus frags during that Icebox game. And really, this is what we were talking about, what we were hoping to see. Look at that, 35 kills, 2.0 KDA average, combat score of 320. And taking a look at the rest of the team for Atlas, it was really a concerted effort that they brought to the table. Of course, BREN in the end just eking out that slight edge to take victory.
Yeah, and eventually they did get it in the end. Was in a really, really strong performance. As you can see, 35 kills right next to Borkum's 34, head to head with these duelists. How close was this game? Just did not expect to see Bry perform this well. Maybe they should have kept him on that raid going into the later stage, because he did play Omen in the second one, and then he played something else on the third map. So they let Kakarot get back on that race. Do you think this was a little bit of a error on their part? Should they have kept Bry on that race?
It's just perhaps a bit of a toss-up. If Bry was still kept on that raise on the later stages, perhaps it would have been a different story. But really, I think the tail of the tape here for the first map was how much value Yoshi got off Sova's kit right there.
Yeah, I think also, if I may add, the retakes on Atlas's side were just amazing. Whether it was on Ascent or on Icebox, the retakes were so clean and coordinated. They knew exactly where to pick for the players, and it's just a shame that I didn't really see that as much on Bind.
Yeah, and unfortunately, they're going to take the loss right there. Bind was a little bit underwhelming. As you can see, Ascent. Bry was on 1.7 KDA, still doing quite well. And honestly, I think a lot of it had to do with Yoshi. Yoshi on that, like Doc said, one of the best we have in the country on Sova, just performing phenomenally well now. It just seems like every single time he knew when to go for those recon darts, and especially those shock darts, going tit for tat with the Hunter's Fury alongside Jesse Vash on that Sova. What would you say about that, Ling?
Well, I definitely have to point out that they have gotten so much value out of Sova's kit, which is where we actually see Yoshi shine a lot more as like an initiator for the team. But let's not even forget or even take away how well has he been able to enable the main duelist, which is Kakarot, who did the most that he can on the last two maps. But it just so happens na him as a duelist alone really didn't have that much mobility and aggression coming up from his race compared to how Bright does it. I mean, over and over again, we do have to point out that Bry had the performance, but let's just say that Kakarot is great, but not as great as what has his counterpart did from the first round.
Yeah, I agree with you. But if we're talking about individual players, we do have to go and look at the MVPs. If I'm going to make a prediction, it's got to be a tough one, but I think Borkum performed pretty well through and through here. We do have to take a look at the stats. It's going to be a little bit of a difficult prediction to make, but as you can see, the damage right now, still BREN with an overwhelming majority in terms of damage here for, on the map Bind. It seems like everything just started falling apart for Atlas there. They could never really get a good grip on the game. And why do you think Bind went so well for BREN here, guys? Let's start with you, Trix.
I mean, it's just a matter of taking the right duels and having that confidence. And, I do know that some people find Bind is definitely where Bren bleeds, but it also might be the place where they've really reinforced everything they have to reinforce. So it just seemed their timing was perfect. The confidence was finally on point. And rather than playing it slow, being afraid to take the duels, Bren was there thinking, we need to remind people why we're the top team. And
Mhm.
it was good to finally see them in
Yeah.
that form on the third map.
Yeah,
It,
definitely. Let's
Yeah, it was like
go
it
ahead,
was a
Vimino.
bit off to a slow start for Brem, but they definitely woke up towards that Vine game.
I agree. Let's take a look at who performed the best, though, the MVP of the whole series. Now coming up for you guys. Let's see who exactly it was. None other than Borkum performed amazing, especially up on the Reina here, averaging 15.4 kills and a total of 215.6 ACS. Really just goes to show how good he has been on the duelist role. I mean, we saw him really grow, and I think he's really settling into his own skin with this duelist. Don't you think so? I'll go to you, Ling. What do you feel about Borkum now being on the duelist?
Well, finally, they have made one right decision on towards his series, which is putting him back to his comfort zone. I mean, this agent, or rather this player, is going to be good on his own. And it definitely goes to show on how well he performed, not really needing much of support coming up from his teammates. He understand the rotation of the out of their opponents so well that it didn't really have to think about so much on how he moves around the map. And this is where we actually see a lurker, or rather a player on his own, been able to shine without really having the need to consistently, or rather uh, be able to always go for the full five-man execute.
Yeah, well, that that has been definitely the series, a really close one to start the day off. What a strong start to it, but we're not done just yet. We're only scratching the surface. And at the tip of the iceberg was BREN and SE Atlas. But what else do we have for you guys right now? We do have the upcoming match, and this one is going to be a doozy. It's Empire versus Walkure, a team that I have been so looking forward to seeing. We haven't seen Walkure in a long, long time. I'm excited to see, what Utahachi gets to do, what Wild Oreo gets to do here. These guys are really strong individual players. The rest of the team equally strong, up against an Empire who has been struggling to find their form recently.
I definitely agree there. We've seen Empire before. We've seen the potential that they have, but last time we saw them, they definitely felt like they had an identity crisis where they weren't really sure what kind of direction they wanted to go as a team. So I'm hoping to see how they've addressed that issue and whether or not they've found really how they shine as players. And I can't stress that enough that I love seeing teams figure out what is the best role for their players and just allow them to become even better and shine on the maps.
Totally agree with you there, Trix. In the end, it's all about self-awareness, which is a huge part of that team chemistry factor. And speaking of team chemistry, Walkure, they've been out of action for quite some time, maybe making some appearances in some pocket or community tournaments here and there, but they've definitely been a roster for quite some time. They've had a lot of time to prepare and study for this event. And conversely, for Empire, they're a brand new roster, and a lot of kinks to iron out, and it remains to be seen whether or not they are ready this time around.
They're
Yeah,
really
definitely. Sorry, go ahead, Ling.
I mean, they really have to be ready, given in terms of like the matchup right here that we are going to be seeing is by far the most evened out in terms of skill disparity. You don't really see anyone have like a bigger lead or have anyone in the roster that could definitely shine and basically sweep on towards the server. And for the matchup on Valkyrie versus Empire, it's just a matter of them having a lot of question marks on their head if what the agent and the role that they have assigned for themselves could be the best or the rightest decision that they could make to even secure win and of course secure the series.
Yeah, and let's go ahead and take a look at what else is going to be going on right now. It has been Empire sort of struggle, the fall of the Empire, I guess you could call it right that. But they're seemingly doing a bit better, finding their form without without version as the top. Has been a pretty good turnout thus far, but whether they can overcome this plateau, that's a big question right now. But what about you guys, you viewers at home? We're doing a little bit of a giveaway, and it's so easy to participate here. We're giving away 1,500 plus Valorant points, and this is all you got to do to win it. So all you got to do, like and share the PPGL Facebook page, like and follow rather, and then like and share the stream with the caption of which team you are rooting for. Use the hashtag to make sure your post is public. I'll be selecting 10 winners at the very end of the day. And that's pretty much all you got to do. We also have a little bit of a language redirect right now. We are going to show you where you guys can tune in if you're watching the Filipino stream, if you're watching the English stream as well. If you want to watch in English, so shout out to everybody on Twitch. That's PPG_VCTPH. That's where I like to hang out. The Filipino casters, commentary, they're on Facebook, PPGL. That's on facebook.com/ppglgg. All of it's on YouTube. And the panel discussion is happening both in English. So unfortunately for you, you have to see our faces on both of these guys. Take your time. It's really just soak it in, look at this photograph. Sometimes, it makes you laugh. And you're going to be stuck with this for the rest of the day. But you know who else you will be stuck with? The rest of the casters here. We're just about ready to get started, I think, with match number 2. Oh, before that, we'll take a quick look rather at the teams who are actually going to be playing here. It is the first roster and none other than Empire Esports. They're going to be coming up right now. A very strong lineup who has been struggling to find their form, struggling to find their identity. See who they are. They have currently on their squad Bat, Ghost, Draxi, Nexi, Symbol, and Pretty Toxic. Now, let's talk about this. I'll start with you, Viminal. Nexi has been hard carrying for the past, I don't know how long. He's been so good to fill in the void that Silver left on his team.
Yeah, I mean, Batco, Straxi, Nexi, they've been together for quite some time from the old SV Empire roster. The chemistry is pretty much on point, but of course they're pretty toxic. And the fourth member as well of the lineup, they're new additions to the team, and it really remains to be seen whether or not they can gel together. Again, a very promising lineup made of very talented players, but again, they kind of reset that sort of learning curve and trying to gel as a 5-man roster.
Yeah. That roster has been successful previously. The first time and the best performance we've seen them was in, I think, VCT Stage 1, Week 1, where they really took it. They really took it home, almost took a win up against BREN. They did so well, even showing up in a team in first strike there. Now, Tricks, they seem to have lost their footing. I'll go to you on this one. What do you think they can do to sort of come back and maybe take this to a team like Walkure?
I definitely think that Empire should reconsider why they did so well in the first stage, first week. And it was because of the fundamentals that they had. It was clear that they worked well together, and it's building upon those fundamentals rather than deciding to just try something new and hoping that it's going to work out for you. As we've said on the panel, sometimes it's not just about being creative, it's about having the right fundamentals.
Yeah, and speaking of the opposition, taking a closer look at who exactly is playing on the Walkure roster. They've been active in the collegiate scene before. Now we're seeing them emerge here. They used to be part of the NCIS, NICL, excuse me, that's a show, the NICL, and now they're here. Definitely an upgrade. They got RU, Flippy, Mr. Nice Guy, Winter Love, and Wild Oreo. There definitely have been some name changes. As to why, I don't know, but it's still Utahachi, still Wild Oreo. A lot of the same members of the previous lineup where they were called a different team affinity. What do you think about this lineup right here? I'll go to you, Ling.
Well, I definitely see these players played a lot more together on previous FPS titles, and I really want to see how well are they going to be carrying over that type of chemistry in a game like Valorant. Yes, there's like a lot of gun mechanics that you could apply to it still, and in terms of like the game economy, uh, I guess it is something that they could have. But there's a lot more to Valorant. There's a lot more to this game. There's a lot more elements to it that contributes to a win.
Yeah, and it's definitely a tough act to follow, especially if you are, you used to be a really strong team in the other titles, but the transition isn't always the easiest. Unlike BREN, I think, who has managed to transition effortlessly, sometimes teams need to take that time to readjust. But let's look at the head-to-head, see which of these two players we're going to be picking as the current tops of their team. It's Winter Love and Nexi. No surprises there. ACS on Winter Love 276. That's insane. And Nexi on 219.
A Sky for, that's not very common to see Sky there on the player head to head alongside a Killjoy. Zero duelists over here. It just makes me a lot more excited to see how they're going to play, honestly.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I expect to see more of that Sky, and I think a lot of teams are discovering how good that Sky truly is, and just finding out how to use them no matter what situation. We've seen them with the zero duelist lineup, double initiator setup. Just people are learning how to get so creative with Sky. They're doing like a Sova Sky lineup right there with the Cypher. So much intel, so much ability. It's very, very common to see this. I know you're familiar with these lineups, Wim, and how far do you think the meta of Sky has come?
I think Sky is a very underrated pick right now, but of course, as of recent times, it's becoming more popular, and for good reason. Especially paired with the Sova, there's a lot of info game coming on, and a lot of sustain as well in the form of Sky's heal. So definitely understand the rationale, but I think we're about to head into the map, Vito.
Yeah, so speaking of finding out exactly where we are going to be facing off in this battlefield here today, where people have decided that they want to draw blood. It is Split, Bind, and Ascent, while Kore picked first, followed by SV Empire, and Split to start off the whole thing today. Now, we haven't really seen Split very much previously.
So this may be an unpopular opinion, but I actually don't think Sky is applicable on Split. I find Breach is a lot better. So if they are to have that flash character, I do hope that they opt to switch it out for the Breach because of the close corners. Sky has been in the meta for a while. We've seen her especially in some of the Masters tournaments, especially if you follow other countries like Korea and Japan, they definitely have Sky popping up a lot alongside the Viper. So I think, a lot of people are adapting to other playstyles, but I want teams and players in the Philippines to remember that you can also dictate your own kind of playstyle. If you don't, if you don't vibe with the Sky, you don't have to push for it because some players like really do well with it and some players just don't.
Yeah. And speaking of, we are going to see exactly how well they deal with it, whether we're going to be seeing Sky picked out here or not. Before we go into the casters itself, let's ask you guys, what are your predictions for this map? We'll start with Tricks.
2-1 on favor for Empire because I really hope they're back.
I'm going to go the other way around, Tricks. 2-1 in favor of Walkure. I mean, I'm really curious to see what they bring to the table. Sky being picked out there, top frag, 4-match MVP. Really a telling sign of what's to come, I think.
Well, on my side, I would follow the sentiment of Tricks right here because I still believe in the X factor that the team Empire has, which is Nexi. So having a flexible player like that, play around with the team could be a lot more, and might have to say could have the possibility of landing this win. So yeah.
Okay, I'm honestly just gonna say I think on paper SV Empire they look really good. They're getting better, but something in my gut tells me that Walker is gonna take a 2-1 victory. So I'm gonna stick to that. Don't believe whatever prediction I made previously. I just feel it in my bones. It is the magic, I think. But anyway, I won't dilly dally any longer, and I'm going to let the people on casters do all the dilly dallying for us. So for now, I'm gonna leave it yet again to all our casters on behalf of the panel. Casters, take it away.
Let's take a walk through this empire and settle in for another series. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Challenger Stage number 2, Series number 2. We got Empire Esports versus the side of Walkure, and you already know that these two teams looking to face off, looking to jockey for position, and this is going to be quite an intense matchup. I'm Dax. I'm joined by Asteroid this time, and Asteroid, come on, SB Empire, Walkure. I'm very excited for this one too.
It's going to be exciting. And honestly, I think it's also a way for these two teams to show off what they've got as of the moment. Because I know that all teams will be doing that, but I think it's more special for Empire and Valkyrie because there have been some changes that I think have really shaken both of these orgs to the core, where I think the panel has already brushed up on it when Empire, with Version leaving and going to a different organization, with Valkyrie being Valkyrie again from, I believe that was Dreamfire, is it? Or was it, I think, Affinity, there we go. Thank you so much. And there's just so much for them to prove right now coming into this stage 2 week 1. And honestly, I'm rooting for both of them to win. I know it's going to be only one proceeding into the semifinals tomorrow, but I really do enjoy watching these teams. They're very explosive and they have so much to offer, and they're very entertaining, to say at the least.
You know, this is basically a game of musical chairs for both sides. You have one on Empire where they're like, so what do you guys want to play? Who's going to be playing what? And it really feels like they're getting that identity. They still have that core trio, I believe, of all the old Empire members there. And then you still have, of course, the additions that you get from Astra. You get Pretty Toxic as well, getting at representation on. I'm really impressed to see a female player for the SV Empire side, and seems like they're going to be running an Omen on her. In the meantime, though, Walkure, I, for one, will tell it this straight. I have a bit of a personal investment in this team just because I care a lot about their story. And it does feel like for Walkure, they have a very big chip on their shoulder coming into the VCT. They're trying to prove something, and they're trying to prove that they can make it all the way. This is their best chance to it. They finally made it through the playoffs yet again, emulating their week 1 performance last stage. And some names have been changed, but it's the same old Walkure there. Flippy gonna be into the roster now due to the unfortunate circumstances surrounding the team. And Wild Oreo has gone into flight school, I'd say, Mr. Asteroid, and he's gonna be playing that Raze.
Oh, this is exciting to see. We're going to be witnessing a contrast of plays here where even on the defense, SV Empire will be utilizing a double duelist comp, probably going to be used to retake sites more than try to defend it. I think that's going to be better for them. They're very, very explosive, and I really do enjoy when Nexi from Empire picks up a duelist because he's amazing as a Sentinel, no doubt. Bestial, you know, the team that I am coaching as of the moment has fought them in a different tournament, and Nexi was just unleashed when he plays on a Cypher. But also, I think Empire, without Version being on their duelist role, they need someone who's explosive or at least has that incredible aim to start off the sites, and Nexi checks all those marks.
Here we have it. You know, SB Empire, like I said before, these guys are just trying to find that if this role is going to work for them, then that is going to be the comp of choice. And I fully expect them to swap things out actually all throughout the series. They still trust each other. They're still here together for good reason. And I love the fact that this SB Empire roster is here and now in the players trying to prove that, hey, we figured things out, kinda. We're still as potent as can be. We're still at the top for leagues, and they are going to be on the defense first. But Walkure, in the meantime, they have unleashed the sky there for Winter Love. We got RU on the Omen and really stepping it up time after time for the side of Walkure. He's been an amazing shot caller, but that goes already amazing at the hold he gets to so far. The Killjoy with a quick little Nana Swarm there to eviscerate one, goes for the other, and Walkure, they might be walking into certain demise soon because the firing squad is on with the love with one, but Pretty Toxic, and that goes wrap it up, a quad for the Killjoy to get that first round for SB Empire.
Just a quick and aggressive little take there. We didn't even think, again, I think went for like 30 seconds on that one, and it's really good. Always when you're gonna be here on split, you always want to get that pistol round as the defender, because you know that usually it's gonna be ending at around 10-2 at the very least, because you need that. When you go into the attacking side with around, let's say 9 or 8, you're in for real trouble, because we've seen a lot of teams struggle in trying to bring the rounds back on the second half when they're on the attacking, and maybe we'll just have to figure it out. That's also maybe why we're seeing Empire on the double duelist, because they need something with a bit more punch as they go into that second half. But of course, I digress. I'm thinking too much about the future, but now is the time to see the present, and that is one round for Empire.
You know, there's nothing wrong about looking at the future, Mr. Arizoi. Sometimes you gotta look forward before to your feet. But in this case, though, it's nothing's happening. So Walkure, they will be moving on around. And I do agree with some of your points. You got the duelists here for the side of SB Empire. They can be potent later on, as we will be getting them to, of course, attack in that second half. But the thing is, they still are running that double Sentinel with the Sage and the Killjoy. So some people might not consider Sage too much to be a Sentinel, but you have such an essential role right on the middle, onto B. So go for the slows, go for the wall, and now Walkure gonna be walking into a trap slayed by Symbol. There we go with a kill. Mr. Nice Guy though in the meantime with a refrag there, but Empire just keeping it up. Draxi with a double kill so far. Winterlove and Flippy the only ones left, but with Draxi popping off the same way Backos did a while ago, then it's still Empire on the roll. 2-0 right now. Things looking good here for SB Empire.
Love how Empire there positioned Draxi on the outer side or the entrance of B main, because he could do one of two things. It's either, or one thing, or two things rather, with one utility. He can either nade the entrance to B main if they get rushed, or he can nade the entrance to B heaven if that is the one rushed. And it just allows for a lot of versatility here for SV Empire, and that was just a really good start. Although, of course, that was a weaker buy for, or no buy rather, for Walkure. Now they do have themselves with 5 Vandals. No love for the Phantom here, guys, interestingly enough. But you know what? We're Asians. We love our Vandals. And while Oreo, he's going to show his love to his counterpart there. A little bit of a jiggle, a little bit of a dance, and the boombox, the crush gears is going to be unleashed, and Draxi just backs away, respecting that while Oreo got the better of the weapons there and knows that his teammates are not far behind to provide that support.
Oh, that was so close though. While Oreo, he just dodged the blitz. He's like, whoa, got lucky there. Might as well go for the push and test my luck even more. Slow Orb now gonna get thrown. Seems like Walkure moving over to the east side, not even bothering to go for the Barrier Orb here. And with Wild Oreo popping off like this, then that's gonna be a good start here for Walkure so far. There's the wall gonna be into play. Wild Oreo now using his lessons and flying on high to hop up top. Besides that, it's SB Empire at a disadvantage. Sure enough though, rather, this is their bonus round, so it's not too much expectation on them, but they'd love to do some damage here, Asarai.
You definitely would love to. Not even just taking away the Vandals, maybe enough damage to force Valkyrie to buy a bit more shields. They do get the 1 kill. Here comes Symbol. Last man standing will be Bat Ghost, who will be coming from on top of heaven, but Winterlove got his number, got his angle, and that's going to be the first point for Valkyrie here. They do take away at Flippy and RU, and that's a thing that Empire definitely wanted to do, and like you said, make it an expensive round. Gotta use those moolahs, gotta use those creds to buy these members back right up, as Empire have their own weapons to challenge in the fourth.
And the challenge is here, but just to get this out of the way, guys, this Walkure squadron is pretty much the same thing that, you know, from Affinity before. It's still the same players. RU is formerly known as Utahachi. You got Mr. Nice Guy, who's Doxus, and Winterlove, who is Knives. So overall, it's the same old core. These guys have been playing together for months. They've gone through the thick and thin of things. They've really made sure that they still stick on the round, and they've made it to the playoffs so far after a grueling open qualifier. So it goes to show when you're loyal, like these two teams, both Empire and Walkure, still sticking on the round, it does reward you very, very heavily. And now, here we go. The Seekers are into play. Mr. Nice Guy following them as Wild Oreo does go for the flashback hops. There we have it. The Killjoy gets 1. Are you going for the plant? Walkure taking control of A site.
Yeah, this is why you usually don't see anybody at a site, especially if it's the Omen, just because if you don't have that crossfire setup, you're going to be easily punished. Pretty toxic. Really wanted to just reposition quite quickly, but gets punished straight up. Are you? Nice little boost, little spot here. Does spot out Bat Ghost. Step in the right direction once again. 3 versus 5. Winterlove does set everything up, and are you? Okay. Well, he is, and that's going to be the 2 points for Valkyrie.
Are you kidding me there, RU? What a way to go. And honestly, the rise of RU as a player has been pretty much instrumental for Walkure and their success. When he first came into the roster, it was, I'll be honest, a little weaker than compared to the other players they've had. Not because he was a bad player, no, but because his real strength lies in the shot calling. He was more or less the support structure of Walkure at the very start of the roster. But then they realized that they needed an in-game leader, and RU was the one to take that mantle. And now he's got enough experience alongside this team to get even better and become even more potent. That's another extra gun, another extra hand that Walkure can rely on, and we're all tied up just because of his performance so far.
I also do like how, aside from all of that, right, especially in this one, the pickup on the Sky, I think is very merited. When you pick a Sova on split, it doesn't really make that much sense. His lineups as well as his drone doesn't get you that value because you can always rotate away from it. It doesn't do much. But when you go for the other initiator, when you have your flashes, when you have your dog that can daze people, and when you have your seekers that can just open things up, it makes everything so easy. But speaking of easy, the lineups is going to be working out for Wild Oreo here. Draxi rips out the showstopper and just stops him in their tracks for a moment. But it's not going to stop Valkyrie from going into the site, leaving it in 3 versus 2, with Empire definitely gasping for a couple of guns to peek out from Nexi here. He needs to get the shutdown onto RU, but definitely, or not definitely, will happen. It's a 3 versus 1, and Bat Ghost once again in a deja vu situation onto the B Heaven, and Walkure do it once more.
Holy cowabunga there, Draxi. He just went for the showstopper in the face of the opposition. But besides that, Walkure, even though they got some losses at the very start, they still had that gun advantage to take another round and take the lead away from the side of SB Empire. Thing is, though, I love seeing that Sky pick indeed on split, because there are so many angles that you can flash that you guys can walk into, but then you won't be flashed along the way. Just using the corners to your advantage, it isn't as open as you'd like to compared to the other maps, so maybe the towers might not be the best place to go at things. And as you notice there, here in the middle, it's kind of hard to shoot it perfectly into those doorways, but if you can get the angles, you can make things happen with this guy, and Winter Love is trying to make the best of things as here comes mid control from Teal Walkure.
Immediately as they get that mid control, you see how Empire just backs away. Symbol uses his wall. This will give up control on A Heaven. Usually you'd probably be seeing, if you have a Killjoy, the alarm bot situated there, so it should spot at Wall Oreo. But the way that they go about this is they're gonna allow A Heaven to be controlled, but every single utility of Batghost has been dropped on the site. So this will mean that Valkyrie has to figure out that once they drop there, they gotta be fast on their feet. Nanoswarm's gonna be quick, and Nexi, if he can get a kill here, can always reposition with that dismiss. Immediately pops the Killjoy ultimate, but positioning for Walkure doesn't really situate that they're gonna go straight for B. They can always just have control of mid and go left or right. And Draxi, he's gotta go to the other side, but he gets detained right on the open. Can he get to back to board before Mr. Right Guy comes in? But it's gonna be Wild Oreo to start things off.
Wild Oreo from above, and that's the thing. They were waiting for people to come through the vents, come outside of the tower, but no exits means it's time for the entry, and Draxi is the victim there of that detain. So he's imprisoned, and now he's gone for the count. Walkure setting up a post plant. Are you even catching that? Bat goes all the way on A side, and it's a sneaky plays here from the open. Now the dark cover gonna get thrown. Here comes another bird into play. The bird is the word. The guiding light is the symbol here. And speaking of symbol, he catches out Flippy. Can Empire go for the retake? That's gonna be the question there. Wild Oreo catching up pretty toxic. Here comes Wild Oreo yet again to get a triple kill. And Nexi now, he's just backing on away. Is this gonna be too difficult without the Empress? Walkure getting another take to work out in their favor here, Asarai.
You talked about how Ryu or Tahachi is one of the players that definitely need to step up as the IGL for Walkure. When they were in Affinity, I felt like this team was more run and gun and all about being able to be the better aimer. But it seems like now on Attack on Split, they're reversing the roles and they're utilizing the agents that they have and the utilities, the skills available for them, and it's allowing them to take these sites so quickly. And it's just, how to say this, it's a domino effect. They're able to cleanly take these sites because they can set up properly, and it works so well for them. And again, I do say that Split is definitely defender-sided, but when you know how to take that mid-control, when you know how to dictate the pace of your point on their rotation, it turns into the other way, and it seems like Valkyrie are dictating the pace of this game quite early on.
And here we have it, speed kills, and Wild Oreo gets two immediately. Two for the price of none. That's a beautiful showstopper there to just clear out the vents. And apparently, if you need any kind of fumigation done, Wild Oreo might be the guy to call, but not like that. Direct combat doesn't seem to be his forte there, as that's a beautiful tap there from Symbol. And now he's gonna be able to pick up the gun. No, gives it to Nexi instead. Oh, he did save it a while ago, rather. So now Symbol has Vandal alongside the Reyna, but it's still 4v3. Wall is there, and here comes the shots. Are you with the kill onto Nexi? Here comes Winter Love with the takedown off the pretty toxic as well. And now the Symbol. Can he go for a res play? Can he actually make something happen with this Vandal? Backs on the way, slow orb and all. Tries to escape from the Rat of Walkure, but the question is, can he survive? No, are you still getting the shots on? And really, are you looking so stellar here? Walkure up by 3 and looking to have such a good half here on the attacking side.
They're just unstoppable. Wild Oreo, he's finding these picks that aren't really supposed to happen. And look at the replay here real quick. I can't, okay, so it was a real quick replay, but anyways, Wild Oreo started everything, and honestly, I wasn't expecting him to get 2 kills with the showstopper, but he got it, and that means that it was turned into a 3 versus 5 real quick. Now, coming into this 8th round, look at the ultimates available for Valkyrie. Once again, Winterlove has his Seekers up, immediately activates it, and here comes the point where you're gonna get snuffed out of your corners. It's always the name of the game in Valorant. You're supposed to be able to peek these deep corners real quick as attackers, but with the Seekers, it becomes such a breeze, and a quick take on the B is what was what was resulted of that. And it's going to be the post plant here. They even post planted for the open. This is going to be very difficult for Empire to retake. But a kill on Mr. Nice Guy, definitely something that puts them in the right direction.
Another one. He just dies twice there after resurrection. Detained though, catching out Wild Oreo, who is hiding in the corner, but everyone's ignoring him. Don't turn around, Nexi. Perfect opportunity. The Paradigm connects, and Wild Oreo, he's still in this fight. He has gotten two there. Are you in the meantime comboing on up? Batgo's though given an opportunity to defuse, and Nexi gonna salvage this round here. Gets the ace even to wrap it all up. And Empire will make it work. But come on, guys. Here we go again in split. Check your corners. And, you know, for Walkure, they're not going to have that problem because they have the Seekers just to do that. Empire, they have to keep an eye out compared to their opponents.
Okay, to Empire's rescue here, I would say. They would probably have thought that Wild Oreo was backing away with his team. And since the coverage of the lockdown also affects B main, part of B main, it makes sense that Wild Oreo should have been there, so I kind of get it, but you're definitely right. You have to check your corners because that was almost a bad thing for Empire.
That was so scary already. I could feel the clench, and Wild Oreo was like, is this happening? Is this real? Can I actually get kills? Can we actually win this round? And, you know, Nexi, eventually he puts on the performance that makes sense that he's on the Reina for it. But besides that, that was risky wee. That was an emergency. Absolutely. But then again, Walkure is already up by 2. And overall, 5 points on the attacking side is such a good sign here for the Walkure squadron. Of course, they would want more, and they are on the hunt already. Single duelist is the way to go here for Walkure. Wild Oreo, yet again, trying to take point, take command, and use his explosives to the best degree. A bit of a slower play though here from the side of Walkure, and as soon as that happens, Batgo's gonna get caught trying to play insert. Nexi though, ready with a backstab from the rounds. Winterlove catching out the Reina, but it's still Batgo's cleaning up house on the tower side. So it's 2v3, and it seems like they might walk into the trap set by the Killjoy. But as I say that, are you able to make it through a site? Mr. Nice Guy trying to set up an emplacement, but the spike is planted, and Walkure, they will have to hold as strong as they can. Mr. Nice Guy and Simple getting it trades. Here comes the res onto Nexi. It's all up to the Omen now.
Are you? He's on elbow. He's gonna be peeking out real quick there. Gets the shot off the Symbol without taking any damage whatsoever, and maybe just a pickup, but the double lineup there from Nexi as well as Mr. Or rather, not Mr. Nice Guy, but Bad Ghost allows them to bring it all the way back, and Symbol, knowing that his revive can be used for next round, but uses it now, at least was the step in the right direction because they needed the extra body just to make sure that RU cannot go for that clutch. And just wanted to say that previous round, you know, Bat Ghost, he doesn't explode as much for Empire. I always do say this, but he's somebody who knows how to utilize his tools quite well. He's always there to support the Empire team, and honestly, he's my Phantom 5th man. You know, he's the support that... How do you say this? He's the support that you don't want, but you need.
So he's the Dark Knight of Empire.
Yes, there you go. Thank you.
Oh, Wild Oreo though, styling and macking down against Nexi. That beautiful blast back peek, enough to get rid of the Reina, and here comes Walkure already. But I do agree with you, Batghost. Like I said before, for Team Empire, he used to be their 6th man, but he stepped up to the main roster, especially after an illustrious university career. So it just goes to show that progress can happen even at the top echelons of the Philippine scene, and Batghost is one byproduct of that. Now here comes the Trailblazer trying to say hello. Simple though in the meantime with a kill onto Mr. Nice Guy, and Wild Oreo will have a little bit of a fight against that Boombot, and even Batgo. So Wild Oreo now, showstopper in hand, Simple with the punish, but with 11 RU, clean up house to wrap up the round. Walkure able to walk into a site yet again. The flight of the Valkyries is the way to go, and really the flight of Wild Oreo has been the opera to watch out for this season.
Damn, Wild Oreo's popping. Look at the kills for this man. 13, comparing it to Draxi, who only has the 5. And like you said, Empire, they're in a state of transition, a state of trying to figure out what the hell we're supposed to do with the agents and the players, and what do we mix with this one. It seems like Empire need to adjust to that one, but in any case, Wild Oreo for Walkure has definitely stepped up to the plate, and he is performing fantastically. And also something to point out, Walkure, in, I think, the past 10, 11 rounds, while Nexi gets a kill there on Mr. Nice Guy out of camera, they've been focusing on getting a lot more of this orb control. And that's why you're seeing Winterlove and the other Sentinel for Walkure always have their ultimates up faster than Empire's.
Yeah, it's a free clear with the Seekers. That's the biggest thing. You don't even need to peek the corners anymore, and you hit the concuss there and someone hiding on the sides of these sites, then you can easily peek them and take them down in CQC. So a really good call here for Walkure, but as I say that, they lost Mr. Nice Guy already to the power, of course, of the most amazing gun in this patch right now, the Bucky. This is a pre-patch, guys, so don't forget that Bucky is still going to be something quite scary. I was actually surprised we didn't see it too much last series, but hey, Nexi will be bringing it now. But Waldor now with the punish, he's going to get two so far, spraying it down, looking for the takedowns, and here comes Winterlove with another one on the board. Walker now setting up the standard way onto B side and just getting every little bit of intel and position forward, flipping with some beautiful headshots, and it's 7-4 now for Team Walkure.
They're really just vibing here. Able to offensively take the side, aggressively take the sides, I think is the better term there. And they're already pushing at last round of the first half with 7-4. You don't really see this too much on attack. There will be times that you will, guys. There will be times, but this is definitely up Walkure's alley. I love how they're playing as of the moment, and it really is just all set up for them. This single duelist with the Raze gives them so many options in terms of utility. And speaking of options, he's blinded. He got to look behind him, and Wild Oreo just backs away. He got blasted. I think that was Draxi activating his showstopper, but not catching it off. Was able to pick it up, the 1-for-1 trade, but still lots of options for Empire here in the 4 versus 4. They have all their ultimates, and while on the other hand, Walkure does have Mr. Nice Guy next to with the peek out, but he peeked up too high, thinking that nobody was there already in the corner, and Bad Ghost doesn't know. He's about to drop right down to his opponent here. I don't think he hears that. He's looking, he's waiting. His drop down should have been heard, and right in the corner, like a shark in the sky. Oh my god, not a shark in the sky, but a shark in the water. Pat just goes wild.
I think that's even scarier. A shark in the sky. It's a Sharknado. Sharknado's coming for you, and you know who else is coming? Winterlove and his Seekers. They're hunting down the opposition. And hello, hello, hello. Where are you all? No detain here though for the side of Walkure. This is the last round of the first half, and it's such a good spot overall. Bat Ghost and Pretty Toxic. They're the only ones left here on the side of SV Empire. They still have that lockdown to play out, but this is just such a bait and switch for Walkure. The vibe check is real. They're working together hand in hand, and the power of friendship here for Walkure lets them have an 8-4 standing, I believe, as we get into the next half.
Wow, and like you said, the flight of the Valkyries have definitely soared high and reaching for the sky. My goodness, 16 kills for Wild Oreo, 10 for Winterlove, 11 for Ryu. The double digits here in Empire haven't even reached any of that. It's Batghost and Nexi, but here's the thing. When Batghost is one of the top fraggers for Empire, again, we do talk about how he's one of the phantom players for Empire. You don't feel him as much, but he's there. But when he gets that top frag, you know that there's something that is wrong right now for Empire, because as a Sentinel, he's not supposed to be that high. I mean, just in terms of the stats, guys, you need something more from some of your duelists, and Draxi is struggling here. Hasn't really popped off, but maybe this change up on the sides will prove to be what Empire need to bring it all the way back. Boombot will be utilized immediately by Wild Oreo. Pops up a couple of shots, and that should situate that there is a couple of bodies here into the mid. Nice little pop flash there, but Nexi does not get blinded. Can he reposition? He doesn't even need to, because he got the shot to back off with the Ghost and just back away as he opens things up for Empire.
He read that like a book and played them like a fiddle. What a play there from Nexi. He stood the ground that he was staying on. He ignored the guiding light and he flicked back to Getsu. Crazy stuff from the Reina. But we're not done. And here comes Pretty Toxic getting on the board. Are you and Wild Oreo? Don't answer back. And it's now Wild Oreo versus the world. Can he get the kill against Pretty Toxic? No, she's going to be able to get that takedown. And here we have it. It will be, I think, 8-5 now, the scoreline. The scoreboard, I believe, did get stuck. There, it's back. We're good, guys. But then again, Nexi, never count this guy out. He has really been one of the stars of the show for SV Empire, but just an amazing string of kills there, taking care of business and ignoring the guiding light like that. He just knew exactly what was coming, and he understood who he was facing off against.
And
Now, what's gonna be the response from Walkure? Are they gonna go for a force buy or just use the utility to maybe make it an expensive round for Empire? They're all on the classics, but there is a couple of flashes available on RU and Winterlove. They're waiting for a couple of maybe some entry points here. Guiding Light should be used already. It's gonna pop out for Wild Oreo and leaves him. Nexi, what are you doing? He actually just allows his teammates to go down, but Wild Oreo with the timing, he is feeling hot today, Dax. And as that leaves Winterlove in a 1 versus 2, he does have a Spectre. He has all of utility in hand. If he can take down first this Sage, it could be the entryway to Walkure actually winning on the pistol, on an eco rather. And he can't find him. The reposition is going to be real, and I don't know what's happening with the ADS there, but he will be using his Guiding Light to get things started.
Yeah, Guiding Light gonna get thrown. We'll see what Winterlove can do, but apparently the sweet summer child gonna be able to get that takedown. It's Batgoes on the board. But yo, Wild Oreo, let's just say it real quick. He's learned from probably one of the best raises in the Philippine scene, bar none. And he can emulate that playstyle very, very well. It's just like ape together strong with his mentor, and it just goes to show how impressive he can be. He has the skill behind it. He understands that he can just go ham and go for the takedowns, and heroic efforts like that has given him the 20 bomb so far in this game. But it's not enough in that round. This time though, it'll be a lot easier for Walkure. They've done the damage, and now they have the guns. We'll see if the defense can hold, because here comes Empire. They're speeding on in, as there you have both Draxi and Nexi try to play it out, but the angles are taken here by Walkure. Mr. Nice Guy gets a free hit onto Nexi as Winterlove wins out against Draxi. It's 2 down already, Walkure with the advantage.
So bring it back. Batgo spots out the one he's challenging, and I love the cha-cha, the left and right, the how do you say this? The fancy footwork for Batgos, allowing him to win out that duel. In any case, still is going to be an uphill battle here, as there is Flippy holding on top of A Heaven. Now spotting out 2 of the members of Empire here. This would just allow Walkure to just wrap around if they so wanted to, or just stay back a little bit. They know they have the numbers advantage. The trades are happening, but the damage is being done, leaving it only into the hands of Batgos. As you can see, RU is going for the pinch onto mid. It's going to be a very, very difficult battle here, and Batgos, he needs to reposition, but does he know that somewhere lurking in sewers is an alligator? That is RU! And that is going to be him devouring 9-6. It's all about the monster. It's all about the crazy vicious animals trying to get those nom-noms. You know what I mean?
Bro, what city do you live in, Asteroid, where there are sharks and alligators in the sewer? This is not a safe place to be in. I guess Split is really not ready for anyone, and that's why you detonate it. But man, so many. There's just danger everywhere. But overall, you do make a good point there, jokes aside. The Walkure, when they feel that confidence, but they have the guns, they're just willing to push above and beyond anyone else's. The reaches these guys can take have been pretty much unparalleled so far. And it just goes to show, when you want to play the aggression and your whole team is in on it, you just go ham, go hard, and go for those takes. Apes together strong indeed, and Walkure, these Valkyries are still back to the fight. Guiding Lights to say hello, and you can see Sybil scramble on away there. Wild Oreo also trying to chase with the boom bot. Showstopper now. Goodbye. There's no seeing that one coming. It's Wild Oreo with the first kill.
You never see it coming, do ya? And my gosh, just a bit of utility to get the kill. And this is what we don't really see from other teams that are trying to get into the VCT, being able to connect utility after utility into a kill. You think that you have to get multiple kills with a showstopper, but sometimes just that one crucial frag, making it to the 4 versus 5, puts your opponent in such a precarious situation because they can feel the pressure. Losing that Sage definitely hinders options for Empire, especially when they want to close off some angles here. And now their hands are being forced to try to take the B side with this Killjoy ultimate. But Wild Oreo, he got everything set into motion. Somebody's going to be charging right out of B main, but he's not blinded just yet, able to back away in time. And that native throw out previously stops everything that Empire wanted to do. And now here comes Empire taking the side, 20 seconds left into the clock. And oh my goodness, that Nanoswarm is not there. You have to back away first, but Spike will be safely planted. And this will be the 3 versus 3 for that retake.
Really, really close. And Overall, Walkure now. They're gonna be ones on the back, but they're the ones zoned out instead after Draxi basically plays it clutch overall. And here comes the showstopper now being unleashed by Draxi so far. Hiding behind the box, waiting for someone to come. It's just gonna be a start in the water here, but oh, the showstopper does not hit whatsoever. Flippy in the meantime with the kill. Nexi with the refrag now. And Nexi, he's stationed on the ground, sees the drop in RU, and he will drop him like a fly indeed. It's now Empire looking to make a bit of a comeback run, and they find another score on the board here.
It's a nice little trick that you see from Draxi. I don't think that was intentional, but there are some ultimates that do lift you up so that you can get yourself a self boost when you use that ultimate. I think he just overshot it, not seeing the body of Mr. Nice Guy. I think he thought that Mr. Nice Guy was a bit more on the entrance, but not really at the exit coming into the site. And in any case here, Empire, is this still 9-6? I think it's like 9-8 right now, or 9-7, right?
I think it's.
I think it's just
97.
delayed.
I think it's.
I wasn't
97,
really counting it.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, I try right now, but the scoreboard kind of frazzes out. But we'll get that fixed very quickly, guys. Don't you worry, because the score can speak for itself. It's still Walkure though with the advantage. There we go. We smash that refresh, and we're good to go yet again. But the thing is, it's a bit of a split right now for Empire. I like what they have really done though on the attacking side. They realized that they might be able to outmaneuver the side of Walkure and find ways to pick them off instead of really directing the fight in the face of the opposition. But there's one guy who can probably put up such a decent, I'd say, contest to this. It has to be Nexi for Empire. He is the linchpin right now of getting kill after kill, and with the Empress online and ready to go for this round, he might be able to unleash those orbs of fury.
Next is just somebody that, if ever he leaves Empire, that would be such a crutch to the team because he can do everything. Duelist, Sentinel. I haven't seen him play controller, but you know, he can just do all of the things that he needs to. We're on patch 205, guys, so the Bucky is still pretty deadly at that range, but Draxi, knowing what is up, just decimates both the targets back and forth, behind and front. It's going to be Empire to take the site once again, and my oh my Dax. We're such big mouths. We talk about how it's such a defender-sided map split, but it seems like both of the teams are working their attacking side much better than the other. And right now, it's gonna be left into the hands of RU, and he's okay. That's my last time to say it, guys. I'm sorry, but okay, let's go with the Buckies. Almost a second kill as well, but damn, that range is insane. And 9-8, Empire is starting to. Dang, I don't want to say it. Empire just walking right back up in the. The rounds.
That's fine. It's fine. You know, but if you say you're not gonna say it again, I'll just say yes, please. Thank you very much. Walkure though,
Yeah.
they're only up by 1. Empire. The thing is, if they're gonna be playing the outmaneuver, it can catch Walkure. If they can play the outduel, then they just win it out anyway. And for the Walkure side, I wouldn't be surprised if we see them try to reel it back a little bit more. Because Empire, they're snowballing a bit out of control. And even if Walkure is strong on hitting the shots, they cannot beat momentum like this. And Trailblazer are now gonna be into play. But never mind, Walkure, they're up to the challenge here, as right. They don't care about momentum. They don't care about who's feeling hot. They're ready to go for the fight, and a market wall of all things gonna be blocking it all. No way to get through the ramen area. This noodle is gonna get a pretty cold later on. And an interesting hold here for Walkure. You don't see it too often, but the aggression, it does stall time versus Team Empire.
I do like that play because aside from the point that you can't touch my noodle on market, you know, the way that you block the market area and you set your eyes to go straight to sewer, it's such a small corridor that even on sheriffs at that distance, it's very fatal. And that triple stack for Walkure, it allows them to be able to trade if ever there was someone from Empire that was just alone. Because usually you probably only see 1 or 2 people that will be playing on sewer. And that makes a lot of sense for Walkure here. Thankfully enough for Empire, there wasn't any, and they were able to just back away. They didn't have to push through. Nexi wanted to aggress, but that wall just came straight up to his face. Arya's going to be using that from the shadows to get some information, and outside, nobody's there. Counter paranoia for paranoia. He's got to be afraid a little bit, and here comes the Seekers once again. We spot you, they say onto Empire, but it's still not going to stop them from taking away at the site. No need to plant the spike just yet. They can't wait for a moment as Draxi is holding on, keeping Pretty Toxic alive as she set things up. It's going to be planted down for default, so they cannot go to B main, all of them rather. Winter Love is popping shots here in hell, and here comes the retake from Walkure once again.
Oh, so now I know the nightmare voices I hear in my head, but right now the nightmare for SB Empire has to be Wild Oreo. He has gotten 3 before his demise, and suddenly Walkure is back beating on down against SB Empire. Wild Oreo going hog wild there, just riding them, going for the kills and hitting the shots time and time again. But SB Empire, that looked to be quite a good take. But then again, if Walkure just can come in with a hurricane force, that has to be the round for them.
I mean, you saw the positioning for Empire. They were left in a strut out in the open thinking, how are we going to do this? Because we're getting pushed out already. We're out in the open. And if we back away to B main, that leaves Walkure. Oh, Mr. Nice Guy takes like 15 damage from that fall. Okay, just to finish off what I was saying, sorry, is they're going to back away to B main. That leaves default that's not in their sight. So Walkure can just straight up defuse the spike if they don't challenge it. So that slight bit of like where you position the spike for the post plant really deters Empire on their positioning. You saw how difficult it was for them to just retake out, and Walkure in that confusion was just charging right in and getting the kills left and right. And Wild Oreo and Winterlove do not miss a chance to just get that beat.
You know, basically, it just Walkure forces Empire to fight them. That's it. It's a Berserker's Call that refuses to end, and Wild Oreo is the prime target for that. Case in point now, they finally broken the streak of SB Empire, but Empire has made this quite a match to behold. It seems like it's Nexi and Draxi really playing clutch right now here for the SV Squadron, and they want to go for a bit more now. Interesting enough though, Symbol is all the way by spawn. He has the spike in hand, so Empire, they don't want to expose their hand yet. They're going to go for a site. They're trying to play mind games against Walkure, who triple stack onto B. And while this is happening, the anticipation from Walkure prevents them from really rotating accordingly. But here comes SB Empire. Nexi right now trying to initiate with the leaders into play. We have Flippy holding the line though onto the corner so far. Alongside RU, and RU absolutely serious for this fight. No jokes whatsoever. He just moves on in. It's an army of 2 holding the line, and an army of 2 will win it out indeed. 11-8, and Walkure, all they needed was that duo to win that round.
I have no words. That was a 5 versus 2 for a good solid, what, 7-10 seconds? And in that span of time, Walkure just held off before reinforcements arrived. What a great defense for them. They didn't even have to use any of their abilities, and they just went ham. Are you? Great shot, shutting down Nexi there and just wrapping around real quick, helping out his teammate. And it seems like Empire, they had everything set up for them. They had the numbers, they got the setup, the pinch, the split, but it just did not work out in the end. And now Walkure, they're on a high here. And like you said, Dax, they stopped the progression, and it really shows. Now, Draxi's gonna be charging right outside of Malin with the Spectre. Okay, he shuts down Winterlove, a step in the right direction, but he does get overwhelmed and devoured by the pink shells of his counterpart. But it's a 4 versus 4 with Empire not stopping to get any control of B here. But are you once again? This man is, how do you say this? He's a wart in the sight, and nobody can just scoop him out.
Yeah, there's just no way, no how. Call a dermatologist because you need to find a way to extradite this guy. It's just such a strong showing from Walkure in terms of mechanics. Empire trying to fight back, and Empire keeps going at it time and time again. But when Walkure is the one feeling it, then the momentum is in their favor. It's just 2 charging bulls trying to smack each other as hard as they can. But this time it's Walkure with advantage, goring Empire to the very last. Pretty toxic now. The only one left has a spike, but overall it's gonna be a far cry to try and make the play. But she's going for it. From the shadows to a side cert right beside her. And at least she's gonna get a bit more creds. Oh, faking it, trying to bait someone into play. And here comes Mr. Nice Guy. No more Mr. Nice Guy, he says. Into the takedown we go. It's just gonna be Walkure coming into match point. And what a showcase we've seen so far from these 2 teams, with Walkure inching in terms of strength.
I think they might have been able to, what's the word here, benefit a bit more if we saw Pretty Toxic buy. No, it seems like they still have all of their utility here. Not really buy, but plant down that spike. Oh, yes, this is the setup that you can do. So there's a nano swarm that you can set on a site that is a one-way. If you put it on any of these corners through the window, you cannot shoot it through that because the wall is unbangable, non-bangable, unbangable. And you know that's a sad thing to say if a wall is unbangable, but it is the case, and that makes it pretty damn ridiculous because you can't really counter it. It stops you. It's just really good if you're KJ. Know the lineup. It's really good on split.
That's the first time I've heard you say that a wall is unbangable. That's unfortunate. I guess
I
sometimes
know.
not everything is available for you. But in any case, it's MSV Empire now on the ropes. Walkure is on match point and they're feeling it. Army of Two showing, just the holds have been strong, and every single member of Valkyrie has been popping off and popping heads. We got the Sky though by the mailroom, and the question is, will they walk it down? Yes, they do. Draxi already gone from this game already. The Killjoy though, trying to make that lockdown count. Flip beyond the board there. Are you with the takedown? Simple over the resurrection, but Wild Oreo has a delivery, but Nexi refuses to take it. Dismiss in the face of adversity, just tacking it up and saying, let me get that kill. 3 in a row for Nexi so far, being the saving grace of SB Empire. It's time for the rotation though. It's RU and Mr. Nice Guy versus Draxi and Nexi. Who can actually make this work? But the Killjoy setup is here, Azurai, and Mr. Nice Guy is gonna wait for his teammate. No peeks here, because Nexi, he's just on a rampage so far.
Nexi is incredible, but he's down to 50, and he's already used both of his charges, and this is not going to look too good. So Draxi has to pick things up. I think RU spotted him out, and he will get that kill, though. They have to get out. This Killjoy ultimate is going to be... They of them. Oh my goodness, Mr. Nice Guy can actually whip right out, but the lockdown has been destroyed. They've done the damage. It's a 1 versus 1 with Draxi and Mr. Nice Guy in a duel to the death. He does get the pop off as that frenzy of his connects into the brainsicles, and my goodness, with the clutch coming in from Mr. Nice Guy, his lockdown was destroyed, but his adamancy, his ability to just keep calm under pressure does not, and that's gonna be the 13-8 game number 1. Walkure.
No more Mr. Nice Guy. Hello to Mr. Good Clutch. Well played there to Walkure to take that victory. Empire, though, in the meantime, fighting back, fighting as hard as they can, and they really showed that their stuff as well. But when the going gets tough, Walkure got even tougher in that pure strength, in the mechanics, and they were able to outduel and outlast SV Empire. Well, SV Empire, they're trying to find their identity, and you can see that Nexi is just good on whatever he will play. And we have, of course, the clutch factor from the other members of the team. Walkure, just the pop off vibes. The vibe check was real. They're like, hey, you want to pop off? Do you want to pop off? Hey, how about you? Do you want to pop off? It's just everyone and anyone on that team ready to pounce, ready to go for the kills. And how wild can they play? You know, we've just witnessed it on Split so far.
Man, oh man, there was just so many things that happened in that game, but definitely Walkure has set the standard in this particular best of 3 series where they got everything set into motion. And I don't know what they've been doing, what they've been cooking up while they were practicing or preparing for VCT, but this is something to definitely look forward to. The addition of a Sky, we haven't really seen too many successful Skies here. I think the only one that really, you know, goes into my head when I think about it is BREN with Borkum. But now we have somebody in the form of Winterlove able to utilize that, especially on the attacking side, to open things up on Split. And this is something that teams can definitely learn from. And this is something that SB Empire has to respect and be afraid and be wary coming into the second map, which I believe is going to be Bind.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because SB Empire, the thing about it is they're also a wild card coming into the tournament. They've gotten some members into addition for the roster, and their roles might get changed even into the next one. What kind of SB Empire roulette will we get, or will be Walkure walking over the competition and getting that 2-0? We'll find out in just a bit. Stay tuned and stick around. We'll be right back for more of this series.
Watch me do my thing.
Take it to the next level with Globe's fiber, LTE advanced, and 5G mobile connection. Now you have the power to reinvent your world. Globe.
Will we have a sprint or is this gonna be a marathon? Welcome back guys to Challenger Stage number 2 between Walkure and SB Empire, with Walkure having that 1-0 lead. So good start for them, able to outduel and outclass the opposition. But then again, when I look at SB Empire, I'm just like, I wonder what these guys are going to bring today. And from what they've shown so far, it's still in them. The trust and the teamwork with one another. But they just got to be a bit more careful in challenging against Team Walkure, who's just been crazy at hitting shot after shot so far.
Wild Oreo from Walkure, the race that we saw in that game one, he was unhinged, and by that I mean it in the best possible way for Walkure here. He just takes the site without any care in the world, and he produces frags that allow them to take these sites, and that is because of how good he is with taking these sites, because of just he was able to position and get the crosshairs and everything, and with the satchels. But I think aside from that, it was the setup from Winterlove that really made everything into a smooth transition in taking this particular sites from the attacking perspective when they were in the attacking team. And really, this is just shows how underrated a agent such as Sky is. It just allows for a smoother take of anything you want, because you get flashes, you get information, because she says blinded, stuff like that. And when you have your ultimate up, I mean, it's a Mr. Clean. You sweep every single part of the site, and it's there. It's yours for the taking.
I know you can make a better impression than that, Asrai. Come on, give it to me. Sky impression, do it. You already let it out.
I'm shy right now.
No, don't be shy.
I'll try it one more time for the cringe meter. All right,
okay.
Blinded. It's not good.
Perfect. That's a 8 out of 10 right there. So it just goes to show, right? It just goes to show that many things can happen, and the Sky was one of them. So if Walkure is gonna be playing a different playstyle than everyone else, they have to play it better. And you can see right now that from the Sky pick to allow the aggression with the flashes and more, to basically the Army of Two holds, to just really the coach player shot caller that is Aryu right now, to the speed of Wild Oreo. It just seems like there's so many different variables for the side of Walkure, and in that map it worked. But then again, in that chaos, things can really implode not in their favor. So they have to be careful. Sure, it works now, but we'll see if it's going to work again, because SB Empire, how will they adapt? How will they morph themselves into something a little bit different? Because we know they have the skill in them. It's just all about finding the answer to every little tenant that Walkure brings to the table.
Maybe they have to talk with Zordon, Oh gosh, I'm so old. It's
what's that?
Power Rangers. My gosh, man! They have to morph, and they gotta understand how to use their powers. Oh my gosh, I'm so lame. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. Anyways, let's go into this second map. It's gonna be Bind. Walkure will be starting as the defenders, and they're gonna be picking up once again another flasher. So they really have incorporated the flash mechanic in their lineup. And oh my gosh, if they went for like the Sky and the Breach, I think that's too much. Praise the sun, but it's not gonna happen. It's only gonna be the Breach, and I really do like this, because the Breach with his Rolling Thunder makes taking sites very, very easy. You can either engulf any of the mains, any of the long angles when you're taking these particular sites back. Easy transition, and of course, Wild Oreo plays a man possessed if he has the flashes to support him.
Just goes to show, right? When you enable a duelist like that, then he can go crazy. But SV Empire, they're back. They're back to formation, and they're back with EJ. You got Backos on the Sova, Nexi on the Cypher, Symbol on the Sage, and Draxi on the Omen. Classic SB Empire lineup, and a classic way to play things out on Bind. But in the meantime, Walkure, we say that these guys love to innovate, and they're running the Breach this time. So no Sky love here. We get the Sova and the Cypher, I believe, from them instead as we get into Bind. But one thing isn't going to change whatsoever, Mr. Asrai. It's all about chaos, it's all about carnage, and it's all about fights in this series. Walkure on match point into map number 2. SB Empire looking for that reverse sweep and looking to tie it up to get into map number 3. Who will take it though, as this is, I believe, SB Empire's pick. And this Empire Esports roster, we've seen them time and time again in the Challengers Philippines play it clutch and make miracles happen on a map like this.
30 seconds before we do get everything set into that motion. Walkure, they're going to be setting things up. Mr. Nice Guy is now going to be playing on the Cypher. Usually you do see Killjoys most of the time, I think, for the Filipino teams. But I think after a couple of weeks of Killjoy trending with the nanostorms and everything, people do still love going back to the Cypher, because that camera does a lot more than KJ's turret in some scenarios. And things like this, where you can activate the camera before the round starts and not make the noise of it being activated, it doesn't allow the teams to know and destroy it, and gives you coverage of any angles that you want when you set it up. It's really good, and now they're going to be using it. Empire do set things up with Bat Ghost using his drone to clear out the B main, and it seems like it's going to be a B take.
Here we go. Classic B split for a classic comp for SB Empire. And welcome back, Empire. They're ready to go. EJ gets 2. Quick start here for SB Empire. Walkure did not see this one coming whatsoever. They're getting hit hard by EJ and his Ghost. It's 4 in a row already. And the frenzy of the Rays just really going fast, going ham. And all he needs is the taps from this Ghost to get takedown after takedown. It's quad already. He's hungry for the ace. Gonna get shut down by Flippy. Oh, that's a big deny there in the half. Bat goes looking for revenge, gets it for his teammate. Empire on the board to start things off.
They just went in wild into that one. Walkure just went in straight back onto the side and hoped that they would be able to get that retake and hope to get the round. But, oh, I was also kind of wondering, people were also asking, I think from the panel, where's EJ? He's back, and he got a straight up 4K at the start of that round. Hello. And that means that EJ only needs 2 more charges before he gets his ultimate. That's pretty damn quick, considering he's a Raze.
Yeah, just going for kills like that, and now he's ready to unleash that showstopper in just a bit. An orb and a kill, a plant can help as well. All eyes now on EJ, making a quick little impact here for the side of SV Empire. For Walkure, they're going to try to defend with a heavy stack on the A side instead. And if SV Empire reads this correctly, they'll be like, okay, no need to risk it. Let's just go for the biscuit. That is B side. It's ripe for the taking. It's ripe for the push. And you can see the rotation already here from the attacking side.
They're backing away immediately. Lots of noise being done as well, but no aggressive takes just yet. I like how teams are starting to use the timing a bit more. There still should be some information here for Walkure, as Mr. Nice Guy does have his Cypher Cam. Flippy will be rotating. Look at this. They set up the quick rotates. There's still 50 seconds on the clock, and since everybody's on B main, they can actually just use the teleport if they wanted to. Nate will not be able to connect, and Nexi has to start things off, and that's just going to be a really fast take here. Lots of classic right clicks being utilized, but nobody's really going to be dealing some damage to Empire. No one takedowns. It's going to be the buy up into the shield once again, and Empire, 2 straight rounds. Here we go.
Yeah, Empire, they had more bullets versus the classics there, and it was enough to bring in the firepower and get those kills. So SP Empire now up 2-0 as we get in the first buy here for Team Walkure. How will they defend this time? They're running that breach alongside the Rays. Usually you see the Jet work for the flash dash combos, right? But then again, it still can work with the Rays if you know how to use it correctly. A little rest margin of error though, I would say. It's all about being as potent and as prime you can be here for the side of Team Walkure. See how this is gonna work. Already shower control here for the side of Team Empire, and since they have that Sage, they're happy to take the showers away from Walkure, get that orb control, get even more onto the resurrection, and get value later on as Wild Warrior throws the boom bot, backs on the way. Winter Love now just decimated immediately by the upcoming 3-0, and Empire now with the advantage.
Empire is not holding any stops whatsoever. They're just charging right in, but they really have to respect that sometimes it's a false sense of security. If you try to rush into the site, there's going to be some form of retribution, and that is Walkure just charging right out as the spike was trying to get planted down. EJ, not just on his devices, going to be 2 versus 1. They're charging in here to the corner, spots out the one target, but he cannot win against the Mr. Nice Guy. Those are some nice shots from the guy, and that's going to net Walkure their first round.
Yeah, and you know, a while ago we said, not Mr. Nice Guy, no, he's Mr. Good Clutch, and you see it yet again. He finds a way to get those kills, get those targets, and Walkure now back on the board with Empire. They made it a bit costly. They got 2 members there, I believe, of Team Walkure, so it's only 3 rifles right now on the defending side. Empire can get this right away from Walkure. It's still going to be quite a hole that Walkure will have to climb out of later on. Here we go again though. Might be a split push here. A bit of a lurk from the Sova and the Stage so far, and it does seem like that's not gonna be a full commitment here for Team Empire as of yet. They want to go for the orbs. They want to give Symbol that resurrection, but with the speed of Wild Oreo, he just comes in with a flash and gets rid of Nexi onto the Fountain area. So good start here for Walkure, making it 5v4. Thing is though, Symbol, he's a bit away from that res, and if he finds an opportunity to go for some kills, then it can work out for them, but not like that. Are you Flippy getting some kills also? We got Symbol catching out the Omen, but that's just it. It's 4v2. Spike being planted on a site. Difficult straights here for SB Empire.
It's gonna be EJ though, but he's getting separated because of that paint shell. Although he's hitting the shots, my goodness! EJ, are you kidding me? He just comes right back out. Now, Symbol, they line up right straight for him, but oh, I was so close for comfort, and Mr. Nice Guy just dodges the bullets before that double headshot came into fruition. And Empire, they really do know, or rather Walkure, they really do know what they're doing as of the moment. They just understood, Dax, that Nexi loves to go for that lurk play, and they delayed it a little bit more. They waited, they marinated Nexi, put him into a false sense of security, went for the triple peek, flashed in first, then the satchel, and they found him. They took him out. And Empire here, oof, they're in for a really difficult time if Nexi will do that once again.
Yeah, then that's the thing. They stuffed him in the oven basically, and they cooked him to perfection. Goodbye to Nexi and his shenanigans. But man, EJ is just the right call right now in this roster. They need someone to face off against Wild Oreo and the antics of Walkure. And speaking of Wild Oreo, already showstopper bits rid of Nexi. Here comes Flippy on the board as well. But EJ, he's a man on a mission, but now he's blown up by Mr. Good Clutch again. And the Cypher really stepping up to the plate time and time for Team Walkure. Flippy though, wants to go for bad goes. Goodbye to him. It's all up to Symbol now. He has the resurrection, but not this round, Symbol. Not this round. Flippy with a 3, and it's Walkure. Another round on the board, looking to keep running away with it.
Wow. They knew the economy that was left for Empire there, and with that, Wild Oreo just back to his old shenanigans. He just wrecked them hard. That's just basically that particular round. They just charged right in, and it netted them some kills because Empire were not prepared for it. I think it's because Empire are also doing, I would say this, their lineup really procures or needs them to be setup intensive, especially here on the attacking side, and they need to throw their abilities before they can take anything. And it seems like Walkure, knowing that, are pinching them harder than Empire can just react properly to it. Symbol, though, gets spotted to the right. While Oreo is still here to help him out, but coming right side on the teleporter. My goodness, they're not stopping for these plays. He just went in balls deep, and now EJ's gonna do the same here with the showstopper. Can he spot out Mr. Nice Guy before Draxi drops down that spike? It's not gonna happen, but Walkure, they've done the damage. It's gonna be a 3 versus 4 with them playing the retake, but it doesn't matter. Oh no. Yeah, that's gonna stop it. Never mind. 3 versus 2 though. Nexi's still planting, but they're definitely caught into the site.
So difficult right now. It's up to EJ and Nexi, but for the side of SB Empire, these guys have been clutch before, and wouldn't be surprised if they can do it yet again. Are you already going on down? Nexi with a kill on the Flippy, and Wild Oreo now on the board. It's 1v1. The blast back is red, and Nexi is gonna make sure that he is dead. SB Empire, they clutch it out there against the rampaging Walkure, but it just goes to show that the attacking side sometimes have to defend themselves in those initial locations, because Walkure, they are a beast unchanged. They're a calamity waiting to happen, and it just feels like a natural disaster can roll over SV Empire at any given time.
That last thing there from Nexi, that slight play of faking his reload. I wasn't exactly privy to how much bullets was left in the chamber, but he didn't complete the reload animation. He just went with the audio cue, and Wild Oreo was thinking that he might have been able to catch him off, and Nexi was like, not gonna happen, dude, and he just shot him straight up. That is a really great play that you can utilize against your opponents, and in these butt-clenching type of scenarios, it's really something that can catch them off guard. You think that you know everything, but it was just a ruse, and Nexi, especially with how good his aim is, can really capitalize even with just a few bullets left in that chamber. In any case, 3 for 3 now, and both teams still do have money to buy, but Empire with all of what they need in terms of the ultimates.
Yeah, that's just it for Team SB Empire. They have the skill to face off against Walkure, and we're seeing it now. But they still need to be careful. You mentioned it a while ago that it's all about setups here for the attacking side. And Walkure can get in their face just out of nowhere, especially on a map like this. Teleporters are a big noisemaker, sure. But it at least gets the job done. It gives you to your destination. And sometimes surprise plays like that can work out for Walkure. Over and out though, SB Empire, they have EJ to protect the Sova and the Cypher, I'd say. So it just goes to show that if SB Empire can keep people alive, then they can get a good push on. As we see here over the B side, Mr. Nice Guy though on the other side of the elbow. Waldo gets in the way, so Empire will get this take.
They utilize quite a bit of utility just for that as well, but
They're going to be playing this retake in a 5 versus 5 scenario, but Empire, like I said, they got everything but the kitchen sink in terms of the ultimates, and Wild Oreo starts it off strong. My goodness, he's just charging right in, and he has no pair in the world. What is happening? It is just, God, it devours Battles in the blink of an eye, and what should have been a numbers non-advantage neutral, it just got shut down by Walkure. Oh my goodness, where did that come from? The quick trigger on this team, Dax, I tell you, it just does not stop pulling.
Wild Oreo, the student, has become the master of the raise, and you can see that his inspiration is isolation. Explosions abound, and time again, it's just up to Wild Oreo to just go ham, go crazy, go hard, and get those kills. Because look at this. Immediate kill into the blastback. 7 HP, doesn't care. Gets rid of Bat goes along the way. Allows Walkure the space and time that they need to get the defuse and get that win. It's a lead here for Walkure, but it's just a slight one. EJ has been so impressive for the side of SB Empire, and Wild Oreo needs to step it up even more so than he's doing so far, and that's what you want to do. Get rid of your counterpart, win the 1v1 duel, and give the advantage here for the side of Walkure. Thing is though, Symbol is still on that stage. He has the res available. Now you know that that corpse is going to get watched over by Walkure. Look at this, fortifying now. Draxi, another one to the Cubby party. It's Walkure up by 2.
I love how Winterlove was waiting for contact from RU, and even if RU gets pinched, that... Okay, let's see what happens here first before I do tend to finish off my sentence, as Wild Oreo and Flippy will be getting those finalizing kills to get Walkure down, or up to 5. Let's finish off what I was saying there, Dax. The movement, if ever RU got any contact, oh my goodness, the Aftershock will be used straight up to clear everybody there. They're going to be going out into the open. Flashpoints will be used. It's going to be a great punish for, well, Forest. So they have layers upon layers of how to defend a short in just that quick span of time on that particular round. And it's very scary for Empire here because they can't do the same. They can only hope for explosive takes, but because they don't have that flash, it seems like their roster here, their agent lineup, would probably benefit more coming into the defense, but now they're on the attack. All they can really hope for is bait utility and turn down the clock and then explode into a site and hope that EJ can set things up like he did during that pistol round.
Yeah, EJ, he is instrumental really because they're playing that single duelist, but they're unable to really utilize their intel the way that they would like. Sure, they have an idea of where these opponents can come from, but the duel is still going in favor of Walkure so far, and it leads to them being down by 2. But a quick little blast back, hop, skip, and a jump to make it through to the other side. EJ taking point, Drax able to get the plant and keep it simple. I say to SB Empire, keep it classical, and they go for that safe play onto A site.
Take flight.
There's Flippy here with the Sova drone, so even though they do take the side control, they should have been able to take the back of the site as well. Oh my goodness, that Sova drone pushed everybody to U-Haul, and then they utilize the... yeah, the Rolling Thunder. EJ just charging right in, or rather, Wild Oreo charging right in with RU, and they're going aggressive at it. It's gonna be Bat goes to pick things right back out, and Draxi, the pinch is gonna be real, but Winterlove into a 1v1 scenario. His flashes are set, primed, and ready. The flashpoint. Maybe to have peek out Draxi. What's gonna happen? It's gonna be Draxi to get that clutch, and Empire able to survive for another round.
Yeah, Empire does it again. When it goes 50-50, honestly, when it's a clutch situation. Walkure can win it sometimes, Empire can win it sometimes, but the thing is, it's just all about carnage coming to that point. Absolute chaos there, and as you mentioned, that Aldron saying, hey, get out of here, forcing everyone on the inside. Winterlove with that amazing Rolling Thunder, right? But then again, it's still the side of Empire answering back, holding the line, getting the kills that they need anyway, and putting it into a dire strait for Winterlove to try and clutch it for Walkure. So overall, Empire doing the work that they need against a team like this, and really this matchup feels very even, especially with these compositions and these cores into play right now, since when it boils down to it, when it comes to those very tense situations, it's all about who can hit the shots and outsmart the opponent.
Whoever can do that, right? I mean, it's an FPS at its core, so you have to have the strut to back up that step. In the case now, Empire taking a bit more of a slower approach coming into this round. They really like to utilize Batgos to figure out where is the rest of the members of Walkure. Maybe they're trying to dodge where Winter Love is because they don't want to deal with the flashpoints and whatnot. But for the most part, it's still going to be them dry peeking into these corners, and they're saving the paranoia. They're not going to be utilizing it or using it for a reactionary play. They're going to be using it as an initiatory play so that they can take the site as aggressive as possible and use that to start things off. It's like a fire to or a match to a fire. In any case, it seems like they're going to do the same thing. U-Haul will be evacuated immediately here, but Wild Oreo, he has such a dangerous position, and look at that. They're controlling the right side of the stage, and it seems like Flippy has just been let go. My goodness, he takes down 2, leaving Empire to such a bad situation. They can't even rotate to the B side, and this is going to be bad because they're going to get charged out, and the trays are coming in, and there's no time for Nexi to get this spike planted down. He just has to go for the kills, but in the end, it's not going to happen, and Walkure, knowing this, just made out the time, and now Nexi just has to save this Phantom for the next round.
Yeah, they just played out the clock and made sure that it won't be stopping anytime soon. They peeked into the stage going for the plant, broke down the wall, and broke down every little bit of semblance of order in that round. Absolute carnage yet again. Every single time we get that APC plant, and it just goes to show, right, for Walkure, they know how they can counteract what Empire wants to do by just making sure that their pressure is felt all throughout this map. 14 kills though for Wild Oreo versus the 11 EJ has. The battle of the races still continues, and it just goes to show that these duelists are instrumental for every single team right now, including these two. Thing is though, it's all about upgraded pistols, a Spectre and a Phantom here for the side of SB Empire. It's a big struggle and a half, that's for sure. But if anyone can do it, it might be them, as this beat take looking pretty clean so far. Here we go with the Tripart saying hello. Suddenly, it's a Hunter's Fury coming, but Mr. Nice Guy, he's being an overrun this time. Drax with the kill. Flippy, though, does find the answer. Batgo is patching out Aryu this time, and a Showstopper will fly on high yet again, but Nexi able to read that last jump and gets that kill, making it 3v2. Never mind, it's 4v2. Res here from Symbol, but Flippy with a backstab. Here comes Winter Love, and over and out. It's EJ now with the Showstopper. EJ will do it again, and just the raises have been the show. It's another one here for SB Empire. What a match we've had so far. Last round now of the first half.
That's why it's such a difficult thing to let go of the B site. Letting go of B site is okay, but letting go of elbow is a mortal sin because you're supposed to be able to transition from spawn as defenders to elbow so that you can wrap around. Usually you won't really see too many teams come out of that tiny little crack because there's so many angles that you have to play through. You can get thrown at nades, and it just is hell to try to deal with. Now, while Oreo, though, he does one thing. He does get the kill with the Showstopper, which is great, but you saw how he immediately got punished as he came out. Nexi was there to step up to the plate. Reviving EJ was definitely a must here for Symbol because he's just a phenomenal Raze player, and being able to be in that 1v1 situation, you know he can perform really. And Empire keeping this as close as possible. Batghost, though, does get a tag, but doesn't let his Fury just rip out for the moment. And right now, we are going to be trying to see if Empire can stabilize with that 6-for-6.
Yeah, it's just them trying to make sure that everything can get thrown out for now. And at the same time, it's Empire looking to play into B side instead. How will this work, though, for the side of SV Empire? Looking to play it classical again, looking to play it standard. And overall, their game has been pretty solid. Get that intel, allow EJ to pop off, and then call it a day. Rez for that second chance, go for the walls. And their takes have been pretty solid so far. Tactically, there are sound, but right now, mechanics have to be the biggest test for these two teams. And Wild Oreo already onto the corner, trying to bait people out. Symbol with a kill onto Aryu, and make that too. Empire hungry for the draw here coming into the first half. And they're walling up on the inside of the elbow, confirming that there's still someone there on the other side. Now it's time for the Hunter's Fury. Batgo's trying to unleash his own fury here indeed. And Winter Love as well as Mr. Nice Guy have fallen. All eyes on Flippy now. He peeks through the smoke just to die. Empire with a very clean last round. A statement here from SB Empire to wrap it up for the first half. And we go over to their defense. It's Walkure on the attack. We have a game here, folks.
That was just straight up for them. They soon figured out. Walkure don't know, or not really don't know, but are very susceptible to giving up the B site, and the post plant is just breeze for them, at least for the last couple of rounds in that first half. At the very start, it seemed like it wasn't possible, but now that they got a little bit of a groove on what they have to do, they just charge right in, especially with EJ being very aggressive. He just takes the site by himself, and everybody else just goes straight for elbow. Symbol follows through. Looked pretty damn well for them, and it shows 14 kills for this man, while he goes 15. And it's the show of the stoppers. It's the Raze highlights here. In any case, once again, it's gonna flip the switch. Walkure is now on the offensive, as they're gonna be taking quite a bit of an aggressive take here. While Oreo, he's not gonna give up control of Hookah, but they do get spotted out there. And oh my god, just 3 people coming in from the teleporter, and they get overwhelmed. Walkure, though, rocking a hard place. They can choose to reposition, but as Wenderlove is already on the site with the spike as well, he has to be escorted out before they can use that TP, and they immediately just run back, as I think Walkure knows that everyone else from Empire has gone to that B, whether it's from the elbow or whether it's the pinch from Hookah.
I mean, come on, if you see that many people deciding go for that TP play, then sure, let's go over to the other side. So Winterlove putting the spike down. It's Walkure on the attack here, guys. It's Empire on the defensive. And we'll see what they can do now in a post-plant situation. Raze plus the breach. Maybe that fault line can lead to a combo, but no sir. Camera says hello. Waldorf now exposed, but he doesn't care. He gets a kill off the bat so far. Painchels for the zone, allowing himself to distance himself from Nexi in the 1v1 against EJ here. Can he get the kill? That'll be the question. Draxi, though, taking the opportunity to have a little chill day at the office. Put that defuse down, and there you have it. Empire winning the pistol and taking momentum coming into the second half.
That was just a swell little take there retake there from Empire. Walkure, will they decide to go for the force buy? It's definitely possible here. They did some economic damage, not really the almost wipe to Empire, but maybe they can catch them off, because they do have the flashes that can really catch Empire off guard. We'll see how that pans out. They're gonna be putting Winterlove right there outside of short, and I'm wondering, maybe he's just going to use his fault line for the moment, get some information in. Wild Oreo is going to be hoping that somebody is going to try to get that orb, but immediately as the pulse from that recon dart comes out, his position does get immediately spotted, and while that was happening, you see Empire, they're not going to rotate quickly, they're just going to charge right out as well and deny any form of orb control from Walkure here, which seems to be what they're trying to do, as both mains, or both the orbs are trying to be taken here by Wild Oreo and teammates.
Yeah, Walkure, they want to get that ultimate advantage, but the thing is, with SV Empire having that Sage into play, they're also going to be wanting a little bit of that ball action. Pass the ball, pass the rock, give it to me, and give us the res, Empire would say. And not only that, it's a full respect buy there from SV Empire. They have Spectres into play, and they're going to be waiting to hold on against Team Walkure. That's the thing, though, that Empire can really do. They can change gears immediately and understand what they have to do against their opponent. It's a bit more reserved this time from Badgos and Co. But at the very least, it's them keeping their guns in check. Here comes the recon ball, gets the scan, but next he peeks out of nowhere. It's Badgos also on the board, 2 in a row right now. And while the elbow is taken by Mr. Nice Guy and takes the gun away from the corpse of Nexi, it's such a hard task for him. Can he do it against Badgos? No, a triple kill is the answer by the Sova. And we have Empire now taking the lead not only by 1, but by 2.
This is where I would like to reiterate once again, the composition that Empire has, at least for the attacking side, they really needed to utilize the paranoia and the explosiveness of the Rays to claim many of these sites. They got a last-minute adjustment, and they got an end for a Sin 5 in that first half. Now, going into the defending, with the agents that they've selected, it's such a difficult thing for Walkure to charge right in, even with the flashes. So we're going to be seeing more of Walkure trying to figure out where the Sentinels are and play around it, but Empire, they're very proactive. They're just charging right in and not really allowing any form of map control for Walkure at the moment. And you can see here comes a TP play that will be coming to pinch as well. But are they going to be able to follow up? If they can get the kills, this is beautiful. But at the same time, Wild Oreo, he snuck his way past onto U-Haul with the rest of the team onto short. They're going to be able to plant down that spike, and Nexi can go in for a big pinch, but he does only have a shotgun. He has to close the range here. And if he can find Wild Oreo, that's going to be a humongous thing for them.
High ground and perfect opportunity here to set the crossfire. Nexi, though, catching out Wild Oreo, and Empire has snuck away and taken this round from Walkure. Big steal here by Empire. They're taking the guns. They have 3 people still alive, and they take a play out of the book of Walkure indeed and say, we can do it better. We can kill you out of nowhere. And it's now Empire up by 3. EJ has been such a star of the show here, but overall, the team effort from Team Empire is unleashed yet again. That's the thing, even though they had that identity crisis all the way in week number 3, stage number 1, it still feels like that the trust between teammates, the trust between their core and the newest additions is just established, and Empire is still a team to fear coming into the playoffs.
And what's great about that, though, is imagine if Winterlove was there in that position. He can't utilize any of his flashes because the flashpoint walls will just be bypassed with Empire in terms of, if they rushed out from that teleporter. And that makes the breach null and void if ever he was outside of shower. And that pinch for Empire worked because even if it's 2 or 3 people, because of how big the paranoia is, it'll engulf you. And the pinch was just so good. It forced Walkure to try to force into the U-Haul side, which was good and all. But the thing about that, though, is that they basically gave up control of the entirety of spawn as well as shower, which is so crucial when you're trying to take the site. In any case, really good kill onto Wild Oreo. He definitely is a crucial factor for Walkure to get things started, and it seems like Empire got this round in the bag, especially now that the rest of the members for Walkure are just on these pistols.
The stall is strong here for SB Empire. Walkure, they've lost their entry, and they are second guessing themselves by this point, moving on to A site. But if anyone can make the shots happen, it has to be Team Walkure. That is their willpower, that is their strength. And Traxy is the one playing by the triple box to try and fight back. Smoke now gonna be dropping on down. Winterlove with a statement shot there onto EJ. Paranoia doesn't connect on him. It's flipping on the board as well. And Walkure now trying to make these shares work, so the one taps are way to go. And they've had the experience to do this before. They're gonna try to do it again. Winterlove with another one. Hunter's Fury into play. Back goes with the kill on the Mr. Nice Guy. But are you catching up, Nexy? And what a turn of events this has been. It's Walkure with the man advantage. They still have the sheriffs though. And here comes the bow and arrow. Back goes now. Looking to spray things down if ever. My oh my, double stack onto the short side. This is gonna be very, very close here between these players. And are you kidding me? Are you? What a shot there! Walkure refuses to lose. One taps are pretty much the answer of any kind of eco situation.
I mean, if you can hit those shots, why not, right? And everything just fell into the lap of Walkure. The lineups, the one-on-ones with the sheriff at its, how do you say this, at its fatal distance, the 150 damage before it falls off. That was rather insane. I think 160 damage, but I talk about the numbers, but in any case, Winterlove and the rest of the team were just on the pistols. They didn't even have Wild Oreo at that point, and they still made it work. Walkure, time and time again, just makes me eat my words here, Dax, and I love it. EJ, though, let's see if he can make him eat their own words, as that operator will be utilized to shut Wild Oreo down.
It's a big change up, actually. EJ flipping out the operator in a game like this really ruins the pace of Walkure, since they love to go fast and hard onto these sites. But with that operator watching the angles, they might just get taken for a ride and taken by surprise with the lethality from far range. So now Walkure have to be a bit more careful than usual. It's honestly just to, Mr. Nice Guy though with the kill onto EJ, so never mind, let's go into the fight itself. Winterlove now trying to siege to the left. Nexy though will hold the line, pop the neural depth as well. And all about that info right now, get the revelation. Mr. Nice Guy doing the same. The Cyphers now without the hats, and hats off to you, Nexy. You win that duel. 4v2 now, and Walkure have to scramble over to B sites. You have to be careful though, because back goes. He just witnesses RUTP in front of him. Flippy also jumps on down just to die basically. Empire in control yet again.
Oh, they don't pick up the operator though, do they? Or did they just buy right back up? But yeah, this EJ, nice little peek play there. Got the information from that recon dart and was actually adhered to challenge, down to 45 HP. So he wasn't fast on the flick, but he still got the punish there though, because I don't think Walkure was expecting that EJ would just go straight ham in such a position with an operator nonetheless. In any case, they still will be able to give that back out to EJ. And where is he going to position himself? Just on the cubby on B here is Aryu. He wants to go aggressive here. Even without the flashes, the recon dart will be there and just get spawned off by the paranoia. Gotta be careful. Might get ultimated if he's not cautious enough, but he's able to back away. And while I say that, lots of utilities being utilized just to get control of this shower area.
You know, as soon as he hears the voices of horror from the paranoia, he's just like, nope, I'm out of here. Haunted shower. I don't need to take a bath after that one. I'm good. I'm good. Thank you very much. So Walkure will at least get rid of that flash on the side of Draxi there on Empire. They are going to be stacking heavily onto B side yet again, while Oreo is saying, come on, guys, let's go. I'm waiting for y'all. Hoka looking pretty clear so far for the side of Walkure. But the thing is, do they know that? They're peeking onto the corner just in case. Empire setting on up to the elbow and towards defense spawn yet again. But the showstopper is available at both of these races. Also, the Rolling Thunder and the From the Shadows can be used by Walkure. So a small ult advantage right now for Walkure. Can turn things around, but time is running out. They have to go. They will be flying on high. And look at this wall. Look at that wall, Oreo. It is just in your way. So the showstopper, it doesn't count, doesn't fly, doesn't get the hit anywhere. Spike planted though.
They waited. They know that a showstopper, a wild showstopper, could be coming right out any second. And that paranoia will delay Empire once again. It's the 5 versus 5 here. Mr. Nice Guy is already down in terms of the HP, but they have everything set up. So it's going to be all aggressive retakes all day long. But I do like how Nexi started things off using his Cypher Cage. Actually, that might have been Mr. Nice Guy. But in any case, though, it's going to be Empire just charging right in. Draxi into the front lines. And he has to clear things out here. The lineups is going to be there. And it does have the spike. It does get the stop on the defuse, but the damage is already done. This 4 versus 2 is not going to last for much longer, and Flippy is to his own regard using his ultimate there, but is it going to be catching up the last man? Oh my goodness, it will. And Flippy is running away. That spike explodes, and the delay for Walkure just keeping them afloat for a moment. Everybody dies, but in the end, the round was won.
Oh, the Flippy Sova, man, just the dart lineup was strong, making it rain hell and high water with that lightning strike. And then suddenly the Hunter's Fury just clutching it out at the very last moment. You don't see that too often here in the challengers, but cool, calm, and collected is the way to go for Mr. Flippy. So Walkure still keeping alive. It's 2 rounds to gap, but Empire, they've been making quite a statement, and Walkure, they need to get that momentum back. They need to get that string of rounds if they want to stand a chance to win this game. We'll see if they can do it, as here comes Zaryu infiltrating on the B side. Elbow taken by them so far. They still have to be careful because Nexi, the traps are set, the Cypher is ready. Batgo's also walking on the round, but that flick from Ryu is the headshot to remember to give the advantage to Walkure.
Everybody else from Empire, you're thinking that's going to be a double fake onto the A site, but there's still like 3 people here. Nexi left his own devices for a couple of moments. He's holding off, waiting for reinforcements to arrive in this 4 versus 5. It's not really much that they can do now. They do have a couple of ultimates, but it's very passive ultimates that won't be well utilized. Bad Ghost does come back from the fray, and they're cut off from time. They took a long duration to just come back into the site, and they had to take this right here, right now. They're using the numbers to their advantage. Nice couple of kills. Draxi will be going for that quick reload, but it's Symbol to really start things off. Oh my goodness, he actually misses a couple of bullets there. But now Flippy, he doesn't have his ultimate. He doesn't have any shock dart lines, but does he have enough time? It's about to explode, but it gets denied, and that leaves Empire with 11. 2 more to go before they push this into game number 3.
That was just so close yet again. Flippy, though, unfortunately, didn't have the Hunter Fury available. He played the Aldron instead, but apparently a little too busy playing with his toy there. His head was peeking out, and EJ just lines it up, gets the kill anyway to wrap up the round. Let's defuse happen, so Empire is up by 3. We are not done yet, though. It's 2 away for Empire to win this game. Walkure, in the meantime, need a handful to win. They 3 to tie things up. They don't have the guns this time, so they might be ceding this round from the opponent. The question is, what can they do with that Sheriff? He has it again. I'm really excited to see Walkure play pistols, though, no matter what, because these guys, they to borrow a term from another game, you know, the 1Ds, it's just all about that, looking for the kills, just go for it, pretty much. Thing is, though, not everyone has that Sheriff, unfortunately, so they will have to make do with complete variety. They just don't have the shorty, sadly. In any case, EJ up top this little truck here. He is just waiting. Walkure in the meantime, heavy snap. The dark cover dissipates, and EJ now says 1-2. Thank you very much. Drax in the meantime with a kill onto Ryu as well. Flippy not quite low. Draxi will out pistol him. Says, okay, you're challenging with me with a pistol. I'll do the same. Mr. Nice Guy now, the only one left.
Oh, you try to challenge me, Mr. Nice Guy. He has a frenzy and a dream, but in such a long distance, I don't think there's much that you can do, especially when two people are already looking at that shower angle. If he peeks right out, he's going to have a welcome party of bullets, and that's not what you want to go. I think when a welcome party is there, you want nice food, nice drinks, but not nice amount of bullets. It just doesn't work, and now he's about to get welcomed. Oh, no, the wall bang is actually there. And Symbol shuts it down. We're now to match point for Empire.
Match point here for Empire, and we'll see if they can keep another testament to their nation, another one to the dynasty, and another map of play coming into this one. Whoever wins this moves on to face off against BREN Esports. Loser will go home. And honestly, for Empire, that seems like a salivating rematch, I would say. Last time I remember these guys met was also the week #1 finals, right, of stage #1 here in the Challenger. So this can be an exciting matchup if Empire is able to take it. But Walkure, they have a lot to prove. They have that chip on the shoulder, and if they can make it to the semifinals over Empire and then face off against BREN, well, that's another story to tell for another day. But in this case, though, it's the rifles right now for Walkure. They're playing it slow and steady. Empire went for the peekaboo there over to short, but no one to call home, no one to say hello to, and a bit of a reset here for both sides.
And here's the thing as well. Walkure don't have any offensive utilities to use. Maybe they can secure an orb for Winterlove, and he'll have his Rolling Thunder for something. But even then, if they burn the clock too long, Empire still has Batghost with his Hunter's Fury. So there's a point where if it's like 20 seconds and they start planting down that spike, it's going to get really punished. And right now, Empire must know this. They're playing so far back, and they're just waiting for Walkure. They're burning so much time, and Walkure haven't found any crucial entry frags whatsoever. There it is. Orb was taken, Walkure's ultimate is activated, and Batghost just tries to deny everything. Although there is some safety points for Empire here, but where did Aryu get those 2 kills? He just came out of nowhere there. I think the rotation from A main was immediately punished, and Wild Oreo and Walkure are making things work. Nice little spray control to transfer onto Nexty, leaving it to Draxi to make things happen. But in this 4 versus 1 scenario, I don't think that's going to happen too much here. Dax, he has to find the first frag, but he spot his bullets. They know where he is now. Hookah is dead man zone.
Aryu just playing it so smart there as Wild Oreo wraps it up with a triple kill. He played onto A side, suddenly brought out the lurk out of nowhere, and Walkure now keeping alive. Wild Oreo doing such a good job to basically be the bouncer of B side. He's like, no entry for you. Yours is going to be dying very, very quickly. And with sure shots there from the side of Team Walkure, it just goes to show that they're still in this fight and looking to play on here on Bind. Empire, though, this is their map pick. This is their match point. All the chips are on the table right now. They're on the line for them to take this win. But it's still not done. Batghost, though, changing it up here. Mr. Azurai, is the Odin gonna be the swan song for the side of Empire? Or will it be the saving grace? We'll find out. As there's the push again. EJ alongside the Omen of Draxi going for the aggression. Winterlove and Mr. Nice Guy trying to read this already, but EJ goes down. Simple in the meantime with the refrag. Here comes Mr. Nice Guy dropping on down, confirming that someone is there and just fending off Empire so far. Aryu, though, cannot see anyone, and in the end of that push there from Empire, Walkure makes it a 4v4. Showstopper now from Wild Oreo. And where is that? Where is the target? Batghost. Batghost, get away from the showstopper. He just nudges himself past the door to keep himself alive.
Not sure if he knows that while Aureus backs away, but he's already on the site and the wall banks will be inevitable. He cannot get away here. And even though he's got the big bad Odin, I mean, in that particular scenario, the Vandal is king. And now Walkure, they have the site already. People from Empire will be coming from elbow here, but Aryu, he has the best counter in the world. It's the paranoia, it's the Hadoken to blind you, and Mr. Nice Guy even has some utility to use to see what's happening on the outside. Can he get the kill onto Symbol? The answer to that is going to be a resounding no, as now Empire strikes back. Symbol gets a 3 kill here. He's actually slowly coming into the site. Walkure is down in terms of HP, and now it's only left into the hands of Batghost once again, but he cannot find Wild Oreo, who was tucked into the corner of elbow there. And Walkure, in the first time for a long time, they're looking pretty damn dominant, and now they've gone double digits in this second game.
And Another good showing from Aryu and Wild Oreo. You see them yet again being the two pillars, the two towers, I'd say, of Team Walkure. And their eye just gazes all throughout, go for the kills just like that, and make sure that Empire will fall time and time again. They burnt the res there, which is going to be absolutely huge. So I believe we are going to be in a pause right now just to reset some of these guys' display. 24 kills though for EJ, 22 for Wild Oreo. And I got something out of that round, that last round, Mr. Asarai. There was an answer to the Odin question, and the answer is no. No Odin for you. No, Odin does not work this time.
Well, I kind of get the play there from Bat Ghost, where he wanted to get back onto the site to dodge the showstopper, the inevitable showstopper, because you know that Wild Oreo would hit that. But the point where he doesn't go back to elbow, well, Nexi had info that elbow wasn't being taken, that could have actually gotten some support there so that Wild Oreo can go for wall bangs. Or rather, not Wild Oreo, but Bat Ghost can go for some wall bangs at that safe distance, right? At that safe little wall from spawn. It just put him in a really bad spot. I think he was pinched too much. That Recon Dart was perfect from Flippy, and it just put Empire in a spiral. I think if Bat Ghost survived, he could have helped this team to really just win this game already and push it to game 3. But in any case, though, Walkure, great job with taking the sites. They've been really adamant, and they have all the momentum in the world. But Nexi, he has momentum himself, but gets shut down. And this is Walkure looking to get that 11th round already.
Yeah, the 11th round, the 11th hour, and just one more to go to at least put it into a perilous state for Empire. Thing is, though, Empire, they, interestingly enough, had the sheriff and they had rifles, so we'll see what kind of money they'll have next round, if ever. But we're not done. You still got Draxi, Batghost, and Symbol. Anyone on the side of Team Empire can really clutch things out for the team. Walkure, they have to respect their opponent. They're the ones down by 2. Draxi right now throwing the paranoia, fending off both Flippy as well as Aryu. In the meantime, though, onto the short side, there's a spray down. Draxi eventually gets rid of Mr. Nice Guy. And Draxi, can he get the hell away? No, it takes a little too long. Aryu with a wall bang, thanks to the intel. Winterlove putting the spike down. And it's 3v2. Symbol creeping from the labs, though. Mike in the backstab gets rid of Aryu first. Winterlove can't protect him. And there's the spray down from Symbol again. It's now all eyes on Flippy. No Hunter's Fury for him. Slow gonna be into play. Flippy gonna be going into the slow, but Symbol is the symbol of victory for Team Empire. We're not done. The torch is lit, and we will be going into map number 3.
Defenders win.
Everything the light touches is for you, my child Symbol. 13-10. It seems like Walkure, or that was a 13-11. I think anyways, it seems like Walkure got everything set into motion, but got immediately stopped. Empire did so many great things in that particular round. They adjusted, they set things, and they just stopped. Just stopped Walkure before they can make any more damage to that one. Definitely, there was a lot of things that I felt Wild Oreo did so well, but his teammates really lagged behind in helping. Because I was expecting that the flasher, which was Winterlove, would put a lot more emphasis with his flashpoints, but we didn't really see that, did we, as the later stages of this second game commenced. And I think at that point, that was the one thing that was lacking from Walkure, and that's something that Empire definitely capitalized on. And in their defending side, where Nexi is king, he just showed that he was somebody to not trifle with on the defending side on Bind.
You know, like I said a while ago, before the map even started, if Walkure is gonna be playing their own style, they have to play it better than their opponent. But SV Empire, they went back to their roots, went back to classic rules for them, and a very, very simple competition to make things work. But man, oh man, Symbol just clutching it out at the very end. EJ making his big splash onto the playoffs and getting the kills that they need. And of course, the rest of the roster, the core is still there, and they're comfortable with each other. Walkure, though, you can see the fangs are still there. The flashes just weren't really as potent as we would like, so maybe we're gonna be getting that Sky again into the next one, but we will be getting a map number 3, ladies and gentlemen. Stick around for that in just a bit. We'll be right back. This is more of the Challengers Stage number 2, week 1.
When you want to level up your entertainment, GPay your way and get the latest games and movies on Google Play using Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Add payment method on Google Play. Enable payment through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid and confirm. No credit card needed. Simpleng-simpleng steps para tuloy-tuloy ang purchases at downloads sa Google Play. Your safe one-stop shop for apps, games, music, and movies on your Android device. Use Google Play now through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid para level up ang entertainment. Also available in TM.
The chance of the day is fight forever. And yet again, we go into a map number 3. Welcome back, guys, to Challengers Philippines Stage 2, week number 1. Dax and Asteroid still here, and we are not done with Walkure versus SB Empire. Asteroid, I just want to say this before we get started and, talk about the next map. This is only the second series of the day. It's already nighttime. And we are still in the second series. It's still gonna be quite a long night for everyone here. It's still Kadiliman versus Pirates later on. And wow, this has just been such an incredible day number one we've ever seen so far in the weeks we've had.
I just feel like whenever it's you casting, whichever of us you're casting with, you always get the juicy 3 games. I think that's happened during the stage one
Masters.
on multiple weeks. Yeah, exactly. Even the Masters, right? Even here, I feel like there's some sort of magic that's surrounding you, Dax. That's just allowing that to happen. But you know what? In just after this game, you're going to be able to rest. It's going to be me and Black and Blue later for the last series, which is going to be my memory always precedes me.
Kadiliman.
Yeah,
Pirates,
Kadiliman versus 6045 Pirates.
Oh, wait. That's right. We're the English broadcast. It's Darkness versus Pirates. Well, anyway,
I hate
it's, just you know that they actually ended up using that as official team name once. It's a long story. Anyway, though, you can see Empire feeling pretty hyped. They were just what is that term in English? It was a smile of success there from Symbol, I would say. It was just all cheers there for Team Empire. I'd say the same thing for Walkure in game number 1. But this series, man, has just been another one for the books, honestly. It's just fighting. It's just really which team can outclass the other. It isn't really absolute chaos, but more of this is one team's identity. This is the other team's identity. Now, fight. That's it. Smack each other as much as you can, as hard as you can. Hit your heads onto the wall and see who cracks first.
You know, we did see how SV Empire really loves to go for that slow type of play. And honestly, I felt like Walker should have been able to win that second game. But there really was just a point where I felt like the flashes were definitely lacking at the last possible moments. Because you saw Wild Oreo. He was somebody who could really claim the sites by himself as his team follows up on him. But he needed something to help him clear these angles, whether it's, you know, being flushed out in those angles or flashing for him so that he can at least be able to kill the targets and open things up for his team. But I never really saw that come in. And when you're up against SV Empire, who, if you don't flash or you don't confused as you're taking the site, they got everything locked and loaded. This is a team that is spearheaded by Nexi on a Cypher, and his Cypher is something to always behold. He's great on a duelist, but I think he's godly when he's back on his I don't know if it's his main, but he just pops off on this particular agent. Anyways, giveaway is of course up here, and Dax will be the one to privilege you with how to join.
Thank you so much for the baton pass out of nowhere. But guys, you know, I'm experienced for this after all the years we've done this. So let's go into it. Like and follow the PPGL Facebook page. Like and share the stream with a caption of which team you are rooting for. Make sure that post is public with the official hashtags, hashtag Balance Challengers, hashtag VCTPH, and hashtag PPGL Valorant. Total of 10 winners will win 1,500 Valorant points, and the winners will be announced at the end of the stream. So there's one important caveat, guys. You're on the Twitch stream right now, so head on over to Facebook, share that thing, you know, join our giveaway, and it's just one way for us to say thank you to you guys. I'm not too sure if it's only for Philippines and whatnot, but might as well join it, right? Might as well. You can get drawn, and you can stand the chance to win a little bit more of those points for your next skin. But man, oh man, our next map is looking to be quite a doozy, and I'll throw the baton pass back to you, Asrai. What are we getting next in this series?
So the decider map is going to be Ascent, and Empire will be starting on the defending side. That quick transition for the agent select, perfect timing there. And we're going to be seeing now Draxi. Oh, let's see. Still the single duelist for Empire, but this works into their favor. Nexi is going to be playing on his signature KJ here on Ascent, while on the other hand, we're going to be going back to Winterlove on his Sky. I really love this. I think the Breach was good, but his Sky is something different, especially with those Seekers of his. And Bind as well as Ascent, I think, are maps where you can secure the orbs without taking too much of a risk to try to control it. Maybe on B main mostly. A main might be a different story, but it's still a map that I feel like allows the attackers to really claim the orbs without taking too much of a risk against the defenders.
But I'd say the same can be the case for Empire on the defense. If they feel a little frisky and they feel a little bit more confident than usual, they can't contest that because they love to add up to the Sage's count. Of course, you're going to be expecting the side of Walkure to be the ones in control of that at the get-go, but we'll see how this is going to work. You mentioned that breach a while ago. Just didn't have the impact that they would have liked coming into Bud. But Ascent, it's a new day and they're already in the sky, and you know what lives in the sky here, sir, is going to be that sky indeed. Birds a go. We'll be getting that Trailblazer up into play as well. The Animal Kingdom in favor of Walkure. But will the map go in their way, or will it be SV Empire booking a date with BREN yet again? Time to find out. Empire on the defense, Walkure on the attack. Decider here, map number 3. Let's see who will take this series.
And 10 seconds before we get underway. And I don't sound like I'm excited, but I'm so excited to see what happens because I've been a big fan of Nexi ever since. But I'm also curious and looking forward to how Walkure uses this because I'm such a big supporter of flashers, of initiators who use blinds to take sites or retakes, however you want to do it. That's why I honestly liked how BREN utilized Borkum when he was on the Phoenix, and now teams are just picking up on it. It just really helps everything. And if you know how to set things up and if you know how not to blind your teammates, it's such a great utility to utilize.
Are you saying that in tactical shooters, Asarai, flashes are good? What a surprise, man! I never knew that. I never knew that. Maybe there's a game where you can all have a flash together. That would be cool, right? That
I know,
who knows?
right?
Who knows? And maybe even smokes too. Maybe in fire. Maybe some noise. You know, it's interesting. A lot of different abilities can be used, and right now the uniqueness of Valorant is what separates it from its peers. In any case, though, over to B side, we go with the Raze already. Well, or you're trying to make it through Speedway. Actually, is gonna be going for the parts of course here for Team Walkure. They speed on through, they're set on up, down below in the pit. They still have to be careful because the Empire, they might be saying, sure, come into our lair, get ready to fight.
Oh, Flippy is just running for dear life, and Symbol's not even looking right at him. He takes a bit of damage, but that is a Sage. Ken Healer straight back up. Pickups a Ghost, but bit of a wide peek there from Bat Ghost as he just charges right on through and didn't really expect to have somebody hiding on the right side of his sight line. Still, though, Walkure, very fast taken. Like you said, just running down on Speedway with no regards for their life, and it works out in the end. This is going back to how Affinity played before. If you guys are wondering, Affinity was also known as Walkure, and then they went back to being called Walkure once again. And the play that was very default by them is just rushing in, guns blazing, and it works out in the end. But seems like with that and flashes, it works even better here on the pistol.
Yeah, and I just want to add a little bit to the roster itself. Now, when they were called Affinity back then, they did sport a number of different players, and there were some circumstances, and there are some players who dropped on out. But basically, this is still the Walkure stack. There are more than 6 of them that really play quite a lot together, and overall, it feels like they're just home to each other. This is a team that knows themselves inside out. It doesn't really have to be the same 5 people playing every single time for each tournament, but with this configuration, it does seem like that they are prepared, they are ready, and they have taught each other how to play to the best of their ability. So Walkure, a 1-point lead versus Empire, who is also a team that trusts themselves, trust their core, and now they trust the additions that they have as well. Really the power of friendship and camaraderie for both teams, but we'll see which family can be bigger than the other one.
No, gotta say it, Dax. We asked the question at the start of the series, are there both of these teams, can they really step up to the plate of their former glories? I feel like right now, they're looking brilliant. Maybe not to the point that they would want to be at, but still, they're looking fantastic, fan-freaking-tastic in this one. Now, back to the ball game, where the matter at hand, Empire is going to be on the retake with just a couple of the pistols. They can maybe try to make an expensive round as they're trying to go for the pinch. Lots of people coming in, and Simple and EJ, what just happened there on Doorway as they were able to overwhelm Flippin while Oreo the ones to remain, but this is a 4 versus 2. While Oreo is coming in alive here, throws out the nade, but he's going to get flushed out on his own. He has to charge out right now, and he does get the win over EJ, and he clutches right through. And Wild Oreo, supreme, the better of the raises, and that could have been a worse for wear scenario for Walkure. Very expensive, but Wild Oreo picks it right back out for his team.
On the quick reaction there, it's like hot potato by my feet. Time to run and gun and get the head of EJ to get that takedown. So 2-0 for Walkure. But as you mentioned, a costly round for them as Empire have made them play that blood toll to go over to A site. Now, rifles about here for the single duelist comp of Team Empire. They still have the Sova here for Bad Ghost. They still have the Sova for Flippy. Wouldn't be surprised to see another incredible Sova duel, especially on the map as open like this. Empire though backing in away. Aldron trying to say hello. Here comes Wild Oreo now leading the charge, and A is right for the taking. Still EJ though up top the rafters. Will he get surprised by Wild Oreo? Not this time. It's EJ with the kill. 5v4. Oreo though planting the spike down. Postman is a go, but Empire with the advantage.
Breaking the door once again, and Draxi on rotation for Mr. Nice Guy pincers him in. There's gonna be some post-plant positionings here for Walkure, but in the end, it's just not gonna matter, and they spot out the last. It's gonna be the knockout onto Flippy. Not even an expensive round for Empire. Look at how much HP is left in their pockets as well as the shields. But here's the thing, Dax. While all of that was happening, like I said, Walkure always gets themselves that orb, and Winterlove, he needs one more to get this Seekers of him out. And, well, they should be able to go for either. I think they're going to go for A main once again to try to go about this because it's going to help them out. But in any case, Empire get that round cleanly, and you saw how good EJ is when you give him the chance to shine.
And just look at the economy right now for Walkure. You mentioned it a while ago that second round was costly for them, and they paid the price after losing the third. It's only Wild Oreo playing that hero rifle by this point. They're gonna try to basically use him to be the standard bearer, to be the MVP of this round. But if he does die, they're gonna be basically doing what the East Front did back in the previous wars of the ball and take that gun from his corpse. So, you know, one for all and all for that one rifle. But in this case though, it's EJ right now. Throw the boombot and it's already gonna be exposing that Wild Oreo is there. Thing is though, that is gonna be the rifle making some noise. So now Empire does have an idea that someone on the other side still has a gun into play. We'll need to figure out who and fast.
Get out of here.
There is going to be that quick little take there. Wild Oreo better of the shots, but Symbol spots out the lurker, Mr. Nice Guy. Although, check this out. It's going to be the opening onto the B site here. And Wild Oreo, he can rip one out. They can close the door. Or actually, no, it was already broken. But Wild Oreo with the timing. He's about to find one. Can he go for the second? But a showstopper will connect. And Droxy, overwhelmed. This could be the ace that he's looking for. Where's my flash? Give it to me. And he spots out the one. And that is going to be Wild Oreo with the ace. Once again, he's going to go for the tactical crouch for the second time. And it was a thrifty win as well for the Empire squad on that hero Vandal.
He just did it there. Give him the rifle and he will give us a show. And did I see that one correctly? Did the guiding light literally pass by and distract Symbol there at the very last moment? Sure, there was a flash there and you can see the value of the sky over the breach from what we've seen. But Wild Oreo, man, oh man, over to the market. Look at this. Just EJ caught unaware. Showstopper to stay hello to get that fourth kill. And Walkure, they're just feeling confident with this duelist. They just want to go for it. And oh yes, a bird! It flew by! It flew by in the blink of an eye, and that was just enough. Walkure 3-1 tactical loss after such a precedented, chain of events that we just witnessed there.
Was that the bird or the dog?
I'm not sure,
Tasmanian
whatever.
tiger.
It's an animal. It's
It's an animal.
It's an animal. It got in the way, man. Wow. I think it's a bird though, because it was a lot quicker.
That's true. Or maybe it was the leap from the dog. And then either way.
You're making me second guess myself after I already was so confident it was the bird.
I'm getting inside your brain, man.
Now I'm gonna watch the VOD while we're live just to make sure. But since we're in the pause, though, and this is really interesting because sure, Empire, they made the economy a bit difficult for Walkure, but Walkure, one rifle. That's all we need. That's their buy. That's it. And Wild Oreo, if he's going to be able to outclass EJ just like that, then the duel of the races will go in favor of Walkure. It does feel like, light side, dark side. Whose side will it be on for the race battle right now? Walkure, but, EJ, you can never count this guy out whatsoever.
I definitely agree. This is a butting of heads of who's the better raise here. I do have to correct myself real quick. I said at the last point before you started saying your part, is, I said Empire, but it was Walkure who got that round off. So if I confused anybody, do apologize for that, guys. But like you said, it was a heroic play from Wild Oreo that he really started things off from Walkure, and it all just amounted to an aggressive dry peek. Honestly, he just found out EJ caught out in the open, and I don't know what EJ was going at that particular angle, especially as a Raze, where you can't reposition as quickly with your satchels compared if you were the Jet, but he maybe have wanted to hold Market a bit more. But I mean, that's the point why you want to close the door on Market, is that you don't have to hold that angle, which is dangerous because you can get multi-peek, especially if you don't have somebody helping you out. That's definitely something that EJ did get punished for. But now, since we are about to resume the match here, just wanted to point out as well that Empire, they have rifles for 4. Bat Ghost will be on his Sheriff, but EJ has his Showstopper now, while Ori doesn't because he used it in the last round. But Walkure, once again, they are about 1 to 2 ult charges before 3 of their 4 members get popped off once again with their 3 to 5 members, sorry, with their ultimates, and that's never an easy thing. So you saw it in Split, Dax. When Winterlove got his Seekers, well, those Seekers give a big ass advantage for Walkure.
Watch the board, I'm not even too sure anymore. You are making me doubt so much, right? But EJ, he's done the homework, and he's done it again. 2, make that 3. Not gonna happen. Winterlove will make it so. But, you know, to keep it simple, right, I think you know what I'm about to say. He's gotta hit those, and well, a while ago, Walkure did it. This time, EJ did it to give Empire the advantage. Never count out SP Empire. That is the saving grace, and that is really the tenet of this team. This is a squadron that has really gone through thick and thin, gone through every little bit to make it to this journey so far, has been really one of the top teams in the Philippines for good reason. And you can see why. Always a lethal force to be reckoned with, always someone that can put on a show, and now they've stifled Walkure and their push.
Now, just like Walkure, are they really going to use like Winterlove's ultimate here to try to pierce in onto his side? It's a 4 versus 3 with Symbol not having his revive, so the number's not really going to go into there. They're going to go for it. They want to get that advantage. They don't want to net Empire any form of win here, and if they can break this, Empire should be in a poor perspective while Orius is charging right in, but the Seekers finds its mark, and they know that there's 2 at the back of the site. Now it's only up to Wild Oreo to try to flush him out. He spots out the 1. Can he go for the 2nd? And he will with the help of his teammate, and this goes in to the wayside. Draxi goes right out, and he challenges. He doesn't have his flash here, Dax, but he does have Nexi, who is a god at retaking the sites, but he needs to help his team right here. It's a 2 versus 2. Winterlove, I believe, still has a couple of flashes to utilize, so it's only him. Oh, never mind. It's going to be him. Try to clutch things out, and he needs to find where Nexi is. And look at that. Even through the strafe, he connects a brainsicle shot onto Nexi and clutches out the round for Walkure.
Walkure, everyone is a lethal weapon, and now it's Winterlove putting on a show. It just goes to show, right, that it is going to be the same tenet that they brought from the first map. It's like, okay, everyone can pop off, and it just feels like that for Winterlove, he's feeling a lot more confident and a lot more comfy on this guy in terms of that mobility, in terms of that hold, and of course, all of the animals that he can see far across the map. Now Sheriffs is the way to go, and SB Empire, they said, yo, our opponents did it a while ago. Maybe we can do it as well. It's time for Walkure to prove them wrong as Draxi. He's on a mission. Secret Agent Draxi trying to push onto A main. He's creeping closer and closer right now, but he decides to back on away and let the dark cover. And overall, it's Fluffy with the catch on the Bat Ghost. I love this from Walkure. They realize it's an eco state for Empire, and they hold the line and get a pick.
They know that there is at least a member of Empire that always will go for that lurk, whether it's Nexi or some other person. And it happened on Bind, which I think Walkure already knows what's up. And for the moment, like you said, they are just holding the fort on their own end. They got plenty of time. 50 seconds. They got to start working things now. But since they have all the utility in the world to flush out these corners, especially that Boombot, going to make things easier here for Walkure. That would just allow them to take the site and still be able to. Now, it's going to be up to, I believe, Draxi. Now let's see the flights going to be coming out with Wild Oreo. Oh, no need for the flights just yet. Use the tiger, use the dog. They're at the corners here. Make sure, it's the cleaning guy tactics, but that nade from EJ will make them kind of respect them for a little bit. But 20 seconds, they've really pushed on the clock here, Dax, and they got to go in.
there we have it. It's already gonna be Walkure going for the push. And Draxi, what a shot there, catching him out. Time is taking the Walkure. They had to execute, and they will at the very least put the spike down. 4v2, no advantage for them, not only on the guns, but also in the numbers. And this is gonna be a scramble here for SB Empire, but Simple caught out. Now it's all up to Nexi. Can he bring it to the next level and give Empire that next point that they need? Flippy though, waiting to peek onto that doorway, watching at the main as well, decides to walk away. And this time, it's gonna be up to RU. Are you ready for this one? That's the question to Nexi. The turret peaks, gets that confirmation. Are you now with a kill onto Nexi to wrap it up? Walkure up 5-4. A great scoreline for the attacking side.
Walkure, they're just decisive. They're not a team that will reserve their utility for up until the next round. If they can use it now, if they have a chance of winning, they will try to grab it. They will try to break it like a child's birthday with a bat and a piñata. They want that candy. The candy is around wins, and Walkure is hungry for those sugary sweets, and it seems like they are getting everything, and Empire get diddly squat. And at least for the moment, if they win this round, they will break the economy of Empire. And just to point out before anything, I really like how they use that guiding light, because there are some angles here in Ascent that you can really get punished with an operator if you're not careful, and using that guiding light as a way to scout out first, faster than a Sova drone, faster than a Boombot, is so efficient.
Trailblazer now leaping into the fray, and the concuss is on point. Walkure, he doesn't care about any Nano Swarm. He hops over it, and it's now gonna be Walkure getting in the face of adversity. Another 7 kills for Walkure. He shrugs it off. He gets the triple so far, and Draxi now is all alone. Oh, okay. Look. He says, no one is killing me. I will kill myself. So 4v1. That's the situation now. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, what better way to start things off by getting a 4K and then just saying, you know what, F it. I don't want to give any form of kill for Draxi. I don't want to give him that extra, what is it, 200 creds if you get a kill? Bring it to the next round, I think. So he doesn't want to give that opportunity because he was low in HP anyways, right? And he doesn't want to get a heal from Winterlove for some reason, so it's fine.
Yeah. They don't need the heals. I think it was a 4K including himself. Yeah, so you know that like he got 3, and then he got himself. So that's 4. Good job, quad for Walkure. Not too surprising, honestly. Like the inspiration he has playing that Raze is very all in, and sometimes you just feel the tempo, and you don't watch the painfulls bounce back to you. This time we had to see that. And are we actually gonna see it on replay? Are we actually gonna get it? Please finish it. Please finish it. Come on, Prod.
It's not the round yet.
Oh
no! Production, you failed us.
They wiped his shame away. You know, even if you get rid of the footage, we all know in our hearts what happened there.
How dare you, production? No, we're kidding. But
6-1, dog. 6-1, man. It's Walkure with a great advantage here, Asarai.
And, you know, to keep the ball rolling for them, they actually have Walkure up with his showstopper once again. Winterlove with his Seekers. And here's the thing that I saw, I think for VCT NA earlier today, where I think it was BGG that went up against Sentinels. And the way that they went about this is they had a Phoenix and a Sova that every time the Sova would throw out his recon dart, the Phoenix would immediately flash, so that you either had to react to the flash and try to break the recon dart at the same time when they're taking angles. And similarly here for Walkure, it seems like it's happening as well, where the guiding light is allowing Walkure to pick things up. And in that confusion, or in that short amount of opening, he is using his satchel charge to just charge things right out. And it's working so wonderfully well for them. Empire, they'll try to take a shot at going for the slow orb as well as the nade, but it's not going to work. And Walkure is waiting at the precipice of this. He was waiting at the edge, but EJ, as he gets tagged by that turret, just backs away smartly. He wanted to get that orb. He wanted to get a kill here, but there's no real form of map control for Empire, as they're stuck once again with just the hero Vandal for Draxi, and everybody just scraps with the upgraded pistols.
There's a second hero here, Mr. Asarai, and his name is Batghost with the Bucky. You know it. You can feel it. It's there. It's waiting. But it's all jokes aside, Walkure, they're just on point right now. They've gotten such great economic control, and they're feeling so confident with their shots overall. Flippy this time is the one to take the mantle of the hero here, and he's gonna be able to get the takedowns onto 2 so far. Now the push over to B side, it's all clear here, and Empire, they're gonna be scrambling over there. The gamble of that goes front to play Black Bucky. It's so hard now to move into that B site. Walkure prepared, putting the spike down. There you have it. Post plant is a go.
Oh no. They even heard. It was the zzz of the boom bot there. What Oreo's about to go into a wild reckoning. But Symbol just cannot handle his Oreo. And it seems like the sweet is just too much. Bat Ghost, he has a Bucky and a Dream. But at that range, as the recon dart is popping, Bat Ghost will just be squeaked out from his own cave. Back to the spawn they go. 7-1 for Walkure. They're really charging at this Dax, and they're really taking control of this third game.
Yeah, this is such a dominant affair here from Walkure, and that Sky diff for them has just really been something to watch out for. You can see how much more comfortable Winterlove is playing that Sky rather than Breach, and it's getting so much more impact, allowing these guidelines to happen. And one beautiful thing that Walkure is able to do is they work really well with the birds, basically. So with the Breach, Flashpoint has a bit of delay, then it pops through the wall. But here, Walkure is able to skirt along, follow the track of the guiding light, and then stay away from the flash, go inside when the green is there. And they also find wins in the dry peak duels anyway. So overall, everything is just going in their favor. Empire, they need a hard reset, and they need to do it now. It does feel like that has been the Walkure show for quite a while. And we know that Empire is a team that can fight back. They took last map just because of their pure strength. But in this case, Walkure is allowed to play the way they want to. And every little bit of Walkure is showing up just right now.
Your Walkure is showing. I love it. They've been really using this dog to just clear out these corners. And the difference of this between the Sova drone is that the dog, or sorry, if the Tad is going to be, you know, a bit stingy, the Tasmanian Tiger, it's too much. It can daze you if you get leaped on by it. Speaking of leaping in, it's going to be Wild Oreo. And he's about to rip one out. It's not a fart, guys. It's only a showstopper. Calm yourselves. But Draxi is underneath like a shark hiding in the waters, and he gets 2 kills with the help of Bat Ghost in conjunction with his Hunter's Fury here. Makes it a very expensive round for Walkure there, as they gotta back away. It's a 3 versus 4 in Empire. You're looking at the hard reset here for them. This could be a Dax as Draxi opened things up with that play of his.
Have the advantage, and they're gonna be going for the peak with a turret slow orb. Go for the zone, and Flippy, he's just stuck on the other side, and it's now Wild Oreo trying to fight back, but Nexi with the drop down, and it will be the killjoy at the stage to last the longest in this set. Empire finally getting the round that they need, and it's a bit of a confident win for them. They went for the retake, they used their abilities to the best degree, and I love the fact they got the slow orb there onto a main. They got to zone out against Flippy as much as possible. Drop down from Nexi, very confident against Wild Oreo, and that was that to at least allow Empire to still make this quite a contest.
They will have the weaponry because they saved multiple members, or multiple members were able to survive going into that this following round, but there is money to burn for Walkure, and we know how the loss bonus works here in Valorant, that if you lose a round, or if you win a round and you lose the one right after that, you will get what we call into an economic reset. And it's going to be really bad here for Empire, as they are struggling to keep the weapons, they're struggling to keep these rounds, and it's definitely a game of momentum once again. And damn it, how many times has Winterlove gotten this orb and seems to always get his Seekers almost up? In any case, we'll be spotting one into the back of the site, and they're going to charge you right in as the Nano Swarms are hailing in and stopping A main from being pushed out, or B main from being pushed out.
I mean, it's a 6 orb ultimate, basically, so you do know that those Seekers can go online very, very quickly. But EJ Seems like his delivery has been received, and it just blows up in the face of Mr. Nice Guy. Empire now back on the beats, and this is actually a very convincing win here for Empire. A while ago, it was sure, okay, great post plant, stay alive and keep it up. This time, it's like, okay, we can fight you guys now. We know how to deal with you. We know what you're up to, and we're not gonna fall for the tricks of Walkure anymore. Empire mounting a bit of a comeback here, and such a great time to do it because we're running close to the end of the first half.
Walkure made a fatal mistake, if I'm not mistaken. Ryu put out his dark cover, I think way too early. He put it out, I think, for a good chunk of seconds, and Empire, or rather Walkure was charging right in. Dark cover only lasts for about 16 seconds, and as they were coming outside from B stairs, it just vanishes. And Empire was just looking right at Walkure and was like, sup, let's go in for a duel, an aim duel, and they got crossfired to heck, and that is a great little round there from Empire. Great to punish, good to punish. And the Walkure here, gonna be reset at least in terms of the rounds, but not in terms of the money. So able to buy up here, and now Winterlove got his ultimate once again.
Yeah, Winterlove Seekers are online and ready to go. And the beautiful thing about the Seekers is if you see that some of these Seekers are trying to stray away from your initial path, it just means that these members are far away. But if there's two here at A, it will quickly home on in, and that's going to be a big idea for Walkure that people are defending as close as can be. So preparations might be in order here for Winterlove and the rest of the crew. Now though, Cauldron right now gonna be trying to get on through to the other side. Walkure hiding away from it, and they're gonna be pushing with the Seekers instead. Angel's not to flush out whoever's on the right-hand side. No one home though, and here comes the push. A-side right for the taken. Boombot now to try and say hello past the door, and Walkure uses it as distraction to get rid of Draxi. He wants to go for one more, try to retreat, try to escape. Regrowth right now from Winterlove to keep him topped up, but Walkure, they need to put the spike down and fast. They're running out of time. They have the man advantage though, but Empire looking prepared, and they get rid of Walkure along the way.
They can't even revive Draxi. This is beautiful here for Empire. They can really start to make things work out for them. The dog will be utilized to get some information. And Mr. Nice Guy, he goes in for the big flank. They have to deal with him first. You see that there is going to be EJ to answer the situation, but still not going to be enough just yet. Flippy is the last one here with very low HP. He can try to maybe line things up, peek out to the smoke there, but everyone's attention from Empire was looking at that smoke on A main. And if you peek out, if you try to whip out some bullets, retaliation will come swift. And now, seems like 7-4 Empire are... Damn it. I'm just gonna say it once more and I'm never gonna use it again. Strike back.
The fifth. They're looking for that fifth point, and you know, if you love the fifth movie so much, might as well keep at it. Can they get to that magic pentadote to at least make it quite a contest moving into the second half? We shall know in just a bit, but this is gonna be the last round of the attack here. Team Walkure. Defense for Empire has been held together now by EJ. It's just the operator looking to say hello to Wild Oreo. Another big surprise, committing and connecting onto the race. And that's one thing that Walkure has fallen for again. When we see EJ suddenly change over to the operator, they never really expect it. And as soon as that happens, it's Wild Oreo, the immediate demise. They have no rest available since they don't have a Sage at all. That's the Nice Guy now, the next target. EJ though, scoping it to get 3. Not gonna happen the 4th time. The Winterlove will shut him down, but damage has been done. The value is there, and Walkure now have to suffer and try to dance away from the lightning strikes of the Hunter's Fury. Can Backdoors get the kill? That'll be the question. He's at low HP though, looking to get on the way. Recon bot inside of B main, but Flippy and Winterlove, they're taking a bit of a breather. Goes for the heals, and now Empire looking to swarm and get ready for this fight.
They have all the numbers, they have all the advantages, the weaponry and the utility. If they lose this, I don't know what's going to be happening to Empire here. But like I said, they're here to claim it once again. And they push out Walkure. I think you like Walkure. Well, that's going to be the switch up if I'm not mistaken. So I think the scores is delayed. So we are 7-5 for Empire here. We just need to refresh that. But now that was looking pretty good. I thought it was a dire straight here for Empire, but they definitely reeled things back in and started picking things up when EJ, he did, especially in that last round, triple kill on an operator. He has no regard for human life, especially his own, and he's able to net these things by just being aggressive, and that's how Empire can bring things back if EJ just pops off and just do things like that.
and one thing they've changed up was they decided to play a bit more patiently, especially on the defensive side. In terms of the retakes, it was just like, okay, let's delay it a little bit, prevent Wild Oreo from getting the hard momentum that he's been relying on to take us all down, and they made it a bit more unpredictable for Walkure to really face off against them. Then they just started to snowball from there. They won out on the round that they went for the buy. They had the guns this time compared to the initial part of the first half where they really struggled, and you can see that momentum and that confidence is still in favor of the Empire. This team, and they turn it up. They turn it up as hard as they can. Turn it up to 11, and now they're taking names and taking down every single member of Walkure besides Flippy, who does bring in the Shock Dart, who's trying to play it clutch right now. He gets 3 so far, but Nexi will just destroy the dreams of the clutch there to allow Empire another point on the board. Empire one away from tying it up. They have the gun advantage coming into this round. And this is just incredible for SB Empire, from quite a conundrum they had a while ago to a very, very malleable situation.
And they can mold this to however they want. Just like you said, Dax, they have the money, they got the weaponry, the firepower to back things out. Now, here's the question. What's behind door number 1? Is it going to be the Buckies? But, of course, we're privy to that knowledge. Only pistols and a shorty here for Mr. Nice Guy. Sometimes having a shorty is good, but not all the time. I mean by the weapon, guys. Nothing else. Anyways, here, he's going to be playing the close angle as much as possible, but the crossfires, I do like the setup here for Walkure, that they don't try to hold every single angle. Rather, they just hold one particular angle and hope that there is going to be Walkure, or rather Empire right there. EJ is holding in onto Short Cubby here, but he has an inkling. There might be somebody. Only one to come out, but that shorty is going to not work out as RU, the last one standing. Oh, everybody's just holding things down in RU. Great job at just punishing and making that expensive.
Flippy still getting on the board. Now it's going to be Bat Goes versus Wild Oreo, and it's suddenly 1v1. Now Wild Oreo, he wants to go for a gun here into the middle, and he'll take his pick and take this one there. Changes his skin. He's like, no, I don't like that one. Let's get this one instead with more ammo as well. But Traxi, he has that armor advantage. Wild Oreo, he needs to make it count. And it's a bit of a guessing game here between the Omen and the Rays, but Traxi has a clear sight line to move on to B site. He could go for the plant, force Wild Oreo to play into his lair. The interesting part is, you know what, the Wild Oreo is ready and willing to go for the shots. Now then, Traxi putting the spike down. Wild Oreo has an inkling where he is. And here we go, post plant. Solo versus solo, mano y mano, 1v1 coming into this one.
The advantage for Draxi is that he has 50 extra HP compared to Wild Oreo here. So all he has to do is spot things out, but Wild Oreo is such an insane shot that he might not be able to win this. But check that out. Draxi's down to 46. That extra 50 HP just helped him out straight up. If that was 100 to 100, Wild Oreo should have won.
That armor advantage there, mitigating the damage and as well as removing the equation, removing rather Wild Oreo from the equation there. Cannot let him get that win. Gotta give kudos to Wild Oreo. He does know how to really control that Spectre, especially while he's moving on the round. We saw it a while ago when he avoided the paint shells against EJ, and that time he avoided the paranoia and still was stable enough to get the damage done on Draxi. Made up points, they had the armor advantage, they had the win from the pistol, so they had the eco advantage. But this time though, this is perilous for SB Empire. They might be put in another bad spot here if they lose this round, because 4 of them did die. Now they're going to be going for the buys, Walkure having the rifles as well, and honestly, a do or die round for these two teams.
Careful for the Shock Dart lineup. Flippy's still alive somewhere, but as that spike gets immediately planted, here we go. Walkure for that retake. Gets a bit of information, but Winter Love, not the most important thing here. The most important thing is the guiding lights are primed and ready. Popping the shots, opening the wall. Here they come. Walkure is charging right in here. EJ, he has such a crucial angle here, but he gets flushed off. Nexi and Draxi to remain, and Nexi is holding the ground. Look at this big flank from Draxi, but gets spotted immediately by Flippy. Leaving Symbol down on Hell. It's a nice little crossfire here, but they can't find the kills that they need to. But Nexi picks things right back out as he clutches the round for Empire. Finally, the round advantage for their team.
Nexi is back at it again, and we know him to be such a stand bearer for Empire. And in clutch 10 situations, you can rely on this guy, especially in the post-plant setup. He's strong on a Cypher on a map like this. He's amazing also on a Killjoy as well. And overall, he's been quite the star of the show of Team Empire. All the way went back when he was the flex player, if I remember correctly, at the inception of Empire, at the inception of when they were Agent of Paris and whatnot. And he still has just been this good. He's someone you can rely on for SP Empire time and time again. And you can never count out this roster when he's still alive. So 8-7 is the scoreline. Empire has taken the lead away from Walkure. Yet again, another expensive round for Empire. If Walkure can suddenly show up, surprise the opposition, wouldn't be surprised to see Empire in a bit of a rut in the money side.
I'm trying to find like a word for reliable, a synonym for reliable that starts with an N, because I feel like you have to say something about Nexi always being that reliable player for Empire. And like you said, man, and the inception of Nefarious, he's just been there, and it goes to show this man is so damn good. He is able to make things happen as a Sentinel as well. Usually when you watch PH teams, it's always, we gotta have a good duelist to start things off. We gotta have somebody who can clutch rounds for us, that can move a lot, that can start things and just take the sites and do everything like that. But rarely do you see such a reliable Sentinel. I think the only one would probably also be on BREN with Dispenser when he plays Sentinel, but somebody like Nexi just really makes things so much worse for Empire here. Winterlove got his cranium just dinked slightly, but that gives a lot of information as well as a lot of map control for this mid for Empire for the taking. They haven't really taken things too far yet. They know Walkure is struggling in terms of that economy, and they're down to the pistols as well as a double Bucky, but never underestimate the power of the Bucky code. BBB.
The BBB is still alive even in stage number 2, and we'll see who's going to be joining this exclusive club. As I want to mention also, the Sheriffs have been pretty much one of the stars of the show for Team Walkure. And look at that, Winterlove with the tap there on the EJ. Bad goes away, refrag down. Nexi with the catch on the Wild Oreo, who did try to make it work. And Draxi now at a very low HP state. Gonna get healed up though by Symbol. Spike gonna get planted. And now it's time for the Hunter's Fury. We'll see though if this is gonna be enough here. Being unleashed, Flippy in the meantime. Gonna have his available. But Aryu with the kill on the Bad goes. Draxi in the meantime catching out the Omen. And now Mr. Nice Guy is the one who picks up this gun. The Killjoy playing into the Speedway, trying to put a turret for cover, but it's not going to be able to get too much unless someone peeks there. And now there's confirmation that someone went by. At the same time, though, where is Flippy in all of this? He's on the other side of the staircase. He has at least a bit of a vantage point, and he catches out Simple. 2 HP left though for Draxi. Nexi might be the only one here to hold the line. Nexi not caught out and just go for one more spray, but Draxi, he doesn't care how much HP he has. He only needs one bullet to connect. Catch up Mr. Nice Guy, and Empire out clutching the clutch team of Walkure. This is really them saying that we can play your game and we can do it better.
Battle of the Titans, and like you said, they can do it better. Man, there was a point where Wild Oreo was just jumping up and down with the Bucky, hoping that it would connect. Well, here's newsflash for you guys. Next patch, it's not going to work. And by that, I mean, patch 206 is already live for the servers, the live servers, but for the tournament realm that we are using right now, they're playing on patch 205, just for clarity here, guys, and it's not the weaker version of the Bucky just yet. And so you're still seeing these jumping Bucky plays. They're very deadly, and it can work. But Empire are privy to that. They're not somebody who's just gonna rush right in and hope to God that they're not gonna get whelmed or overwhelmed by these shotguns. And for the moment, there is a lead for Empire, but Walkure can always pick things back out, especially now that Empire have used a lot of their utility, and Walkure has a lot of ults on their own as well.
Yeah, Walkure, they're prepared for this no matter what, but Empire, they're gonna have 3 ults of their own as we see here. And Winterlove, Wild Oreo close to theirs, Symbol close to his as well. Batgo's the only one who unleashed the ultimate last time. So overall, there's still a lot of tools here for both sides, but Empire, they've been on the roll. It does feel like Walkure has been stuck at this 7 for quite a while. Usually it's a lucky number for many, but not for the Walkure squadron. Interesting enough though, got Batghost waiting in the middle. He's trying to find an opportunity. There we go with the dark cover gonna be into play. And now EJ unleashing the showstopper. And just no way, no how. Wildor cannot play into that corner. Next in the meantime with the kill on the Flippy. And just seems like Empire is raiding Walkure yet again. This was the big change-up that we saw on Vine. And we're seeing it here on Ascent as well. When Walkure unleashes their bag of tricks, eventually they run out with something of a variety. And Empire is able to answer back, reading the opponent. But we're not done. Seekers, Guiding Light, all gonna be into play, looking for the flash. Cover out the tracks of RU as much as possible with the noise being made by those squiggly little beams. And now Winterlove taking advantage. 3 in a row so far. Drop down to get rid of Nexi there. RU will get that final blow. And Walkure, keep saying it, the Animal Planet, the Animal Kingdom is in the hands and the favor of Winterlove for that squad.
You think it's a 3 versus 2, but then you whip out 3. You whip out 3 of the Seekers, 1 of the Guiding Lights. It turns into a 6 versus 3.
Yeah, exactly. And those Seekers are very, very noisy. You don't hear it too often when you're basically on the giving end and you're on the spectating like this, right? But when you have a Seeker in your face, it just makes such a... I don't even know how to describe a noise, but it does cover whatever kind of footsteps really that Walkure wants to do. And that extra element of surprise and the quick ultimate, and even now Winterlove is halfway to it. It just goes to show that the sky is not just the limit here for Walkure. The sky is something that really is something they play so very well. Winterlove can be proud of that, changing up the meta just a little bit more here in the PH side. Arido throwing the dark cover. It's Sheriffs right now and the Ghost here for Empire. Walkure, this might be their chance to tie it up.
You know what sound it makes? I think it's like you're making motorboat sounds with your mouth in a muffled room.
I know you can do that well. I know you know how to do it. I distinctly remember that you know how to do it. I'm not sure if this is the right time to unleash it though.
I'm not gonna do it in stream.
Okay, not here. Maybe after. But I just want to point the fact out that Empire is in this predicament in terms of money. Just because that Walkure always makes it costly for them. Like, even if Empire has been quite on a roll in the second half especially, it's still... Oh, EJ, what a shot onto Waldoria. But still, it has been Walkure finding the picks no matter what and making Empire keep buying. But if you get kills like this, who needs a gun right? EJ says, let us take a page out of the Walkure playbook. Get the takedowns just like that. And now they're zoned out. EJ is able to get the Vandal in hand. Hunter's Fury, though, gets the zap on and executes 1 on the spot. 5 HP left for EJ. Never mind, he's gone already. 2v2. Flippy turning on the clutch. Mr. Nice Guy right now going for that kill onto Draxi and Symbol. He's spotted. It's only a matter of time here. That lockdown in the way that Surt gonna say hello immediately to Symbol. And here comes the Killjoy. Here comes the Sova. And here comes Walkure. What a shot from Symbol to catch out Mr. Nice Guy. But Flippy ends it with a quad for the round. We're all tied up. And no matter what, these two teams will fight each other to the bitter end.
You know, there was a small chance that that sheriff shot would have been a collateral and Symbol could have just literally clutched around for them. Because even if the lockdown was still active, at the end of the day, he just needed to get those 2 kills because he got the spike planted down already, right? Any case, that ultimate from Flippy, I did say it already, having Hunter's Fury is so damn good. It denies the spike being planted down at the first try, and it even found Waldoria, if I'm not mistaken, as he was just trying to jump up and down, but he got punished well and hard for it. And you were asking a while ago, Walkure, they've been pretty static in terms of the rounds, stuck at 7, but now we're into the 9-9. It's like a Lazada sale or something, but you know what? It's good. I like this back and forth match. It gives us something to look forward to, and both teams have really proven to be, you know, just rising above from the adversities that they both have faced.
Yeah, these two teams, they have already proven that they are back at the top of their game, but only one can make it to the semifinals. And both of these squadrons, they say, yo, we want to make it there. We want to be in that top 4, face off against BREN, and look to stand a chance to make it all the way. The redemption arc, I'd honestly say, for both Walkure and Empire has been completed. Unfortunately, only one can be #1 in this series, and a 9-9 scoreline means one round can make such a distinct difference. Winterlove, though, playing into the pizza area, exposed already there by Bat goes, forcing him to move on away. In the meantime, though, Might be a beat take, but Nexi has to be a little bit careful here because on the other side, his counterpart, Mr. Nice Guy, is prepared to really just blow up
30
Speedway as
seconds
much
left.
as possible with the Nano Swarms.
They're rotating, making a lot of noise, but this market person, Aryu, should be hearing this for Walkure. Batghost immediately utilizes his recon dart. They don't really have any coverage of A main, but this is the play that we're looking for. The wall to plug everything. Batghost to just charge right in. They don't need him for the moment. His recon dart's going to be coming for 20 seconds, so if he dies, it's going to be fine. But now it's going to be Walkure to come right in to retake the site, leaving it to EJ to be the first contact there on short. While Oreo knows he's there, but Winterlove shuts him out. Does he have his ultimate yet to use those Seekers for wiping out the entirety of the site? Looks like that's going to be a no, but the numbers is at least equalized. Oh my god, he's just running away, but Symbol just gets punished straight up. Nexi is going to be holding the fort, and Batghost finally rises from below and strikes right hard. That's going to be 10-9 with Empire just holding things a little bit, playing it slow and catching Walkure off guard.
Yeah, they're refusing to budge, and that's the thing. Empire, they want to keep this lead away from Walkure. They know their opponent can just suddenly get some big burst of momentum and get round after round after round. They already suffered under it a while ago in the first half. In the initial parts of that, it was what? 6-1, 7-2, something like that. And now, Empire, they've crawled out of that hole. They made it 9-10, and they don't want to deal with that anymore. So Nexi gonna be peeking onto B main with this turret. We have a scatter shot approach though here from Empire. They want to play for picks. They want to go for the duels here and now. Will it be the smart thing to do against Walkure though? That'll be the question, as it's all about the scatter shot also for Walkure. And interesting enough, A is absolutely open. It's more of the entranceways being held here by Walkure right now.
They're trying to get some control in some of the angles here. Maybe making a couple of noises. Using Nexi to flush out and get as much info as possible so that when his teammates come in, they're going to be able to pinch hard on the market, using Symbol's wall to block out coverage on mid as Batghost flushes out the back of the site. This is perfect, but they haven't got any kills yet, and there's two at the back of B here. It's going to be very risky, and look at that pinch coming in from RU. Everything that Empire have set up have gone to the wayside just because of one crucial thing. Their abilities did jack nothing because nobody was spotted, and Walkure, all they had to do was stay at the back, hold a little bit, make Empire have a false sense of security, and punish them for it.
Perfect timing for Walkure to change up their playstyle and play a bit more reserved there. That is just going to be one thing that Empire was unable to read. And a big surprise that Walkure can actually play in that way. Avoid the utility, get the sudden burst of kills, and win out the duels right in front of them. Now Empire going to be in this hole. The Sheriffs, they proved strong before, especially in EJ's hands. We'll see if they can do it again. Here we go right now, 10-10, double digits for both sides, but we're not done. This series refuses to end. This is map number 3 between Walkure and Empire, and here we go again. Will we see a peek though? Aryu will get that kill on the Batghost, covering fire on the mid link, and it's all about mid control right now from Walkure. Another one bites the dust as EJ is spotted and taken care of by the Omen.
He's aggressively taking all control here. Could have been a good punish there for Unwild Oreo, but he's just that great of a shot. And with the weaker weapons from Empire, they can do no damage, just a kill onto Winterlove. But even then, if you think about it, they're just charging his ult charge once again. Walkure, this is game number 3 here, guys. They only need 2 more games before all is said and done, and they go into the semifinals, lead up against, I believe BREN, is it? So
Yes,
yeah,
sir.
it's gonna be a big one.
Top side of the bracket already looking so hot. If you guys missed it, our first series between BREN and Atlas, it was 2-1 in favor of BREN Esports. And the result of this series will be 2-1 to whoever wins Ascent. All 3 games have been played so far for 2 of the series. I wonder how it's going to be later on, but for now, let's focus on the action. As Empire, there's one thing they have advantage of compared to Walkure. Even though they're at the break in terms of the economy, they have 4 ultimates online. And now the lockdown gonna be in play. Batghost also trying to line things up and go for the recon onto the site. Lockdown though gonna get broken on down. Well played there to Walkure actually. It just seems like though that is gonna be Empire right now trying to make the push even happen. Walkure, they're prepared. There's also the flank there. Middle has been ceded to Walkure, and this backstab might work out very well for them.
Oh no, Draxi also has a spike, so that's going to delay Empire even more. And just to point things out, how that lockdown was destroyed, off cam I'm pretty sure it was the lineup from Wild Oreo with his satchel. And this is going to be a hard-fought battle just to retake the spike. It's not even planted down. And Walkure have shut things in incredibly hard for Empire. They're left with EJ and Nexi, who can really step up to the plate, but with this numbers discrepancy and them being pincered in right outside of aim, what they can do, maybe they can wiggle things out. If Nexi can get this starting frag, maybe that's a step in the right direction. But 30 HP and a dream. He knows that somebody's coming from the corner here. He has to hit this shot. Maybe Nexi can just do it once again. Nexi almost a 4K. But Walkure with Flippy, that's going to be the 12 to 10. And now we're at match point here, Dax.
The next level flicks there from Nexi. They knew they were Cage, they knew they were the clutch guys, and they almost made it work. But Walkure, they had a really good setup to go for the crossfire and go for the double peek. But unfortunately, Nexi playing that so smart, taking down members one by one, getting the 1v1s to happen, and in the small time frame that he had to make it work, he just does so. Unfortunately for him, Flippy is able to clutch it out for Walkure, save it for the defending team, and now this is going to be high time for Empire to prove that they still want to fight. Walkure is on match point, the defense is looking to hold, and Empire, it's their last chance. They still have 3 ults though, and we'll see how they're going to use it.
You call it the next level play. I call it the Nexi level play. And now, you haven't really seen, I think, Empire do the same thing like Walkure did, which is to get a couple of orb control. Because think about it, if they can just get one more orb for Bat Ghost, he would have his Hunter's Fury, which is such a big thing. If he can get a tag with his Recon or his Sova Drone, he could just do so much damage. And will that find its mark? Looks like the answer to that is a resounding yes. EJ still behind enemy territory, but he's jumping up and down, and that will get punished. His recoil, his aim was just dilly-dally, ziggy-zag, and it's not accurate at all here, Dax. 4 versus 3, though, and Empire... Oh, where's the recon dart? I feel it being set up already by Flippy, but it's not gonna work. Spike will get planted down, and this is the post plan for Empire. This is the last hold for the team as that Killjoy ultimate is being used. They're also utilizing Bat Ghost to break things, and look at that, double whammy, looking to be a step in the right direction. But now, it's left into Draxi, who's low, and Bat Ghost, who hasn't really gotten the clutches, the aim that he needs, the shots that he just takes to get this round win. And damn it, Mr. Nice Guy, you're just too good of a shot.
3 kills in a row, 1 more shot for both of these players, and can Walkure wrap this one up? They're running out of time, and the turret will hold the line! Mr. Nice Guy, he knows time is ticking on down, and he might be able to get this here. Walkure at the brink, but we are not done! Empire will stay alive by the skin of their teeth, but what a costly round that was for Empire. Everyone getting wiped out, 3 of their ultimates getting used there, and Walkure, sure they lost it, they're like, oh, that was so close, Mr. Nice Guy. But then again, they still have the Hunter's Fury, they baited out the Hunter's Fury on the other side, and Walkure, they are prepared to try and win it this time.
Imagine if Mr. Nice Guy just, what's the word here, Dax? Just believed in the machinery. I mean, we're in the age of the internet. We're in the age of using cloud-based something and AI, right? Why not believe in your utility to net the round for you? I think he would just, pros don't fake that spike. He could have actually gotten the round win against Draxi.
Won it. That was so close. You know, sometimes you just gotta believe in the hearts of the turret. The heart of the turret there. My Grandpa's turret has no useless parts. Right here. That's just pretty much it. And Empire, they're Congo lining all the way to A side. So a bit of a slow walk here. They have the guns that they need, except that Guardian of all things. So they just force by whatever they can. They try to make whatever they have work. But they all know that Walkure is looking prepared. They're going to be waiting on the other side of this archway.
Setting things up once again. They do have a couple of moments to spare here, but they're going to be adamant in just taking in onto the site. Careful for the shots through the smoke. It's going to be something, but it's going to be a 5 versus 5. Flippy is using his ultimate to flush out these corners, but he's not finding a target. He's actually found one, but the damage, the kills will not be had. And this still is a very doable situation for Empire. And my goodness, Neck, has this gone down to the wire. Winterlove has been knocked out. No more flashes to be used by Walkure, as Empire and the rest have to go right in. While Oreo, he can do so much damage with his ultimate of his, but finally gets shut down by Draxi. And maybe, just maybe, Empire can do the things, can have the formula to push this into overtime, leaving it only to the hands of Mr. Nice Guy, who's coming in from A main. He's going in for the big flanks, but he got spotted, and we will just draw this round, this game, even further.
Well, Walkure is prepared in that round. In the numbers, it's still the play that matters. And Empire, they just make it work. They get the kills there. And Nexi yet again going for the clutch. And what a performance it has been from the Killjoy so far. 25 kills in Nexi's pocket has really been the one to watch out for here for the side of Team Empire. EJ, of course, absolutely no stats with 20 there. 10 assists also for Batghost, giving a lot of that intel. But on the other side, Blippi and Mr. Nice Guy are really helping out the team as much as possible. Wild Oreo top ranking with 22, and a very concerted effort from Walkure to just say that, hey, it's a team effort. Everyone to be getting some kills, and you can see how even the distribution is. Walkure now on the attack in this first overtime. Empire can be on the defensive. Who will be able to outmaneuver who? Who will be able to outlast who? As we get into the overtime, the series refuses to budge, refuses to end. And here we go again as we get into another round.
Walkure is going to be on the offensive here. They're charging right out. They're using Flippy for a bit of utility. And you can see Empire, they've really given them a lot of just control in terms of the map. They've tucked the two of their members on the back of B. It's going to be Batghost and Nexi there. I do like it because they still have to traverse Nexi's landmine of utilities. But the thing about that, though, is they give control all the way back of their own spawn. And it seems like there might be a deja vu here, Dax. Wild Oreo and EJ will be facing each other, but now there's going to be Symbol backing things up. And they're charging right in. They've broken the door. And there is some movement onto Empire for the moment. While Oreo taking quite a bit of damage to the wall here as well. He's got to be careful. He's charging right in, but he gets spotted by Nexi, and this is just looking so damn well for Empire as everyone has gone down except for RU, but it's only a matter of time, and RU not okay, as it's only one more before Empire claim this game, this series, and go into the semifinals.
Precision there, and this is gonna be worrying for Walkure. Are they overthinking that situation over that turret? Played it clutch, and could have they gotten that win? This is so dire for Walkure because they're the ones down to the ground. It's Empire now moving on to match points, and they're gonna be on the attacking side. Here we go though with a hard reset as we get into the second half of this first overtime. Empire, they're hungry to make it to the semifinals. They're out for blood. We'll see how this is gonna work. It's absolute chaos immediately. Walkure going for the push onto the courtyard here. But look at this. Empire holding line by mid link. There we go with the Boombot saying hello. But Wild Oreo has already gotten a kill. 33 HP to the name of Wild Oreo. Backs on the way. The defense, realizing what the role is, decides to retreat on over to the sites themselves. But a heavy stack here for the side of Empire on the B main might just confirm the suspicions of Walkure so far. It's all up now to the Omen and the Killjoy to hold the line. Are you though waiting onto the log copy to get that takedown? Symbol though does get the refrag, and they go through the speedway pretty safely. 4v3 though, the top up there onto Wild Oreo is a go. Winterlove still has the regrowth, I believe, for Mr. Nice Guy, but Empire now putting the spike down.
Using the dog once again to get as much info as possible. Knows that EJ is on Speedway and is getting flushed out. There's a headshot angle for Winterlove, but he's not just connecting these shots. He drops right down. He can do this damage, but that paranoia is making it so. EJ takes such a long time, but it's working in the end. It's working here, Dax, and EJ, he's got the Borkum spot, and that is going to be it. 14-12, Empire will be challenging BREN tomorrow after such a hard-fought match up against Walkure.
The Empire refuses to be toppled, and you can see it here. They were so close. Half a second, I'd say, and Walkure would have been the ones to move to the semifinals. In another dimension, in another story, it would have been Walkure's victory. But Empire, they stand tall, they stand proud, they say this is the way we play, and this is how we knew it. So they book a date with Destiny, with BREN Esports yet again to tomorrow's semifinal, and SP Empire. That was a comeback to end all comebacks. They crawled out of such a desperate hole from the first half, just dominated early on into the second, fought back tooth and nail, kept it alive, got out of sticky after sticky situation. And when in doubt, they could trust each other. Nexi with a godlike clutch instinct, and overall, EJ coming on in to match Wild Oreo and performance. What a series, though. Both teams should be proud. And for me, both teams really redeeming themselves and saying, you know, we're really some of the best teams you'd see here in the Philippine scene.
There was a few rounds back where RU just got a beautiful pinch there from Walkure, as I think the members of Empire were trying to display the post plant. They got a beautiful pinch, but in that final round, they could just not find the entries that they were looking for to make it. It was a 3 versus 4. Winter Love, he had all the possible time in the world to take out EJ. But when he didn't, when he dropped down, there was some frustration there. He got even hit by the paranoia, and that really sent him in a spiral. EJ hold off his angle, and everybody else there from Walkure was charging right out of stairs, and that just meant that there was so many angles for Empire to just work their magic and shut them down one after the other. And now we have our victors, and now they can relax.
Yeah, they can relax, but tomorrow is going to be another hard-fought battle there for SB Empire. Heart goes out to Walker. You can see their hearts breaking, and that's the end of that. But it just proves how strong this team can be, how lethal they can, and how much they've really practiced their style, brought in the sky for good reason, and it works out wonders for the rest of the roster. So we'll, of course, be expecting more from Walkure into the near future. Empire, in the meantime, we'll be seeing them tomorrow. So what a series it has been so far, and what a day that to remember. Well, we're not done. We still got one more match for you guys in just a bit. We'll stick around though. After the break, we'll be breaking everything down in the panel. This is the Challengers Philippines Stage 2.
When you want to level up your entertainment, G-Pay your way and get the latest games and movies on Google Play using Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Add payment method on Google Play. Enable payment through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid and confirm. No credit card needed. Simpleng-simpleng steps para tuloy-tuloy ang purchases at downloads sa Google Play. Your safe one-stop shop for apps, games, music, and movies on your Android device. Use Google Play now through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid para level up ang entertainment. Also available in TM.
Welcome back to VCT, an amazing series we had yet again going to overtime, this time in the third map. We really couldn't tell which of these teams was going to go ahead, whether it was Valkyrie or whether it was Empire. But in the end, it was Empire to eke it out and keep most of our predictions, I think, in check here. Now, let's welcome back the panel as we talk again and again with everybody else. Welcome back, guys. Trix, Viminal, and Ling. I'm going to break it down with you guys right now. So I'll go from Trix to Ling, 1 to 3. What do you guys think happened in the last game?
I think in the last game, it was really a matter of the teams adjusting to each other. Initially, I wrote down that I felt they weren't as aggressive enough. They were too passive. They needed more map control. They needed better retakes playing together, and they did exactly that. Then each team kept changing their playstyle in the middle of the game. It was really fun to watch, and it showed how much the teams were really practicing for challengers.
I think it also really showed how much both of the teams were trying to get a read off of each other. And again, showing the difference of perhaps the raw skill or raw power level of Empire compared to a roster that has been together for quite some time in the form of Walkure. Empire, again, trying to find itself in terms of identity, but still managing to pull through in the end.
Well, contrary to what everyone has said, I would definitely see for sure that in terms of like how Valkyrie basically tried to tackle on towards their opponents, I see them more of like a straightforward team on basically how they approach them. It was mostly them just trying to hit them where it hurts, hit them hard on towards the side, and I pretty much have to say that it's honestly nothing much happening in terms of like their default on attacking. So that was a problem for them.
Yeah, let's talk.
I definitely agree.
Go ahead. Sorry.
It just seemed that I actually wanted both teams to work a little more on controlling the pace of the game, meaning having defaults and also working to play faster with the rushes, but it felt so standard on all sides of the map.
But it did definitely. But sometimes standard is enough here. It did take a little bit of star performance from some of these players. Wild Oreo had a lot of great rounds. But let's not forget EJ stepping in on the second map. Just an absolute phenomenal player right here. What did you guys think of that? I mean, the effect that he had on the team coming into game number 2, definitely amazing. And on the third map, it did seem like he also picked up the pieces yet again, keeping his team alive, albeit barely, and still inching out that victory.
I think that honestly, when it came to the maps, it was just a matter of watching it. It just really felt who had better teamwork, better communication, who knew each other better. Not to say that Valkyrie didn't do a good job. In fact, they surprised me and impressed me with the way that they were playing. But it was good to see Empire seeming to have find their footing again on knowing what they're good at and what they're weak at, and through that being able to perform better as a team, even in high pressure scenarios as they probably were in today.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you here. High pressure was all the way until the end. We saw close score lines as we take a look at the stats right here. Wild Oreo, amazing in the first game. Utahachi, or as he's also called, Aryu, stepping up as well onto that Omen. Empire taking a loss right here in the first game, and showing that, Walkure, amazing team play from them. You can't take that away. How good were they in that first game?
Yeah, definitely a clear difference here in terms of performance from Walkure versus Empire. Again, pretty toxic stepping in place of EJ in this 5-man lineup coming into the first game. And, that may have been a factor. Again, building on your point earlier, EJ definitely has a huge impact on the field in a positive way for Empire.
Well, I guess for me, based on how I see on how Valkyrie played on a map like Split, I guess there really wasn't much besides them having to play on a flash-based composition, which is honestly what paved the way for Wild Ori to actually shine on this map. He was able to basically finesse his way on towards the site, getting frags along the way, and this is where we actually going to be seeing him popping off so far. And yeah, basically playing for his team and doing whatever he can to make the most out of his role.
I agree. It was a shining example, a sterling example of how good a team can be on Split when well coordinated. The number of times that they did flash plays, and even on the defensive side, was just absolutely phenomenal. Whether it was trading kills, whether it was bait and switches, they just seemed like Walcott had it. Unfortunately, they weren't able to recreate the success later on. But as you can see, they had everything through and through here. Now I'm going to ask you guys this question: what does this mean right now? Empire, do you feel like it's Empire being a little bit weak, or is this really just Walkure showing up? Because Empire, they've made some changes to the roster. We're not seeing Stiletto playing today. They lost version recently. Now it's a little bit of a toss up as how this is really going. Viminal.
Yeah, I mean, it's a combination of both. I think Empire, again, struggling to find themselves, their identity, and struggling to figure out what roster or what lineup works for them as they shuffle around players. And of course, we're not used to not seeing Silver and Stiletto with them on the field. But of course, this team can definitely work without those two. As for Walkure, it's just that they've been doing a lot of right things. They've been playing really, really well. They've not been afraid to experiment with other agent compositions that are evident of other metas from the region. And I love it when Philippine teams try to bridge the gap between local and international play. I think this is a really good step forward. And I think Valkyrie is onto something here, especially with that Sky pick, Winter Love, doing a really great job at it.
It really makes sense. On Ascent, I love the double initiator combo. Actually, they had some good ideas. The Winter Love Flippy connection, just enabling Oreo as much entry into the site as humanly possible. I'm such a fan of this. Trix, what about you? Did you think that this is a lineup that worked? What are your thoughts?
I felt that they played a little too passive for me. Valkyrie said, especially on that last map, I wanted more information early in the game because I felt, as you saw later on in the rounds, when they started taking that mid control, they were able to flank the opponent so quickly and take some more rounds to their favor. And I felt if they had done that a little earlier, it could have been different for them.
Yeah,
and so I think also with the Sky pick, I know I mentioned that I don't really like it on Split as much, but I just realized the other good thing about Sky is that she's also an intel agent with a trailblazer, right? So it's easy to get the information of where the opponents are, clear some corners without having to use too much utility.
And whenever it's up, the ulti as well, the Seekers, being able to use that for information. So really just a matter of how you use it, creativity, play here. And as you know, here, third map, we find ourselves on Ascent. Now this one is the one that went the extra mile. What a way to consummate this best of three quarterfinal. Empire taking the win, 14-12. Just an amazing performance. What does this mean for other teams right now, Ling? Do you think this is a sign that people should really start to watch out for Empire again, or is this more of like, I don't know. I think BREN will still win that semifinal. What are your thoughts?
Well, I definitely see the teams really have to look forward on towards the performances now that has been shown by the side of Empire, because you see how well known, or rather how well adept they are in terms of like the utility usage, which is has been greatly dependent on how the rounds basically went. They know how to fully utilize their ultimate economy, and this is what we actually should see in terms of like seeing in the competitive scene. They have to understand that utilities are a great factor on dictating on how rounds are going to be supposed to be going. How well able are you in zoning out power position on the map? And Empire fully understood that. And I want this team to be set an example for sure in terms of these factors in the game.
Well, you know who's setting an example? It's obviously the MVP. A lot of these star players, but who is the chosen one here tonight? It's gonna be Nexi. What an absolute beast! Played so well, and it comes to the surprise of no one. I think that Nexi is the one to step up to the plate in absence of Silver, in absence of Version rather, or Stiletto. Is it really this? Is it really a surprise that Nexi is the one to step up to the plate here?
Definitely not a surprise for me. I've known that before. He's been a very good sentinel, always able to really anchor the sites and hold them down. It was great to watch the crossfires that happened with the Killjoy and the Sova, especially on B side in that last map. I thought it was amazing.
Yeah, I
Do you
mean,
think that do you think that uh Nexi, one of the best Sentinels around so far. He's one of the kind of players that I look at and I see, I can't imagine him on a duelist.
Yeah, I beg to differ. You know, we've seen Nexi before in previous tournaments flex to the duelist role. And typically anyone who can frag out like Nexi can definitely fill a duelist role, not just a sentinel. But when you have a sentinel that can frag out, that can stay alive, have such a commanding presence on the field, then you have someone like Nexi, who is one of the best sentinels in the Philippines.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at where they ended up now, though. It's going to be the bracket here. See where we are in our current journey. We saw the second quarterfinal of the day go the extra mile, as with everything else before that. Now, though, we're not even done. We're just about halfway through the quarterfinals. We're about to see Kadiliman versus the 6045 Pirates. Now, this one should be a close one as well, as it's shaping up to be the longest day of VCT Philippines we've ever had. Kadiliman versus Pirates. Yeah, let's talk about this matchup here, Ling. What do you think?
Well, for this matchup alone, I definitely have a lot more to say for the side of Team Pirates because they have tried and tried again to qualify from the previous qualifiers. But this time around, on the second stage of Challenger Series, I would definitely say that they finally had the chance to prove themselves in this tournament after beating the likes of Oasis Gaming, where they overrun them with a 13-2 scoreline, and this has been absolutely dominating.
Yeah, I can't wait to see. But Pirates, they're also a good, solid team. Kadiliman have struggled. They have struggled when it comes to tournaments like this one, VCT. 6045 Pirates, they might be a little bit more in familiar territory. We're about to see. But before we delve deeper into this discussion, quick reminder, everyone, we do have a giveaway. So if you're still tuning in at this very, very extended session of VCT, we're giving away some amazing prizes. 1,500 plus Valorant points are going to the lucky 10 winners at the very end of this stream. And if you want to be one of those winners, all you got to do is the following. Like and follow the PPGL Facebook page, share and like the stream. Make sure it's public with the hashtags PPGL Valorant, PPGL Challengers, and PPGL VCTPH, and hashtag PPGL Valorant. It's a lot of hashtags, but all you got to do is type them in. Not too much of a big deal. We got a lot of exciting games going your way, and tuning into those, it's easy as 1 and 2. Yeah, no 3, because there's only 2 channels. You can watch these in the languages that you prefer, either Filipino or English. Now, if you're tuning into English, this is the English stream. It's on twitch.tv/ppgl_VCTPH. And for Filipino, it's facebook.com/ppglgg. So yeah, all of the panel sessions are going to be in English. So if you're wondering, hey, why are these guys speaking in English? It's because we're paid to do it, and because this is, of course, the English side of the broadcast. It's the panel session, guys. So no real questions here, but let's go back into the actual discussion itself. So, Kadiliman versus Pirates. Let's zone in. Take a quick look closer onto Kadiliman's side. The team that has been pegged as a little bit of a stream team, but now is looking to sort of emerge victorious as a legitimate threat to the competitive scene in Valorant.
I think Kadiliman came into this tournament, and yeah, they were labeled as a stream team, but they've proven that they've got what it takes. They have refined what they're good at, because just being a streamer doesn't remove the fact that they are good players and that they have things within them as a team that they can definitely work on to be the top 8 team. And so I've always wanted to see them more in VCT, and I'm glad that they're in the playoffs this time.
Yeah, I share the same sentiments, Trix. Kadiliman is often thought to be the face of Valorant Philippines, other than BREN, of course. Aside from BREN, you always think of Kadiliman. So many Filipino fans, the multitude, legions of fans of Kadiliman. I know they're watching right now, and they can't wait to see the match and see how well Kadiliman will perform today. But Kadiliman is a very interesting team because they are a team that is well equipped to be one of the best professional teams in the local scene. They have a boot camp. They have all the equipment and all the support, all the back-end support as well. Now, really, it's just up to the players to be able to step up to the plate and perform to the best they can.
Yeah, definitely. And, Kadiliman, one of those teams looking to solidify themselves as a legitimate threat to the competitive scene. But Now, let's go ahead and talk about the next roster, the 6045 Pirates. Now, Ling, you're a little bit more familiar with this. Tell me a little bit about the Pirates.
Well, besides the fact that they're running on a different roster this time around without Magic CS playing for them, the fate of the entire team relies on the performance of Fireside Jin, which is a collegiate superstar, has brought his talents to this tournament and will be putting up another phenomenal show as one of the main duelists of this team. He has his full capability of creating so much space for the team and continuously found ways to look at cracks of their opposition sides in terms of their defense. And I really want to see how much this dynamic could be applied, especially when they're gonna be going up against Team Kadiliman.
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit tough here, especially when you're not having one of your main roster coming up to the stage itself.
Yeah.
But let's take a look at who the two players are going up in this head-to-head battle. We got the spotlight on two of these gentlemen, and to no surprise, it's going to be Super MJ and Fire Saiyajin, two deadly duelists in this country. One who is quite known to explode and pop off on basically anything, and one who sort of specializes a little bit more. Super MJ on that raise, just an amazing duelist here. Tell me a little bit more about these guys, Vim. I know you're quite familiar with these two, especially because they've been around in the scene just so long.
Yeah. Super MJ especially, he's been around the leaderboard, the local leaderboard, top of the local leaderboard consistently for quite some time now, as is Fireside Jin. However, in terms of competitive experience, one might argue that perhaps Fireside Jin has more of that compared to Super MJ. So it's really interesting to see how this is going to turn out. Obviously, both of these players, I expect nothing but top tier performances from the both of them. But of course, the rest of their team has to be able to step up as well.
Yeah, it's for one of these matchups that you can say both of these teams have very legitimate, very high level threats on their squad, and I'm definitely going to see some action, which is going to make me go, oh crap, this is why I watch this. Exciting games are coming up. If I'm going to see 1v4 clutches, 1v5 clutches, it's going to be in this match because the skill level is absolutely through the roof. But before we discuss this match, these players any further, let's talk about where we're going to be facing off. It's where we're going to be drawing blood in the auditoriums of death here today is, of course, going to be these three following maps. It is going to be starting off on none other than Ascent, followed by Icebox and Haven. Tricks, what do you think of these Colosseums for our gladiators?
Well, you've got the default map Ascent, kind of the OG map. You have Icebox and Haven, meaning a lot of long-range fights, so if it does go to 3 maps, I'm excited to see their individual capabilities really shine here.
It's an interesting thing that we're actually seeing Icebox being picked first by a lot of Filipino teams now. I think people are getting really comfortable with it. BREN picked it earlier today. Archangel used to, I think, pocket pick it. So did Dreamfire. What's going on? Is Icebox is the new thing now?
You know what? I think it is. I think Ascent is the OG thing, and then the original most popular map pick, and it still is, I think. But coming in a close second, I think, is Icebox. And I think that's great because there's so much verticality, so much variation in terms of the map compared to the rest of the other maps in the pool that teams can get really creative and play around with meta compositions.
All right. Well, let's go and ask your predictions right now. Ling, I'll start with you going in reverse. Predictions. Who do you think is going to be taking this match and why?
I mean, everyone has seen the graphic that was posted a while ago. I was basically the only talenters that voted for Pirates in this series, so I would say a 2-1 in favor of Pirates. Come on, guys.
For me, you know what? I'm gonna say, man, this is a real tough one, honestly. But I'm gonna give it to Kadiliman for this match. 2-0 in favor of Kadiliman.
I'll be a little more conservative than Vimino, but I do think Kadiliman will win with a 2-1.
Okay. I'm going to go 2-0 for Kadiliman because I just don't know how the Pirates will perform without Magix. It's simply too big of a issue for me. So for all the fans there, for better or for worse, we have to the multitude of fans, I definitely think it's going to be a 2-0 to Kadiliman. And yeah, that's basically it. We're going to wrap the segment up and pass it off to the casters. So, to all the fans of to all the fans of Kadiliman and Pirates. I'm gonna stall for just a second there because apparently I have to say hi to you guys and announce a couple of things. One is that I would like to thank all the sponsors for making this happen. We got Predator, Globe, and of course Mineski. And of course, we do have to tell you guys, if you guys want to be the lucky winners of some prizes, some giveaways, all you got to do is the following. I'm going to put it up right here. We got some easy. All you got to do is like and follow the Facebook page, and then, of course, like and share. Then follow it up with the hashtags, and we're going to be picking 10 lucky winners at the very end of the day. So much exciting stuff here. And yeah, amazing work right now. Also, do have to give a quick shout out to all of our sponsors. Thank you to PPGL, the largest multi-game esport league in the country, for bringing challengers here. Of course, this event is organized by Mineski and Globe, and of course, thank you to Predator as well, our official gaming PC and laptop partner. Globe Virtual Hangouts will reinvent esports and bring it to a whole new level. And let's get hashtag OL together now, as Virtual Hangouts Go Esports brings events and programs like no other, starting with an apprenticeship program led by the pros, stream takeovers, and local and international tournaments. Download the Globe One app and click on Virtual Hangouts to get updated on the latest happenings on Globe Virtual Hangouts. So yeah, we have been joined by the panel. You have heard all of our thoughts and mine, but I want to hear what the casters have to say as we go into the game. So it's Kadiliman versus 6045 Pirates. Casters, tell us the story.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. Folks, far and wide here, we have Kadiliman versus 6045 Pirates. I'm Black and Blue. With me is Asarai, ever great, ever awesome. And guys, we are at the third match today. Both of the matches earlier on going the full stretch, best of three, definitely in every sense of the word. Will we have another nail-biter of a series? Asarai, what do you think?
Man, I feel like this is the day that we earn our paycheck, because it's just that good. We've seen the duality of BREN, who seems to be struggling, trying to figure out what they need to do. We saw their opponents, which was the SE Atlas, almost overcoming the Gatekeepers. They faced off so early in Stage 1, Week 1, I believe, and then coming back into Stage 2, Week 1, it's the same spell, but they're getting ever so closely. Maybe on the next one, maybe in Week 2, that's going to be Atlas finally winning. The second series, it was two teams trying to find their identity once again, losing key of their members, losing key portion of their members, and now it's something of the similar take. 6045 Pirates are a team that gets here. They're a team that can really perform, but hasn't really proven themselves to be one of the premier teams in the Philippines. Top team in the Philippines, yes, but one that can really perform in the VCT, haven't really done the same. For Kadiliman, you could also say the same thing. And now, here's the one question here, Black and Blue. Who will prove themselves to be worthy of being here at the Valorant Challengers Philippines Stage 2? Both teams have done all that they can. They've done all of what they can do, and now here they are to perform.
Very true. You know, 6045 Pirates, these guys have perennially been in the top 10 slot, right, of PH teams here, but they have not yet cemented themselves to be, as you said, one of the premier teams, top 5. To be able to take that and claim that, they're going to have to go up against Kadiliman, who are in kind of a revolution of their own. So let's talk about how Kadiliman have gotten here a bit. So these guys have been very known to be, very popular in their streaming careers, but they're trying to move away past from that, kind of title of being a stream team and going into a fully competitive team. And the very first, thing that we can take away and give us a hint about that is their new player. This man, Arax, is somebody who actually been following for quite a while. He came from another tactical shooter, one very dear to my heart, where you can wall bang for days, if you know what I'm talking about. But as he's coming in here to the Kadiliman lineup, he's actually their in-game leader. And so him coming into this position and already taking that in-game leader slot, he typically plays a Sentinel that you can see here on the side of Kadiliman. But do not be fooled, because even though he's playing on that Sentinel on the Cypher now, where he did come over from, he was doing basically the equivalent of shot calling on a Jet, on a Duelist. That's how his play style was, coming from those other tactical shooters. And so Arax here right now is going to be very big in terms of how they're going to be able to adjust mid-round, because I think so far that has been their biggest problem. Of course, you know, during the previous matches that we've seen Kadiliman, and we know the firepower they can bring. We know the superstar of a duelist that they do have in Super MJ and Yanagi. We know Narpim on that controller can definitely hold things down. And Face is actually, while he is playing the initiator, Face is actually their secondary IGL. So the way that Kadiliman plays is that they have their main in-game leader, Arax, the newest member on this roster, but they also have Face, who will also pick up some of that shot calling slack sometimes, and it's a really nice, like, dual tandem kind of way that they play their communication and their in-game shot calling, and that's something I'm very excited to see here for Kadiliman. I know a lot of Kadiliman fans are in the chat right now, so let us know, let your presence be known, because, well, Kadiliman versus 645 Pirates, even though, as you said, they're still trying to cement themselves as a premier team, they are one of the teams that can definitely steal the show here and are very, very formidable in situations that you give up to them. So, Kadiliman versus Pirates right now. Quick prediction, Asarai, who you got at the end of this series?
Gotta be feeling Kadiliman here. They performed quite well the first time we saw them. I think it was like way back in First Strike. But they were a team that was more of an aggressive taker. And they definitely needed some direction with that. And like you said, Arax being added to this particular roster would kind of even things out, because they got the talent, they got the aim, they got the aggression. They just need to channel all of that into a more tactical, competitive space, which is, again, the upper echelons of competitive Valorant. And it makes a lot of sense here to get Arax, who, I think we could say it already, he comes from, you know, R6, so that's a heavily tactical game. And that just means that they have such a big brain player that leads them in the charge. And it makes me hopeful. It will make the fans of Kadiliman pretty hopeful. Now, looking at the other side, as our pistol round is still ongoing, Pirates, they're on for a shaky start. I think the one time that we saw them was them getting into First Strike as well. These are like First Strike teams that haven't come back for VCT. Anyways, back to the ball game. Fireside Jin start things off on to B.
Here they go, the execute is coming underway. Arax and Face, both dual in-game leaders here for Kadiliman, finding opening picks, and Tuge, he's gonna find that frag on Arax, trading it in return. 4v3 right now, make that to 4v2, as Kira and Tuge are gonna be last two alive here, quickly shut down by Narpim and Yanagi, one apiece, and Kadiliman get the first pistol round on the board. It's a good opening start here for Kadiliman. Can they continue this momentum into the second round here? Now, you can see kind of a mixed force coming from Pirates. They do have the shorty on Fire Cyanogen. The rest of them stick on that classic, play their economy, because, well, they're quite low on it already. Only Tuge there has some decent, money in the bank, and so the rest of them playing that economy. You can see now they're going to go for like a 3-2 A to B stack, leaving mid open with just a tripwire to hold on to it. I think that's the right thing to do here for Kadiliman. They know that they do not want to be forced into an unfavorable situation. Knowing the enemies on the eco, as Super MJ finds a frag there in a flash, they have to assume that the enemy will be playing here. Pirates, they will be playing together because they aren't on that eco.
Bucky is still a very formidable weapon to try to go up against. I do like how Yanagi placed himself. He positioned the slow orb so he won't get hit, but he will be able to slow the pace of his opponents down if they are there to do so. But look at that. Nice little play there on short. Overwhelms Narpim. Door will be closed already. And Fire Cyanogen's got to be careful here, but even then, the pinch coming in from Pirates will just provide to be a very useful tool for them to take this A-short site. Nico will be opening things up. Does allow Pirates to just rotate around, but they're going all the way back to B here. But Super MJ left his own devices, and they already know where he is. He's in this ramp all the way up to A heaven, but he has to reposition. Charges right through, uses the satchel. At the end of the day, though, it's a 3 versus 1. It seems like Pirates, the weaker weapons that they have, still able to translate. And this big flank from Fire Cyanogen. Here we go. This could catch. Yeah, it's gonna catch Super MJ off guard. No way.
No. You hate to see it. Fire Cyanogen, I think he was trying to maybe crawl up on him, see what he can find, but Super MJ making it happen right now. It's a 1v1 situation. 10 HP on him. The star duelist for Kadiliman with a triple kill. Will he get the fourth? Right around the corner as he pies this is going to be a Bucky waiting there in the hands of Kira. That can certainly shred him to pieces if he's not quick enough. He's going to be behind his corner. Shoulder has been given, but nothing has been taken by him. Will he even expect him to be in the house here? No, he doesn't. He crawls on in. He can actually force the issue, but there is no time for him to play around with. He has to try and go and stick this, and here comes a peek coming in from Kira, finally confirming that round for 6-0-45 Pirates.
He's gonna die and drop the Bucky, but I mean, it's fine. It's a Bucky anyways.
It's a buck.
Yeah, exactly. But, I mean, Pirates, we missed the crucial fact about how they were able to get it. But 2GE, he had a paranoia, if I'm not mistaken. And that is the reason why we saw in the minimap Fire Sage and just tailwind right to the face of Narpim and catch him off guard. And this just allowed them to spiral all the way out of control. They followed up and they just got Kadiliman, who... Honestly, when you go into that second round, you don't go for upgraded pistols and a shotgun. There's always going to be that point where your opponent is better in the pistols than you, or you might get overwhelmed because they're on the attacking side and whatnot. But no Spectres was really on the Kadiliman side, and this kind of broken by for them, even though they won the round, really costed them because they needed the extra firepower, and only Super MJ was equipped to kind of deal with it. And by then, he was in a 3 versus 1, and he got whittled down to literally no HP when he tried clutch.
Yeah, and so just asserting their dominance there, Pirates, you can see that they definitely have to be careful here, Kadiliman. Even though they had the economic advantage and the firepower going their way, Pirates are able to steal and plunder as they may. And so Super MJ returning the favor this time to the Omen, and he's able to find the frag with the Bucky, and Nico's gonna shut him down. Narpim will get the trade-off on him in return, and Fireside will spice things up here. Erics will get taken down as well. It's a 3v2 situation right now as they're trying to make their way on towards the site here. They can get the spike line down. No denial will be coming from Kadiliman, but they do have a chance here to make things happen. It's a 2v2 right now. Information has been found with the Aldrome. They know here that they're both on the site. That's going to be Flash and Face. Face playing the backside, and it's going to be actually the last one left alive here, Flash, to take this fight 1v1. He's going to have to try and isolate them. Otherwise, it might be a bit too difficult to deal with. Recon Vault as well will ping on out, and they find him right behind Triple. Quick and clean retake off of the two-man effort from Kadiliman.
Now, 60-45 Pirates, that should have been a round for them. A bit too over-eagerness to try to fight it out, and basically Yanagi just dissected them straight off. And you saw Face, he took some damage, backed away a little bit, and waited for Yanagi's heal before they started dipping, because they know they had the time to fight for that spike before they got the defuse, and it's better to play as a 2v1 where both of you have 100 HP rather than somebody getting severely, hindered or severely injured. In the case, though, it's going to be Pirates back to the drawing board. Only a couple of upgraded pistols, but that's not going to be enough here, and I'm pretty sure Kadiliman has already adjusted to their playstyle, their way that they want to play this game. 2GE doesn't have a paranoia yet or anymore because he's not really going to be able to transition that into the next round if he gets in a bit too over aggressive or too much eager with his utility. Oh, Narpim. Damn, dude. This line things up, and that immediately just puts null and void the connives being set up by Fire Sage.
Sends him back to the void there, and, well, Narpim on the Omen truly shows them the darkness of, well, getting fragged. Super MJ, he's going to hold on to the spawn here, and they know once again that they can give up this mid position because, well, market is really what's going to be important here. Arax, he's going to be waiting inside the site, but he's going to need all the help he can get as he's going to be the lone man on this island to try and hold on to things. Arax able to find a frag here in a flash. Will he find more? Super MJ is going to chime in, but Kira will get the trade on Super MJ. That's going to be Face helping him out at the end of things, and a successful defense of the B site here given by, well, rather held by Kadiliman. You can see that Kadiliman, they know that even though Pirates take this mid pizza position, it's something I've been telling teams quite a bit too, that it's okay to give up mid, it's okay to give up mid pizza, but as soon as they come into market, that's when you pounce, for the most part, because it really matters more for the attack to take that mid pizza position than for the defenders to hold it, and Kadiliman realizes. That's why you can see there Super MJ playing all the way in the spawn, Arax playing all the way inside the site, knowing, okay, you can give it up, but we can retake it just as well.
Their timings have been just so on point, and again, just going back to Arax leading the charge, Kadiliman looked like a different team from what we saw from them months and months ago, and pretty sure Dax already also pointed this out, where Kadiliman's a team that they already know it's a stream team, but they haven't really focused on streaming at all. They've been streaming still, but they've done a good job at kind of just, you know, scrimming and setting up and practicing as an entire squad, and it really just pans out in the end. Still, though, seems like Pirates, even through that kerfuffle, is just gonna get overwhelmed here, but Nico flashes himself there, and Yanagi, he was looking right at him, hoping to maybe heal his fallen opponent, but still, Yanagi in a 3 versus 1 case. It's gonna be an uphill battle for him, as he has to just, you know, peek out these corners one after the other.
Well, quite a few hurdles for him, between him and really getting this clutch off the board. 3v1, being wary of B main position, little does he know, they're not really there. But he will find a frag there, Natoge. Will he find a second? No, he won't. I mean, rather a third. As Fire Cyajin getting really hot right now. 2 frags, 2 HP on him, and he gets 4 frags with that. So the Pirates are certainly sailing their way back into contention here, only a single round away from shining some light to Kadiliman's darkness.
Well, speaking of shining some light and some darkness right there, that was, yeah, that was an interesting little flash play there, or flash flail. Just another nice little tidbit. The reason why it's called 6045 Pirates is that the owners of this particular team is a really big fan of One Piece. Hence the Pirates, and the 6045 is their postal code here in the Philippines.
Well, paranoia does come out here, and it will get him a bit paranoid. Yanagi able to escape, fortunately, with his life, and Super MJ getting more than a bag worth in that engagement. He does remove the Sova. That's going to be Kira. Here comes a lockdown as well. Super MJ, he can blast back his way out of here, and successfully does so. 30 HP on him. And as the lockdown does come on in, what a double frag coming in from Yanagi, holding the fort down. I think that's completely worth to get detained for, as he's going to serve essentially as like big time bait here for his teammates. 5v2. Nico is going to have to hold on to things here. Here comes the Rolling Thunder. Yanagi's going to find a 3rd frag on the board, and they just shut things down. Yanagi, the Battle Sage, the Sentinel, looking more like a duelist right now, taking it 4-2 on the board.
Take note, dear viewers, Yanagi capitalized, took advantage of the one weakness of lockdown. Before that timer hits 0, before you get detained, you can still shoot. And if you're willing to get detained, not be fearful of it, and find an opportunity, you can always punish your opponent for thinking that they got the site, even at the last possible second. It's better when you're Arena because you can dismiss, and if you get a kill, you dismiss. You do not get detained during that dismiss period, but it works either way, and it seems like 6045 Pirates did not respect the fact that Kadiliman gave them no respect at all with that lockdown.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of that thing where sometimes you see teams push a few seconds too early into the lockdown, and it really all spirals down out of control against them for using it like that. And, you know, sometimes lockdown could be a two-way street, and in that case, it went against them. Narpim here with the Operator, able to find the shot there in the Fire Cyajin. Very interestingly enough, he's going to be playing on the Omen here, still putting it to good effect, holding down that Gardens in short position. Pirates seem to still be eager on the taking it. They're going for like an A split here, but the difference is they have 3 pushing up tree and only 1 in main. That's something I'm very curious about, because Arax is going to shut Nico down, not even getting a foot into the site. And as they're going to try and make their execute happen, it's a 5v3. They're going against such a heavy battle. He's going to drop down. Arax finds a second, finds a third, cleans things up, and will flash. This might just be over for him a bit too quick. Able to find a frag, but a quick trade-off from Super MJ, getting them another round on the board. 5-2. And KDL, Kadiliman, are looking really hot right now.
And Kadiliman just charging right in, and they're getting these such amazing frags. Arax, he's tagged 2 with this Cypher Cam, and it hasn't been broken down, and they just rush. Pirates just try to get the control of hell and hope to somebody that this spike will get planted down. And I mean, I get that they were on the weaker buy there, but you really see that they're struggling at the seams. Now, there was a point, or there is still something to note about Pirates here, where I think Pirates have relied a lot on Fire Cyajin in just popping off in these rounds. He's done that once. That's why you saw him with the 4K in one of those rounds, and that's why he's 9 kills right now, way above everybody else. But you can see that his teammates are lagging hard behind compared to Kadiliman here. Maybe it's Pirates not being, understanding of what they need to do in the attacking side, but they're really struggling in what they need to do when they try to clear out, especially when Kadiliman is, what's the word here, Black? I think it's more of organized play. They just know what to do, and they're not just charging right out willy-nilly. And now Pirates, they're left with no one to shoot as they're taking the site, and the retake just doesn't work well for them because they don't have any utilities to use after that, because it's either Nico dies so quickly, he's 7 deaths right now, and they don't have the flashes, or it's something else entirely.
One thing I really like about Kadiliman right now, at least on this map, is just how, I guess, decisive that mid-round decision-making has been for them. And more often than not, they're making the right decision on what to do, and when to pull back, and when to aggress. Yanagi finding a pick here on the Tage removes the Omen off of the board. Am I right in assuming that his name is pronounced Toge, like, like a soybean?
I just pronounced it 2GE, but there it is again. There's the frag I'm talking about. Fire Sage started things off. Narpim is already bleeding, but they do have Yanagi to take things a little bit slowly. Dash right in from Fire Sage in here and is charging right aggressive, and look at that. His spray is undeniable and is hungry, looking, finding, searching for that ace. And can he get it? Seems like the shutdown will be from Yanagi. He can bring somebody back out, and that is going to be Super MJ. But in a 2 versus 3, might be too much of a small task or a big task. But I mean, they still have time to make this work.
They do have time, but Yanagi's gonna be the first one to peek. He finds a triple kill. Now Kara will go down. Nico, he knows where he is too. Super MJ will follow suit, and the Pirates get the 3rd round on the board here to cut the deficit down to just 2. A lot more palatable, a lot easier to reach now for the Pirates, and they can definitely continue sailing on this path. The winds are finally turning for them. Their sails seem to be catching more than it was. So KDL, pressure is on them to not give up another round, because if they do, it's going to be 1 away before they're going to have to eco. And that is certainly not the position they want to be in if they want to stop here Pirates from making this comeback happen. But look at that, Fire Saiyajin. We know what this man can do. The star duelist for the side of Pirates as well. He's been doing so good right now, and once more, truly shining and blazing a light.
They're making it work. Flash out from Nico, dash right in for Fire Saiyajin, and he brings things all around for the Pirates. But what happens when he can't find that initial frag because Kadiliman are playing so far back? Seems like 2GE will be the one to set things up here. Another A take will be done by the Pirates, and it seems like Kadiliman's aggressive hold on the A side has been thwarted just ever so slightly. Nico will be dropping that spike immediately right in the face of A main. Kadiliman can just play this slightly slower. They need to pinch. They need to wait for reinforcements. Everybody in here is on short as well as A main. You can hear the utility from Narcan being used. He's trying to get that information in for his team. And as that recon dart comes in, so does Kadiliman.
Here it comes on in, the Fire Saiyajin and Nico. Double opening pick here for the side of the Pirates. It's all going to be in the hands of Yanagi to try and bring it back once more. But unfortunately could not prevail as the Pirates do cut the lead down to just a single round. Looking a lot better on this A-side take now as opposed to the opposing side. And so they might want to try to keep employing this A-side take. Fire Saiyajin already at 16 frags. It's huge here right now for the side of the Pirates, and Kadiliman, they're only around here above Pirates, and so the Pirates can definitely make this comeback happen. Camera is being placed here by Arax. Very, very interestingly enough, seems to be very used to employing such devices. I wouldn't expect otherwise. And so as they come on here now, pushing towards Bay Main, they do have that owl drone to get them some early information off. I think they do spot Arax out. Yes, he will go back here towards the stairs instead, so he can try to make a play. But as the jet comes on here, I think he spotted Arax, but Arax just shuts him down, not letting him stick the landing. Almost like duck hunt right now for Arax. He's gonna find the second kill. Yes, he will. Gonna get caught reloading, but not punished for it yet. Nico will find the frag on Narpin, but Super MJ is gonna return to favor. It's a 4v2 right now, Asarai, and well, it doesn't seem to be going the Pirates' way.
Damn, Kira. Oh no, he's gonna get spied by the recon dart, and there's no place that he can hide that bullets will not be able to find him. And honestly, Arax, his positional awareness to know where to back off from that ultimate was just pristine. And Fire Saiyajin, as he drops down from the heavens to look at his opponent, looking forward to him being dazed, to him being concussed, to him being hit by the Rolling Thunder, there was no connection whatsoever. And he was just looking at somebody who was ready to shoot and stop him from getting the site. And I went to the wayside. Pirates had everything that they needed to. Thankfully enough, though, they will have the money to buy up once again. And this still shouldn't be too bad as Fire Saiyajin is on the Vandal. Yanagi slowing things down with his orb. But here we go. Can he do the electric cha-cha as that ultimate will be trying to set things up, and he goes down. Another entry point for Pirates, but that wall does hinder things.
A wall certainly keeping them at bay. That was the idea, and it's certainly working out right now. An opening pick here falls the way of the Pirates, and so Yanagi will be taken down. We know he's gone huge so far in the past, and so Face, I do believe he does find that information on the Omen lurking towards mid. They're going for like an A split take here, 2 coming in from short, the other 3 from main, and I'm curious to see if this is going to work once more, because it did pan out for them during the previous rounds, but now it's going to be a different story. Super MJ is going to find a double kill, a triple going his way. The duelist just making things happen, and Narbrim is going to shut Nico down. Face will get the last frag on the board, and they extend their lead now 3 rounds above the Pirates, 7-4.
These amount of spray transfers from these guys, just unsurmountable. And that is going to be a 7-4 if I'm not mistaken. Our scoreboard here is slightly behind, guys. Don't worry about it. Last round of the first half, and Kadiliman definitely holding off of their own. You saw there that I believe that was 2GE running on top of short. He was about to... Well, actually, he was successful using the paranoia, but he got sideswiped by Super MJ, who was just waiting at the precipice for somebody to charge right in and finally show up. Get that nice little highlight reel for himself. And now we're into the point where Kadiliman is going to be running away with a couple of round leads here in the defending.
4-7 on the board once again, mind you, and seems like the Pirates tried an early B main push here, but as the tag is coming up on Fire Saiyajin, that lets them know that they have repositioned here and fallen back towards the top of mid. They will smoke it once more here, the mid position, to try and gain a bit of concealment for Fire Saiyajin. He's making his way as well. Smoke will come out here to try and hamper that endeavor. It's going to be a one-way, and so Fire Saiyajin has to be very careful with what he's about to do right now. They're going to be walking their way in, and that orbital strike smacks him on the face. It's actually going to be his aftershock that does get him at the end of things. Great use of the utility there coming from the breach, and Yanagi's going to find a frag on him. Nico, that's a second frag for him now. It's going to be a 3v3 as the execute does happen. One player has been detained. Fire Saiyajin will shut face down. It's 2v3 right now on the retake.
Fire Saiyajin, he's not the one to plant down that spike. Here comes the party indeed, but he should be able to dash away because the tailwind was active. Super MJ with a bit of a hopeful mindset to him to hit that shot and to maybe shut down Fire Saiyajin, but it was a false hope, it was a false dream, and it did not work out. Nico, of course, will be adding his ultimate just as a cherry on top to make sure that Fire Saiyajin has got everything locked and loaded, but he didn't need it, and Arax was just a, I would say, an easy target for him. 19-9 or 19-9. Fire Saiyajin really stepping things up here for the Pirates.
You know, even though it's like 5-7 right now, these rounds have been considerably, well, upbeat. You know, they've been at a fast pace. Sometimes we'd have a round over in about a minute. That's very curious to kind of note, because it seems like these teams, they just want to bring on the heat. They want to take the fights. As we're moving now here into the second half, score is 5-7. This is honestly very doable for Pirates. You win this pistol, you tie things up, win 2 rounds in a row. That's 7-7. It could definitely be doable here for the 6045 Pirates. They are going to be playing, mind you, on the defensive side too, and so we're going to see if they're going to play it better than they did on their offense. But right now, you can see Kadiliman, they're walking their way here towards B main. Arax is the first one in. The rest of the squad walking their way too to try and support that endeavor. It seems like B site is where we're going to be having, well, the entire site under siege. Arax is going to be the first one to make contact too. In that stead, he does have a spy cam to try and get him that information, but they're going to employ the owl drone first and foremost. So owl drone trying to find what it can. Same thing with that spy cam. They do see the turret up there on top of the boost, and so that is going to kind of hold him at bay from pushing towards the speedway. Right now, it's going to be the push full on in as Kira finds an opening pick.
They still haven't destroyed that turret, and it's really hampering Kadiliman from making anything happen for the moment. And look at that. The value of the KJ turret. We've seen it in the previous round. We've seen it in the previous series, rather, and we're seeing it once again. Guys, either destroy the turret or just get out of its way, and it seems like the challenge there for Pyro was to get out of his way, and it did not work out in the end. Or sorry, no, for Kadiliman, did not work out in the end for them. 6-7. Now Pirates can just buy all the way back up. They can really hamper now and even things up against Kadiliman, who only have these pistols.
I mean, that's simply just the power, as he said, of the Killjoy, turret. The fact that it was there, that presence, slowing them down, getting them that information, and being just a big nuisance and a distraction, allowed Kira to go for those swings and get a triple kill off of it, too, at the end of things. And so, Firesidron caught between a rock and a hard place, and, well, a classic is what he gets in the face. So, again, he's going to find a frag on the Yanagi. They do secure control of main for now, at least. I think that's going to be enough to kind of hold back the further push coming from Kadiliman here towards that main position. That was the Sova there face, trying to get the trade off, but I don't know, it just is a bit too difficult to deal with. A smoke in your face, at the other end of things, there is a Spectre waiting for you there from the hands of Doge, and so right now, they're going to have to try and, well, really decide where they want to go. It seems like a short seems to be the point of contention right now. This is where we're going to be going. Arax is going to be the first one in.
They only still have the pistols, and Nico's about to spot them as well on the transition onto the site, and they try to do it once again. There's going to be a heap of Spectre and Flashpoint, but it seems Super MJ was prepared, ready for it, and his shorty. Hello. And now they're in a really bad point where Narpim is going to spot out one. It's a 2 versus 2 scenario. Where is the spike? It's actually dropped down into the site. They still have 17 seconds onto the timer, and Super MJ can just make things work down to 13 bullets. But with that 2v1 scenario, Flash and his buddy, his turret, it stabilizes and allows Pirates to keep that 7-7 alive. But the thing about that, though, is they lost more bodies than they should have.
You can see the turret there once more, kind of being like the X factor here for 6045 Pirates. They picked that Killjoy for a reason over, having maybe a Cypher. And for right now, it's been working out to great effect for the side of the Pirates. 7-7 on the board, and as we said, all they need is 5 points, 5 rounds in that opening half. As we move into the second half, they can tie things up. If they win the pistol, that's exactly what they do. Right now, we have a tied game, and Firesidron somehow finds a double opening pick here as they do go for an aggressive B main push. Very, very cautiously, they should have done that, but as KDM's face finds one more pick going their way, do swing it back at least to give them a 3v4, but I don't know, very ill-advised, I think, on that B main push.
Lose Firesidron, one of the players for Pirates that definitely allows them to take and retake the sites ever so cleanly. With Kadiliman, they're also a man down. And they need to play this slightly slow. Ooh, those 2 pop shots though. They know that somebody's going to be coming in from the short here. Nice little aggressive peek out there from Nico. It still gets punished at the end of the get-go. And look at that. Arax was able to push through at middle and still spine out Kira. And now, this B site, it's left into the hands of 2GE. He does have the HP. He does have the smoke to play around with. And he can go in and pinch in onto Face here. Now, there should be another one popping in, and he's Yanagi with such little HP. Arax, though, can he open things up? It seems like that's going to be the case here. 26 seconds in a dream. Flash. He's going to be coming from spawn. And if he can get down Yanagi, ooh, right behind him, but still, his spike will get planted.
7-7 on the board. Who's going to extend it here? It's going to be Kadiliman as Arax finds a 3rd frag on the board. Able to finally, get their round going their way. I think it's been like, what, 3 or 4 rounds that Pirates went straight almost. And so now finally Kadiliman able to answer back here and get Sail really flowing their way. So as they're up 8-7, Arax over the triple kill. You can see the judge coming out on the Super MJ. That tells us he wants to do something cheeky with that. He does have a blast back to, further push him into that kill zone, the kill range, the distance that he wants to be able to engage with. And while A main is certainly under contention right now, nobody is necessarily wanting to play or push the smoke on either side. You can see the Pirates as well being very cautious of getting a bit too aggressive. They might just overcommit into something that they cannot deal with. And so they do smoke this off once again, but this time the one-way doesn't actually land, so he misses it. It's going to allow them to actually crawl on in toward that A-long position and potentially find a better angle to try and engage them with. But with the Bucky in hand here coming from Toge, they actually miss him. They blast back in, and Super MJ finds a frag, but Toge, quick on the trade with a shotgun of his own, teleports out of position. He's going to find another frag here, and the third. That's the Bucky meta. We are still in Paranoia on out. Arax, the last one left alive. 3v1 situation, and he just gets shot through the cloudburst too. Toge here, dashing back and forth, rather teleporting back and forth. One shot after the other, left click, right click. The Bucky is still alive.
How does Pirate make that work? Kadiliman, they got everything that they needed to, and look at this. Super MJ was charging right out, and everybody was lagging behind there from Kadiliman. They should have pushed in as Super MJ came, but there was a lag time, which allowed 2GE, or 2G, however we're going to call it, the Omen from Pirates, 6245 Pirates, to line them up one after the other with a Bucky. If they just charge right in at the same time, they might have been able to overwhelm. They might have not or null and void that particular shotgun, but no, there was some lag there, and Super MJ, he was just way too advanced for his party to follow up.
Man, just, it's been so hard to deal with that type of situation in a close range engagement too. They had Super MJ like blast back his way in, yes, but I think he did it a bit too prematurely. If he did that rather, while they were already mid-push, it certainly would have been a different story, because then Toge would have been able to isolate him and focus his attention with the Bucky from that far of a distance. He would have been shut down immediately if they came in right afterwards, or if they actually initiated a push before Super MJ blast back his way in. In this case, though, the Pirates able to tie things up here. You can see now their defense quite spread out. 2-1-2 is what they're going to be playing. The Jet there and towards Market, but Kadiliman look to be taking aggressive A main control. That's what they're going to be trying to do so far. Pistols in hand, they have to stick together. I believe they're going to try and push this one-way smoke as well. Trying to bait out the shot as well.
Cannot wait till our VCT here evolves and get into patch 206 and just say goodbye to the Bucky, because it's such a ridiculous weapon. It's such a tool that allows everybody to capitalize. 2GE, how the heck did he get dinked out to 5? Just backs away. I think that was the Sheriff that dinked him. Fire Saiyan, how did this man always procure, produce, and hit these shots at such ridiculous distances? He charged in a bit too over-eager, a bit too over-aggressive, and got hailed by 3 members of Kadiliman, eager to get that revenge kill there. Still, sorry for MJ picking up the Vandal, step in the right direction, can always show to be fatal with this one. And here we go, Black, as it seems like we've stabilized for a moment. 30 seconds. Kadiliman is starting to run out of options. They have to take in a sight, and the Super MJ just drops the Vandal. Someone gonna pick that up, or just throws it away?
He gives it the face. So it kind of seems like he's feeling confident, I guess, in his aim right now. But I don't know. I kind of want it on Super MJ because we know what he can do with that. Not to put down face, but Super MJ is playing that duelist for a reason. And so as Flash finds an opening pick here on Narpim, that brings him down to just a 2v4 situation. Of course, Toge is very low, 5 HP on him, so single bullet is all they need. But Kira will shut face down. He's going to get the second in a row, as that puts the Pirates up now 9-8 on the board. Not be mistaken by that scoreline. They are actually quite above here. I believe it should be 9-8, right? Sorry, the scoreline hasn't been updated, but it is 9-8, and the Pirates are up here right now as we're moving in this next round. Kadiliman are going to finally be able to buy pressure is onto them to make a stop.
They have bought an operator for Fire Saiyajin, so he's going to be looking for more of those initial aggressive frags where his Vandal just doesn't cut it anymore. And here's also something to point out. There was an ultimate, there was a showstopper for Super MJ. That's maybe why he gave up his Vandal for his teammate. But it seems like somebody decided from Kadiliman to stop doing that. You have 5 ultimates now coming into this round. Use it and overwhelm them with just a show of force. And it seems like Kadiliman have done the correct decision here. I mean, it's 9-8 with Pirates on the lead, but Kadiliman take a decisive little take on the A site. And this is going to leave Pirates with such a discrepancy because they're going to be going at this with Fire Saiyajin on an operator, and that thing just don't do well on retake. Unless maybe he's just a godly little sniper that can hit the shots that he needs to, but still even then.
Well, he finds an opening pick here on the face, but Nico is going to find one of his own on the Arax. Narpim looks to trade off on the flash. It's a 1v2 right now. Narpim, he does get taken down, and that's going to be it. Another round going in their way here. The Pirates, 10-8, and looking to extend their lead further. Take this map number 1 away from the side of Kadiliman. Now the question is, Kadiliman, what can they do to hold this back? They have not been getting the stops that they needed here on the defensive side. To be quite frank, their attack was looking currently looking a lot more shaky than their defensive strategies was. On the defense, you know, they had very good kind of like anticipation and reaction to what Pirates are doing on the attacking side, falling back, re-aggressing when they needed to. But right now, it just isn't working out for them on the attacking side, and I'm hoping they can rectify those things, be able to make this comeback happen, because Fire Saiyajin here, he has been doing quite well on the operator, and the rest of the Pirates have been looking a lot more alive moving into the second half. Now, Kadiliman, they've taken mid-control right now. The Pirates are not too, they don't really have too much of a problem giving it up, to be quite frank. They're eager to let it up and let Kadiliman play with that position, because they know that it doesn't really lose them too much in terms of map control to be holding as a defensive team. They can give it up, let them push in the market if they want to, and get the crossfire coming.
Now, we're going to be seeing Kadiliman take a slower pace here. I was kind of wondering what happened in that second round as well, or that previous round, because they got everything. They even have lineups for, I would say, their post plan, but nothing to be really had. And speaking of lineups, it's going to be that ultimate utilized by Face. He spots out Flash, and this is going to be a really big pinch here, but Nico, he has something with his Rolling Thunder, and the Kira onto the side here, not getting clenched out by Arax. And once again, how does Fire Saiyajin just hit every single shot? My goodness, they just line up well for him. Face is going to be in a world of hurt. The flashpoints, the opponents coming in, too much for handle. And Pirates, once again, how did they do this? How did they procure? How do they just produce? How do they create opportunities for Fire Saiyajin and vice versa? And now they're 11. 2 more rounds before game 1 goes to the hands of the Pirates.
It's looking really good right now, and something that they have been doing is something that I think teams should try and employ more, and I keep on pointing it out throughout this broadcast because I think it's one of the more effective ways to play that B-side defense, wherein you actually give up mid-pizza, as we saw Pirates do once more, let them push in the market, let them go for that B-side take. But once they actually get into the B side and they're trying to go for that plan, get them in the back there from that kind of like spawn, that CT spawn section, make it a lot more difficult for them and play that retake, because giving up mid doesn't honestly gain you too much for the defenders. You don't really lose too much giving up mid market, because you know that you can always splinter from the back, you can always splinter from the spawn and really make things more difficult as the teams are coming on in. And so the Pirates right now looking a lot more confident. 11-8 Asarai. They're a single round away, dude, from taking, well, match point here, and that is certainly kind of a scary thought for the side of Kadiliman. They are on an eco. Super MJ is the only one with the Vandal, and well, what more can we say? But they're just outgunned right now.
Also want to point out, Ascent is the map that Kadiliman have picked up for themselves. Going back to that, what Dax said is that every Southeast Asian team, maybe even Filipinos, you know, in the Philippines, they just know how to play Ascent. So there's no real surprise that Pirates are able to maneuver properly here. But Fire Saiyajin, once again, 2GE, he's not gonna obviously be outshone by his own teammate, and he just gets a triple kill as soon as Kadiliman just pops right out, and they go down one after the other. And from what it seems like Kadiliman with 8 straight rounds, it's Pirates to bring it back, and they're just one round away from winning this. Kadiliman at least now has weapons to work with, Black, but I mean, they've gone ice cold in this latter part of this first game.
You would have thought, rather, that Ascent would be the map that they did pick to really ascend them here and take map number 1 going their way. But Kadiliman right now, they just have a lot more to deal with, and a lot more things are going in the way of the Pirates. To say that, you know, their sails have caught wind would be an understatement right now, because they're looking really good on this defense, and that's a good opening start once more from Fire Saiyajin. He's been finding every single pick that they needed in every single round here in the second half. With that operator, just nothing that they can do to shut him down. They have the utility to do it, they're just not employing it here. Fire Saiyajin finds another pick on the Narpim, who was too busy trying to get rid of that alarm bot. He's just finding so much going their way. They've already forced, you know, the res out here on Yanagi, and still they give up another man in return. It's a 5v4 right now. The odds are heavily stacked against Kadiliman as they're trying to make their push here towards the tree. Nico's gonna be the one to try and force him on back with Fireside. He gets a collateral on the Yanagi and Arax. Tuga's gonna chime in on Super MJ2. And Face, he gets a trade-off, but Nico will get Face in return. That's gonna be it. Round map done. Map number 1 going to the way of the Pirates. They steal this and they take all the plunder that they can.
How many times, many rounds has Fire Saiyajin hit 4Ks and aces? How many times, Black? And they're going to be victorious in that game 1. I got to say, without their jet, without Fire Saiyajin, 6045 Pirates, they would be in a load of trouble. Granted, of course, there was moments of brilliance from every single member, but the operator, the aggressive peaks, the multi-kills, stopping Kadiliman before they can spread their darkness. It definitely is the 6045 Pirates sailing their way to victory in that game 1. And immediately, we look at match point for them. This is only a best of 3 series, and they have the shot to go straight into the semifinals, which has been denied from them, whether it's because of some team issues here and there, whether it's because of the tournament, whether it's because they've only came from First Strike and haven't even competed in VCT. This is now the shot that the Pirates have gotten, but there is always still a chance, because Kadiliman were looking really good at the start of that game, but there was just something different after a couple more rounds where they seemed to play a lot more default, a lot more force, and when Super MJ could not produce, could not show his stock for his team, Kadiliman went a bit too cold in that second half of the game.
Mind you, this is also the debut showing on the VCT for Kadiliman, and so at the end of it, Fire Saiyajin, I don't know, man, he's just finding every single pick that he can, looking like Vasily Zaitsev, the old, you know, like classic heroic sniper from Russia during the wars, and he's just finding every single pick that they needed, perfectly on point, a true marksman in every sense of the word on that jet there, Fire Saiyajin. They're going to have to find some way to deal with it here, though, Kadiliman, because they cannot let him continue on that rampage, finding a collateral true FaZe clan style. But guys, we're going to be back for map number 2 in just a bit. It's going to be the pick of Kadiliman this time. Rather, sorry, the pick of 6045 Pirates to move into map number 2. We're going to see who's going to take it, though, after the break.
Dear Mother, light of the home.
Dad?
Hey, baby.
Greetings, Professor Rodolfo.
May I be absolved from
Math Club tomorrow.
may Globe Virtual Hangouts kasi?
Go and hang out from wherever you are. Just open the Globe One app, choose an event, and click join.
Watch concerts online!
Dance together!
We can do quiz nights!
Yo, let's go! If you allow me,
I promise.
To make it up to you.
And repay your kindness tenfold? Truly, your favorite child.
I love you, Dad.
Mimi.
please, babe.
Thank you, sir.
Enjoy your fave events with Globe Prepaid Virtual Hangouts. All together now.
Yes.
Hello and welcome back here, guys. Well, what the map number one coming in from the 6045 Pirates, the squad from Cebu, definitely showing that they do belong here in the VCT. But map number two, that's going to be a different story. It's going to be their map pick on Icebox. They're going to have to take it to get over the Kadiliman hump and go into the semifinals. But Kadiliman, they're on quite a bit of a pickle right now when you say Asterai.
Yeah, definitely. There was just a lot of things that I felt Kadiliman did well at the start of the game. Arax seems like they were leading the charge, but then as soon as Fire Saiyajin, for lack of the better term, got heated. You remember that? If you've seen the VCT Masters, was it? Or I think the debut for tens for Sentinels. This was kind of like something similar to that. I won't say it's something same, but the vibe is of a similar make, where Fire Saiyajin just literally at the palm of his hands snaps his fingers, gets 4 kills, and then Kadiliman are left thinking, what the hell just happened? How do we deal with this? How do we adjust? And it seems like they never really got from the shock of being faced with somebody as explosive of a fragger as Fire Saiyajin. This Icebox map might prove to be difficult for them because, honestly, Icebox as a map is incredibly attacker-sided. Kadiliman will be starting on that defense, though, and Pirates, once again, putting them into that offensive state. With Fire Saiyajin hovering over this raise, a lot of boom boom pows, but Pirates will be starting the attack. And Nico, again with that flash play on this Sky.
They're going to be pulling out the Sky here, which is something we've been seeing today, very interestingly enough. We saw it on Split a while ago in our second series, but this time coming out in Icebox. Very curious to see. She does gain you, well, a lot of things, honestly, to have Sky as an initiator. You have healing, you have information gathering in 2 more ways than one, really. You have flashes, you also have kind of like some explosive damage, and you also have, her ult, which is kind of like a 3-way flash, but a bit more annoying because you actually have to pay attention to it. And so, Sky does gain you a lot. I'm curious to see how they're going to employ it here because she has a lot of outplay potential in her. Now the Viper is going to come on here, which we've been seeing on Icebox, especially even before the Viper buffs are playing in the patch 2.05, which means that Viper has still not been buffed, nor has Yoru. They're going to try and employ her nonetheless, and I still think, even pre-patch, Viper's always been good. This time, though, when it comes into the next patch, which I believe as we come into week 2 we might be playing on already, she will just be more oppressive, and so these Icebox Viper plays, especially on the B side, are going to be something to behold. But now, Sky and the Viper both coming on the board here for 6045 Pirates. I'm very interested to see this composition because so far at the VCT, we have not seen both a Viper and a Sky on Icebox. That's something really that I'm curious to see how it's going to unfold.
Now, something I also wanted to point out, you did mention that Sky is something that we haven't really seen too much, but a couple of teams have been utilizing them. Honestly, I thought we weren't going to be seeing the Sky more here. The one agent I was looking forward to seeing a bit more is actually the Phoenix. But on that similar spectrum, teams are seeing a lot more success and a lot more versatility with how they take these sites or retake them with the flashers in motion. And especially with the Sky having her utilities and a lot more teams slowing down the pace of the game so that she can start gobbling up these orbs, really help out Sky players just get the utility that they need, set things up with the Seekers, and prove to give a nicer experience overall for the team that utilizes the Sky. Now, here onto the pistol, seems like Pirates are going to be feeling out the map for just a moment. Fire Saiyajin only has 1 satchel to go up into the air, but doesn't really need to. He's going to be utilizing, of course, that boombot first to clear out some angles. But you can see they're backing away here, and they've heard that there was a wall that was situated on B long. But after a bit of time, that wall is going to be breaking down, and that'll open things up for Pirates here on to B.
Like Kadiliman, they've been quite good on their defensive side, as we saw a while ago on Ascent. Blitzburn Crew, though, as they're going to be playing on Icebox now, the wall will come up. They can get the plant off here. Nothing they can do to really stop it from the side of Kadiliman. You can see their early aggression already being shown here, coming in from Yanagi, but he has to wait for his teammates to try and make this execute happen. 2 players yellow, 3 here towards B main. That's going to be something to behold. Actually, 1, the Killjoy, is going to be rotating all the way towards mid. That's going to be Flash finding Arax, the opposing Killjoy on the rotation. That recon ball, though, does gain them information here, Kadiliman. So they do have something to work with Fire Saiyajin. He's going to find Yanagi too, and brings it now to a 5v3. Well, really, could have been more. I believe that the spectator bug that you guys do see, Face will be going down. Firecygen will find the second frag going his way, and Nico will find a double. That's both Firecygen and Nico here on the Sky, finding a double pick to get that round going, and it's 1-0 here for the side of Pirates. We'll get that updated in a bit, but yeah, a good opening pistol start from Pirates, and it's a very important frag for them to have gotten that pick towards mid, because the fact that Flash cut off that rotation coming in from Arax, they're going towards mid, meant that Arax could not further apply pressure from behind of B-Long, meaning Pirates only had to focus on what's in front of them. In the end, Kadiliman looking a bit too dark towards his guiding light.
Oh, that's a really aggressive take immediately by Fire Saiyajin, still able to actually reposition quite quickly. Flash going to be taking the B long area, and this should be a quick little round for the Pirates as they once again swarm to take the treasures that is on to the B site. Super MJ though with the shorty. Well, he gets the one, but cannot really do more damage other than that. And Pirates, they do have such a decisive lead here. And once again, to remind our viewers, and actually to remind ourselves, Pirates are the ones who got that last game in their pocket, in their hands here, and one more. And they will be going into the semifinals. Something that they have been denied time and time again, but maybe this time. Maybe this time.
They have yet to, yeah, as you said, really get into that semi-final slot, and so the quarterfinal has been kind of where they've been, well, really gate kept for the rest of the VCT that we had before during stage 1, and so this is their chance to finally move on forward and make their way into the semis. Question is, who will they be going up against? We're going to know the winner of that. Well, tomorrow, that's going to be Hotshot versus GXR, but for now, focus on the game. Pirates up 2-0. Here comes the Trailblazer, not finding anything going their way just yet. No information to be found unless, aside from the fact that it's all clear. But Super MJ finding an open pick here for the side of Kadiliman. That's a good opening start because that's really what they needed. That's a second frag going his way. Gonna heal back up from that demise. They find it a 5v3 going their way. Face, will you find another? Yes, it is. 2 members left alive for the side of Pirates here. Well, might just find a 4th.
Position for Flash has been exposed already, and then now Akira to remain. Gonna be charging right in. Super MJ will not get thwarted by that wall as it's not the 206 patch just yet. No minus 50, no instant minus 50 for Akira to utilize. And knowing that as well, Kadiliman charge right out and hunt down the toxic mistress herself. But of course, that was just a bonus round for the Pirates. They're now back up to full force with all the rifles in hand. And Kadiliman, he might be into a rude awakening if they're not careful. One of the things that we have seen Pirates really do utilize for the moment is Kira's toxic wall, able to work around it. And if they try to go aggressive into this A site for Kadiliman, they're going to bypass each other. Narpim's the one to remain here on B. He's got to be careful because everybody else from Pirates is just about to rush right out for him.
They're coming his way now. Narpim's able to find one pick here on the far side. Nico will return the favor. It's a 4v4 right now, but he's taking some damage in return. Now, Arax, he's going to be the first man to make contact here as they try and push towards B site. That's exactly going to be the idea. Scoping it down, he can get an angle here as they cross towards yellow. The spike will get planted down. No denial coming in. That will be the shock dart, just barely missing. The spike planter there was the Sage. That was Toge. Well, post-plan situation right now. 4v.
Seems like there's going to be a bit of a crossfire setup here by the Pirates, and look at Flash just tucking himself in the corner there, and of course at the pocket, it's going to look so good for him. Snakebite is already being utilized, and we're going to be left with Arax to remain. A hope, a dream, and a chance, but the amount of toxic walls, the toxic screams is just too much, and the sludge will force Arax to back away and just save this weapon. And I mean, Fire Sajan was just shut down, but he got the information. Narpin was the one on the site. He was alone. And Pirates, I really do like this lineup for them. It's the double heal. Everybody gets a nice little top off, even this guy because of the Sage. And it allows him to take these fights where if they take a slight bit of damage, they'll still be coming out on top because they can get that sustain from the teammates.
Yeah, that's kind of the added benefit of, you know, having a lot of, quite frankly, sustain with the Sage and that Sky being both in their composition right now, the Pirates. And so it's kind of another kind of like pro having that Sky in the composition as well with the Viper and the Sage. So much sustain here, honestly, and not to mention the Killjoy is going to pose quite a big of a problem, as he's a Sentinel that really can hold things down on her own sometimes. And now we're going towards the B side once more. It's going to be Narpim here playing towards yellow. He can TP on out, but that Trailblazer is going to catch him off guard. He's able to find a frag there on Akira. Will he find more? They are coming his way, and Toge is going to shut him down. That gives him an opening alley towards the B site. Will they get the plant down, though, is a question. They are. Two defenders here already on the site. For the side of Kadiliman, and Super MJ is going to cut off Flash, who's going for the rotate once more. The flank, this time shut down. They do have a wall here to try and get them some cover as they go for the plant. That's exactly what's going to happen right now. Smoke will block off this heaven position. Will get the spike plant down safe.
Super MJ did not go for that big flanks, or rather just going to charge right out of orange, as they do have the numbers to try to overwhelm. Nice little wall there to break, but it's going to get over and broken as well. Super MJ with the quick little flanks, but it's not going to work out in the end, as it seems like 2GE and Nico right behind on yellow, just in tandem, break apart the rest of Kadiliman. There's a little flank there from Flash as well into mid. He was shut down by Super MJ, but Kadiliman were very, very late to try to make things happen. And even though they did get the setups and whatnot, Pirates were still in a place where they were comfortable and they could just hold on and wait for their opponents to charge right in. And they win that one 4-1. Kadiliman are being stopped before they can even make anything happen.
Well, right now, Kadiliman, they're looking quite lost, to say the very least. Two Buckies in their hands, a bunch of Sheriffs too. Arax is going to find an opening pick, but the quick trade off from the opposing Killjoy will return the favor once more. Brings it to a 4v4. Super MJ finding that, but once again, Fire Saijin answering back. 3v3 right now. Things have been tied up, at least in terms of the man disadvantage, but they are heavily outgunned right now. Only Sheriffs and a Bucky is what they've got to work with. The rest of the Pirates here right now do play their post-time positions as well. You see alarm bots there, a bunch of traps to be left on the spike, just in case they get a bit too close. Those nano swarms will provide a lot of post-plant denial as well. KDM, as they're making their way in here, recalled and balled out to get them that information to play off of. Will Face find this? Yes, he does. Fire Saiyajin has been taken out. It's a big player to get removed, and they finally have the Hunters of Fury here to employ as well. Not finding much. They do tag up Nico here, and he's going to be going down. It's all going to be in the hands right now of Flash. They're going to stick this defuse. They're not going to be able to stop it from happening either, and they will get the post-plant defuse off on the board. 4-2. Flash still holding on here. He's able to keep his life, but the round goes in the way of Kadiliman.
Very messy fight there for the Pirates. Kadiliman, great job, especially to face his lineup with his ultimate. It forced Pirates to not play on underneath on rafters as well as belt and push them forward, because they would just die to the Hunter's Fury if they did not. And it really put them in an awkward situation. It put them in an awkward position where Kadiliman would oblige in just getting these fights, because it was the numbers advantage. They had everything that they needed to. Now, just right now, the double take onto B-Long, but Super MJ is just going to be that damn powerful, and he does activate the Empress, Narpim right on top, and this pinch from down below and up above is just putting Pirates in such a bad spot. And look at that drop down from Narpim. Quick work done, and that's going to be the 4-3 with Kadiliman bringing it all the way back.
4-3 on the board, and Kadiliman are a sneeze away from tying things all up here. A single round to get things going. Inches can definitely turn into miles in more ways than one, and so you cannot give them that space to be worked with. Yes, that's a grower joke. KDM right now, a single round away once more from tying things on up, and Pirates, they're going for kind of more of a split attack here, trying to play for information. We're gonna push on in towards A main just a bit, same towards mid, same towards B main. Right now, seems like mid is where they're going to be kind of focusing their attention to, but you can also see that very deep push already coming from Toge here. Yanagi's able to find a double kill. They line up for him, and well, he's going to find a third too, as Super MJ is going to be pushing on in. And right now, Kadiliman, a very good opening start for them.
One enemy remaining.
The setups for the Pirates are the ones, or is the strategy that's really allowed them to
work their magic and basically break through Kadiliman's defenses here. But when they set up too slowly, they delay themselves. When they make it every single round too late, Kadiliman will try to challenge you. They will peek out, aggressive, as is up to their nature, and that leaves Pirates in such a vegetated state. Now, Fire Cyogene is going to be charging right out. Should be spotted here, and there's like 5 people looking at him. There's nothing they can do there. So back to the drawing board, 4-4. Pirates now in a slump, and Kadiliman start to create some leads for them. They need one more to get that round advantage, but in the end, it's the economy that rides with them, and they're looking pretty damn good right about now.
I mean, well, against a firing squad like that, what can you really hope for at the end of things? 4-4 on the board. Things have been tied up. Now, Kadiliman, they've made this comeback happen. You can see there the Battle Bear and the War Pengu, both ready to get things going. They're excited to get this one. Very cautiously, though. You can see the Battle Bear as well waiting. But now, 4-4 on the board. They're making the push come in here. Pirates not really stepping on the gas just yet, though. Very early kind of like positions taken by them. They do let their presence known as well. And so Kadiliman, they know there's an execute about to come on here towards the A side. You can see the defense already coming to help that endeavor out. But a very forward push coming from Narpim here to try and hold on to that B main position so that they can actually stack the defense on the A side if it ever does have to come to that. You can see a kind of a do or die position being played by Arax right now. What you mean by that is that you either get the frag or you get taken out, because there's no way for you to find any cover, any concealment, any place to fall back into to retreat forward if you do get that. But I think it actually connects. Did it? Now Flash will get the frag here in a Super MJ, but things right now, they're just barreling on through, and Kadiliman are just getting blinded by the darkness here being shown from Pirates.
There's no advantage just yet. It's a 3 versus 3, if I'm not mistaken. Or actually make that 4 versus 2. I am mistaken. And Face and Narpim. Face, there was a point where his recon actually was blocked by the Seeker. And now should be spotting him out with the leftover dog, and Narpim just has to retreat, get into the other side of the map, and hope to dear God that he can keep this Phantom alive for him. But immediately, as Pirates understand what the situation is, they're hunting Narpim down. Ever so slowly, though, but they really want to take away at this Phantom of his. But it can be deadly if they're not careful with it. He's about to peek out. He's going to try to challenge. He will get spotted in the 1, but 2 GE. He had his number, and that's going to be Pirates. The 5-4. They got a lot of mistakes, a lot of fails in B. And now maybe A is the place to go.
Toge, too fast, too furious. At the end of things there, finding the quick frag on Narpim as soon as he peeked out, so already holding the angle. 5-4 on the board, and really, Pirates right now, they're looking really good to start things off here on the attacking side. Of course, this is an attacker-sided map, to say the very least, and the fact that Kadiliman are still keeping it close is a good sign, but the Pirates right now do have the momentum in their way. I'm very curious, though, to see if that's going to continue on into the second half when we do move into things. The smoke will go down here towards mid. It's going to allow Flash to crawl his way here under the tube, but that slow orb does also hamper that endeavor out, and so he's not going to want to further aggress into it, holding the tube instead in case any aggression comes away from Kadiliman. Kadiliman, they're okay just holding this right now. Narpim has given his position away, but he's going to be able to fall back safely. Nobody there to chase him down, while the Tasmanian Tiger is hot on his tails. It's going to expire before he gets within range to take Narpim out.
Backs away smartly, and we'll be using that smoke to slowly stop Pirates from coming right in. I believe the spike has yet to get planted, if I'm not mistaken, so they should still try to get things rolling. Welcome to my world, and there is the Viper's hit. This is going to be very difficult to try to play around. Defender Killjoy will be using that lockdown of hers. Flash, though, with a big little flank, should spot out Eric as well as the lockdown, so there's no more threat for Kadiliman as they pinch right in. No ultimates to be done. But look at this. Face is going in. Okay, Super MJ as well. Narpim into the side, gets overwhelmed by the snake bite. And now into the 5 versus 4. The lineups is real for Pirates. They still have to deal with the ultimate here, which will reduce the HPs of Kadiliman, but it's still working in the end. They're breaking through the defenses, but still, this vision, this cover is making it hell for Kadiliman to make anything happen. And with the Yanagi dipping at sides here, will get spotted out by 2GE. and Pirates with a decisive take and a nice little play around through the toxic utility, toxic ultimate of Kira to win that round out.
That Viper's pit, just too toxic, dug too deep, too wide as well for Kadiliman to be able to deal with. You saw as soon as they went inside that toxic pit, they realized there's a Sage wall right in front of our faces. They melted on down, but at the other end of it, well, the snake was ready to strike. He definitely has a nasty bite. Pirates right now 6-4 on the board. Early push here coming in from Cyajin to try and take quick control of the mid position. Yanagi at the other end of that tube. And Toge, he's going to find a pick on the Super MJ. That's a big player to get off of the board here for the side of Kadiliman. I think overextending just a hair in that engagement. You can see there's no one there to get a trade on him if ever he did lose, and, well, he did. Narpim holding the angle right now. Flash out to come his way. Gonna try and push him back, but he finds a head. He didn't need a head, but well, that's what he gets, and he's gonna be certainly happy to get that on the board as well. Here comes a toxic wall to try and push him on back. He will be able to teleport into safety. They're gonna give up the site as the lockdown does come on in. Yanagi will get the frag onto Cyajin here, 4v4 right now.
Now here's the lockdown. Spike has still yet to be planted, and it seems like Nico boosted himself right back out. There's going to be some point where there's a nice little angle there for him to get knocked out by Yanagi, but it seems like 2GE was the one to bring it all the way back, 4 versus 3 here. And even though Narpin does spot out a kill, this is where this double sustained setup shows its stock. If 2GE has that revive of his, he can always just bring it all the way back. The post plant is going to be real, and if Kira is alive, which he is, there is of course a point where post plants through that snake bite, through that the nano swarm is just going to be difficult. And look at that, Nico and teammates just charged right out. There was no chance for Kadiliman to get that. And one more round do we have here in the first half as Pirates really show that their post plant, their Molly lineups, their any lineups is enough to thwart Kadiliman as they try to retake the site, and it seems hopeless for them. But it's been close. 74, like I said, and one more round before we end the half.
7-4 on the board, and Kadiliman, they just got their house cleaned up by Pirates there. You know, just holding onto the site. In the post plant, nothing that they really have done. A bit too oppressive on the utility that the Pirates are employing here. It seems like Kadiliman are a bit lost in what to do exactly to try and get things going. But right now, it's going to be the last round of the half. Turret has been denied. Arax is going to be the only member on the site here for the side of Kadiliman. He's going to have to go huge. Otherwise, he's going to have to delay enough time here for the side of Kadiliman to try and help him out. Yanagi is going to get the frag, but the quick trade-off coming in to Kira as well. Nico is going to find that pick on the Arax, and that's a very ill-advised peek coming in from him. Didn't have to peek that really. All he had to do is wait inside the site, wait for them to push him, but he will give the pick up, and so it's a 4-3 situation right now. The spike will get planted. No denial is going to be coming from the side of Kadiliman even after this swing. And so here comes out the flash, blinding Super MJ. They're going to get caught out between a rock and a hard place, quite literally. And Narpim will find a frag, but he's the sole member here for Kadiliman to try and clutch this out. Will he get found? Yes, he will. Fireside just too hot for him to deal with. At the end of it, 8-4, a double round lead over Kadiliman.
I think it's safe to say that wall, that is a very oppressive Sage wall. And the reason for that is both, who was it? Face and Super AMJ came from on top of Raptors. They came from the entrance on A. They didn't came from under it. And they wanted to reposition. But because they didn't break the wall, they only saw that there was a little bit of a gap and thought that they could use that to reposition and whatnot. It's deceivingly small, and you can't squeeze your way through it. And it seemed like they just stacked on each other, bumped heads, they got flashed, and they got punished, and they did not expect that. That is why you need to break that wall first, but it's so difficult because when you try to do that, you're going to get shot from your opponents because there's no position where it's safe to break it that you will not get punished for it. And Pirates 8-4, now gonna be the ones to defend, but this is where Kadiliman is specializing. But we'll see how this works out as Fire Sagen is gonna be on top. Just drops immediately, and here comes the take.
Here comes Roomba of Death, does come on out, and they do have information gained here by the Recon Robot. Narprim's able to find a double frag. He's popping off a Sheriff on the pistol. Very, very curious-like, very Phase Nico-like, and so let me see if that's gonna continue on here, but 2v4 on the board as Kadiliman do have a good opening start. Flash will find Yanagi. The last one left alive here. Well, rather, the last two left alive with him is going to be Kira. So he's going to find another frag. They bring it to a 2v2 right now. This is doable from the side of the Pirates. Post-plant positions are going to be taken here by the side of Kadiliman, but look at that. Narprim just goes down. It's all going to be in the hands of Face, who gets his face removed via classic pistol. The Pirates start off the second half with another pistol round to get things going, 9-4. Pirates right now, man, they're just taking what they want to, and Kadiliman is looking like a very dark tunnel ahead.
Narpim just did such a great job for Kadiliman there. He had the sheriff. He got the 2 straight frags, and Kadiliman, they just got what is the word here? They just got spread on the entirety of that A site, and that was just unfortunate for them. They really should not have lost that, and Flash just proved us otherwise, that it's not only Fire Stage who can give results for Pirates, it's also him and his teammates, and when they can, they will, and they are doing that right now.
Kadiliman right now, they have to get things going some way, somehow. It is an eco round for them, of course, so they're not really expected to take this round number 14 on the board. It's going to be quite a big one for them to do a lot of damage to the economy of Pirates here if they want to be able to swing things back their way. Now, Unagi's going to be able to find the frag in the Fire Side, yes, but they're going to need a bit more if they want to really hurt and damage the bank here and the wallet, the pocket. The Pirates, 6045, last one left alive is going to be Arax, and what can he do with the air? Definitely looking to be sailing the Pirates' way. He's certainly going to have to come out and do something if they really want to, well, swing things back on their favor.
I mean, he can try, but with the sheriff and with the spike being dropped nearly at their spawn, and he has to go all the way around with 30 seconds, there's not really much that he can do. And you can even see that Kira's just stuck into the corner right there, all the way on their spawn. Gets spotted out by Nico with a bulldog, and he has just set the hound on him, gnawing at him. And now Pirates have gone double digits. 3 more to go, Nico, and 3 more to go, Black, rather. And this is not looking too good for Kadiliman. I thought that there might be some difference when we go to that second half, but here we are now, and they're struggling.
I realize it's very confusing to call me Nico by my nickname, considering the fact we actually have a player here, Nico, and so he has more than the initial animals that we thought he did. He has a Tasmanian tiger, yes, he does have the hawk here, I believe, as well, and the bulldog, so lots of animal power walking his way. Now, Kira does find information early on, but he has been tagged up with that dart as well, and so he has to try and play this a bit more conservatively. He might just be a bit over his shoulders if he's not careful. Yanagi's going to find a frag there in a Fire Sage, and it's a good opening pick here coming from the side of Kadiliman. Narpim spots Toge out. He knows he's in the corner. They can make a play here. They can kind of nade him out if they wanted to, but as he has going to fall on back, Super MJ has a good angle as well to cut off Nico, who Arax is going to be finding first. Oh, that's a second one towards Arax too. It's a good opening pick here going their way, and finally, somehow, Kadiliman is swinging things back.
And this is a swing that's sorely needed for the Kadiliman roster. And it seems like they're just shutting them down one after the other. Flash, though, with the Spectre, finds Yanagi, so he should be able to save a couple of weapons here with his teammate. And they got themselves, yeah, a nice little upgrade with both Vandals in hand for the Pirates. It's back away. I mean, if they have money to buy in the next round, they can maybe try to have an expensive round against Kadiliman and play for the exits, but it seems like they're just going to hold in onto Tube and play that bottleneck. Defend the back, defend the front, and hope that they can just save these weapons, which they can, as Kadiliman goes for the exit. Will be coming outside from A main, but I don't think they should be meeting each other if only Pirates do play a little bit safer.
Well, right now, Kadiliman finally do have deficit up 10-5, but they still have a long way to go to make the comeback happen. So the Pirates right now are trying to really make a stop once more and extend their lead, but it's going to be Kadiliman who really have the pressure on their back. The question is, will they prevail? Will they be able to carry that weight on their shoulders? or the Pirates gonna once again get all the plunder that they might want. And so Pirates right now on this defense, you can see the Viper playing here, the Killjoy as well. It's going to be very difficult to try and get all this utility off the board, but Super MJ finds Kira, jumping shot as well, not letting him stick the landing at all. Going for the quick information peek, but well, that's the last thing he saw. Both to the face, and they do get off to the races. Spike will get planted down here towards the B side, but a good denial coming in there from the top of it. Flash just going for the peak on that Killjoy and denying the Spike from getting planted down.
Arax is here for the big flanks, but it seems like that Spike has yet to be planted down, and immediately Kadiliman go for the retreat. They're getting hounded by Fire Sage, who's charging right now, but look at this, he's gonna get developed by 3 members of Kadiliman. A bit too overzealous there, don't you say? But Flash coming in from mid, spots out the Arax, step in the right direction here. Should be able to spot out the rotation from Face, who does get the initial shot off, and leaving it into the hands of Nico. Is Kadiliman going to charge in here? They have time to rotate all the way back, but Nico could put in a very fatal position. He's waiting for the timing. He could get some damage, deal some damage here, but he does not put into account that Face was there to pick up for his teammate, and Kadiliman hold through. They're denying Pirates any budge to go further beyond to the rounds or further beyond to 10 rounds. And they're still at this, Black. They're still at this, fighting, grinding, and finding these entry frags by just sheer force of will.
10-5 on the board. I believe that should be updated now, and Kadiliman a few rounds away from still tying things up here, but it's looking a lot better now on this defensive side, or rather on this offensive side, on this attacking side, for their favor. And so Narpim gonna go for the quick and early pick here. He's not gonna find Fireside, and as Nico there with the Marshall is gonna find Arax. A great shot from him, be able to get that one going, but they do have the res to employ here and get him back on the board. Paint Shells will flush him out of position, but not for too long, because they're still going to continue to aggress on here on top of the nest. Now they do know Fireside is right around the corner. The flash will come out, but doesn't really find too much that they can play off of. But the great shot from Nico once more! A triple kill going his way! What's happening right now? Nico's just going insane. Fireside will get the face front engagement, but Super MJ and Arax gonna answer back. And you do bring it down to a 2v2 right now. Toge and Kira for the side here of the Pirates are gonna have to go big. Sheriff in hand, no rifles that they've got to really employ. Super MJ taking a bit of damage, but a great shot from Kira. It's now a 1v2, and Arax, it's all on to him. He does find Kira here. It's now Arax versus Toge. Who will win this engagement? It's gonna be Toge somehow coming in here, Vandal in hand, taking it back, and the Pirates are gonna extend their lead back to 5 once more.
I take back everything that I said. Pirates, they're just spearheaded by Fire Sage, who's an insane shot. But every single damn member that they have has aim if you give them the chance to do so. And I mean, that's obvious, right? These are teams that have been qualified for VCT here in the quarterfinals. But the way that they're going about it, the way that they're able to play with that particular type of level, with this type of pressure being dealt by Kadiliman, is nigh short of insane. And it's really showing to us that Pirates and Kadiliman are both teams that are hungry to get the W's, and even if you give them these crappy ass weapons, you know, the sheriffs and the marshals, they're still able to produce excellence. And I mean, they're good weapons. You can hit one-hit headshots, but you have to have point or precision accuracy with it, which they do have. Marvin, though, up to the top here, but it's not gonna get spotted out, and Fire Sage in the 1-for-1 trade, and there's no revive at all now for Kadiliman as they used it in that second round, or that previous round. Yanagi tucks himself into the corner here, will not get spotted out, and he could actually prove to be a real fatal opponent. This lurk will reign in supreme. Arax is trying to flush out here as he does have the spike, if I'm not mistaken, but immediately calls for the refrag or the reposition as Yanagi is slowly creeping up on Kitchen. Doesn't spot on anybody, but he backs away as he does know that there was the nano swarm somewhere positioned there, and this also nets Pirates just back away for that moment. Flash though.
Spike down A.
Narpim, he finds another frag going their way. It's the second now going his way. And Yanagi, he's going to find a frag here on Nico as well. He won't close off that entrance towards the spawn. And a quick trade frag coming from Yanagi now to find Toge. It's a 2v2 situation. You have to be careful because Kira has a very deep angle here towards the back of the site. He might just find Yanagi if Yanagi isn't careful. And Yanagi, he has been spotted out, but he knows what is up right now. So Kira, not able to employ that angle once more. He's going to be going now here towards the entrance on the rafters. But you can see Face and Yanagi for Kadiliman will be playing that trade game. Yanagi gets a third on the board as Kadiliman, well, slowly crawling their way up here now. 7-8 on the board. 7-11, sorry.
I think it's 8-11, right?
It should be 8-11.
Yeah, but you know what? I understand. 7-Eleven is a great convenience store if you're not in the Philippines. So, okay, we're gonna just have to see what the outcome of this fight is going to. As Pirates still have a bit of utility to work with. They actually have a lot of utility, just not the firepower. But they do have the Hero Vandal in the hands of Fire Saiyajin, as he's going to be leading the charge. They do have a couple of ultimates to work with. If he can open the site up, it's going to be the same spell. And yeah, there it is. We're hearing it once again. Kira is going to be the one to use his arena once again to challenge, but it's Kadiliman to charge right in and pierce right through, deny him any usage of that ultimate. And Narpim spots out one, backing away for the moment as the rest of his team will try to get that spike planted down. But the spike area has been destroyed, and Fire Saiyajin, he's in a 2 versus 1, but we've seen them do this before. 5 HP. Oh, he's about to, oh my goodness, he's about to spot out Narpim there, but the timing and the peak just not up to par for him.
He was about to catch Narpim actually looking the wrong way. And the fact that Arax was still busy on that spike plant could have turned things around. Of course, Fire Saiyajin literally one bullet away from going down. And so it was, he did have kind of a losing situation there. Is the score 11-8? Is it really?
I feel like
Shouldn't be. It should be 11-9. 11-9. Yeah, because we're round number 20. Oh, no, no, it's 11-8. Okay, we are right.
Okay.
Thank you there, Director. Anywho, yes, things are updated. Apologies on our part as the casters, but let's continue on. I'll drone here for Face to get some information coming on in, and, well, nothing being found yet towards the B long side. They cannot be too sure, though, because we can see that there are two defenders here. There's going to be once more the Viper and the Killjoy. That is Kira and Flash, respectively, are playing the B site, and we know how great they can hold that down. And as they're pushing on here now towards A main, the Pirates are going to have to fend this A side execute off. Otherwise, the retake game, it hasn't been working too well for them on the side of the Pirates, but they might just have to employ it once more as, well, a full 4-man push might be coming their way.
There is quite a bit of adjustment here for Kadiliman where they're holding off and they're just playing farther back into the site. They're waiting for Pirates to utilize a bit more of their utility and utilizing Super MJ's positioning so that, you know, he can just procure the site here. Lots of flashes being used. The Pirates are just going to back away. Trade for trade, though, but Yanagi gets unleashed. He's going to be able to plant down this spike as well as just net himself those 2 kills, making it very difficult for Fire Saiyajin and his rest of the team to just do anything. And Super MJ overwhelms. There's going to be a big pinch, but it takes him a bit of time just to get the kill here. Now, 2 versus 3 enables, and Fire Saiyajin does have his ultimate, but that wall will stop them from coming in from screens. He needs to find the first kill here, and he just cannot find it, but okay then, he does.
Yanagi taken down, and now a 1v2 situation. It's all going to be on the Arax here to try and get this clutch off, but in the end, Kira will find him, and Pirates have taken match point. 12-8 on the board, and Kadiliman, this is their time to shine. Of course, they like to employ that darkness within their play style, but right now, you need a bit of light at the end of the tunnel to make the comeback happen, and Kadiliman right now, they're just letting things slip away. I'm still curious on how, you know, Fire Saiyajin was able to find this frag without that Sage there and Yanagi even hearing him drop down, but perhaps there was a bit too much of an information overload for him to be able to deal with. Too many sounds happening at the same time, and it really can be confusing when you are put in that spot, and so we can't really blame him for not being able to cash that one out, because right now the Pirates, they're just playing really good team play as well. They are kind of like the more experienced team, I would say. Even though Kadiliman is more known, Pirates have been playing in tournaments a lot more often. There have been like stages where we did see Kadiliman, not play in a tournament that has been going on and the other teams are actually actively participating in. And so you can just see the fact that the Pirates right now are looking so good. They do have a new member on the side of Kadiliman right now, but it could be, that kind of like color chemistry issues as they're only starting off here. Things that can be wonked out and worked out as the VCT progresses. But right now, 5-4 on the board. Kadiliman, they do get the res on up here. It's a good start, but still, Nico, we know what this man can do. He might just find another frag here. He's going to get that Lear off of the board, and Toge is going to find Super MJ, thus giving them some ground to work with. Yanagi going to find Nico here as well. 12-8 on the board. Asteroid, will it be the last round of day one?
Seems like it not is going to be the case, as Kadiliman is still with signs of life here, Black. 2GE though, he's gonna have to heal himself back out. A kill into the end, and he actually revives Nico. Doesn't have his Seekers just yet, but he is just lining them up, and it's all down to the hands of 2GE. 1 versus 1, Narpim is into the corner, and this is going to be so clutch, but Narpim was the one who was proactive enough to challenge, chase, and try to find his opponent, and he dips in. But again, there is... Kadiliman, they do have a chance here. Pirates are now broke.
12-9 on the board, and yeah, as you said, the Pirates are broke. They don't have the goal that they might otherwise need to try and swing things back their way, and so they're gonna have to give up an eco round here. Kadiliman, this could easily be 12-10 on the board, and after that, if they win another, that's gonna put Pirates once more in a bad economical position, and they can make a comeback happen. You can see now the Pirates are gonna be forcing on up here. Bulldogs, 2 Buckies, 2 Sheriffs is all they've got to work with. A bunch of utility, yes, but not even complete, fully utilized up here for the side of the Pirates. And so a tactical pause coming on here. I'm not sure who called this necessarily. I would like to think it's Kadiliman. But right now, they do have a lot to deal with. A bunch of hurdles between them and tying things up, but it's only 3 rounds, mind you, and that can definitely happen, especially with an economic advantage. And so Kadiliman right now is going to be pushing on in full 5 Vandal lineup. They do have a Spectre in hand, and so not in the best position economically as well. This round is going to matter so much and going to be very important for them to try and take as they push on towards B site. Not going to really try and really halt that push from coming on in. They're going to give up the site, kind of fall back and try and retaliate as the spike does go down. They're going to have to try and get that plan down first before they can try and make this post plant happen. On Fireside, he's going to find an opening pick on the Super MJ. Narpim will get the trade off, and Face will chime in too. That gives him now the go signal to try and go for the spike plant here. Will they get it off?
There is still that charge. He's gonna get aggressive, and Kira is backing away. Yanagi again with his patented big little flank here, and they're gonna wait for it just a little bit, and he does get it. The pinch is gonna be real, and that is gonna keep Kadiliman afloat for just a tad bit longer here, Black. 2 more rounds before they get into overtime, but pedal to the metal, you can see if Pirates just have an opportunity to make it happen, they will. Now that they have the weapons up, they were only on a weaker buy in that previous round. With the guns, with the Vandals, with the Phantoms being available for the Pirates, maybe this is where Kadiliman will fall and finally get kicked out. But again, when we started this series, we talked about how both of these teams are here to prove themselves. Kadiliman, they're called as a streamer team, but they put the effort, they put everything on the line, and they need to push this into a game number 3. As for the Pirates, though, they have been denied every single point of entry into VCT up until now. The last time we saw them was in First Strike Philippines, and here they are once again a few months after and looking nigh unstoppable. It's only Kadiliman in their face before they can get into the semifinals.
6045 Pirates, they are a single round away from moving into the semifinal, something that has eluded them previously here at the VCT. Now, as they're walking their way towards the A site, the story is about to unfold. This chapter will move on, and Kadiliman, they're going to have to make a hold here if they want to continue reading the same book. Now 12 to 10 on the board, and here they're able to deny 2 Seekers. They're coming from Nico. Here comes a flash out too, blinding 3 members from the side there of the Pirates, and so Kadiliman rather, sorry, pushing their way in. Flash gonna go for the swing, and he finds a double. No, it's actually gonna be Toge finding that other frag, and so that's a good opening pick. The Sage goes down. Things are gonna be crumbling for the side of Kadiliman here. It's all gonna be in the hands of Arax, who's gonna have to go big. 1v3 on the board. No, he cannot. Kira will get it off, and a 13-10 scoreline is what we're gonna be ending the series on. Kadiliman are eliminated from the VCT Week 1.
And 60-45 Pirates, what has eluded them for tournaments, multiple tournaments now, multiple months, is now in reach of them. They're going to go straight into the semifinals tomorrow. They will be facing whoever wins our last quarterfinals tomorrow, which is Galaxy Racer up against Hashira. But this is a different 60-45 Pirates than we saw in the previous iterations of their team, and they just played it so well in that last round. I love how they peeked out. You thought it was going to be a double kill, but it was just a simultaneous peek out. The timing was perfect, and they got double kill. Left it down to the 3 members of Kadiliman there who did not know what they were going to do. They were pressed for time. They were pressed on getting that spike down, and they definitely lost steam on that last particular round. They brought it to that 12 to 10, but that they just did not get the map control that they needed in Icebox. And this little pick here, this little I think setup that 60-45 Pirates were able to do really helped them net that win. And like you said, the trend of teams picking up Icebox shows again, if you're not ready for it, you're in for a wild ride. And Fire Sagen and the rest of the Pirates really put Kadiliman to their limits.
Yeah, you know, I mean, Fire Sagen and co. just melting Icebox down to its roots. In the end, it's going to be 60-45 Pirates finally getting that semifinal slot that has been eluding them. They're going to be going up against the winner of tomorrow's early first match. But for now, guys, we're going to be signing off. We're going to go to a break. We're going to go back to the panel. I am Black and Blue, and on behalf of my co-caster here, Asterai, thank you guys so much. We'll see you tomorrow. But don't go anywhere because we still do have a panel to be tuned into. See you guys in a bit.
Dear Mother, light of the home.
Dad.
Hey, baby!
Greetings, Professor Rodolfo.
May I be absolved from
Math Club tomorrow.
May Globe Virtual Hangouts kasi.
Go and hang out from wherever you are. Just open the Globe One app, choose an event, and click join.
Watch concerts online!
Dance together.
We can do quiz nights.
Yo, let's go! If you allow me,
I promise.
To make it up to you.
And repay your kindness tenfold? Truly, your favorite child.
I love you, Dad.
Mimi.
please, please.
Thank you, sir.
Enjoy your fave events with Globe Prepaid Virtual Hangouts. All together now.
Yes!
The Pirates plundering their way to victory and taking up a valiant victory up against none other than the Darkness. Kadiliman taking a loss here, and the Stream team unfortunately unable to capitalize on it and really solidify themselves for this time. But it was a good effort, valiant in the end. Games got kind of close, but not close enough. And the shortest game of the longest day of VCT. So again, my name is Illustrato. Welcome to the panel. And you're joining me here on this final segment on the day. And to help me break down what just happened, let me reintroduce you guys to my co-panelists. So welcome back, guys. It's of course going to be Ling, Trix, and Ling, Vimil, and Trix in reverse order. I'll start with you, Ling, this time. What are your impressions on that? What happened? 6045 Pirates, they just looked on fire today.
I mean, I just want to say hi to all the non-believers out there, especially to my fellow talents that did not believe on what are the capabilities of this team overall, rather on what Fire Saijin can do, basically carrying the whole team to victory on towards a 2-0 standing. My God, imagine how much they actually did, or how much this duelist actually did for the team. They have been running on a roster that haven't dabbled so much in terms of like their agent composition, and this is where we actually see them sticking to their guns and embracing their role completely and doing the best they can to enable Fire Saijin and unleash his full potential on towards the series.
Yeah, I mean
that's true. Yeah.
I mean, in my defense, guys, in my defense, I did say that I am always welcome to be proven wrong, and during the player head-to-head, I did say that you gotta keep an eye out for this man called Fire Saijin.
Yeah, in the player head-to-head, we saw that he had over 20% in first blood percentage. So I was also thinking that's pretty cool. That's a really high percentage in my opinion. But yeah, I was happily surprised with how polished Pirates actually looked today. Although to be fair, Kadiliman did a really good job. I honestly thought they could have done better, maybe a little more discipline on their side for me. They clearly are good with the aim duels, they know what they wanted to do, but it just felt that the refrags weren't really there.
And like you said, I mean, I said this actually earlier on panel. This is gonna be a battle of aim stars, aim duels, a lot of 1v4s, a lot of multi-kill rounds, and that's exactly what we got. One of the most exciting series today. Not the most tactical, I suppose, but definitely one of the most interesting ones. And we saw so many players pop off here, whether it's Narpim, Super MJ, and of course Fire Cyajin just having this amazing kind of performance. Now 6045, they're gonna be going up against either way a difficult team tomorrow. It's either gonna be GXR or it's gonna be Hashira. So
yeah,
it's not the easiest of paths here. What do you think the Pirates gotta do to be able to survive on the upcoming day, Tricks?
I definitely would recommend the team Pirates 645 to look more tactically, because we can see and they've showcased to us just now how technically skilled they are, but they also have to be tactically skilled against teams that have been preparing since VCT stage 1 to be up against the people who are the finalists. So coming like from here, I would say Pirates need to learn not just to let Fire Cyajin to pop off, but learn from that aggression that he makes and see why it's so important for them to constantly do that.
Yeah, definitely have to agree with you there, Trix. Especially in this first map, it's very telling that what they're really good at is enabling Fire Cyajin to pop off like that, especially here in Ascent. 34 frags. Conversely, for Flash, he has a 0.7 KDA. So definitely against arguably stronger teams in the form of GXR or Hashira tomorrow, they definitely need to have that layer of tactical ability and not just rely on their mechanical aim.
I am so pleasantly surprised with how this went here. Pirates just putting on a show for everyone, showing that they are more than just individuals. And it's not just Pirates coming in here and just like, yeah, Fire Sergeant, go kill. There was a support system behind this. This was every single game. There was a support system behind it. They knew how to play the trades properly. And even when Fire Sergeant wasn't around, other players stepped up to the plate as well. It's just a legendary performance of mythical proportions here. 34 kills, 2.8 KDA. Something has to be said about it. And you can see clearly in the way that they won the frag wins. I don't really ever point this out, but the way that they just won rounds from kills alone just goes to show how well they were just goes to show how well oiled this machine was. And Ling, I know you have something to say about this. What's on your mind?
Well, to add on to that factor, I would see that there has been a common denominator coming out from both of these teams. For the side of Pirates, for the side of Kadiliman, is that they both gone up against a team like Oasis Gaming. And if that was going to be the benchmark or a preview on what's going to be going down for this game or for the series alone, I would say that rather is that they have basically given everything that they've got in this tournament, and they barely dropped the sweat against Oasis Gaming. And the fact of the matter is that they went up against Kadiliman was basically enough. They already made a huge enough statement to go up against tactical teams, but mechanically wise, they have been great at that. I want to see what else could they offer overall.
Yeah, you look at players like Narpim, Super MJ. Both of these guys here, such gifted players mechanically speaking. But we obviously know that the learning curve, it's much deeper. It runs much deeper than just individual aim and fragging ability. You still gotta find that synergy with your team. It's a whole element of the game that still has to be developed. Whether as a team, you got to get this through scrims, you got to get this through years and years of training that Kadiliman doesn't seem to have a good grasp on just yet. But it's a promising start here for Kadiliman. But let's not talk about Kadiliman for very long. I want to focus on Pirates. Now, I feel like this situation with Fire Cyajin, it's a good setup, sure. But I don't feel like it's very sustainable that you can rely on Fire Cyajin every single game like this. What do you guys think they have to do to find, I'd say, to break the mold, to break out of that, and maybe be able to take down top teams like, I'd say, GXR or, maybe even Hashira?
I think for this, it's best to look at a team like FaZe and to see how FaZe deals with the way they shine with their players, and it's really a matter of the duo plays. So you have to decide who is going to be supporting that character and how they're going to be supporting it, but also how your other players are going to take control on the map.
Yeah, agree with you completely. And we just talked about Fire Cyajin a lot, but I know we have to talk about him more. We're pulling up the MVP right now, and we're going to show you which player exactly was the MVP of that entire series. And surprise, surprise, Fire Cyajin 295? What? 200? Excuse me? That's one of the highest we've seen all tournament long. Viminal, in recent history, have we seen a performance like this? When's the last time we've seen something like this?
I don't know. I think this performance is only second to Dubstep's incredible performance and perhaps their recent runs in VCT. I'm not quite sure, but this is definitely right up there. Fireside Jin, man, it was just such a pleasure to watch him just absolutely frag out throughout that entire series. And yes, I do agree that it's not necessarily sustainable to just have him frag out all the time, but it's mainly because I think their agent composition is set up to enable him to do so. So maybe, going back to your question, what they could do is perhaps experiment with a double duelist agent composition. So I'm pretty sure more than just Fireside is capable of fragging out in Pirates, and I'm just so happy for them that they've come a long way.
Yeah, definitely the case. And just Fireside and his presence alone, just absolutely a beast to deal with. I mean, tit for tat, the firepower, I'd say, was pretty much matched. But the support system around the firepower, that's what made the key difference here. And setting that up, not the easiest of things. However, we'll have to break it down a little bit more later on. We do have to take a break and talk about the tournament bracket, where we end up right now closer and closer to the grand finals itself. So we just finished the third quarterfinal for today, but we're not done with the quarterfinals. We still got one more tomorrow, and it's, my God, gonna be a spicy one. Hashira, Galaxy Racer, two of the teams that, honestly, this is the matchup that we have all been anticipating here. Ling, what do you think about this matchup for tomorrow?
Well, it's a matter of how well are they going to be able to benchmark their performance against each other. We all know that GXR is going to be running at a different roster right now, and the same goes with the situation of Hashira playing on different, rather having role swaps of their own. It is going to be their debut on the broadcast for tomorrow, and rather with better guidance that they have as a team with Hashira, I would definitely could see a bigger and rather a better team overall. I mean, even though I would favor with Galaxy Racer, I mean, yeah, it's still doable for them. It's 50-50 for me.
I agree. And tomorrow it's going to be a little bit of a repeat as BREN goes and heads off against Empire. That's also going to be an interesting one. Will they be able to find more form? Maybe take a map off BREN yet again? I'm not going to discuss this anymore because honestly, I feel like we got to save some of the good bits for tomorrow. Now, right before we go and wrap up, guys, I do want to say we do have some winners for you guys at home. Anyway, so we've picked them out. We've chosen 10, and here are the lucky winners. We're going to drop it down right under us. Congratulations to you guys, Al Joseph Soriano, Mark Manuntag, and for some reason I can't read the rest of it. Oh, well, okay. James Gerardo, Gia Minagua, Josh Campos, Cyrus Egot, Mark Stephen Logmao, Jacob Gualberto, Ken Garcia, and Rain. Congratulations, you guys just won 1,500 plus worth of Valorant points. Congratulations. And what are you going to do with? Maybe buy a couple of friends the Battle Pass? I don't know, whatever. Do what you want. There's still a lot of good stuff coming out on the store very, very soon. I know I'm excited for the new, what's that? The steampunk kind of looking thing. Mage Punk. Thank you. There we go. That's definitely up on my list. But enough about that for the meantime. Any last thoughts, guys? Real quick. Trix, Vim, Ling.
I'm just really excited. I love how much growth the teams have had so far from VCT Stage 1 to now. So I'm so excited what I'm going to see tomorrow.
Likewise, I'm very pleased to see the evolution that's happening here in the local scene. Competition is getting much, much tighter, and this is at a level much higher than VCT Stage 1. So we're on a really good trajectory.
Yeah, I think so. Ling, what about you?
I mean, whatever's gonna be going down tomorrow, I really do hope that that experience that I acquired over these tournaments or over these matches is something that they could pick up a few learnings or two. I mean, they grow better as a team, given that they competed so much in these tournaments, and I do hope this is something that could be helpful for them in the long run. So that's it.
And we grow together here in the Philippines, maybe to reach different heights. Maybe we'll take down X10 and maybe boom esports. Hopefully, maybe fingers crossed. We'll see at the next Masters. But before we go, big thank you to all the sponsors that made this happen. Thank you to PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country, for bringing challengers here. And of course, this event is organized by Mineski and Globe. Of course, thank you as well to Predator, our official gaming PC and laptop partner. Join Globe Virtual Hangouts with, and because they will reinvent esports and take it to a whole new level. Let's get hashtag OL together now, as Virtual Hangouts Go Esports brings events and programs like no other, starting with an apprenticeship program led by the pros, stream takeovers, and local and international tournaments. Download the Globe One app and click on Virtual Hangouts tab to get updated on the latest happenings on Globe Virtual Hangouts. But that's been it for us today. It's been a fun ride. Unfortunately, we have to get off this roller coaster, but tomorrow begins anew, just like Phoenix. Run it back, coming back for the next day. We're asking for more. But again, it's been it for us. On behalf of the panel, on behalf of Ling, on behalf of Vimel, on behalf of Trix, who have been amazing thus far, it's time to say good game and good night. My name is Illustrato. See you guys tomorrow.